Hello guys, it's Renesmee. After so many days, I'm finally uploading a video, and honestly, I missed you all so much. I know I've been inactive for a while, and I owe you an explanation. The reason is, I got 2 copyright strikes on my channel. And as you guys know, when that happens, the channel can be taken down anytime. It's really scary because this channel means so much to me. All the memories, all the edits, all the love you've shown, it's not just a channel, it's a part of my heart. I was really stressed and confused about what to do. I kept thinking, researching, trying to figure out how to protect everything we've built together, and after a lot of thought, I finally made a decision. I've created a new channel called Midnight Swan. On that channel, I'll be doing the same content, the same vibe, the same stories, the same love, just in a safer way. So please, if you truly support me and enjoy what I create, subscribe to Midnight Swan as a backup, just in case anything happens here. It would mean the world to me. Thank you for staying with me, for supporting me, and for being so patient. I love you guys more than you know.
Today, you're going to listen to What If Bella Swan Was Crowned by the Volturi Kings? Part 2. Let's get started. Bella's Pav. It's my last week in England. E. Cullens and I would be moving to our new home in Alaska by June. I'd have to say goodbye to Rebecca and my small group of friends. Even Connor. Yes, he's still around for a little bit. When I first met him, he was posing as a 9-year-old. Now, he's passing for a 12-year-old. He'd have to move soon, too. He'd be moving to Scotland, though, so I won't be able to see much of him, if at all. Edward seemed pleased about it for some reason. I never understood his dislike for Connor. Every time I asked him, he'd asked me to compare the situation with Tanya. Point taken. Although Connor doesn't have a disgusting crush on me, Rebecca was throwing a going-away party for me. I hated the attention, but she was too adamant. She said that we had been best friends for 4 years, she deserved the right. I think Alice brainwashed her just a little too much all those times she slept over. We were telling people Rebecca was just throwing a party for the fun of it, but I think they knew. Rebecca told me I was being paranoid. The worst part of it all wasn't saying goodbye to my friends, and our great home in London. It wasn't saying goodbye to the London weather I'd grown so accustomed to. It wasn't even saying goodbye to Connor. And the funny English accents I'd started to enjoy listening to wherever I went. It was knowing that we were simply miles away from the Denali clan. I didn't mind Kate, Carmen and Eliezer. We'd visited them once or twice over the years, and we'd had plenty of fun. Carmen taught me a little bit of art every time, though I never really captured it as well as she did. I didn't think anyone could. Carmen promised we'd try harder once I moved to Alaska. Kate was like a blonde version of Alice. But it was okay, even though they forced me to go shopping every time. I secretly liked it. I made Jasper promise not to tell. Eliezer was still apprehensive of me, but that was because of the Volturi. I had to admit, after hearing him telling me about the Italian vampires, I was, too. Edward Said, not to worry, he'll protect me. It reminded me of one of those old movies where the knight saves the damsel in distress. The thought always made me laugh. I sighed as I knocked on Alice's door. Wearing my bathrobe, she'd made me swear that I'd let her do my hair and makeup and pick out my dress for the party. She put on that sad puppy dog look that made me feel so guilty about saying no. Even though I knew she was just faking it. The door swung open before my knuckles even touched it. Jasper looked at me amused. I scowled at him. I don't suppose you could tone it down a little. I tilted my head towards the room behind him, referring to his gift. Maybe if he could just make her a little less excited. Jasper shook his head, still smiling. Alice would kill me, was his reply. Coward, I thought, as he let me in and walked out of the room himself, chuckling to himself. Vampires, I shook my head. Alice danced into the room, her face alight with happiness. I heard that, she sang out. Too excited to be offended. I rolled my eyes at her. Okay, let's dry your hair first and get started on it. I already have your dress picked out. She started squealing that Alice way. When she starts doing that, even vampires had trouble understanding what she was trying to say, I've been told. What more a mere human like me? Alice took my hand and dragged me into her huge bathroom. God only knows how many times I'd been pulled in here against my will so Alice could play Bella Barbie. She sat me down in front of the vanity and grabbed a hairdryer. I let out a huge sigh. I had no idea why Alice enjoyed this so much. It felt like torture to me. But Rebecca was doing this for me. I had to be in my best behavior. even if it meant letting Alice do all the gruesome work on me for the next few hours. She ended up giving me curls for the night. I was only 11, and Rosalie and Esme would kill Alice, figuratively speaking, of course, if she put a lot of makeup on me. That is, if Edward didn't get to her first. Finally, after an hour and a half, she was done. I think I'd get back problems by the time I'm 30. She dashed into the bedroom to get my dress. It was a pink baby doll dress, with spaghetti straps and a black bow at the back. I'd never worn anything like it before. I don't think I could. Alice. I gulped nervously. I was only 11. Was I even allowed? Alice rolled her eyes at me. Don't you want all eyes to be on you? She demanded. All eyes. On me. The clumsy Bella Hale. No thank you. I shook my head vigorously, panic starting to overwhelm me. She handed me the dress and took me by the shoulders. Bella, she said, her tone both disapproving and calming at the same time. Don't worry about it. Your sister's a psychic. I saw the whole night. No accidents this time, she promised. It was my turn to roll my eyes at her. No accidents this time. She'd said that for the last 5 parties she made me go to. Not one of those parties had been accident-free. Just wear the dress. You'll look amazing. I bought you the perfect shoes to go with it, she said, exuberant once more. At the mention of shoes, I looked up at her warily. Alice sighed, shaking her head. No heels, Bella, I promise. They're ballet flats. Ballet flats. Thank God. She must have brought Rose along with her. Rose wasn't as overeager or as crazy as Alice when it came to shopping. Allie, CE left the bathroom to allow me to change. She always made a fuss, wondering why she had to leave. In her defense, she'd said, she'd seen me naked since I was 6. I'd put a stop to it when I was 9. It was just too embarrassing. Alice was perfect in every way. She was a beautiful pixie vampire. I, on the other hand, was the ugly humans living in what could have been Mount Olympus. I shrugged the bathroom and slipped on the dress, careful with my hair and makeup. I didn't want to ruin anything just to have Alice come in and redo it all. It would take hours. The bathroom door flung open, and the moment the dress was on and I gasped. Alice. I glared at her. Have you ever heard of knocking? Have you ever heard of psychic? She retorted. Let me look at you. She squinted, scrutinizing me too. Make sure every part of me was the way she imagined, or saw, it to be. When she was finally satisfied, she grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the bathroom. It was time to meet my fate. Edward was going to drive me to the party. It was at Rebecca's house. Alice had wanted it to be thrown in our house, but I knew that would only mean Alice would take over. The party would have been way overdone. Edward, Jasper and Emmett would have gone around glaring at every boy that came close to me, thus scaring them all away. I didn't know why they bothered. I wasn't interested in anyone. I was only 11. Okay, 11 in a few months. Edward was sitting on the couch, playing yet another video game with Emmett and Jasper. Those 3 acted like immature children sometimes. Oh, Bella, you look wonderful, Esme said, and started snapping pictures. Yet another reason why I didn't want the party held here. I loved Esme, and the rest of the family. But sometimes they tended to annoy me. And embarrass me. When I confided this to Rose, she'd just laugh and said that it was a preteen thing. I'd get over it. It didn't feel like that to me, though. Mom, I said, blushing in embarrassment. Esme only chuckled, and kept snapping photos until Rose took it away. Come on, Esme, she'll embarrass herself enough tonight without our help, she smirked, winking playfully at me. I glared at her, then turned to Edward. Edward, could we go already? I'd rather have this over with as soon as possible, I muttered. Just a minute, he said, distracted, as he continued zapping who knows what on the flat screen. I sighed, and waited. Finally, Alice had had enough and snatched his controller away. Alice, Edward growled. Game over, flashed on the screen. I spent hours working on her, Edward, Alice snapped. Get to it. Edward has got nothing on Alice's anger. When he turned to me, however, his eyes widened. What on earth are you wearing? He spluttered. I blushed again and hid behind Rosalie. Rose shook her head. You're making her self-conscious, Edward. She warned, as if I couldn't speak for myself. And yes, he really was. She should be. Edward stood up, glaring at Alice. She's too young for that. Go upstairs, he told me. Change, or I'm not taking you. I stepped away from Rose and placed my hands on my hips. You are not the boss of me, Edward Cullen, I snapped. Emmett and Jasper had stopped staring dejectedly at the screen. and were looking at me open-mouthed, but I didn't care. Edward was treating me as if I was still the 6-year-old he found and I didn't care for it. I heard the click of a camera somewhere to my left. If you won't take me, Alice will. He just stared at me, disbelieving. Alice chuckled, but grabbed my hand. She's right, she said proudly. I'll take her. You just sit and enjoy zapping aliens. We dashed out the door as fast as my human legs could make it. They're not aliens, we heard Edward's brilliant reply. As soon as we were in Alice's Bentley, peeling out of the driveway, we burst out laughing. That was the first time I'd ever stood up to Edward or took a different side, and I loved it. It was exhilarating. My heart was pounding so fast it hurt, but it still felt good. I wasn't a little girl anymore. And while I wasn't ready to go wild and crazy, I still wanted a little more freedom, a little more independence. I needed to know Edward would trust me to go out and have a little fun without getting harmed. I was, after all, only going to Rebecca's party. What was the worst that could happen? Rebecca's party was significantly more toned down than any of the Cullens' parties. Just the way I like it. There were balloons, and a snack table, and music and dancing, but I didn't have to mingle, I didn't have to dance, and I had Rebecca to talk to. I'm really going to miss you, Bella, Rebecca said quietly. Touching my arm. She was a shy girl, just like I was. I guess we fit together because of our personalities. Promise me you'll email me all the time. I nodded my head and smiled. This I would do. I'd miss her greatly, too. Don't worry, I assured her. I'll definitely email. We were both highly uncomfortable talking about feelings, so we just smiled and said things like how different Alaska would be. I'd told her about Tanya, and her weird ways of getting Edward's attention through me. Rebecca found it funny. Jody, Alex and Donnie, our friends from school, came up to meet us. They, too, knew of my departure from London in a week's time. Bella, it's so sad that you're leaving, Jody whined. I grinned. She and I had gotten quite close throughout the years I'd helped her with English. And she'd helped me with math. Jody was a genius when it came to math. She could have won the Nobel Prize, in my opinion. Give it a few years. Ah, I'll miss you, too, Joe, I teased. The rest of the party I spent talking to my friends, and occasionally to others I wasn't so familiar with. They knew, of course, that I was leaving. It was already all over school, court, ESY of Jody who had been sobbing about it the past month. I ended up with a table full of gifts. After everyone had left, Jody, Alex, Donnie and I stayed back to help Rebecca and her mom clear up the mess. Rebecca stayed in a 2-story terrace house. It was pretty amazing, considering her mother was interested in interior design. She and Esme had tea often at our house, or hers whenever Esme dropped me off for a visit. We still had half an hour before Edward or Alice was supposed to come pick me up, so we decided to just sit around and enjoy each other's company. The school semester was already over for this month, and the next few days would be spent packing. Rebecca and I would have one last visit together right before I leave London, but this was pretty much it. I could already feel the tears starting up. You won't forget us, would you, Bells? Donnie asked. Ah, sweet boy, he was a bit annoying at first. He had a doctor for a mother, and they were close. So every time he spoke to us, he started talking about bones and guts and whatnot. It turned out that he was just shy, and it was his defense mechanism. He has a crush on Rebecca, though I was told not to say anything. If I were, though, it would be a lot better. Rebecca has a crush on him, too. Of course not, Donnie. I could never forget any one of you, I said sincerely. We talked about the crazy times we had, like the time Al X put super glue on the toilet seat to prank a girl we all hated, and ended up slipping and getting stuck herself. It was a pretty hilarious sight. Finally, the doorbell rang. When Rebecca's mother answered it, Alice came bouncing in the room. Hey, Bella, she grinned at me. I smiled back though my stomach dropped at the thought of Edward mad at me. Why else wouldn't he show up? Why else would Alice be the one to pick me up? Ready to go? She asked. I nodded. We all stood up and helped Alice carry the gifts to her car. In truth, she could have carried it all in one hand and still dance around the room like a prima ballerina if she wanted to. But the others couldn't know that. When all the gifts were in the car, Alice got into her Bentley to give us some privacy. She could hear every word, though, so it didn't actually matter. Rebecca's mom hugged me and smiled at me. I hugged everyone, saving Rebecca for last. Promise one last visit before you leave. She sniffed. I nodded my head, waved and got inside the car. We drove in silence for 5 minutes while I recollected my thoughts. Are you okay? Alice asked quietly. I shrugged. It sucks saying goodbye, I said truthfully. Alice sighed. I'm sorry, Bella. Our lifestyle. I shook my head. Alice, I wouldn't give it up for anything, I said firmly, giving her a smile. How could she even think that I would give up the Cullens? They were everything to me. Alice laughed shakily. I'm supposed to be comforting you, she teased. I shrugged again, and fell silent. Why wasn't Alice bringing him up? Was he that angry that she didn't even want to mention it to me? Finally, I sighed, and shifted slightly so that my body was angled towards her. Is he still mad at me? I asked. Alice bit her lip, glancing sideways at me, her eyes on the road. This was just so she could avoid answering my question. Alice never looked at the road when she drove. None of the Cullens, except Esme, did. This was what I believed would kill me, ultimately. Alice, I complained. Okay. Alice gave in grudgingly. He's stubborn, she said hesitantly. I rolled my eyes at her. I'm not looking for an attitude description, I told her. I'm asking if he's still mad at me. Yes, I grumbled, and turned away, looking out the window. Bella, you know he's only like that because, well, he's Edward, she said. Don't defend him, I said, leaning my head on the headrest and closing my eyes to rest for a bit. Edward was being childish. This coming from someone he considered a child, must mean something. Alice wasn't happy that I, too, was angry. But she didn't say anything for the rest of the journey back, and for that I was thankful. When we reached home, Alice carried most of the gifts back inside. I sat on the hood of her car, procrastinating. I wasn't even sure if Edward was home, or if I'd run into him. I just didn't want to take the risk. I had never been mad at him before. Not like this. It wasn't so much the fact that he was overprotective. That part of him I'd gotten used to. What I hated was the fact that he thought he could just order me around and I'd obey every command like a sick puppy. I wasn't asking for the right to vote. I wasn't asking for a late curfew. I just wanted him to not look at me like I'm still 6. I wanted him to have a little respect. I was growing up. Edward needed to accept that. I sighed, about ready to head in. Bella, I turned around and smiled when I saw Connor. He was walking in the driveway, looking around anxiously. I laughed at his expression. Afraid you'll run into Edward, Connor? I teased. The two of them were still on harsh terms. After a while, Connor had given up trying to be on friendly terms with Edward. Instead, every time they saw each other, they just glared. Connor laughed and straightened up. Bella, I'm here to say goodbye, he said sadly, standing right in front of me now. My brows furrowed together. Goodbye. Oh, right, we were both leaving, separating for what might be forever. Going in separate directions. Without my consent, tears started to well in my eyes. It had been one goodbyes too many tonight. Connor smiled sadly when he saw my tears. I'm really going to miss you, Bella, he whispered, stepping closer to give me a hug. I wrapped my arms around his neck and closed my eyes, leaning into his embrace. I felt Connor bury his face in my hair, but this was nothing new. He'd always smelled my hair. Always said I'd smelled good. What that meant I couldn't really understand. He'd told me it was a vampire thing. My scent was just really good. I don't know whether I should be flattered or frightened. But Connor was a good friend, so I let him. I wish you could come with me, Bells, he mumbled into my hair. I'd be happy to have you around for eternity. I stiffened immediately. Eternity. The one thing I wasn't allowed to discuss with Edward, or with anyone, really. Edward threw a fit the last time he found out I'd asked Esme. If it weren't for her, he'd have wrecked half the house. Edward was too sensitive on the matter. I just didn't understand why. The truth was, I wanted to be like him. I wanted to spend forever with the Cullens. I couldn't imagine a better fate. Edward might see this as a one-way ticket to hell, but I saw it as a chance to have a happily ever after. I'll miss you, too, I said, pulling back. What I saw shocked me. Connor, with the blackest eyes I'd ever seen. His irises were surrounded by a dark red. Red. Edward had told me that red meant blood. Human blood. If you see a vampire with red eyes, run, he'd told me. Had Connor been drinking human blood? Had he slipped up? I started to back away from him, my heart pounding like crazy. I knew he could hear it. I knew he could smell the fear on me. He knew I saw his eyes. But he didn't let go of me. Bella, he pleaded, don't be afraid of me. I'm still Connor. I only wanted to make sure I was able to do this. I didn't want to mess it up. You just your scent, It's incredible. I didn't want to mess up. I didn't understand any of it. He could have been speaking Urdu for all I knew. I didn't care. All I wanted was to get away from him, and go back into the safety of my own house. Connor, I shook my head, trying to reason with him. I didn't know what he wanted from me. I just knew it wasn't a good thing. He pulled me closer to him, into an embrace, as though we were hugging again. But my arms stayed limp at my sides. I was too frozen in fear to move. I gasped at the sudden movement, and my eyes widened in shock. "Shish," he whispered into my ear. "This won't hurt a bit." And then my world went black. The only thing reminding me of tonight was the pinpricks of pain at the side of my neck, and the whispers of a scream. Edward's pav. Bella. I stiffened, my head snapping in the direction of the door. Connor was here, out front, talking to Bella. I stood up without even thinking, from my spot on the couch, and headed towards the front door. "Edward," Rosalie warned me. I stopped dead in my tracks, and turned around to glare darkly at her. "Don't give me that look. It's their last chance to say goodbye. Let them be," she snapped. I hesitated. No matter how many times Connor had been around with Bella, I still didn't trust him. He was too young, mentally and physically, and he was too much of a newborn. He'd only been around for 15 years as a vampire. He could snap at any moment. Bella's scent has grown slightly more potent throughout the years. She had even captured my attention, my bloodlust, as much as I hated to admit it. Jasper and I didn't have much trouble being around her because first of all, we'd been partially desensitized by her scent so far, and secondly, she was still young. Her scent still wasn't all that strong. "Edward," Esme jumped in, saying my name in a warning tone. I sighed, and sat back down. What was the harm in it? After all, it was their last time seeing each other. I couldn't be more than happy about that, actually. "Afraid you'll run into Edward, Connor?" I heard Bella tease, and I smirked. Jasper and Emmett snickering at my side. If I said so myself, I had been very successful in scaring that little nitwit. I tuned out the rest of their conversation, not wanting to hear their heartfelt goodbyes. I didn't feel guilty for Connor and Bella never seeing each other again. I did, however, felt guilty for Bella having to say goodbye to her friends from school. I knew she had gotten close to a small group of people, especially Rebecca. The girl seemed quite nice, too, from what I've observed. I knew it must have been hard for Bella to say goodbye to them at the party. I'd wanted to go pick her up and comfort her, but I was too angry with her for not listening to me, for blatantly ignoring my wishes and leaving in that dress anyway. And I knew E was still angry with me too because Bella was just plain stubborn. Still, I wished Bella had a normal life, instead of the one I had. She would have to say goodbye to a lot more people along the way until she could live on her own. Then she'd have to say goodbye to us. It would hurt her never to see us again, I knew that. She was an integral part of the family. It would hurt us, too. It would hurt me, but that was the selfish part of me talking. I couldn't allow Bella to be a part of this life. She meant too much. She could have a nice, normal human life, the way she was supposed to. She could grow up, go to school, maybe get a doctorate or two, have a nice career, a lovely family, children, all things that would almost be impossible if she were one of us. What if she'd wanted to write a book? Or be a musician? Or do something else that required attention? She couldn't be able to do that because it'd draw too much unwanted attraction. People would wonder why she never aged. They would wonder why she suddenly disappeared. And when she showed up at a high school a few years later, they would recognize her as well. The Volturi won't be happy. In fact, they would ensure it was the end of her. No, she deserved to be happy. I wouldn't do this to her. And then my world came crashing to a halt. "Bella," Alice whispered. I turned to look at her, just in time to see her get that faraway look in her eyes that meant she was getting a vision. I looked into her thoughts to see what she was seeing about Bella's future. "This won't hurt a bit," Connor said, as he leaned in and pressed his lips to her neck. Bella froze, her eyes widen in pain. "Edward," she whispered, her eyes rolling back as her life was taken from her, little by little. I gave an enraged roar and dashed out the door, not caring that I had crashed through the closed door and had let it crumble to the floor in splinters. I ran to the driveway, where Connor was in the same position as he had been in Alice's vision. Bella saw me approaching, and I screamed her name. But she had closed her eyes, slipping into the unconscious. I grabbed Connor by his shirt and yanked him off of Bella. He ended up being thrown across the lot towards Esme's garden. He recovered as quickly as if it had never happened, getting to his feet and crouching into position, poised to attack. I didn't have time to check on Bella as she collapsed on the floor. I crouched as well, glaring menacingly at Connor, and giving a feral growl. His eyes were red, with my Bella's blood. This only served to make me angrier. By this time, the entire family had approached us. Carlisle went straight to Bella, knowing the rest of us would deal with Connor. They formed a semicircle with me, around Bella, facing Connor. They were all poised to attack. Worried and angry thoughts attacked me, but I didn't let my guard down once. Connor, deranged with the need for blood, Bella's blood lunged forward, but I swiped at him, and he fell to the ground. It didn't even hinder him as he got back on his feet, attacking Jasper this time. Jasper growled, and got him in a chokehold around the neck. Wrong move, Connor. Jasper was a militant. He'd dealt with newborns all the time. Connor wasn't even half as strong as they were. Suddenly, two other figures appeared so quickly it was as if they'd materialized there on our driveway. It was Matt and Haley. Let go of our son, Matt growled, his eyes sweeping past the driveway. I heard a flicker of fear in his thoughts as he considered going up against a coven of 7 vampires. He attacked my daughter, Esme snapped angrily. Taking a step forward, Haley actually took a step back before regaining some of her confidence and standing her ground. As if that would deter Esme. As if that would save her from Esme's grip. She had harmed a Cullen. We wouldn't stand for that. And you're attacking my son, Matt snapped. Maybe I should convince them to let Connor go, then we leave. 7 vampires is too much for us. But they wouldn't. Think, Matt. Think. We need a game plan here. Haley wasn't faring any better. My baby. Oh, my baby. Why did he have to be so stupid? Oh, God, I never should have let him come here so often. I bet it was her idea in the first place. I snarled at Haley and her eyes widened in fear. Without warning or so they thought Matt attacked Jasper, who was still crushing Connor's windpipe. Not that he needed it. Alice saw it in her vision, and I saw it in her head. It was why I stepped in front of Jasper and threw him a punch. Haley stepped into the fight, taking on Esme and Rosalie, but she never got far. Matt was right. We were 7 vampires, 6, if you excluded Carlisle, who was working on Bella frantically, and they were no match for us. It didn't take long before Emmett and I had Matt pinned to the floor. And Esme and Rosalie had Haley pinned. Alice was by Carlisle's side, holding Bella's hand and glancing around worriedly. Jasper still had Connor swiping at him, trying to get away from his iron grip. What do I do with it? Jasper asked, disgust in his voice. I turned to look Matt straight in the eyes as I answered. Destroy it. Malice dripped from each word. Alice bounced from Carlisle's side to help Jasper. Matt and Haley struggled against us, but they were no match. They had been around for a shorter time than us. We had more strength, more power. And Emmett, of course. Jasper held Connor by the shoulders, pinning him so that he couldn't move, while Alice, anger glinting in her eyes, reached out and pulled his head off of his shoulders. The keening sound of it suddenly broke off, leaving only Haley's anguished screams, and Matt's incoherent threats. She's lost a lot of blood. Carlisle shouted. I snapped towards him, where he was trying desperately to stem the blood flow. Alice moved back to Bella's side immediately. Our distraction was all it took for Matt and Haley to push us off of them and make their escape. A part of me wanted to chase after them. But Bella needed my attention more. Leave it, I yelled to Emmett, who was already making his way to run after them. Bella comes first. We agreed, and ran to her side. And then the unimaginable happened. Jasper's paw. I felt satisfaction run through me as Connor's head was ripped from his body. I gave Alice a grim smile, to show her I was proud of her, yet disgusted at the situation. We had allowed Connor into our home. Allowed him to be around Bella. And he had turned around and stabbed us in the back by attacking her. How dared he? Carlisle called for our attention, saying that Bella had lost a lot of blood. Matt and Haley escaped because we were distracted. Emmett and I were about to give chase, but Edward called us back. Bella came first. She always did. I spoke quietly to Emmett, asking him to guard Connor's body. He'd have to rip it to shreds and burn it so Matt and Haley couldn't come back and sew him back together. Vampires weren't easy to kill. Ripping us apart and burning us was the only surefire way. Emmett nodded his head solemnly and got to work. I moved away and went to crowd around Bella, like the others. I didn't need to see this. I could already smell the smoke coming from the garden, where Emmett was burning the shreds of Connor's corpse. A smell hit me. Delicious. Mouthwatering. What was it? Frisia. My senses snapped back, and slapped me hard. Frisia. Oh, God, no Bella. I'd just hunted a few days ago, but my strength was fading. I could already see myself pushing Carlisle aside, gripping Bella to me, sinking my teeth in her neck. Jazz, no, Alice whispered, horrified. She must have seen my fantasies. I must have decided on it. I couldn't stop myself now. I was beyond emotion. I was beyond remorse. I was beyond love. All I wanted was her blood, her warm blood, gushing down my throat. Quenching my thirst, ending the urge. Without thinking, I lunged forward. I never got to her. Edward pinned me down, throwing me about 10 feet back. Emmett, already done burning Connor's remains, ran to us. His eyes widened as he realized what I must have done, and helped Edward to contain me as I struggled against their hold. Jazz, come on, man, Emmett pleaded. He wanted me to come back to my senses. I wanted it, too. I wanted to remember my family, my love, my life. But I couldn't. My want, my need, for her blood was too strong. Carlisle took Bella in his arms and rushed inside the house. My wild eyes followed them inside. Edward and Emmett brought me to my feet, and ran with my still between them. I struggled, but my bloodlust had weakened me, and their resolve had strengthened them. They ran with me all the way to our normal hunting ground in London. We came across a few bears, and they pushed me towards them. I ravaged them, drinking from them as fast and as hungrily as possible. When I was done with 3, I stopped, panting on the ground. What have I done? Bella, our Bella, had been bitten, hurt, and I'd tried to finish the job. My bod. Why wrecked with dry sobs as I realized the monster within me. I had grown to treat Bella like my own sister, but I'd forgotten all of that and succumbed to my bloodlust. If Alice hadn't seen it, if Edward and Emmett hadn't been there, I would have killed her. Oh, God, what have I done? Jazz, I heard Emmett's pained voice from behind me. I stiffened, my sobs subsiding. I'd forgotten they were there. Come on, let's go home. Home. I couldn't go back. They'd kill me. They'd shun me. Bella would hate me. Alice. I was pretty sure I'd lost Alice. She was concerned for you, Edward sighed quietly. She still is. Let's go home, Jasper. You're stable enough. Stable enough. Like I was the mentally ill. I could have been, I might as well have been, the mentally ill, the way I'd lunged for her. Would everyone even forgive me? Would Edward? She meant more to him than she meant to every single one of us combined. Even Esme and Rose. Would he forgive me for doing this? I heard Edward sigh, no doubt hearing my jumbled thoughts. Mind readers. It's who we are, Jasper, no one could deny that. You had a moment of weakness. It's understandable, he said. I bowed my head, taking deep breaths. I felt Emmett's big hand on my shoulder and looked up into his pained, sympathetic eyes. I took in another deep breath, then took his hand, standing up on shaky feet. I nodded once to show that I was ready and all right to go back. We started to run back. But Edward stopped me. I said it was understandable. But do it again, and I myself will end you. I stared at him. I would have been disbelieving, but knowing what I know, seeing them together, I was more than sure it wasn't an empty threat. And I deserved it, too. So I nodded my head once more. I know, I said quietly. We ran back home, back to my downfall. Edwa. Rode rushed up the stairs to Bella's room where Carlisle was still attending to her the moment we stepped through the doors. Emmett ran to Rosalie, wrapping her in his big arms. I stood in front of Alice, unsure how to act. To my surprise, she ran at me, wrapping her small arms around my waist. She was sobbing into my chest. God, Jazz, she whispered once she'd calmed down enough to talk. If I didn't have my visions to tell me you were okay, I'd have died worrying. She wasn't angry at me. Bless her pixie mind. I wrapped my arms tightly around her and buried my face in her spiky hair. I love you, I whispered into her hair. Please, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I was sobbing again. I couldn't help myself. How could I have been so monstrous? Alice pulled back and placed her hands on either side of my face. Jazz, it wasn't your fault, she said seriously. You didn't touch her. I opened my mouth to argue this point, but she shook her head, pressing her hand against my mouth to stop me. No, Jasper, it's not your fault. You need to believe that. You're new at this, it's only reasonable that you would react that way. I sighed. I didn't have it in me to argue with her. She was so desperate to believe the good in me. I wanted to be that man she fell in love with. I had to give her that. She deserved it. So I merely nodded my head, give her what was supposed to be a convincing smile, and pulled her closer to me. Alice, understanding my need, stood on her toes and crashed her lips against mine. I stayed that way, just feeling the love between us radiating from her, flowing through me, for as long as I could. When we finally pulled back, we were both panting heavily. I rested my forehead against hers. Thank you, I smiled at her. I love you, too, she grinned back at me, pecking my lips once more. Then we succumbed to our worries for Bella. Carlisle had come into the living room an hour after my return, and told us that Bella was resting. She would wake up tomorrow morning, because he'd given her morphine to dull the pain. Connor's bite had drawn her blood, but he hadn't had time to pump in his venom into her bloodstream, so no irreversible damage was done. Edward stayed by her side the entire night, and the rest of us were restless enough. We visited her, one by one, Edward never leaving the room. I was too guilt-ridden to actually enter the room. The scent of her blood lingered faintly in the air, but I wasn't tempted by it as I had been just hours before. Dawn was approaching fast. Esme was busy in the kitchen, making Bella some of her chicken noodle soup. That dead me of the time Emmett had tried his hand at it when she was sick. Instead of making me laugh, it only intensified the pain I was feeling. Thank God no one else in the room was an empath. The emotions I felt were killing me enough. But my emotions were the strongest. They overrode all others. Finally, I heard Bella stir. Edward, I heard her mumble, "It's me, Bella, I'm right here, you're all right," he whispered back. The others were already on their way up. I heard Esme moving faster in the kitchen, trying to hurry up. I took in a deep breath and stood up. Alice was waiting for me by the stairs. "It'll be all right, Jazz," she whispered, taking my hand in hers. God, I love this woman. I walked tentatively inside Bella's room. The others were already crowded around her. Edward was sitting in a chair beside her bed, holding her hand. Rosalie had crawled under the covers next to her. Emmett was sitting on the edge of her bed, and Carlisle was bending over her, checking her vitals. I took in a shaky breath. I could still smell her blood, of course, but I was under control. This time, my love for her as my sister, my love for my family and my love for Alice kept me grounded. I just felt so remorseful of my actions. Bella noticed Alice and I and smiled widely. "Alice, Jasper," she called out. Then she frowned. "Why are you standing so far away?" she asked, tilting her head to one side. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Why on earth did she have to be so observant? I took another tentative step forward. I could sense Alice's excitement to be closer to Bella, to hug her, and kiss her and tell her about a shopping trip that would surely cure everything. But she stayed by my side, knowing that I needed her. I brought Alice's hand, entwined with mine, to my lips and kissed her knuckles. Then I let her go. Alice shot me a smile, and bounced on the bed, making it shake. Bella gasped in surprise. "We have to go shopping," Alice squealed. "It'll make you feel better." Bella stared at her as if she had grown another head. "No it won't," she said truthfully. Alice chose to ignore that, and went on about the new line at Gap Kids. I took another step back, and Edward shot me a warning look. I sent a calming wave through the room, mainly to calm myself more than anything. I sat down gingerly on the edge of Bella's bed. "Bella," I started. Her wide chocolate eyes looked me, waiting for me to say something. Anything. With my vampire speed, I reached out and crushed her to me. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. I felt her small, fragile, human arms wrap around my neck, hugging me back. When I finally released her, Bella smiled at me. "For what?" she asked, confused. I didn't want to keep my near slip up from her. She deserved to know the truth. "When Connor bit you," I said. Bella made a face at that. But she waited for me to continue. I sensed a tiny bit of fear at that, but I knew that Emmett had told her about getting rid of Connor. She was mostly curious to know what I'd say next. "Jasper, maybe you shouldn't," Rosalie said. But I needed to tell her. I needed to ask her to forgive me. "I almost lost control," I whispered. Bella looked puzzled for a moment, then her eyes widened as she realized what I meant. "I almost hurt you, I'm so sorry." Bella was silent for a moment. Her emotions ranged from shock to sadness to love. I searched her eyes, waiting to see what she would say, how she would react. "Say something, Bella." "But you didn't hurt me," she said slowly. "Only because Edward and Emmett held me back," I said remorsefully. I turned my head away from her, sadness overtaking me again. I felt Bella's presence, smelled her freesia scent washing over me. I felt the tiniest bit of the monster rising within me, but I quelled it almost instantly. She was more important. Bella climbed on my lap and wrapped her uninjured arm around my neck. "You didn't hurt me," she said again. "That's what matters, Jazz." She leaned forward to peck my cheek. I closed my eyes, hugging her to me, burying my face in her hair. Sweet Bella, how on earth did our family get so lucky to be blessed by her? To be graced by her? "You're asking me," Edward chuckled. I looked up and smiled slightly at me. He returned it. The last bit of my guilt faded away, but I knew that I needed to be on my guard. Nothing would justify hurting Bella. I loved her. She was a part of this family. More than she even realized. I couldn't allow myself to hurt her. Edward frowned, probably at my thoughts. He opened his mouth to ask me what I meant, but I was saved by Esme, waltzing into the room with a bowl of chicken noodle soup and a relieved smile. Alice's pav. No one had left Bella's room for the past 5 hours. Not even Carlisle. He had called in sick at the hospital. His daughter needed him. She had recounted the events of her party to us. And Rosalie had asked her about boys. Bella had, typically, blushed. Edward had growled. Bella said she wasn't interested in boys. Well, that was understandable. She was only 11. Soon. I wondered when she would get her first crush, or her first boyfriend. It would be interesting to see. Bella had had 2 helpings of Esme's chicken noodle soup. She had been famished, and Esme couldn't be happier. Oh, the simple things that brought joy to our mother. I, of course, was planning our next shopping trip. Maybe I should bring her out of London. It was the holidays, after all. And she wouldn't have to start school until September. It was barely June. I knew we had to unpack and get settled in Alaska, but it didn't require 3 months to do. Maybe New York, or Paris. I was getting excited, and even Bella was eyeing me warily. I couldn't be bothered by that. I would change her mind about shopping. She was merely a child. She'd grow to love it, I know it. Then my mind blanked, the way it always did before a vision struck me. Black robes flowed around their feet as they glided across the grass. Their cloaks hid their faces. They entered the house, 8 fearful pair of eyes on them. The one in front lifted his hood and it fell back, revealing the red eyes and wide grin. "Carlisle, good to see you again," he said. "Arrow," Carlisle said, his voice friendly but strained. "What brings you here?" The vision quickly shifted to a different part of the visit. "She doesn't belong. She's human. It's over, Carlisle." Cloaks cascaded around, fists clashed, screams were heard. Bella's frightened pleas. And then it all went dark. I gasped, snapping out of it. Everyone had their eyes trained on me, aware that I'd just gotten another vision. By the expression on my face, I'm sure they knew it hadn't been a good one. But my eyes were trained on Edward, clutching Bella to his chest as if his life depended on it, his eyes wild as they mirrored my own shock and fear. "The Volturi," I whispered. "Emmett's pav. Alice, Alice, calm down." Carlisle was shaking her gently by the shoulders although his panic was starting to show. Jasper was shooting wave after wave of serenity throughout the room. But I knew my brother, he was as scared as she was. "The Volturi. I've never met them in person, but I've heard stories. Rumors. And Carlisle had lived with them for a period of time. They were human blood drinkers. They lived in Volterra, Italy. They had a castle. They had an army. And they were royalty. Alice must have seen something horrible for her to be in such a bad state. She was barely moving. She just kept staring at Edward and Bella, and Edward kept staring at her, open-mouthed. Bella just looked frightened. That's when inspiration hit. "Stop it," I shouted at them both, my loud voice making Bella jump. "You're scaring Bella." Both of them snapped out of it quickly, and Carlisle and Jasper both shot me grateful looks. Alice was dry sobbing now, clutching onto Jasper. Oh, God, how could this happen?" she asked, not really looking for an answer. Jasper held on to her tightly and rubbed her back soothingly. I exchanged worried glances with Rose, Carlisle and Esme. "Come on, guys, what's going on?" Rose asked, looking from Alice to Edward worriedly. "The Volturi are coming," Edward whispered, still not blinking from the shock of Alice's vision. "And they're here for Bella." All eyes snapped to Bella. And she glanced around, confused, blushing. "For me?" she asked, puzzled. "Why, you're human, Bella," Alice said gently, her sobs slowly subsiding. "I think Jasper was to thank for that. Remember what we said about them protecting the secret that vampires exist? You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to be here." Her voice broke. Bella turned to Edward, her seraphic face troubled. "Edward, they're going to take me away. You can't let that happen." She was frantic, clutching at his shirt, rumpling them as she fisted the material. Edward shook his head, shushing her, kissing her forehead. It seemed to me like a private moment as they stared at each other, concerned over the coming issue. I turned my head away and looked at Alice worriedly. "What do we do?" I asked, almost afraid of the answer. Alice shook her head, her bottom lip trembling from the effort to keep from sobbing again. "There's nothing to do but go through with it," she said apologetically, as if this was her fault. Edward turned his razor-sharp eyes on her. "You have to be joking," he glared. "I am not putting Bella at risk. We leave, we run, we escape. We don't put her in danger." Alice shook her head, standing up to start pacing. "You don't understand, Edward. No matter where we go, they find us. The longer the chase, the angrier they get, the worse the consequences." "Worse than dying?" Edward asked harshly. Bella gasped, and started to shake, trembling in fear. "That's enough," Rosalie snapped, getting off the bed. She stalked over to where Bella was, and took her from Edward. "You will not discuss this in front of her," she hissed menacingly at Edward. Surprisingly, Edward didn't retaliate. He simply bowed his head, as if he was ashamed at his actions. Rosalie turned away from him and looked down at Bella. "Let's get you cleaned and changed, Bella," she said, smiling tightly. Bella looked back at Edward, worried, but he smiled at her, too. "Don't worry, Bella," he said, taking her hand and giving it a squeeze. "I'll protect you, remember." Bella gave a shaky laugh, and Edward dropped her hand. The room was silent as we watched Rose take Bella out and into the bathroom. I turned back to them as soon as they were out of sight. Carlyle began speaking in low, hushed tones. "What exactly did you see, Alice? Don't leave out any details," he commanded. I listened in horror as Alice recounted her vision. I listened to her tell us about the cloaks, the guards, the fight. I knew Rose could hear us in the bathroom, but I was glad that Bella couldn't. I was glad that Rose had taken her out of the room. I didn't want to see her reaction to this. I was barely functioning right now, too stricken in horror and grief of what's to come. "How much time do we have?" Edward barked as we hurried down the stairs. We were planning our escape, away from London, away from civilization. Alice had warned us that they would find us anyway, but Edward was being Edward. He didn't care. He was too stubborn, and this time, I was with him. I didn't want Bella to get hurt. If she died, it would be the downfall of this family. I knew that. I was already too attached to her, just like the others. She was my little sister. If she died, I wouldn't be able to spend eternity going through the same routines. I wouldn't be able to live in the same place as the others, to see their grieving faces. I wouldn't be able to face Esme. Or Rose for that matter. Edward would be too guilt-ridden. Everyone would fall apart. She held us together now, no matter how young, no matter how tiny she was. We were going to take our cars and drive as far as possible. At first we thought we'd go to Scotland, or maybe even back to Forks. Somewhere the Volturi wouldn't expect. Maybe even someplace sunny, like California. We'd have to stay in. But it was worth it if it saved Bella's life. But then we thought going to Denali seemed a more appropriate place. We have friends there who would no doubt help us protect Bella. They would help us reason and, if the need arose, fight the Volturi. It might not be much. The Volturi were the most powerful vampires around. But we couldn't allow Alice's vision to come true. "Not much," Alice yelled back. "We have a few hours at most, we have to go now." Just as we headed towards the garage, Alice stopped us. "Wait," she screeched. We turned to find her having another vision. Edward gasped as he saw what she saw in his mind. I rolled my eyes. It was getting frustrating how the two of them had these silent conversations together. "What?" I bellowed, anxious to know. Alice turned her fearful gaze on me. "They're here," she whispered. Icy shivers slipped down my spine as the front door burst open. All of us turned to welcome our guests. Bella was whimpering in fear, buried in Edward's chest as he held her close. I stepped in front of them, Jasper on my right, Rosalie on my left. I watched the Volturi appeared before us, black cloaks, just like Alice mentioned. "Carlyle, good to see you again," said the one in front, the hood of his cloak dropping back. I stared in disgust at his red eyes and his warm smile. He had come here to destroy us, to kill Bella, and yet, here he was greeting Carlyle like an old friend. I turned my head slightly to see Carlyle smile back a little. "Arrow," his one-word greeting was strained. "What brings you here?" Arrow's laugh sent shivers down my spine. I narrowed my eyes at him, then relaxed my facial muscles as I remembered what Carlisle told us about them. Arrow might be on good terms with him, but the others weren't too happy. Especially now. The guards won't let an opportunity to strike a fight with us go. I scanned the others as they let their cloaks fall back. There were 5 of them all together. Arrow, a small girl around the age of 14 I think. A boy that looked like he could be her twin and 2 other males. I thought back to what Carlisle had told us about them. The girl must be Jane. The one who could create the illusion of pain. I shuddered just thinking about the stories Carlisle had told us about. I didn't know much about the other 3 males. Arrow must have seen us looking at the others apprehensively. He clapped his hand together. And turned to his entourage. How rude of me, he cried jubilantly. I brought my coven over and didn't even introduce them. Was this guy for real? He came all the way here to kill us. And he thought it was rude not to make pleasantries first. Twisted. Real twisted. He clapped a hand on the shoulder of the girl. This is Jane, he said fondly, smiling down at her. That's Alec, her twin brother. Wow, did I nail that or what? And this is Dimitri and Felix. Arrow turned back to look at Carlisle. Surely you remember them, he said, crimson eyes piercing. Carlisle looked like he would flinch if it didn't cause Arrow immense pleasure to see us in discomfort and pain. This is all very nice, Arrow, he said, pained. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm still wondering what you are doing here. Arrow laughed again, and glided over to where he first stood. Bella, of course, he said amusedly, eyes dragging over to where Bella was shivering in Edward's arms. We've heard so much about you, he said as he drifted closer. I stood my ground, refusing to move. Arrow found this amusing. The human girl who managed to not only find herself in the midst of vampires, but somehow get them to protect her to such extreme measures. He clucked his tongue. Remarkable. My brows furrowed. Extreme measures? I asked, without thinking. Arrow nodded his head, suddenly excited. You see, just mere hours ago, I received 2 very interesting vampires, quite new to our world. They were angered at your coven, Carlisle. Something about their son. I stared at him in horror. Matt and Haley, they had informed the Volturi about this. Oh, God, I knew I should have gone after them. We had every right, Arrow, Carlisle said. They harmed one of us. Ah, but that's just it, isn't it? Arrow smiled. She isn't one of yours. She's one of them. It didn't take a genius to figure out he was talking about humans. Edward started to speak, his voice stiff. She would never reveal us, he assured Arrow. Arrow shrugged. I don't indulge myself in promises. More often than not they come up empty. I want to see results, he said, baring his teeth at Bella, whose eyes widened slightly. Who the hell does this guy think he is? I felt a low growl in the back of my throat. And then suddenly, I was on my knees, blinding pain shooting through me. Good God, I was on fire. I'd never felt like this since my transformation. I pressed my palms on the floor, unseeing as I gasped. If I could have vomited blood, I would have. Stop, I heard Rose shriek, and then her cool hands were on my skin. It was the tiniest distraction from the pain, but I was already near giving up. That's enough, Arrow, Carlisle's voice rang with authority. I heard Arrow's chuckle, and then the pain subsided. I gasped, looking up to a very amused Arrow and a smug Jane. I bet you didn't even realize you screamed, Jane sang out. Bella was sobbing into Edward's chest, her trembling more prominent. I knew she was scared out of her mind, and worried for me. Bella, I gasped. She didn't turn around, too scared of what she'll find. Bella, it's okay, I croaked out, letting Rosalie help me to my feet. I'm fine, I'm Emmett, remember? Bella sniffed, then turned to look at me slightly. Seeing me on my feet cheered her up a little, but she cringed back when Arrow moved forward. I want to see her, Carlisle. See what she's seen, he said, his eyes never leaving Bella. No, I'm afraid I can't allow that, Arrow. Carlisle said, as pleasantly as he could through gritted teeth. She is but a child. I won't harm her, Arrow smiled. You know how my gift works, Carlisle, I'm surprised at this. Right, because he came in here acting like a psycho with a deranged sadistic girl with him and he expected what? A red carpet. Carlisle looked at Edward, and they seemed to have a silent conversation. I knew they were deciding on what to do with Bella. I hoped to God, if he exists, that they would find a way to protect her. Edward's paw. Bella was scared, afraid for Emmett. She had never seen him like that, screaming in pain. Down on his knees, she kept sobbing into my chest, and I could do nothing but hold her. I wished I could do more. I wished I could kill Jane, or whisk Bella away from here. I didn't want her to see this. Or hear it. Emmett's screams would forever be embedded in her mind. I was supposed to be protecting her, not giving her nightmares. It's going to be okay, I whispered to her, rubbing her back soothingly. Shish, Bella, please, don't cry. For some reason, that only made her cry harder. Finally Jane stopped, and Emmett stood up shakily with Rosalie's help. He tried to convince her to look at him. And she finally did. Then Arrow stepped forward and she cringed back into me. Arrow wanted to see her, touch her and see her every thought. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let Bella be violated. Edward, I heard Carlisle's voice. I turned to look at him, my black eyes pinning him, daring him to say something I wouldn't like. But he was my father, in all sense but biological. He had more authority. If you don't let him, all hell breaks loose. We have to avoid Alice's vision at all costs. Be as cooperative as possible without compromising too much. Please, Edward, it's not pleasant, but we have to think of Bella. Think of Bella. That was all I did anymore. For the past 4 years, all I'd done was think of her, make her happy, see her smile. All I wanted was for her to be safe. My world revolved around her. But Carlisle was right. If we don't let Arrow see her thoughts, he would just get agitated. I'd met Arrow once before, when he'd offered me a position as a Volturi guard. He was very interested in my gift. I couldn't have been more repulsed. So I gave a tiny nod. As Arrow drifted closer, Bella's heartbeat sped up. She looked at me, terror plainly etched on her angelic face. Her brown eyes were tinged red from crying so hard. Her fragile arms tightened around me. Don't worry, Bella, I whispered, touching my lips to her forehead. I'm here, her here. T-Beat didn't slow as Arrow reached out with one finger, and touched her arm. His smug smile disappeared, only to be replaced by the most frustrated frown. I can't read her thoughts. Why can't I? This has never happened before. Why? How? I was about to rejoice when Arrow's thoughts went another direction. Maybe Jane could affect her. Jane, dear, he said, turning around. No, I growled, turnin' around and shielding Bella from Jane's sight. I felt the blinding pain a moment before I dropped to my knees, Bella still clutching to me. Edward, she whispered, frozen in shock beneath me. I refused to make a sound. Bella didn't need to hear this. She'd heard Emmett's screams of pain and it had traumatized her. I couldn't do the same to her. Edward, she whispered again. I felt water on my cheeks. And realized that I had my head bowed, pressed against her cheek. She was crying again. She didn't need to hear me scream to know I was in pain. I was already unable to respond, already looking so pained. I'm so sorry, Bella. I wanted to yell out. But I couldn't. Every nerve in my body was on fire. All I saw was white. Endless white. Jane, let's not get carried away, Arrow's voice called out. The pain disappeared, but I was panting. Slowly, I reached out and wrapped my arms around Bella tightly. She kissed me on the cheek, worried. Edward, she asked again. I lifted my head and gave her a small smile. You're all right, Bella, I whispered. I didn't know what to do. If I turned around, Bella in my arms, Jane would attack her. But I couldn't stay on the ground forever. Get up, Dimitri growled. I reluctantly did so. You're very brave, Edward, Arrow chuckled. To endure in silence. I asked Jane to do that to me once just out of curiosity. God, I hoped he was in the worst kind of pain when that happened. I saw Jane direct her gaze at Bella, but I couldn't move in time. I waited, flinching, for Bella to scream. It was the worst experience in my life, to know that my Bella would be in pain. That she would be tortured. But she didn't scream. She just stared back at Jane, confused and fearful. The room was silent, until Jane screamed out in frustration. Arrow chuckled, shaking his head. Don't be disheartened, Jane. I, too, was unable to penetrate her mind, he mused. She could be a threat to our kind. Or she could be an asset. An asset? Was he planning on taking Bella away from us? He couldn't possibly do that. But then again, he was Arrow, and this was the Volturi. They would do anything they deemed right to protect our secret. Edward, I'm curious, Arrow said, tapping his chin with a chalky finger. Can you read her mind? I shook my head, not daring to say anything out loud. If I were to speak, my words would drip with insolence and malice. Jane would no doubt inflict pain on me again, and it would be enough to send Bella hurtling over the edge. He came closer again. I gripped Bella to me closer. May I? He held out a finger. It's all right, Edward, Carlisle thought to me reassuringly. I took a deep breath and held out my palm. Arrow placed his finger on my palm, and I felt him sifting through my memories, looking at my very first memory of Bella, in that dreadful wreckage, to my last one of her whispering my name. Afraid Jane had hurt me too much. Finally, he took his finger away, laughter shaking his body. Interesting, he exclaimed. I'm not Marcus, but even I can tell the tenor of your relationship, he said, gliding over to stand next to Dimitri. All was silent for a moment. Arrow kept his eyes fixed on Bella and I. I couldn't see anything in his mind because Arrow had learnt a long time ago how to block his mind from telepaths like me. I hated the way he was looking at us, as if he was regarding an experiment instead of people. Of course, people might be a loose term in regards to me. Let's strike a deal, he smiled. Bella's pav. I keep telling myself to stay calm. I would never have done it without Edward holding me or Jasper sending calming waves at me every few minutes. Arrow scared me. He had blood-red eyes, even worse than Connor's, and his skin looked papery, like it would crumble. He laughed at everything and he seemed so happy about the fact that Jane could hurt Edward and Emmett without even touching them. I wanted nothing more than for the 5 of them to leave. I wanted to just be with my family, safe and happy and looking forward to tomorrow. I'd even suffer through years of Tanya. I didn't care. I just wanted to be away from Arrow, Jane and the other 2. Let's strike a deal, Arrow said, smiling widely. I shivered at that. Whenever he smiled, it was the opposite of a good thing. How could one person be so evil? Edward started shaking his head, Alice gasping. Maybe he'd read whatever Arrow planned in his mind, and Alice saw it in her vision. They had all the cool powers. Bella knows too much about our world, Arrow said. I saw Carlisle open his mouth to say something, but Arrow held up a hand to silence him. Surprisingly, Carlisle stopped. I gaped at him. Carlisle never took orders from someone else. He was always the one telling people what to do. He's the dad. I only see 2 options here. 1, Bella dies tonight. He shifted his gaze back at me. Die. Tonight. No, I didn't want to die. I didn't want to leave. I might go to heaven. I don't know where that was, but I might reach there if I died. I might see my parents again. But I didn't want to. Not right now. I wanted to stay with Edward and the Cullens. I wanted a long life with them. I wanted to be happy. I even wanted to see Kate again, even though that might mean I'd have to shop with her and Alice for hours. I couldn't help the small sob from escaping my mouth. Arrow smiled at that, pleased. I would have scowled at him, had I not been too terrified to do so. She has to be changed. I stopped sobbing. Changed? Did he mean I'd have to be a vampire? That I didn't quite mind, actually. I would get to spend forever with the Cullens. I'd get to have forever with Edward, my best friend. What could be better? No, Edward sighed flatly. His rejection shot through me like a bullet. Bella will stay human. Carlisle tried to be pleasant, still. Arrow, she's only a child. Arrow laughed, shaking his head. A deadline, then, if you will, he cried happily. By her 18th birthday, I want her changed. Edward must still be shaking his head. I wasn't even aware anymore. But Arrow must have because his expression hardened. Decide now. Either she dies at our hands tonight, or you change her by her 18th birthday, he said, his voice low and full of threat. I looked up at Edward to see him glaring back at Arrow. He put me down on my feet and ushered me behind him. Neither, Edward growled. She will live. As a human, you will not touch her. I don't remember what happened. One moment I was there, right behind Edward. He was safe, and so was I. More or less. Then the next moment, I was flying backwards, landing with a thud at the foot of the sofa. My back was in pain, and I whimpered. But no one could come to my aid right now. Edward was fighting off Dimitri. Emmett was on the ground again, Jane's work no doubt. Rosalie was trying to fight off Jane, to tackle her and distract her so that Emmett would stop hurting. Alice, Jasper and Esme were taking on Alec and Felix, and Arrow and Carlisle were fighting yet trying to sort it out with words. They were yelling at each other. I started screaming for them to stop. I couldn't stand this. They were hurting. My family was hurting because of me. I had to stop it. But I was just a human girl. I couldn't stop them. The sound of them lashing against one another sounded like thunder. I was still shaking so hard at the sight of it. Because of my bad back and my wound, shaking this hard only sent me jolts of pain. I blinked. Emmett and Rosalie were both on the floor, writhing in pain, screaming every now and then. Jane was standing over them, smug and evil. Alice and Jasper looked like they were in a big deal of pain, though they were both lying on the floor. unable to move. Alice was sobbing, in pain. Esme had her arms locked to her side, captured by Felix, and Edward was in the same position but Dimitri was the one holding him. Carlisle and Arrow were the only ones still combating. Make a decision, Carlisle, this isn't just a game. Arrow said. Carlisle laughed bitterly. You could have fooled me, Arrow. Rosalie screamed again, and I shut my eyes. I couldn't stand this. Bella, Bella, it's okay, Edward yelled at me, but I heard his cry of pain a moment later. I opened my eyes to find him on the floor, in pain as well. How was this possible? How were they so strong against the Cullens? Make a decision. I had to. I couldn't let this go on any longer. It was now or never. Bella's pav. Emmett and Rosalie were both on the floor, writhing in pain. Screaming every now and then. Jane was standing over them, smug and evil. Alice and Jasper looked like they were in a big deal of pain, though they were both lying on the floor, unable to move. Alice was sobbing, in pain. Esme had her arms locked to her side, captured by Felix, and Edward was in the same position but Dimitri was the one holding him. Carlisle and Arrow were the only ones still combating. Make a decision, Carlisle, this isn't just a game. Arrow said. Carlisle laughed bitterly. You could have fooled me, Arrow. Rosalie screamed again, and I shut my eyes. I couldn't stand this. Bella, Bella, it's okay, Edward yelled at me, but I heard his cry of pain a moment later. I opened my eyes to find him on the floor, in pain as well. How was this possible? How were they so strong against the Cullens? Make a decision. I had to. I couldn't let this go on any longer. It was now or never. I'll do it, I blurted out, without even thinking of what I should say. Edward froze, his face a mask of horror. Arrow turned to look at me, surprised. No one moved a muscle. Then Arrow smiled, pleased. He glided over to me, and I struggled to sit up, to stand and move, but I couldn't. I was in too much pain. My back was really hurt. Arrow crouched down in front of me and I flinched back from his crimson gaze, his amused smile, his papery white skin. You agree to be changed? He asked me softly, though there was nothing tender or caring about his tone. I nodded my head mutely, tears running down my cheeks. I was more afraid for my family than I was of making my decision. Ever since Connor had told me about people being changed into vampires, and spending eternity on Earth, I had wanted it. I didn't ever want to leave Edward, and my family. They meant too much to me. When Connor bit me, I wasn't prepared. And I had to admit, I wanted to be older. I didn't want to be stuck at 11 forever, bound to be the baby in the family. So telling Arrow that I would be changed by the time I was 18 wasn't a big deal for me. I just wanted him to agree and leave my family alone. I couldn't stand them being in such pain. You agree to being one of my kind by your 18th birthday? Arrow asked again, his eyebrows raised as if he didn't believe it. I nodded again. I agree, I whispered. As long as you leave my family alone. Arrow threw back his head and laughed, the sound reminding me of nails scraping on a chalkboard. Nothing at all like when Edward or Alice or any of the Cullens when they laughed. Astounding, he exclaimed happily, when he was done laughing. I had no idea what he meant, but I didn't care. As long as he agreed to it. He held out a hand, and I looked at him hesitantly before taking it. Well then, a deal has been made. Arrow smiled at me once more before standing up to face the others. He walked away from me to resume his place next to Jane. You'll understand that I expect you to follow through on this, Carlisle, he said, still grinning. I'll be checking on her myself, personally. Come, Jane, let's go. He didn't mention the others, but they followed after Arrow and Jane, as well. I guessed Jane was his favorite person. Even after they were gone, most of my family laid on the ground. I started to shake from the sobs wrecking my body, but it hurt my back. I tried to stop but I couldn't. I stopped trying to make the sobs subside and tried to move closer to Edward. I gasped in pain, and my eyes automatically drifted shut because of it. Bella, I heard Edward's frantic voice. I struggled to open my eyes once more and looked up to see Carlisle leaving Esme's side as she stood up. And hurrying over to me. He lifted me off the ground and set me gently on the couch. Edward and the others, too, were standing up. They looked good as new, despite their messy clothes and hair, and the pained, puzzled looks on their faces. Are you all right? I asked weakly as Edward knelt down beside the couch and took my hand while Carlisle examined my back. We're fine, Bella, Edward spoke up. Though I thought I heard anger in his voice. We're vampires, remember? It's hard to hurt us for very long. I wanted to say something else, to reply, but my eye felt like I was slowly drifting off into darkness. Somewhere behind me, I heard Carlyle said that I had glass stuck to my back. That's why it hurt so much. I felt something being pulled out of my skin, felt something warm trickling down my numb skin. Blood. My eyes flickered to where Jasper was standing, rigid in Alice's embrace. From his expression I knew he had stopped breathing. Was this hurting Jasper? I hated that. I didn't want to be the cause of his pain. I didn't want to cause any one of them pain. So, in my weak voice, I called out worriedly. Jazz. My eyelids drifted shut as my control slipped. I welcomed the darkness with open arms. Edward's paw. I played with Bella's small fingers as I waited for her to open her eyes and look at me with her brown eyes again. It had been 9 hours since Bella had fainted. Carlyle had treated her wound, stitched it up and given her morphine for the pain. She was supposed to wake up any minute. My mind kept replaying the events that had transpired in the last few hours over and over again. Arrow and his guards had left, leaving us with an injured Bella. It was ironic how even though she hadn't actually been a part of the attack, she had gotten hurt. She had been worried for Jasper, for his control. She'd seen how much it had shattered him to even think of hurting her the last time he came close to her blood. She had called out for him, concerned, before blacking out. But it was the promise she had made to Arrow that had been tormenting me. She had agreed to being changed. Oh, Bella, what had she gotten herself into? Arrow would be adamant about her change now. More than he had been just hours ago. He would insist on it. Carlyle would have to do it. He'd have no choice. I'd seen the desperation in her eyes, heard it in her voice, as she called out to Arrow to stop hurting us. Bella, sweet Bella, did she forget that we were vampires? We wouldn't be seriously hurt. We would have recovered. Of course, the Volturi would have killed us all, along with Bella, if she hadn't agreed. But I still believe that, given the time, we would have thought of a different alternative. We would have been able to stall them and compromise. What Arrow asked us to do, what Bella had agreed to, was a sin. She was the purest, most innocent being I've ever seen in my life. I don't doubt for a second that no one in the world rivaled her innocence. And he had happily waltzed into our lives and asked us gaily to remove it from her. To snatch it away and replace that purity in her heart with an eternity of darkness. An eternity of blood-red nights. I couldn't do it. Bella deserved better. She didn't deserve to spend forever trapped by the shackles of this existence. And he had tricked her, too, I realized. Arrow had seen the attachment Bella had with our family. He'd say, and the lengths we'd go to protect her in my head. He'd seen it all from my memories of her the moment he touched me and read every single one of thoughts. He might not have been Marcus, but he wasn't stupid. He'd seen her affections for us and tricked her. He'd tortured us in front of her, reduced her to a whimpering, fearful child, and had given her an ultimatum. Bella did what anyone would do for a loved one. She sacrificed herself. I felt my jaw clench, and forced myself to calm down. I dropped Bella's hand from mine, afraid that I might accidentally break it in my anger. Bella had suffered through enough physical pain in the past 24 hours to last her a lifetime. I paced the room, and tuned into my family's thoughts. I still feel them, still see them. Carlyle wasn't kidding when he talked about Jane. God, how did she even have that power over me? It's just too much, man. I wish Bella would wake up. Rose is going crazy. I'm going crazy. I think I'm getting a vampire migraine. Ah, Emmett. No matter how much he tried to hide the fact that he had been scared of Jane, of her gift, and of her control over him, it would never work in a family with an empath, a mind reader and a psychic. There were no secrets in the family. Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Alice's thoughts were like a broken record. She was much too focused on her worries for Bella to concentrate on anything else. I didn't try to get to her. Thank God. Not breathing helped. Why did she call out my name? She felt worried. For me. Really, Bella. She was so sweet. I loved her. When is she going to wake up? I'd better ask Alice. I smiled to myself. Despite my threat to kill Jasper if he tried to harm her again, I knew it killed him inside that it happened that first time. He loved Bella as if she was truly his own sister. The monster, house instinct that took over him had caused him self-torment all this while. I was incredibly surprised and proud that he was able to resist the temptation. Why the hell is it taking so long? Maybe Carlyle gave her too much morphine. Maybe she's way too tired. Maybe it's something worse. This is killing me. Rosalie, the overprotective mother. I knew it hurt her to see Bella so incredibly hurt herself. She was barely able to control herself as she paced around the living room, desperately trying to keep herself from dashing up the stairs and shaking Bella awake. I should talk to Alice about taking Bella on a vacation. Somewhere away from all this nonsense. God only knows she deserves it. Oh, my poor baby. I can't believe Arrow would do that to her. I'll wring his neck with my 2 bare hands if I got the chance. Esme had always been more of a pacifist most of the time. She was never much of a fighter unless she absolutely had to. During her hunts, she was absolutely lethal of course. But other than that, she preferred the calmer solution to things. But her maternal feelings towards Bella was overwhelming. I didn't need to peek into Jasper's mind to know that. So it hardly surprised me that she was having violent thoughts on Arrow. This change, it'll have to happen before her 18th birthday. She would have no time to waste. I know Edward would probably try and find a way out. A loophole of some sort. Ah, so stubborn. He has to realize there was no way out. It was either this life, or death for Bella now. Arrow would insist on it. We would have no power to stop him or the Volturi, then again. A lot can happen in the next 7 years. He might even are you listening, Edward? Carlyle's thoughts took a different turn. He begun to play around with a memory of him and Esme dancing to The Way You Look Tonight, not too long ago. I scowled at the door. There was something he wasn't telling me, something they all weren't telling me. They kept singing different songs, distracting each other, thinking of wild fantasies every time they came close to revealing whatever it was they were thinking. I kept wanting to scream at them to tell me already, but that wouldn't work. Besides, my main priority was Bella. I felt Bella murmur something unintelligible and turned around at my inhuman speed. Bella was shifting on the bed, eyes still closed. Her breathing quickened, though, so I knew she was waking up. True enough, her eyes fluttered open, and her warm, brown eyes met my golden orbs. A smile touched her lips and she struggled to sit up. I heard her breathing become labored. I dashed to her side and gently held her down. No, Bella, I shook my head firmly. Stay, you hurt your back, don't strain it. Bella pouted, but nodded her head. She stayed still and didn't move. Her eyes traced my features. And her smile disappeared. She must have seen the anguish on my face. And here I thought I'd hidden it well. Why was it that Bella could read me so well? I was like an open book to her. And she was only 11 years old, for God's sake. What's wrong, Edward? She asked, her lip trembling. I saw the fear in her eyes and realized that she thought the danger wasn't over. I took her hand in mine and brushed my lips across her knuckles. Shish, Bella, everything's fine, I said, my voice cracking. Everyone is safe. You are safe. For now. She relaxed, but only a little. Then why are you so? You look like you're in pain, she said finally. That was because I was in pain. I couldn't bear the thought that 7 years from now, this pure angel would be condemned to spend eternity as a monster. How could such a thing even happen? I felt like sobbing so hard every time I even thought of it. This was torture. Edward, Bella asked, her eyebrows drawn together, her teeth biting down on her lower lip in a nervous habit of hers. I sighed, realizing that there was no possible way for me to lie to her. She would know something was wrong. I needed to talk to her about this, after all. It was why Alice had everyone wait a few minutes before coming up the stairs. Bella, I begun. My voice cracked as I said her name. How could you do that? I asked, my breath coming in show. RT gasps even though I didn't need oxygen in my lung. My heart was just constricted too tightly for me. I would imagine a human would feel the same way if he were drowning. Bella looked confused at my question. And I could see her wrecking her brain for what she had done wrong. I almost sighed out loud in frustration. Honestly, did she forget it all too soon? A sudden fear gripped me. What if she didn't remember making the deal? What if it was a part of her adrenaline rush that overtook her because she had been forced to watch her family suffer right before her very eyes? What if I told her now and she regretted it? I felt like a monster for even bringing it up, but I had to. She had to know. She had to find out. And if she remembered, then I needed to know why. Why did you agree to Arrow? Why did you sacrifice yourself like that? Bella's forehead smoothed out as she realized the meaning of my question, the reason behind my grief. Ah, so she did remember. Edward, she rolled her eyes. At times like these, when she would do such immaturely humane things like rolling her eyes at me, I'd remember that she was still just a child. Her maturity tended to make me forget. I didn't sacrifice myself. I made a deal to keep you and the others safe, while getting forever with you. How is that a bad thing? She asked. Her tone and expression told me she was truly baffled by my sorrow. I shook my head. We're monsters, Bella, I whispered. How could you even want to? I couldn't finish my sentence. My breath caught in my throat, my eyes closed as I tried to control my emotions. A little control, Edward. I'm all the way in the living room and you're killing me with everything you're feeling, I heard Jasper thought out to me. I felt the unnatural sense of calm washing over me, courtesy of his gift, and silently thanked him. I knew he would sense the gratitude I felt, and would get the message. Don't, Bella snapped. My eyes flew open. I met her angry gaze and for a moment, I was taken aback. She had never been this angry at me before. Had I let her down somehow? Don't say that, Edward. I can't take it, hearing you say you're bad. I know you're not. You saved me, all the time. I love being part of the family. Is it so wrong to want to be around with you forever? She questioned. Yes, it was very wrong. Natural, I suppose, since I, too, have thought of what might happen were Bella to become a vampire and spend eternity with us Cullens. But that shouldn't happen. She was human. She deserved happiness. Not this. Bella. She cut me off again. No, please, Edward. It wasn't sacrifice. I didn't want to see you and the others in pain. It hurt me, too. Watching that, her brown eyes filled up with tears, and slowly, they cascaded down her cheeks. I reached out to wipe them, alarmed, but more just kept coming. I just want to be happy for now, okay? Can we not fight or talk about it? She pleaded, at a loss for words to plead her sanity. I took in a deep breath, inhaling her freesia scent as I did so. I nodded my head, and smiled at her timidly. Bella's returning smile was wide and happy. Okay, I whispered, leaning forward to kiss her forehead to show that I acknowledged her wish. Before either of us could say anything else, the door burst open. Bella gasped in shock. 6 vampires bustled into the room, anxious grins on their faces. I looked around the empty house. Bella was already in my car with Alice and Jasper, waiting for me out front. Carlisle and Esme had already left, as had Emmett and Rosalie. Alice and Jasper had wanted to ride with Bella and I. Our time in London was up for now. I wondered when we would come and live here again. Bella wasn't the only one who enjoyed the English air. Our things had been sent to our new home in Alaska. They would arrive the same day we would. We were now headed to the airport for our flight. Bella had gotten a visit from Rebecca the day before. Needless to say, her human friend had been shocked seeing Bella wrapped up in bedridden Carlisle's orders. After receiving threatening glares from Esme and Rosalie, and myself, admittedly, I just didn't want Bella to strain too much. Bella hadn't been pleased knowing our next destination. She didn't mind moving. She said Emmett told her it was like an adventure. A new place every few years. New people, new place, new atmosphere. She would get to experience life everywhere. She just hated that we were moving so close to the Denali clan. I knew she was fond of Kate, Carmen and Eleazar. Tanya, however, was a different matter. Emmett's ridiculous attempt at a joke about how Tanya wanted to be my best friend had struck her hard. Bella had been irrationally afraid that Tanya would take her place in my life. As if such a thing was possible. She was 11 years old only. I was convinced she would grow out of this phase. After all, she would see that her hold on me was unbreakable. Over time, she was still a child, no matter how petulantly she tries to convince me otherwise. When she grows older and matures, she would see. Her dislike for Tanya and Irina hadn't been a secret to everyone in our family. Irina made her feel uncomfortable, and Tanya made her feel incredibly annoyed and uncomfortable, a horrible mixture. I knew the feeling. I sighed as I stepped out of the house and locked the door behind me. I climbed into the driver's seat, Jasper in the passenger side. Alice and Bella were playing an inane human game that was apparently popular during road trips. It was called I See. I found it silly, but Bella seemed to enjoy it. I see something, purple, Alice would say. Flowers. Bella would bellow as she caught sight of the flowers in Esme's garden. I chuckled as I pulled out of the driveway. I knew Bella would be unhappy being so close to Tanya, and starting over in a different environment. But I wanted her to have everything she could, experience every possible human experience there was, before her time as a human was up. I wanted her to be happy beyond belief. And in the meantime, I would try and find a loophole to her agreement with Arrow. Bella's pav. I sighed in relief as the school bell rang, signaling the end of my last class for the day and the semester. The students around us cheered as they made a mad dash for the door. My friend, Danielle, mirrored the look on my face as she grinned widely at me. We grabbed our bags and headed out of Mr. Wendell's math class. I hated math. I never really understood it. I had had plenty of help from Edward when it came to my homework. Honestly, the guy was a genius. But what did I expect? He was a vampire. A stunning, century-old vampire. We'd celebrated his 104th birthday just a few weeks ago. Well, we didn't actually celebrate it. It was more of acknowledging it. For some reason, the Cullens didn't celebrate birthdays unless it was mine. I wished they wouldn't. Anyway, like I was saying, Edward was a genius. He already had 2 medical degrees. Right now he was in high school, though. He was pretending to be a sophomore. Next year he would be a junior. And I was still in middle school. Have I mentioned how much I hated being the baby in the family? Everyone, Edward especially, treated me like I was some sort of fragile china vase that could break with the slightest touch. Of course, when I complained, he just said, "It's true," and laughed in my face. The nerve of him. I sighed loudly. I still loved him, though. He was the best, most wonderful guy a girl could ask for as a best friend. I couldn't express just how lucky, how amazing, I felt to have him in my life. The rest of the Cullens, too. They were amazing to me. I had 2 mothers, a father, a best girlfriend and 2 wacky brothers. And then of course there's Edward. Danielle caught my sigh, and looked over at me, leaning against the wall as we waited outside the school for Edward to pick me up. He should be around soon. He was never late. He sent Danielle back home sometimes, too, whenever I didn't want her to walk home. She lived not that far from school, but I still felt better if she drove home with us. "Are you sure you can't come over?" she asked, for the millionth time. I shot her a look, and raised my eyebrow. Danielle was having a slumber party. We were 13, and I wasn't sure if we were too old to still be doing this. But Danielle said we weren't. Her cousin, Anna, was visiting from France. She had invited me, along with 1 or 2 of our friends, to a sleepover. I had declined. There was too much to do at home. The Cullens and I would be leaving for our summer vacation soon. We would be making 2 stops in New York, while the weather was bad enough for the vampires in the family to wander about on the streets during the day, according to Alice the weather girl in Paris. Our flight was in 3 days. I haven't even packed yet. I knew Alice was just jumping at the chance to pack for me, but I couldn't allow that. The last time she'd packed for me, I had ended up with 3 huge suitcases for a 1-week stay holiday, with nothing remotely close to what I would be comfortable in. I had refused to speak to Alice, but she was Alice, after all. A little of her, pixie dust, as Emmett and I affectionately called her charm, and my anger was forgotten. And then she had taken me shopping. I shuddered at the memory. Yes, I'm sure, I smiled at my friend, using my nickname for her. "I'm really sorry. I need to pack and everything." Danielle looked glum at the mention of my packing. "You're lucky you get to go to NYC in Paris," she said. "I get to spend time in Texas with my relatives. Do you know how annoying they can get?" I laughed, throwing my head back. Danielle hated spending time with her extended family. She said there were too many nosy adults and bratty kids. I didn't know what she was complaining about. It sounded normal to me. Not that I didn't like being a part of the Cullen lifestyle. I enjoyed it, actually. I'd been several different people now. I'd been Bella Swan in Forks until I turned 7. I'd been Bella Hale since then, in London, now in Alaska, and God knows where else in the future. I wouldn't have to assume a different last name until I was changed and had to keep up appearances, pretending to be someone different each time we moved. I'd asked Jasper what last name I would be able to take. He'd said that we all played around with our last names, human or otherwise. Throughout the years, Platt, Esme's last name as a human before she married, Hale, McCarty, Brandon, Whitlock and, of course, Cullen. It depended. They just mixed it around a lot. The only thing that would be a constant was my first name. Isabella. This time, it was Carlisle and Esme McCarty. Edward and Emmett McCarty, their adoptive children. Alice and Rosalie Platt, sisters who were taken in by Esme. And Jasper Hale, my brother. It was an interesting life, to say the least. Sometimes I couldn't help but think of them as fugitives. In a way it was true. Hay had done some pretty illegal things to cover their traces. Forging documents, signatures, that sort of thing. Of course, being me, I was just romanticized by the idea. Bella, Danielle's voice broke through my reverie. I glanced at her, startled, and gave her a sheepish smile. She shot me an annoyed look to tell me she knew I hadn't been listening to her. I was just saying, she said bitingly. Huff. I saw the hint of a smile on her lips. Maybe you could reconsider. I know your sister Alice would be happy to pack for you. I shuddered again. Thanks, Elle. I'll give you a call if I can go. I won't promise anything, though, I said finally. Danielle smiled at me, satisfied for now, just as Edward pulled up in front of the school. We made our way to his car, and I tried my best not to slip on the ice as I walked. I was, also, the clumsiest person on earth. A fact which reduced Emma to near invisible vampire tears every time. Danielle and I slipped into the backseat of the Volvo Edwards. Obsession with Volvos was something I couldn't explain. He'd gotten a newer model last year, but it was still silver, still as fast as possible. He only slowed down whenever Danielle was in the car because he didn't want her to complain to her mother. I rolled my eyes. Giving me a heart attack with his maniacal driving didn't seem to bother him all that much. How was school? I heard his musical voice ask. I raised my eyes from my lap and saw his golden eyes looking right at me from the rearview mirror. For some reason, my heart gave an unsteady thump before returning to its normal pace. I knew Edward heard it, just like he had every single time it had happened before in the past few weeks. I dismissed it, as did he. The same as always, a rectangle building filled with misery and embarrassment, I quipped, smirking. Edward chuckled, and stepped on the gas. I knew he was going at 80. Going over to Danielle's later, Bella? He asked. I scowled. I knew he'd read it in her mind, saw her invitation. It was like it didn't matter that he couldn't read my mind, something I was eternally grateful for, by the way. He would just peek into my friends' heads and get the answer anyway. Either that, or he'll just dazzle me into telling him. He said he could read me easily, through my eyes. God, I hoped that wasn't true. If it were, he would know about how my heart started sputtering every time he came close. I knew he could hear it, but we never talked about it. I hoped he wouldn't assume. He would also know that I found him stunning, that I thought he could be dazzling when he wanted to be and sometimes when he never even tried. He would know how I looked up to him, and found him just perfect. It was almost ridiculous that a creature like him even existed. Not vampire, but Adonis. I didn't know why all of a sudden. Edward seemed different to me. He was still my best friend. I could still go to him for anything. I just saw him, clearer, I suppose, would be a good term. I didn't understand it, and neither Alice nor Jasper would tell me. They said I needed to find out on my own. That was just plain condescending, in my book at least. Maybe it was just hormones. I haven't gotten around to having that thing yet. But maybe I was close. Or maybe it was just some weird teenage phase I'll get over. I sighed inwardly. This was incredibly confusing. No, I replied, though I knew he'd already seen the answer in Danielle's head. He didn't comment on my answer. He pulled over in Danielle's driveway and she hopped out. Call me later, Bells. She waved, slamming the door. I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes as Edward started driving again, this time to the outskirts of the Alaskan town we lived in. Our house here looked like it could be part of a fairy tale. It was white, blending in with the snow, and contrasting to the forest surrounding it. Danielle had been over a few times, and she'd asked why our house was surrounded by trees. I just told her it was relaxing, and our family loved nature. Which was true. I didn't particularly enjoy hiking or anything myself, but the others do. I, however, do find being in the midst of trees, hearing the stream nearby, and waking up the sight of the mountains outside very refreshing. It was calming, to say the least. I was looking forward to our vacation. The Cullens had a funny way of spending time away from home. Emmett and Jasper would always get into hilarious situations, so you never knew what to expect. Edward would bring me to the coolest music stores and museums. Alice and Rose were Alice and Rose, that meant plenty of shopping. Alice was convinced I'd grow to love it, but my hatred of them all no matter where we were just kept growing. I almost pitied her for her efforts. But then again, she was enthusiastic enough for the both of us. Carlisle and Esme were the parents, so they always bailed Emmett and Jasper out. Sometimes literally. I have never been to New York or Paris before. My first ever vacation was with the Denali clan. I had missed Kate, Carmen and Eleazar, so Carlisle and Esme thought it would be good to spend some time in Alaska. The cold was biting and cruel, especially to an 8-year-old, but it was still an enjoyable trip. Well, for the most part. I felt my face pull into a scowl as I remembered Tanya and her relentless efforts to get to Edward. Why that girl just wouldn't give up was beyond me. And now we lived just a few miles from her. So maybe there was another reason why I would love to be away from Alaska for the summer. Just for a few weeks. It had been torture these past few years. Tanya had somehow decided that since I was Edward's best friend, she should get in my good graces to get his attention. First of all, I doubt that'll work. Second of all, there was no way she would get in my good graces. I couldn't stand her. I was forced to smile, and say hello and not scream my head off at her every time she decided to visit every other week, mind you, but I wasn't going to be her best friend. What's with the face, Bella? Edward's voice floated to the backseat. My eyes snapped open and I looked up to see those same golden eyes looking at me again through the rearview mirror. Won't you tell me what you're thinking? His question was more of a plea. I suppressed the urge to grin smugly. It drove Edward crazy not to be able to read my thoughts. I think it was because he was so used to knowing exactly everything a person thought of. Then suddenly, he had to channel his more normal, human side when it came to me. It unnerved him that my mind blocked him. Nothing, Edward, I said, smiling widely. Bella, he groaned, rolling his eyes. I burst out laughing. Really, I said, once I'd calmed down. I was just tired, and excited about our trip. At least that part was honest enough. I didn't want him to know I was mulling things over on Tanya's constant presence. While he might not enjoy her presence, he was always polite to her. He smiled, asked her how she was, even made small talk with her. A gentleman in every sense of the word. I knew he was aware of my distaste for Tanya, ever since the first time I'd ever heard of her. But he'd chalked it up to her annoying attitude and persistence. In some ways, it affected me more than it affected him, because some days she just never left me alone. She followed me everywhere, acting as if we were the best of friends. Trying to persuade me to go shopping with her and whatnot. I had to lie every so often, something I wasn't good at. She never called on me for fibbing, either she didn't catch my lie, or she just didn't care. Maybe it was a mix of the two. We pulled into the garage. Rosalie had persuaded Esme to transform one of the outhouses into a huge garage. They even added an extension to the room. It didn't take that much to convince Esme. The Cullens were all crazy about cars. I grabbed my bag and got out of the car, Edward beside me. I smiled. He could have gotten out faster, and could have went inside before I even moved an inch. But it was typically Edward to wait for me. Are you too tired to resume our piano lesson? Edward asked as we entered the house. I shook my head. No, of course not. Just let me change and grab a bite to eat. Ever since I was 7, I had been taking piano lessons with Edward. I really enjoyed watching him play, and it had gotten me hooked on not just the piano but on classical music. Alice said I needed to ditch Edward before I became a century-old vampire instead of an almost 14-year-old teenager. I knew I could never play as good as Edward, but I was willing to try and get as close as possible. I felt calm, peaceful, whenever I played. I didn't know if it was simply because I was spending time with the one person I trusted the most, just sitting in silence, doing something we both loved. Or because I truly loved playing the piano. Maybe it was Jazz's doing. I loved piano lessons with Edward. And I loved knowing that, as amateur as I might be on the piano, I was steadily improving throughout the years. I practically dashed up the stairs in my human speed, and stumbled 3 times on my way. I almost fell, but didn't until I reached the top of the stairs. I stubbed my toe and almost fell back. Bracing myself for the impact, I immediately squeezed my eyes shut and grimaced. Instead of falling down the stairs, I felt a pair of cold, strong arms wrap themselves around my waist and pull me upright. I cracked my eyes open to look into Edward's very amused, very dazzling topaz eyes. I should have known you would fall, he chuckled. Only you, Bella. I scowled as I felt the telltale signs of my humiliation, a crimson blush that spread from my neck all the way to the tip of my hairline. This only amused him more. Once I was steady on my feet, I begun to realize just how close we were standing. He has his arms wrapped around me, and had pulled me close to his chest. It was almost an embrace. An embrace. I shook myself out of my stupor. Where had that come from? Was I going crazy? Edward suddenly had a strange look on his face. It was almost like a painful grimace. He looked ashamed, or guilty, or something, and just slightly freaked out by something. Edward. I waved a hand in front of his face. His eyes snapped towards me and widened slightly, as if he'd forgotten I was still ensnared in his arms. I felt like rolling my eyes. Great. I was having supremely weird thoughts about him, and he wasn't even paying attention. Are you all right? I asked, my eyebrows drawn together in concern. It wasn't like Edward to space out. Whatever it was must have been pretty intense. He flashed me a smile and I realized it instantly. It was that crooked smile of his he used whenever he wanted me to do something I would have never even considered doing in a million years. I'm fine, he said convincingly. Of course, anything that came out of his mind was convincing. I was just thinking. I'm sorry, he said, releasing me from his hold. I stumbled a little away from him. I'll just go get ready, I mumbled, my blush still covering my cheeks. It was times like these I hated being so pale. It was too obvious every time I was embarrassed or uncomfortable. Emmett and Jasper teased me about it all the time. Jasper usually teased me less because he could feel the humiliation I felt. Emmett, on the other hand, took teasing to a whole new level. I changed out of the ridiculous garment Alice had forced me to wear for school. She always came up with outfits I was uncomfortable with. They attracted attention, and I didn't like that. I liked to have the least attention. That was impossible, when you're a Cullen. I learned that a long time ago. But at least I wasn't in high school yet. I imagined that being in the same school as my family would only be worse. 5 otherworldly beautiful creatures who happen to travel in a pack and ignore everyone else and are good at everything. Yes, they obviously blend in, I thought sarcastically. I kept my jeans on and threw on a comfortable t-shirt. There were certain things in my wardrobe I had begged Alice not to throw out. She mainly kept it to keep me from complaining to Rose. Rosalie had a soft spot for me. I could get her to let me do anything if I wanted to, within reason, of course. Rose knew I hated Alice's Tortoise Bella Barbie moments, so she tried getting me out every once in a while. Edward did, too, but sometimes, it was just not smart to go up against Alice. I went down the stairs as slowly as possible, really didn't need to fall down the stairs. I already did that twice last week. I almost gave myself a concussion the second time. Something Carlisle had found extremely hilarious when he examined me. He wondered if it was embedded in my DNA since he'd never found someone as clumsy as I was in all his years of medicine practice. I don't think I want to know, but Emmett had suggested that Carlisle start doing experiments on me to find out. The following few hours were spent thinking of how they would test it out exactly. I shook my head at the memory. Sometimes, Carlisle was as immature as the other boys. I went into the kitchen to find Esme slaving over the stove. I smiled at her, wrapping my arms around her waist. What are you doing, Esme? I asked, peering around her at the pot of simmering sauce. I'm making pasta, Esme replied happily, throwing in the herbs she'd been chopping up. I scrunched my nose. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy having Esme cook for me. I loved it. She was an extremely amazing cook, and it took me off guard since she hadn't eaten or cooked for anyone in a long time before I came into her life. And every time she cooked for me, I felt like she was my mother. I knew it made her feel more like a mother, too. But I liked my independence. Tea was why I started learning how to cook when I turned 12. It was actually easy to cook, it was very much like chemistry. You didn't have to do that, I said, smiling at her. Esme laughed, and cupped my cheek with one hand. Yes, but I wanted to indulge my daughter. Is that so wrong? She asked, giving me a puppy dog look that only served to make me feel guilt-ridden. I sighed. Maybe I shouldn't Avenue used it so much against her when I was younger. Now she was getting payback, and we have eternity for it. Of course not, I gave in. But at least let me help you. Esme smiled wider and nodded her head eagerly. I stood next to her and helped. Sometimes we did this, just stand silently in the kitchen and cook together, or bake together. I wasn't all that good at baking. The only thing I managed to master were brownies. I knew for a fact that they were good because I'd made them for Danielle's 13th birthday party. Everyone had made a mad dash for it, and it was gone within minutes. I'd made 4 batches, so it was quite a lot for such a small gathering. When we were done, I scooped out a bit of the pasta into a plate and begun to eat. Esme watched me eat for a moment and, at my pleased look, she clapped her hands together. A smile on her face, and begun to clean up the mess in the kitchen. I shook my head as I ate and watched her at the same time. I knew she was a vampire, not a witch. But she reminded me of Samantha Stevens. Maybe I just watched too much of that old show. Bella, I heard Edward's musical voice calling from the living room. I smiled. He was impatient when it came to piano lessons. He was always anxious for it to begin, but he would go on for hours if I hadn't stopped and told him I had homework to do, or had cramps in my fingers from playing for so long. I'll be right out, I said, in a voice quieter than his was. I spoke as if he was sitting right next to me, but I knew he heard me plainly. I heard him playing outside. A soft melodious song that he had started a few days ago. He still hadn't completed it, which surprised me to no end. It would usually take him hours, if not minutes, to compose a new song. But this one kept stumping him. I wondered why. I finished my last bite and went to clean my plate. Once I'd done that, I grabbed a glass of water and downed its content quickly. I felt full, almost sickly, so and went out into the living room. I stepped onto the raised platform where the piano was, and sat on the bench next to Edward. He continued playing the song he couldn't finish, the notes becoming familiar to me. After a minute or so, his fingers stilled on the keys. And he turned to look at me. He smiled, and I couldn't help the goofy grin on my face. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. I nodded my head, gulping. Why on earth was I reacting this way? This was Edward, my best friend. Why was everything suddenly so different now? I was excited by it somewhat, but I hated it, too. I liked it when I didn't feel so confused all the time when I was around him. And now I was just acting crazy. PMS. It must be some early sign of it. I'd have to talk to Alice or Rose or Esme about this. We begun with one of his earlier compos. Ishn's another thing why I loved Edward's piano lessons. He always taught me his own compositions. I learned to play other songs, too, but I loved it that I could somewhat play Edward's songs. I couldn't play them as beautifully as he did, of course, but it didn't matter. The fact that I actually could just made me feel like I was in on some sort of secret of his. Ironic, since I already know his biggest secret. Guess what? Alice shrieked as she came prancing into the room. I didn't have to look up to know that she must be looking like some graceful ballerina as she walked in. Alice had that grace, even more so than the rest of the Cullens. I wondered if she had been a dancer in her human life. Alice couldn't remember anything of her human past. She said it was all dark, and she couldn't make out anything that made sense. I refused to break concentration. This was one of Edward's more harder songs, and I was just about getting all of it right. Just a little bit more and I'd have the whole song right for the first time ever. "Bella," Alice squealed in my ear. I gasped, startled, and my hands slammed down on the keys wrongly. I turned around and glared at Alice. "Alice," I complained, "I was just about to get it right." Alice waved that aside. Yes, that's great," she said dismissively. I folded my arms across my chest, blinking back the irrational, angry tears. Edward was shaking with silent laughter. "But guess what?" she asked again, eager. I shot a look at Edward, and he was giving Alice that annoyed, confused look that told me she was blocking her thoughts from him. "What?" I asked warily. Alice begun laughing like a tiny pixie maniac. "Tanya's visiting," she cackled. I felt the blood drain from my face, making me no doubt paler than usual. How that was possible was beyond me. Curse Alice. She hated having Tanya around as well. But she found it hilarious that I still hung on to the jealousy Emmett accidentally instilled in me when I was 7. She teased me about it relentlessly. It was pure torture for me to be around Tanya, and Alice found it funny, that sadistic pixie. I wondered if she had ever met Hitler. "She is," I asked weakly. Alice nodded her head and I whimpered. Edward burst out in loud chuckles. And I turned to glare at him. "Don't be so smug, Edward. She's a pain to you as she is to me," I reminded him. When he still wouldn't stop laughing, I decided to give him an example. "Remember the last time we were here and she asked you if you wanted?" "All right, I won't laugh," he cut me off, slightly irritated. I could see the underlying humor in his eyes, though, and sighed. "When would she be here?" I asked Alice. The doorbell rang, followed by Tanya's voice ringing throughout the house. "Hi, Cullens. Missed me," I heard her say. Crickets answered her. I cringed, sharing a pained look with Edward. I shook my head, standing up. "There's no way," I said under my breath. Tanya could probably hear me, but I trust that Esme was talking to her and distracting her while I spoke. "I'm going to call Danielle, tell her I'm going to her sleepover." Edward looked at me with the strangest look. It was as if he was panicked. I grinned at him. "Bella," he said urgently, "I know you're upset." I laughed. "But is this really necessary?" He whispered, almost too soft and too fast for my human ears. I just smiled wider. "It's not punishment, Edward, though that is an added bonus. I just won't be able to." I glanced at the living room, where Tanya was already seated, talking to an annoyed Esme. "Stand her," I mouthed, unable to finish my sentence. Alice giggled, then tugged at my hand. Let's go pack, she said excitedly. For once, I followed her. Tanya wouldn't really annoy Alice that much. The girl could be dangerously frightening when she wanted to be. So, basically, I was safe from her grasp if I stayed with Alice. When we reached my room, I grabbed the blue cell phone on the vanity I had gotten as a gift from Rosalie and pressed Danielle's number on the speed dial. She answered on the second ring. Hey, Bells, what's up? I heard a little bit of static from the other line. Elle, where are you? I asked, confused. My sister's driving me to pick up the girls. Val, Nina, Anna and I were going to go to the movies before we head back to my place. Why? I heard the suspicion in her voice. Then she gasped and asked excitedly, are you changing your mind? Danielle could be perceptive when she wanted to be. I laughed and nodded my head before remembering that she couldn't see me. Yes, I am. Do you think you could come pick me up, too? I heard Danielle converse with someone else in the background, and an older-sounding woman's voice answered her. It must be her sister. Then I heard her come back on the phone. Sure, we'll be there in 10. Is that enough time? I smiled. Yes, it is. Thanks, Elle. I hung up the phone and turned around only to find Alice holding out my overnight bag I used whenever I spent the night at Danielle's house. I smiled at her uncertainly, tempted to check what she had packed for me. Alice must have seen what I was about to do, and she rolled her eyes. She arched a perfectly shaped eyebrow and tapped her foot. Don't you trust me, Bella? She asked, feigning hurt. I sighed, defeated, and gave her a small smile. Thanks, Alice, I said. Alice wrapped her arm around my shoulder as we walked slowly out the door. No problem, she grinned. I would escape, too. If I had the choice. She took on a distant look on her face. Maybe I could convince Jazz to go on an impromptu honeymoon, she started smiling wickedly. I shrugged out of her embrace. Alice, I complained. That's gross. She laughed hysterically, shaking her head. You'll understand one day, she said, still chuckling, holding her sides as though the laughter racking through her body was actually physically hurting her. I rolled my eyes and went downstairs. I, amazingly, didn't trip once. I placed the overnight bag in the living room. Tanya wasn't there, thank God. I went to find Esme and Rosalie, to ask their permission to go. Carlisle was still at the hospital, but I knew Esme would tell him if she allowed me to go. I hoped she wouldn't use the "we have a guest" reason, because I really didn't want to stay. Of course, since Alice saw me going, I'm assuming otherwise she wouldn't have packed for me. I had nothing to worry about. Rosalie was probably working on her car in the garage. She had bought a Viper and she wanted to crank up the speed of the engine. Cullen's and cars, an unhealthy obsession that would, undoubtedly, kill me one day. I decided to find Rosalie after Esme. Since Esme was probably in the kitchen, I made my way towards it. Somewhere in the house, I heard Alice screeching. No, Bella, don't go in there. But it was too late. I was greeted with a sight that oddly enough broke my heart into a million pieces. Edward's paw. I watched as Alice and Bella dashed up the stairs at human speed, giggling like teenage girls. I rolled my eyes and turned away from the couches, where Tanya sat with Esme. I didn't listen to their conversation, or their thoughts. I was more interested in what Alice and Bella were saying upstairs. Yes, I am. Do you think you could come pick me up, too? I focused on keeping my fingers moving on the keys, but I was frowning. If Bella needed to go somewhere, why couldn't she just ask one of us? Why couldn't she just ask me? Was she that upset at me for teasing her and laughing at her? Was she so embarrassed by it? Maybe I do need to stop teasing her about it. I knew she despised Tanya and her antics. I could empathize with that. Yes, it is. Thanks, Elle. Judging from her response, I supposed Danielle was the one she had called, and her friend would be picking her up. Maybe one of her parents would be coming to pick Bella up. I hoped it wasn't her sister. The girl was barely of age, and she had just gotten her driver's license. I don't trust her to be behind the wheel with Bella in the car. Something could easily go wrong. I had to take deep, calming breaths to stop the horrific images in my head from spinning into some sort of nightmarish collage. Don't you trust me, Bella? So Alice had packed. I chuckled to myself. Bella hated it when Alice packed for her, even for a sleepover. The last time Alice had packed, Bella had ended up mortified beyond belief. It had been a trip to a chalet where Danielle's 13th birthday party had been held. There were adults present, I checked. But it was supposed to be a poolside barbecue and Alice had packed a bikini for Bella. She had come home fuming the next day, refusing to talk to Alice. Until Alice released her charm on her, of course. Then she couldn't resist but forgive her. Thanks, Alice. Ah, the guilt trip. It always worked. I stiffened as I felt Tanya get closer to me. I didn't particularly want to talk to her. Every word that came out of her mouth, every single one of her actions, was meant to seduce me. It had never worked in the years that I've known her. It used to be amusing. Now it was simply annoying. I rose swiftly to my feet. Esme had gone off somewhere, probably to her room. I could hear the enraged thoughts in her mind. She disliked it, when Tanya dropped by unexpectedly so often. It disrupted the peace and quiet of her day. I made my way to the kitchen. Maybe I should get Bella something to eat before she headed out. I heard the voice of her friend, Danielle, on the phone, saying that she had planned on going to the movies first. The movie theater didn't have food, they had junk. Popcorn, and soda, and God only knows what else. I didn't want Bella to get sick. I pulled open the fridge and pulled out the chicken ham. I should make her a sandwich. When I closed the fridge door, Tanya was leaning against the wall, smiling at me. "Hi, Edward," she said, her voice low. I smiled back a little, just to be polite. "Hello, Tanya, what brings you here today?" It was pointless to ask. I already knew the answer, as do everyone else in my family. Boy, was I going to get teased again when Emmett hears about this. I could only thank God he and Jasper had went to the mall to get a flat screen for their new entertainment room. Esme D finally given in after they'd begged her to let them turn the basement into a game room. They had transformed it, painted it, and were finally putting in the final touches. Which, of course, included a flat screen. She stepped closer to me and I moved away, shuffling over to the kitchen aisle. I never stopped moving, darting from one place to another as I made Bella her sandwich. I knew she would be angry at me for babying her, as she called it, but she always forgave me because she knew I tended to go slightly overboard because I cared too deeply for her. I grabbed the bread from next to the microwave and turned around. I took an involuntary step back as I noticed that Tanya was directly behind me. She sighed, shaking her head, though she was still smiling. "Edward," she whispered. "It sound dead nothing like when Bella whispers my name." She'd been doing that a lot lately, when she was sleep-talking. I had wondered briefly if I should ask her what her dreams were about, but decided against it. It would be too suspicious. She was too perceptive. Bella told me not to watch her sleep since she turned 12. That was almost 2 years ago. She was embarrassed that I heard her talk in her sleep the one time when she didn't have control over her words. It was her most vulnerable, and she hated that I was there to bear witness. I hadn't really stopped, though. It comforted me to watch her sleep. And I was always curious to know what she dreamt of. Even if all I received were snippets, I didn't mind it. It was the closest I have ever gotten to hearing her thoughts. And lately, she had been dreaming of me. I didn't know why, or what role I played in her dreams. All I knew was that with the confusion and anxiety that came from hearing my name whispered from her lips, there was elation and excitement. "I'm tired of this game," Tanya said, bringing me back to the present. My brows furrowed as I watched her. "What game?" She was being confusing. "You and I are meant to be, Edward. I know you feel it," she said huskily, batting her lashes at me. I stared at her horrified, frozen in place. Tanya and I, meant to be, only when hell has frozen over. I consider her an acquaintance, a family friend if you will. But never a mate. I'd gladly go through my transformation again rather than spend any amount of time with her. Especially in that way. She moved closer to me, but I didn't have me to move away since she was already so close. I saw her lips draw closer as the pucker, I saw her intentions in mind. So I did what I had to do. I turned my head away. Tanya ended up with her arms flung around my neck. Her lips pressed to my cheek, her body draped close to me. I wanted nothing more than to get away from her. But a spine-chilling terror filled me as I heard the very human, very distinct gasp coming from the kitchen door. Somewhere in the house, I heard Alice scream in panic. I raised my eyes and met Bella's shocked and hurt ones. Her brown orbs clouded over as tears filled her eyes. "Bella," I whispered. Tanya pulled back, surprised that I was saying Bella's name instead of hers. Bella darted away from the kitchen door before I could move, and my sense finally kicked in. I shoved Tanya away, not bothering to be a gentleman this time. She was, after all, a vampire. A shove won't hurt her. Bella was in the living room, a duffel bag in her hand as she raced for the front door. I made it there before her. Naturally, The tears behind her eyes had filled to the brim. I was certain they were going to spill at any moment. I pressed my back against the door so she couldn't leave. "Bella," I said desperately. "It wasn't like that." Wait, why was I feeling the urge to explain Tanya to her? Was she even crying because of Tanya? I knew she was insecure about Tanya stealing her place in my heart. But she should know that wouldn't ever happen. And Tanya had gone for a kiss, unsuccessfully, thank God. Bella and I never kissed. Bella was my best friend. Why would she be hurt by this? Was it because she thought I had a similar dislike for Tanya as she did? She should know that was true. And why was I frantic? Why was I panicking? Why did I want to explain everything to her and make her understand? Why did I want to pull her close, wipe her tears away and just hold her? Why? This was all too complicating. I needed to know, I needed to understand. It was killing me that I didn't. "Edward," she said, her voice shaking, "Elle's going to be here soon with Sarah. I need to go," she whispered. No, she was just saying that as an excuse. She just wanted to leave, to get away from me. My heart sank as I realized that must be the reason why. She couldn't stand being near me now. I had been weak to let Tanya get to me like that. She must hate me. "Bella, please, listen. Edward, she needs to go. Let her. You'll only make it worse if you continue," Alice called out to me. I looked over Bella's head to see Alice glaring at me from the stairs. Esme had come down as well, hearing Alice's scream, and was looking at us confusedly. "I can't," Bella replied, closing her eyes. "I have to go." When she opened her eyes, some of the tears had disappeared from her eyes though they were now rimmed red. "Listen to her, Edward. She needs time to think. Don't force her." I sighed. Alice might be annoying, but she knew things. She was psychic, after all. I had to listen to her if I wanted to make things right with Bella. I stepped aside, and Bella immediately reached for the door. But she tripped over her own feet as she opened the door, and I caught her by the waist. It reminded me of just over an hour ago when Bella had nearly fallen backwards at the top of the stairs. I had been in front of her in vampire speed, and caught her before she fell. And then suddenly, her scent was consuming me. Her eyes were all I saw. Her heartbeat and her soft voice were all I heard. Protecting her was all I could think of. It had been the strangest feeling in the world. I released Bella the instant she was steady on her feet. And she dashed out the door. I could hear her labored breathing even as she went up to the driveway. I watched as a few minutes ticked by, then a red Mustang showed up. Bella climbed in the back seat and the car drove off. Never once did she look back at me. Emmett's Pav. Jazz and I were driving back from the mall, our flat screen in the back of my Jeep. I was excited, which made Jazz twice as excited. Which made me even more excited when he projected it through his gift. Honestly, I didn't know if that sentence was English. We had gotten the couches, the video games, the deco for our new game room in the basement. Now all we need is this flat screen hooked up, baby. All we rounded up the corner in my Jeep, with me driving of course, we passed a red Mustang. I recognized it as the car Danielle's sister drove. I'd seen her around town. Her driving was terrible. What surprised me was Bella, sitting in the back seat. I couldn't be sure but I thought I saw her flick away a tear from the corner of her eye. She didn't even realize Jazz and I had passed her by. Of course, we had been driving at 120, while the Mustang had been at 75. It would have been hard to see us. Ouch, Jasper winced. Someone's hurting, he frowned, looking back over his shoulder to see the red Mustang drive out of sight. I parked the car in the garage and Jasper lifted the flat screen on his own. I didn't bother helping him because I knew he didn't need it. He could have held that thing for days without moving an inch and it wouldn't bother him. Just another upside to being a vampire. I found Rosalie, however, fuming beside her Viper. Almost all of the bottom half of her outfit was drenched in oil. I chuckled, which only made her turn her death glare on me. I stopped laughing immediately. My Rosie could kill with looks. What happened? I asked timidly. Rosalie sighed and shrugged. I heard Alice scream. She caught me off guard, she grumbled. Then her annoyed expression disappeared. And it was replaced by a curious one. I wonder, she was screaming Bella's name. We just saw Bella getting into Danielle's sister's car and driving off, Jasper offered. Rosalie rolled her eyes, then started. Edward let her get in that ratty thing? She asked, wrinkling her nose. I shared a look with Jasper. She was right. The car was a step away from breaking down. Her sister hadn't gotten it new. Edward wouldn't let Bella get in the car with the human behind the wheel. She was terrible at it. His paranoia must have kicked in. What was going on? The three of us went inside, and Jasper placed the flat screen on the floor. Propped up against a bare wall, Edward was sitting on the couch, head in his hands, obviously upset. Jasper took a step back, obviously affected by the emotions he was feeling. Alice had her hands on her hips and Esme was glaring at Tanya. And Bella was gone. My protective big brother mode kicked in full gear. What the hell happened? I asked, my hard gaze sweeping the room. I think you should leave. Tanya, Esme said. Her anger was evident though her voice was cool and collected. Tanya looked as if she was about to argue but Esme held her hand up. I respected you as an acquaintance. Please leave us to deal with this family issue. My eyebrows shot up in surprise. I had never heard Esme with such a cold voice before. Really, what had happened? Tanya sighed, shooting one last look at Edward. Then left. The room fell silent. The only thing I could hear was Edward's heavy, pained breathing. A few moments ticked by. Seconds. Minutes. Is someone going to tell us what happened? Rosalie asked irritably. I knew she was as concerned about Bella as I was. Maybe even more. Bella was her baby in every way possible. I should probably not tell her about seeing Bella cry in the Mustang. Edward couldn't stop his weird vampire hyperventilation thing, so Alice jumped in angrily. Oh, you want to know what happened? She snapped, starting to pace the floor in rapid vampire speed. Even I was having trouble keeping up. I thought she was going to burn a trail on the floor. Your idiot of a brother kissed Tanya. What? Jasper, Rosalie and I blurted out. What about Bella? My mind screamed out before I could stop it. It was already too late. Edward had caught it. His head snapped up and I almost staggered back at the anguished look in his eyes. I could just imagine how Jasper was feeling. What about Bella? He asked, his voice low. He looked and sounded like a desperate man. I knew it killed him to have Bella angry at him, but if he kissed Tanya, then he deserved it. This enraged him. I did not kiss her. He shouted. He launched into detail of what had really happened, speaking so fast I almost missed it all. When he was finally done explaining, he glared at us all. So if you don't mind, I am sick and tired of having to go through this ridiculous charade. For years you have kept something from me, and I for one intend to find out what that is. Tell me now, he roared. Edward Cullen, Esme chided, a hand on her dead heart as she stared at her son. But he was beyond reason. He only wanted to find out the truth. And maybe we had kept it from him for too long. He needed to find out at some point. Bella was going to be 14 pretty soon. It was just a matter of months. That meant that Edward was 2 years from Alice's vision. Maybe it was time to tell him, to let it sink in. I shot a look at Alice, who sighed, defeated. It was time. Alice's pav. Edward was so outraged. I had never seen him this mad. I supposed Bella wasn't the only one with abandonment issues. I had jumped to conclusions. I only saw Tanya's decision, not what Edward did last minute. He hadn't decided it, he just did it. And then Bella was running out of the door. I was just so angry with him for making Bella upset. My visions all those years ago were so close to coming true. We had all been waiting on bated breath for it to happen. Bella was already a part of the family, but with my visions becoming a reality, it would be all the more complete. Edward, I spoke up. I'll tell you. I saw him relax a little. Just a little, but you have to promise not to overreact. You have to promise to keep an open mind. And listen fully before you say or do anything. Okay, this is too important. You know it. It's Bella, so you know it, I stressed. I saw his jaw clench in anticipation, but I needed to get my message across. I couldn't risk him being stubborn and running away. We were just too close. Edward nodded his head, an agreement. Slowly, I opened my thoughts to him fully, conjuring up the visions I had just years ago. The first was of Bella dancing with him. I heard him take a sharp intake of breath as he saw the dress, the same one in that vision I let slip, of Bella smiling coyly at someone. As he theorized if that someone might be him. Then I showed him the vision of Bella and him, kissing, saying, I love you, to each other, embracing. When I focused on him again, he wasn't moving. His jaw had dropped, his eyes bulging, his pale face ashen. We waited for him to speak. He needed to be the one to speak, to say things first. He was in a state of shock, and if we pushed him too early, too far, he might snap. Finally, I heard him start breathing again, though we don't need the air. What? He spluttered weakly. What? I racked my brain on how to continue. I hadn't seen this coming. And right now there were just too many possibilities on how this could go. Emmett spoke up before any one of us could. Bella's supposed to be your mate. He yelled, too excited for his own good. Edward had stopped breathing. He had stopped being sane. That can't be true, he whispered. I made a step towards him, but he stepped back. His eyes were coal black, flaring. You saw my visions, Edward, I said, almost pleading him to see sense, to not ruin everything. He and Bella could be so happy together. By being this way, he wasn't just ruining his happiness, he was ruining hers, too. Edward, just sit and we'll talk it out. But he was already going crazy. I could see it all over his face, the need to run and clear his head. I saw what he was about to do a second before he did. Go, I told Jasper. As Edward crashed through the back door. He nodded his head and took off, running after Edward. Emmett looked at Rose, Esme and I guiltily. Should I follow? He asked. I closed my eyes. Watching the future outcome, I smiled to myself and opened my eyes. My husband was amazing. I really had to see if he would go on another impromptu honeymoon with me. Soon. No, they'll be fine. I needed to go to my room and think. There would be much to do in the next 2 years if my visions were going to become a reality. It was time for Edward and Bella's love to bloom. And I know just how to push it along Alice Cullen style, of course. Jasper's paw. Edward had been running for the past 15 minutes. He knew I was following him and he had tried to dodge me. I was a military man, however. I can't be swayed. Finally, at some point, he had given up trying to shake me off, and now he was just running to get away from the house. As far as he could get. We made it all the way to Canada. We were headed towards the Torngat Mountains. I knew we would be safe there if Edward decided to stop. We had hunted there previously, and we didn't come across humans all that often. And even if we did, we moved too fast for their eyes to see. Sure enough, Edward stopped in the middle of the Rocky Mountains, and dropped to his hands and knees. I did a quick sweep with my eyes to check that no human was around. Edward could have probably heard their thoughts, but I wasn't taking any chances. He was too distraught. I held back and watched him warily. He was shaking slightly, and his emotions were enough to drive me crazy. Anger, confusion, grief, guilt. I could understand the confusion, maybe even the anger. We had, after all, kept this from him for a long time. But I couldn't understand the grief or the guilt. I sighed inwardly. I might have more than once thought how wonderful it would be not to feel what everyone else feels all the time. It could get slightly disconcerting, painful even. But I've come to terms with my gift for the most part. And at times like these, I wish I could understand where these emotions come from. Why people feel the way they do. I could only feel, I don't necessarily know why. Something sweet tickled my nose, and my head snapped towards my right. Edward must have smelled it, too, because he took off again. We came into contact with our prey caribou. Edward crouched into a lethal position and attacked. I followed suit. Edward had gone through 4 when I was just done with 2. I shook my head as we disposed of the carcasses. I knew this was a lot to take in. Bella had been a part of the family since she was 6. Edward had seen her tiny and running around asking for chocolate milk, playing Pocahontas with Emmett and tripping over everything. All right, she's still doing that last one. A lot, but did he really have to react this way? All he had to do was calm down and talk to me about it. I didn't come here for fun. I came here to make sure he was all right. It was killing me not knowing what was going on. The way Alice had seen those visions, the way she described them to me, all of us had been waiting anxiously for Bella to grow older. And for Edward and Bella to get together. I hoped they didn't drift apart now. I hoped Edward wouldn't pull one of his typically Edward stunts and stay away from her. Of course I have to do that. Edward snapped. I jumped, then glanced sheepishly at him. He'd read my mind. Naturally, I'd forgotten for a moment that I'd been too absorbed with my thoughts. At that, Edward rolled his eyes. Then I sighed. It'll crush her to have you stay away from her. She'll live. And what's the point, Edward? Think about it, rationally. This is Bella we're talking about. She's going to be changed before she turns 18. She'll have eternity. And you're willing, honestly willing, to let her go. To see her meet someone and be their mate. I saw him wince, but he turned away from me. The conflict, emotions in him was making me more and more confused each second. I didn't understand it. Why the guilt? Why the sorrow, Edward? He sighed, and took off. I rolled my eyes and followed. He stopped and sat down on a boulder. I sat next to him and waited patiently for him to start. I can't help feeling like it's my fault, he whispered, looking distantly out at the mountain ranges. My eyebrows drew together. How was this his fault? Of all things, I should have insisted we left her when we found her. I should have stayed away. I should have. He drew in a shaky breath. I chuckled slightly and he shot me a dark look. You really think the others would have listened to you, Edward? I raised an eyebrow. Rosalie, Esme, even Emmett. Get real, Edward. They fell in love with her the moment they laid eyes on her. As did you, I teased. Edward scowled and stood up. I was ready to dart after him but he just started pacing back and forth in front of me. This isn't funny, Jasper, he growled. The girl has already gone through so much, and my mate. Jazz. He made a face. I've known her for 7 years. She was a little girl, for God's sake. He threw his hands in the air. Don't you find that a little demented? He asked, his voice almost pleading. It took everything in me not to laugh at his paranoia. Maybe it was a little weird, like I said before, but it was meant to be. She was human when we met her. She still was. But she won't be for long. Edward snarled at the direction my thoughts were headed, but I ignored him. Edward, it's inevitable, I pointed out. He shook his head, stubborn. No, he said firmly. I'll find a way to get her out of this. I opened my mouth to protest but he was talking again already. And when I do, we'll leave. I raised an eyebrow. My heart would be hammering a mile a minute if I were still alive. Edward, you can't be serious, I whispered. He raised an eyebrow, as if challenging me to think otherwise. It'll kill her. No, we'll kill her, if she stays with us. Don't you see that? If she stays, she'll have to be changed. I'll fall in love with her. Her life would be taken from her. I can't do that to her, he said brokenly. I started to get angry. I've never felt this much anger in my life before. Maybe I needed to be around more adolescent humans. I've heard they carry a lot of angst in them. You're only thinking of yourself. He stopped pacing and turned to face me, his eyes blazing. I didn't care. All I wanted was for him to see how incredibly selfish it was for him to stay away, for him to do his best to keep her a human. She wants this, Edward. Can't you get that through your head? She wants to stay with us. She wants to be immortal. She wants to be with you. She's only 14, so yeah, she doesn't know. But it's there, for both of you. I'm the empath here, I know. I can feel it. The trust, the need to stay by each other's sides, the understanding and compassion. Sooner or later, all of that is going to turn into passion. It's just a matter of time, Edward. And right now, leaving isn't even a choice. There's always a choice, he growled at me. I shook my head. Think about it. Really think about it. Imagine being without her. Imagine not seeing her, not hearing her voice, not knowing how her day was. Imagine letting her go, letting her be on her own. Imagine her on her own out there, with no one to protect her, no one to confide in or help her in her times of need. Can you do that, Edward? Can you leave her? Can you see your life without her? He trembled again, and made his way shakily to the boulder. He sat down and cradled his head in his hands. If I didn't know any better, I would say he was crying. This was a man in pain. A broken, lost soul. I sighed again and shot him some calming, soothing waves. I felt him start to relax slightly. Thank you, he whispered. I snorted. Hey, I didn't do it for you. Your emotions were killing me. It was survival instinct, I joked. Edward chuckled slightly, though I could hear the underlying scion underneath his normally smooth voice. Yes, well, he grew quiet, and we just sat there for God knows how long. The sun was already setting, the sky darkening further and further. I didn't mind the silence. Even as Edward's emotions raged through me, I could still find the peace of sitting here in the mountains. It was one of the better things of being a vampire. There are a shortage of those, you know, he said quietly. I turned to look at him. Of what? I asked, confused. Were we in a conversation? Did I miss something? He shot me an amused look. Of the better things of being a vampire, he explained. Realization dawned on me. She would have to be a killer. She'd have to drink blood. And there would be times, especially as a newborn, when she would slip up and end up hurting people. Killing them, he flinched. I almost did the same. Could you watch that then, Jazz? Your baby sister, the killer. I couldn't stop the growl in my chest. Edward heard it of course, and threw me a knowing look. I sighed, and rubbed my temple. Talking to him at times like these was like hitting my head with granite repeatedly. It's no wonder I'm the one they asked to do this, they must have thought. As an empath, I had more patience. Well, it was wearing off. Fast. Edward read my thoughts and grinned slightly. It wasn't one of his cocky grins, or one of those natural, I'm incredibly happy, grins he kept sporting over the last 7 years. It was one of those, I'm smiling to keep from falling apart, grins. Don't do this to her. As much as it would hurt you, it would hurt her more. His smile flickered, and slipped. His lips formed a frown. She wouldn't have it in her. The capacity to feel as much as I do, he said, though I could see the uncertainty in him. How wrong you are, my brother. Because she's a human, and feels so much about you, it'll hurt her more. She isn't as strong as you, Edward, I reminded him. He dropped his head to his hands again. So what do I do? I'm so confused, I don't understand. I thought about it. What should he do? Well, Bella was barely 14 now. And I don't think she even realized the feelings she was having lately towards Edward would grow over time, and become a beautiful love. Hell, even Edward needed to think this over fully, and let things run naturally. The time will come, I said finally. When the two of you will be ready. Now isn't it, Edward? Right now, it's just starting. He didn't move, and he didn't speak. I thought he was just going to lapse into silent thinking once more, when he spoke. When did Alice see it happening? I didn't know if I should tell him. Alice always said that things should happen in their own time. That if we interfered, things wouldn't work out the way they were supposed to. Edward exhaled loudly. I only want to know, Jazz. I need to prepare myself. It isn't easy bearing this information, you know. He said. He finally straightened up, but only to glare at me. I rolled my eyes. My brother, the drama king, ladies and gentlemen. When she's 16, you'll get together by the time she's 17. He looked pained all of a sudden, and sadness overwhelmed both him and I. I gave him some serenity and raised my eyebrows questioningly. She'll have less than a year to be human by then, he muttered. You can't feel guilty about that, Edward, I thought grimly. In reality, we all felt guilty. The thought that we Sue, LD have maybe fought harder have crossed our minds plenty of times. But I was a military man. I'd gone over the entire fight over and over again in my head. There wasn't a chance in hell that it could have gone any other way than it had. Maybe in our fantasies, it would have gone better. Maybe Era wouldn't even had come. Maybe Connor hadn't happened. But this was reality. It did happen. We were ambushed. We were the weaker ones. And Bella had sacrificed her human life to save us. But she would have 18 years of humanity with her. And she would have eternity of happiness waiting for her. Don't take it away from her, Edward. You know better than anyone she deserves it. She deserves to be happy with us, and with you. Don't doubt it's what she wants. You might not be able to read her mind, but I could read her emotions. She wants it. Edward sighed once more, and tilted his head up to look at the starless night sky. I just need to think this through, he murmured, almost to himself. On the bright side, you have 2 years to do that. For some reason, I don't think this comforted him all that much. Rosalie's pav. I was in hysterics, and I knew it. Emmett couldn't have calmed me down if he had Jasper's gift. My baby had gone off, upset. I'd tried calling her several times but she kept her phone shut off. She had left a message on the answering machine in the house apparently. She'd called when Jasper and Emmett were gone. Alice and Esme were out, and Emmett and I were hyperventilating at our hunting ground. I didn't want to be so upset. I told myself to stay calm, and to be reasonable. When Bella gets back, we can talk it out. I knew she went over to Danielle's house for a sleepover. I'd thought of going to get her but Alice had seen the outcome and it wasn't pretty. I didn't want to upset Bella more. So I'd left it at that. She would be back tomorrow morning anyway. I couldn't believe Tanya. That woman had thrown herself at Edward even when he'd told her plenty of times that he didn't want her. That he wasn't interested. Was she deaf or just plain daft? I knew it was irrational to be mad at her for hurting Bella. She didn't know that my baby was supposed to be the one that gets Edward. He didn't even know that. But Alice had insisted we didn't tell them sooner. For one, it was too weird. Even I myself couldn't imagine 17-year-old looking Edward staring at a 7-year-old Bella with the kind of love of a mate. It was too creepy. For another, Edward would freak out and run. He was just like that. He would think it was his fault or something like that, and stay away from Bella. Stupid, but that's him. If he could only see that he would make Bella so happy, he wanted it too, according to Alice. Even Jasper said that recently, their feelings towards each other were changing. It was a slight shift, he'd said, but it was there. Honestly, as much as I hated the thought that Bella would become someone else's, I couldn't help but be happy for her. I'd spent the last 7 years being her mother. I'd held her when she cried, helped her when she needed to escape Alice, made her eat her vegetables, brushed her hair and played with her. But Bella was 13 years old now. She wasn't a small child anymore. In a few months, she would be 14. Alice was already planning her birthday party. My baby was growing up. She would be 14 and in her last year of middle school. Then she would be 15 and on her way to Forks High. We would have to be moving again since we'd stayed in Alaska for a few years already. Then she'd continue growing up. Boys, college, life. And of course, her change. I felt guilty and so upset that Bella would have to go through that. I wanted her by my side forever. Even when she's older, I wanted her with me. No matter how old she would get. I would always see her as that 6-year-old who clung to me, and smiled at me and called me, Mommy. She doesn't do that very often anymore, especially when we're in public. But we have our moments. The thing was, I still wanted her to have everything I was deprived of when Royce did what he did to me. I wanted her to be happy, to have a normal life. I wanted her to grow up, find that someone special, marry and have children. I wanted her to be able to grow old, have laugh lines and watch her own children have kids. I wanted her to be happy. But she gave it all up to save us, to save me. I didn't know if I should be happy or angry about it, but I definitely felt guilty. Especially when that tiny little voice inside my head would rise to the surface every now and then and ask me if I wasn't even a little bit happy that I would have my daughter with me forever. I was extremely happy. I was never going to lose her. The thought that I would have to continue on with eternity without Bella was unbearable. I knew the others felt it too. For 7 years, every happiness that came with being with Bella had a hint of sadness in it because we knew we would have to give her up at some point. Alice refused to believe it. She'd seen it in her vision, that Edward would love her, that he would take her as his. But we knew Edward. We knew his stubborn side. We knew that if he found out, he'd run. He'd stay away. He'd protect her. I loved him for it, but now I hated him for it as well. Bella deserved to be happy. Her future was set in stone now. There was no escaping the Volturi. It was either this life or death for Bella. I loved my daughter, and if death was the only other alternative, then I'd gladly bring her into our world, truly and completely. All things considered, it was a good thing that Bella would be with us forever. Think about it. Bella, our family, Edward and Bella, Bella Hale Cullen, she had made our family so complete. And she had the chance to make it even more beautiful. If only Edward would allow it. Now my baby was off in another person's house, upset because another vampire had come into our house and ruined something we'd all been waiting for since Alice had those visions years ago, and Edward was off doing God knows what as he blew off steam. Yes, I wanted Bella to be happy. But if this was what made her happy, if being a vampire and living with us and being with Edward for all eternity was what made her happy, then who was I to object? My only worry was that Edward would do something stupid. He had always wanted to protect Bella. Since the very beginning, he wanted her to be safe and away from us. He knew that what we were would only come back to haunt us. He was afraid that Bella would get hurt one day because of what we were. But now everything has already been decided. Bella would become one of us before her 18th birthday. She had less than 5 years left to be human. I felt a pang of sadness and panic in my heart as I hunted. I hadn't put it that way. I hadn't exactly thought of her deadline. 5 years seemed so short, so inadequate. I took a deep breath and lunged at the elk. I sank my teeth, breaking the soft skin. I felt the warm, familiar feel of blood flowing in my mouth and drank deeply. 5 years. I would make it the best 5 years of Bella's life. She might not remember it all that well when she's changed. She might only have a few memories. But I wanted it to be the best memories that she held on to. I knew she couldn't forego school, and I didn't want her to. Education was incredibly important. I wanted her to be in school while she was still human, no matter how many times she'd have to repeat high school throughout eternity. I would do absolutely anything and everything to make my baby happy. And that meant that I would not allow Edward to make stupid mistakes. Bella might not realize her feelings for Edward yet. Her emotions might not coalesce into the passion of a lover yet. But it would get there. And that was what would give her happiness. Edward would not take that away from her. Tanya would not take that away from her. No one would. Bella's pav. I felt incredibly stupid. I didn't know why I was so upset over this. Tanya, she was beautiful, there was no denying that. She might be annoying and silly and, at times, just plain absurd. But if Edward liked her, then it wasn't my place to say anything. He was my best friend, I get that. Being with Tanya, I don't know if it'll take him away from me. I don't know if he'll forget me or be away from me too much. It'll hurt to not see him as much. I knew I was always complaining that he was too protective, but it would hurt for him not to be that way with me anymore. I liked it that he was protective, it showed me that he cared. I liked that he was always overly anxious over the simplest matter because it showed me that he wanted me safe. And even though we've never actually said, "I love you," out loud to one another, I knew that he did. And I knew that he understood I loved him, too. I had said it to every single one of the Cullens but Edward. You would think it would be a little less awkward to say it since he was my best friend. But it wasn't. It just made it all the more uncomfortable. I didn't know why exactly. I just knew that it wasn't the right time to say it. Which made me confused. When would be the right time to say it? Under what circumstances? I sighed, as I tried to concentrate on the movie. We had gone back to Danielle's house after picking up Val and Nina. Danielle's cousin was already at her house. Instead of going to the theater, we'd rented a few movies instead. Danielle was a romantic, so we'd gotten a few romantic comedies. It was fine by me considering I hated watching horror movies. They gave me nightmares. Emmett dared me to watch The Exorcist once. I wouldn't go anywhere alone. Even the bathroom. I was aware that my feelings for Edward had grown considerably since I was little. When I was younger, I looked at him as my protector. And he really was. He'd never let a fly hurt me. It became ridiculous sometimes, the lengths he would go to just to ensure I was safe. I was touched by his gestures. But it still made me feel like I was a porcelain doll. And then he wasn't just my protector. He was my best friend. We did everything together. He taught me how to play the piano. He taught me about music and art. He watched movies with me, especially horror movies, because I wanted to watch them but I just couldn't do it alone. He was my shoulder to cry on ever. Why time I had a fight with a friend, or if I got a bad grade, or if I just had a terrible day. He was someone I turned to and confided in. Now I wasn't sure what he was. He was still my protector, still my best friend, but it felt like he was more. Like he was my life. It sounded ludicrous, I know. It's just that I couldn't imagine my life without him. Not that I could imagine my life without any of the Cullens, but still. We had just gotten so close throughout the years. It just felt like he was a part of me somehow. Was there such a thing? To have a friend so close to you that you felt like your whole world revolved around him? How was this even possible? I knew Jasper could feel what I feel, so I had decided to ask him. It was easier since I didn't have to explain. I couldn't have put it into words if I tried. But he had only smiled at me and told me that I'd figure it out when it was time. That I had to understand on my own, in my own time. Whatever that meant. Alice wouldn't tell me either. None of them would. And Edward didn't know. I was too embarrassed to ask him. Alice said I shouldn't rush things and be nosy, a habit I'd picked up from Emmett. We were both too impatient with secrets. We snooped until we found out. Of course, there wasn't anything to snoop around for since I didn't know what on earth I was looking for. I could feel my eyelids getting droopy. It was way past 1 in the morning. Val had already succumbed to slumber next to me. I yawned and rested my head on my pillow. I could hear Adam Sandler's voice in the background, but it was getting fainter. I'll talk to Rosalie tomorrow. She must be worried out of her mind that I shut off my phone. I just didn't want to talk to anyone. But I realize I was being stupid. What happened in Edward's personal life wasn't any of my business. I only wanted him happy. Tanya was my last choice for him, but if she was who he wanted, it wasn't my place to be upset. I showered and changed into fresh clothes in Danielle's house. Her sister was taking us out for breakfast before sending us back home. Danielle was happy enough that I went for her sleepover. I was happy, too. I learned a long time ago that I shouldn't be upset about leaving people behind. It wouldn't get easier, but I should just accept the time I have with them, and be happy. After breakfast, Danielle and her sister sent us home. I was the last one they dropped off, after Val and Nina. Danielle was still a little upset that I'd be gone from Denali for 5 weeks, but I couldn't be more excited. As resolved as I was to put my feelings about Tanya aside and just be happy for Edward. I couldn't wait to get away from her. Unless Edward invited her to come along with us, in which case I'd gladly fling myself off of a cliff. Or beg until Esme allow me to go to Texas with Danielle and her family. Whichever hurt less. The moment I entered the house, I was knocked to the floor. As I regained my sight after the shock of the fall, I started to laugh. Emmett, Rosalie and Alice had flung themselves at me. They had mostly kept their weight off of me, but I was still running out of breath. Guys, I choked out. I need to breathe, and I think you just cracked my rib, I joked. Immediately they were off of me, helping me to my feet and apologizing profusely. Carlyle dashed to my side at the speed of light and was inspecting me. I rolled my eyes. I was joking, Dad, I complained, trying to bat his hands away. He just glared at me and continued to see if I had actually injured myself in any way. When he was satisfied that I hadn't, he stepped back. Honey, you had us all worried, Esme said, coming forward to hug me. Her heart-shaped face was grimacing in anxiety, and I felt guilt wash over me. I shouldn't have turned off my cell phone the way I did. I should have at least called and talked to someone, to let them know I was fine. I'm sorry, Mom, I said, repentant. I felt Jasper giving me a boost of calmness and I gave him a grateful smile. It's a sleepover, I said weakly, knowing that they could see right through my lie. That made me blush. I still didn't understand why I overreacted the way I did. It's all right, Alice smiled. I told them where you were. Esme still hugged me to her side as she ran her fingers through my hair lovingly. Do you want anything to eat? I shook my head no and told her that I'd already had my breakfast. Anything to drink? Again, I shook my head. If you don't mind, I'd just rather go up to my room, I said, not meeting any of their gazes. I could feel the sympathy looks on their faces. I could see that, why were confused and bewildered by my actions. I didn't want to stick around to endure those silent looks, or get interrogated by them. Esme nodded understandingly, which was worse in my opinion, and I excused myself. I went up to my room and flung my overnight bag to the side. It hit the wall and sagged to the floor. I barely looked at it. I closed the door behind me and took off my shoes. No doubt, Alice had already packed my bags for our vacation. Sure enough, propped against the wall next to my vanity, was 5 suitcases, each one big enough to fit all of the clothes in my wardrobe. I didn't know if I should throw something or cry. Alice and her clothing obsessions. Maybe I should read a book, I muttered to myself, eyes darting to the desk at the far end of my room. There wasn't anything else that I could do for the moment anyway. A musical voice behind me startled me. I pray to God you aren't going to read Wuthering Heights again. I yelped in surprise and spun around. That, of course, was a terrible thing to do if you were as clumsy as I was. I ended up tripping over the air and falling backwards. Before I could hit my head on the vanity, though, Edward had caught me around the waist and pulled me back to my feet. My heart was hammering away, but I hoped Edward took that to mean that I was just startled by him and the fall. Well, of course he'd take it to mean that. What else could it mean? Not for the first time. I found myself thanking whatever higher power there was that Edward couldn't read my mind. He was chuckling as he withdrew his arm from my waist, but there was an underlying anxiety in his voice. I could even see it in his eyes, in the way he clenched his jaw and stared at me. Edward was never good at hiding from me. I might as well have Jasper's gift when I was around him. But Edward would tell me what it was when it came up. And I had a sinking suspicion that it had something to do with what happened yesterday. Not something I wanted to talk about. So I narrowed my eyes at him, and poked his chest with my finger. I doubted he even felt it. That is not funny, I glowered. He stifled his laughter, and smiled at me. No, of course not. His voice was still teasing, though, and his smile spread across his face. Some of the tension left his body, and I was glad I could at least do that. I didn't like to see him suffering. I turned away from him and walked over to my desk. Wuthering Heights happened to be a very compelling novel, I informed him. It's captivating. Edward reached the desk before me, and I scowled. Stupid vampire speed. He crossed his arms and leaned against the desk. Yes, but there are other compelling novels out there, you know, he grinned. Besides, I fail to see the intrigue of it. I stared at him. Was he serious? I sighed. Of course he was. I'd tried to sway him on the subject over the years, but he wouldn't listen to me. Wuthering Heights was one of my favorite books. Right up there with Romeo and Juliet. I found Heathcliff extremely interesting. His love for Catherine was so strong but he was too stubborn to see it clearly or fight for it. Instead, he ran off without knowing the full story, settled for Isabella Linton and became a tyrant. Despite it all, his love for Catherine still survived in his heart. And deep down, he wanted nothing more than to be with her. If they were reunited, he wouldn't have been the dark soul that he was. I don't know, maybe it was just me. I had no idea why I was so obsessed with star-crossed lovers. The stories didn't have happy endings, but I loved the tragic loves. Maybe it was Because I could use my overactive imagination and think of what it would be like if those characters haven't lost their love to death or something else. People who had suffered through a tragic love would never waste a single breath if they were given a second chance with their significant other. I think that's what attracted me to it. Edward's smile disappeared, and my heartbeat accelerated. Oh, no, here it comes. He could hear my heartbeat, of course, but instead of the smile that graced his lips every time he heard it, his frown deepened. Bella, I have to discuss something with you, he said softly. I think my heart was going to explode out of my chest. Edward's paw. As soon as Jasper and I reached home, I was attacked by everyone. Well, almost. Jasper and Carlisle held back while Rosalie, Alice and Emmett yelled at me. Even Esme was having trouble controlling herself. She was much too worried about Bella. Apparently, Bella hadn't returned any of their phone calls. She had left one measly message on the answering machine, saying that she was fine and would return home the next day. She was at Danielle's for the day, taking her up on the sleepover offer. I felt terrible, of course, but not one of them cared. I wouldn't have asked them to. I had upset Bella, but why? That one question had haunted my mind since she'd run off. I knew that I was supposed to fall in love with her. I already had, in a different way of course, since the moment I laid eyes on her. I'd loved her as my best friend, my little companion who could see right through my facades as easily as though I'd written it all down on a neon sign above my head. And she made me feel a lot better than I ever had in my existence. She saw me as a person, as a whole being. Not a monster. Even after knowing what I was, she wanted to be my friend. She wanted to be right next to me, and join me and my family forever. That in itself was the most amazing thing I've ever experienced. Amazing, and frightening at the same time. But I was, in due time, to fall in love with her. To view her as someone I'd have in my life as a mate. In just 2 years, those feelings would surface according to Alice. And everybody knew you don't bet against Alice. But why was she so upset? Was it because it was Tanya? Because she despised her? Because Tanya was always around to annoy her? Or was it something else? No, it couldn't be. Bella was too young. Of course not. After enduring the yells and the screams and the "what were you thinking" comments, I'd managed to slip through their Vulcan grip and went upstairs. I went into my room and paced, thinking. Fall in love with Bella, my Bella, of all the things. Were my family insane? At this, Alice yelled, "You're the crazy one." From the living room. Sure, Bella was an integral part of my life. It felt like my existence was fueled by hers, not by the blood that I required to sustain me. If Bella were hurt or killed, I would cease to be, too. But surely that was how the rest of the family felt. Don't they, too, felt that their lives revolved around Bella? I knew how much they loved her. It was on their thoughts constantly, daily. They would crumble and fall apart at the seams if something happened to her. So yes, they felt the same way. Then how on earth was I, of all people, to fall in love with her? Maybe Alice was wrong this time. Maybe she was getting a vision of something else and this was just fantasy. Or something else. My mind drifted back to the visions Alice had shown me. Bella and I dancing. She was about 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing the same midnight blue dress she wore in that first vision of her at this age. The first one she had allowed me to see, anyway. That coy smile was still on her lips. It was for me. That smile, the hello, the sparkling eyes, it was all for me. I remembered the part of the vision where she looked at me so lovingly. Where her eyes traced my features. They looked so beautiful that all I wanted was to lean down and kiss her. I think I started hyperventilating. And then I thought back to the second vision. The one where we were kissing. We pulled away. Bella's creamy skin looked as if it was glowing. Her smile was contagious. She looked older, much older than she was now, obviously. Mature, endearing, beautiful. We had declared our love for each other in each other's embrace. I wondered how many times we'd said it by then. My eyes snapped open and I shook myself out of the memories. I still felt odd about this. How could Bella and I fall in love? What could possibly happen to make that a reality? This was so strange. I'd known her since she was a child. And in just 2 years, we'd be lovers. I sank down on my bed, sitting down wearily. A vampire, tired. Well, there was a first time for everything. I couldn't exactly think straight or concentrate on anything. Thinking in a million different directions wasn't helping the situation, either. I stood up and walked out of my door. Before I even realized what I was doing, I had entered Bella's empty room. Her lingering scent enveloped me, and I closed my eyes, breathing it in. More than once, her scent had triggered the monster in me. Fire would rage in my throat, burning me, tempting me. It was why no matter what Bella said, I would still believe that I was a monster. I just never said it in front of her. It made her upset and angry for some reason. But this happened less and less. Even though her scent was intoxicating, and it grew more prominent as she grew older, I was slowly becoming desensitized by it. Even Jasper was slowly getting used to it. More often than not, her scent calmed me. Frisia was mouthwatering, but it soothed me from time to time. I didn't know how on earth that was possible that something that smelled oh good to me could be so calming at the same time. I sat at the edge of her bed and looked around her room. It was almost identical to the one she had back in London. Everything was the same except for her play area. It had been replaced by a mahogany study desk and bookshelves for Bella's favorite books. Among these are Romeo and Juliet and, of course, Wuthering Heights. Bella seemed to have a king for stories concerning star-crossed lovers. I thought the stories were too depressing, too horrendous. Wouldn't a sweet angel like Bella herself like a more uplifting story? One with a happy ending? Apparently not. The only toy she had kept for herself was the bear, Coco, that she had gotten strangely attached to as a child. She kept it on the bed, and I snatched it up. Emmett would never let me live it down if he knew I was hugging Bella's bear, but I didn't care. I needed to think and my head was clearer now that I was in Bella's room. Strange. Something soft brushed against my leg and I almost jumped, startled. I looked down to see the orange cat I'd given Bella when she was only 7. It's been 6 years, almost 7 since then. The cat had gotten quite old, but Lily still followed Bella around all the time. Her big eyes looked up at me, and she gave a small meow. It sounded like a whimper. Lily missed Bella. I chuckled to myself. Honestly, the girl bonded with vampires and animals more than she did with humans. Yeah, I miss her too, Lily, I murmured, reaching down to stroke her fur. I didn't know what to do with Bella, how to act around her, or what to say. I knew I needed to apologize. I wanted to. I should have seen it coming even with Tanya blocking her mind the way she did. I should have anticipated it and moved off to find Esme or help Rosalie in the garage. Maybe if someone else was with me, she wouldn't have done that, and Bella wouldn't be mad at me. But after I apologized, I didn't know what I should do. I knew I should at least attempt to dissuade the vision Alice had from becoming a reality. That meant avoiding her at all costs, putting up pretenses and acting like I was straying away. It would hurt Bella, because I was her best friend. But it would hurt me more because I would be the one inflicting pain on her. Even though it wasn't physical, it was still harsh. I heard Alice gasp from the living room. I knew she must have had a vision of my decision. Edward Cullen, I heard her shriek in her head. Don't you dare do this to Bella. I was saved from further screaming from Alice's thoughts when Bella came in through the door. For that I was grateful. Alice might be tiny, but she could put Emmett in his place when she was angry. Besides, her voice was shrill when she yelled like that. My head actually felt like it was pounding. I heard Bella apologize for her behavior and my guilt tripled. I was the one who had been reckless around Tanya and allowed her to do what she did. If I hadn't been quicker, Bella would have walked in on a much uglier sight. I stopped breathing when I heard Bella's footsteps go up the stairs. Edward, be nice to her. It's not the time for one of your, I'll leave to make it better, moments. Oh, my poor baby, wait, till I get my hands on that wretched witch. I wonder if she really did break her ribs. No. I checked. I've enough experience to know. Still, it would make me feel infinitely better if she were to get an X-ray. She would never go to the hospital willingly. Maybe I could trick her. Man, Edward, you better fix this. I swear to God I'll break your bones if you don't. I should take her shopping to take her mind off things. She'd be happier if we went shopping. We are going to 2 fashion capitals of the world in 2 days. Oh, I can't wait. Bella and I will have so much fun. Oh, the emotions. I need to spend some time alone in the woods somewhere. I'll take Alice with me. Jasper's thoughts took an interesting turn. One that I didn't care to listen to, so I tuned him out. I focused instead on Bella coming in through the door. She didn't notice me sitting on her bed. It was quite comical whenever she moved at human speed and I don't, even when I'm just sitting down. I feel like I'm watching a scene in slow motion. She threw her bag to the side of the room where it hit a wall. I winced. Maybe she was still angry with me after all. Bella took off her shoes and glanced. dejectedly at the 5 suitcases Alice had packed for her. I grinned. Knowing Alice, that was the least amount of clothes she wanted to pack for Bella. God only knows why she wanted to bring so much, when her main goal for the vacation was to shop, anyway, but Alice was Alice. No one could understand the workings of her mind. Not even me. Bella sighed and glanced at the desk at the far end of her room. Maybe I should read a book, she mused to herself. I snorted. I knew the exact book she would pick up the moment she reached her bookshelves. I pray to God you aren't going to read Wuthering Heights again, I said. Apparently, this startled her, and she yelped in surprise. She turned around quickly and almost ended up flying into her vanity. I rolled my eyes and caught her before it even happened. Thank God for vampire speed. Why on earth was she so clumsy? It was hilarious to see the situations she got herself into, though. Emmett would agree with me. I started laughing, but Bella simply narrowed her eyes at me as I gently put her down on her feet. She poked my chest with her finger. It tickled a little, but I barely felt it. That is not funny, she hissed. She was glaring at me, her hands on her hips now. I controlled my laughter, but I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. No, of course not, I said, merely to pacify her. Her heart was still beating a mile a minute. I frowned at it. Really, you would think she would be used to falling by now. I wondered why her heart still reacted to tripping the way it did. It was funny to hear, soothing a little. I liked hearing her heart beating. It reminded me that she was still human, still safe and innocent. I wouldn't be able to hear it much longer unless I came up with a foolproof plan, of course. But surely beating this fast wasn't a good thing. It was like she was having a mini panic attack. Bella turned away from me and my frown deepened. Was she trying to avoid me? Was she that angry at me? Wuthering Heights happened to be a very compelling novel, she said, walking over to her desk. It's captivating. I used my full speed and reached her desk before she did. I crossed my arms across my chest and leaned against the mahogany table. Bella scowled when she saw me. Yes, she was definitely angry. And she had reason to be, too. Yes, but there are other compelling novels out there, you know. I teased her, hoping to get her to lighten up before I spoke. I didn't want to be on her bad side when she started ranting or have a temper. I think Rose and Alice rubbed off on her. She could easily scare Emmett on her worst day. Besides, I failed to see the intrigue of it. Bella simply stared at me, as if she couldn't believe what I just said. I waited to see a smile, or hear her comeback. Lord only knows she was full of them, or a sarcastic remark. But she just stared. I sighed inwardly, as my smile slipped off my lips. Bella, I said softly. I have something to discuss with you. I heard her heartbeat accelerate, a reflex to any sort of stress. As far as I knew. I took her hand and gently guided her back to her bed. I placed my hands on her shoulders and pushed so she sat on the edge of it. I sat next to her. I turned my body slightly so that I was facing her. Her big brown eyes stared back at me, curious and anxious. I took a deep breath and began. I'm sorry, Bella, I whispered. I didn't know, she just attacked me out of nowhere. I didn't have the chance to move out of the way. Bella shook her head, holding up a hand to stop me. It's not my place, Edward, she said. Her voice was that firm one, the voice she always used whenever she wanted to be strong so that she could break down later. The one she used so that the other person wouldn't think of her as weak. My heart broke. She had never used it in front of me before. She had always come to me for comfort. She had always looked to me to be there for her while she let it all out. That's changed now. If this is what makes you happy, then so be it. I'm just a friend, Edward. You don't have to explain anything to me. I was just surprised to see it, she admitted, looking away. If things weren't so dire, I would have laughed. She thought I wanted Tanya. She thought I enjoyed her embrace. If I hadn't been so torn apart and confused by what had transpired, I would have torn Tanya to shreds. Bella, I called out, stunned. She didn't look at me, or answer me. I placed a finger under her chin and lifted her face gently. I wanted to look into her eyes so she would see the sincerity behind mine. I wanted her to see the honesty of my words. I don't want it, I told her. I never did. She came out of nowhere. I only had time to move my head, I explained. Bella's dark eyes lightened slightly, and a hint of a smile showed on her lips. I just wanted you to know, I'd never do that. I'm sorry, Bella. I hate that you're angry at me, I confessed, searching her brown orbs for a hint of forgiveness. Bella sighed and dropped her eyes, though her face was Tilted towards mine due to my finger. I dropped my hand. I'm not angry at you, Edward, she said finally. Like I said, I was just surprised. It's not up to me who you choose. She blushed suddenly. I gazed at the crimson color of her cheeks, and wondered. Why on earth would she be embarrassed? What was it that was on her mind at this point? I was beyond curious. Her answer would be like that first drops of water for a dying man in the middle of a desert. What is it? I asked softly. Bella shrugged and didn't answer. Won't you tell me? I asked, leaning forward. Bella looked up in her eyes widened at the sight of me so close. Please. For some odd reason, her heartbeat grew faster. I frowned a little. Her eyes glazed over and her mouth hung open slightly. Was she all right? Then it came to me. I was a vampire. I just breathed my venom at her. It would have enticed her, the way a prey would be enticed by its predator before its survival instincts kicked in. Of course, in Bella's case, she had no survival instinct. So I leaned back. She caught herself and flushed a darker shade of crimson. She sighed, resigned to telling me the truth. She looked up at me and her eyes took on a defiant glint, as if daring me to make fun of her for telling me what was on her mind. I waited patiently. I just thought that if you and Tanya would get together, you'd end up staying in Denali forever. Tanya and her clan didn't venture into civilization very often. They didn't maintain the kind of appearances as Cullens do. I was just upset that I would never see you around a lot or anything like that. I didn't have it in my heart to laugh at her. She wouldn't be seeing me around a lot. Not because of Tanya. I couldn't even bring myself to use her. It would be morally repugnant. Not to mention it would hurt Bella too much. I wasn't out to hurt her the most. I just wanted to keep my distance as best as I could. Bella, my voice broke. I cleared my throat discreetly so that I could speak without betraying my emotions. I reached out and placed my hands on either side of her face. You would always be my best friend. No matter what. I need you to remember that. Promise me. Bella's eyes widened as she took in the gravity of my tone. She searched my face for any sign as to why I was acting so serious. But my face was devoid of any emotion, devoid of any reason. I had gotten good at that throughout my existence. I had to, due to what I am. I promise, she whispered, blinking. I nodded my head and smiled at her a little to show her we were all right. Then I leaned forward, dipped her head slightly and kissed her forehead. I felt the skin underneath my lips heating up as Bella blushed. I smiled wider and pulled back, releasing her. I'll leave you to it, I waved around the room aimlessly. Bella nodded her head, still blushing, and picked at the fabric of her shirt. I stood up and walked out of the room, forcing myself to not look back even once. When I was safely in the confines of my own room, I sighed heavily and plopped down on my black couch ungracefully. Keeping away from Bella, I squeezed my eyes shut and placed a hand over them as if I was tired. This was going to be painful and practically impossible. Alice's Pav, my brother was, to put it simply, stupid. Yes, Edward, that's what I think, so if you're reading my mind you deserve it. How on earth could he think that staying away from Bella would be a good thing? He had quite a lot of progress considering the fact that we were on vacation. It's been almost 30 days since Edward had explained to be LLA that Tanya had thrown herself at him. So, yes, I overreacted. But come on, you can't blame me. I'd only been waiting to see Edward and Bella get together since that fateful day I went hunting with Jasper, Esme, Emmett and Rosalie. Ever since I got those visions, Edward and Bella became my highest priority. They might not know it and I might not be allowed to think about it whenever Edward's around. But these past 7 years have been torture for me. All I want is to see the two of them as happy as they were in my visions. And now Edward's avoiding Bella. Not to the extreme, even he couldn't do that. He sat next to Rose on the plane, much to both Rose's and Emmett's dislike, of course. He didn't take her out to any music stores or museums, and he barely spoke to her. According to Jasper, Bella felt like she had done something wrong. Like there was something she did that drove him away. My God, if it weren't for the fact that it would upset Bella, I would have killed Edward. He could be so silly sometimes. And if he thought he was keeping the rest of us from seeing how hurt he was by staying away from Bella, he wasn't doing a very good job. He had to hunt twice as much. He looked like the Walking Dead, pun intended. And Jasper told me that he was on emotion overload every time Edward's around. If he had felt the need to explain to her, then it obviously upset him to think that Bella thought he was with Tanya. Edward was a very stubborn man. If he had wanted to ignore us, even if we were upset, he would have done it easily. The fact that he could read our minds did nothing. He had wanted to apologize to Bella. He had wanted to make sure she was fine. He had wanted to ease her pain. And yet, here he was, causing her sorrow. How ridiculous indeed. I'd taken Bella on numerous shopping sprees, none of which had helped. That, of course, I didn't understand. Shopping was a very spiritual journey. It always helped me whenever I had a problem to solve. She'd spent time with the entire family aside from Edward. The only time she saw him was when we assembled for our flights to New York and to Paris. Sometimes Carlisle and Esme would think up of family activities like a trip to the Rockefeller Center when we were in NYC. Edward had to come then, too. But he didn't join us for Bella's human meals like breakfast since none of us ate. He didn't bring her anywhere. He barely even spoke to her. I felt like just slapping him hard until he crashed into the wall of his suite and then telling Bella everything. But I couldn't. None of us could. Telling Edward was compromise enough. Though I would have to say it helped if this was the reaction we'd get from him in 2 years if he found out then. Bella would just be scared of it all, and I didn't need to rile her up unnecessarily. It was Tuesday night. We had about 12 days of vacation left before we were to head back to Denali. I rolled my eyes as I studied the high ceiling of my bedroom in my suite. We had all gotten suites at Hotel Ritz. I hadn't been here in over 25 years, I missed it terribly. I felt the bed shift and smiled slightly. I didn't turn my head or say anything to acknowledge Jazz as he scooted closer to me. But he knew I felt him. He wrapped an arm around my waist and pressed his lips to my neck, right at the crescent scar. "What are you thinking about?" he murmured against my skin. "I see, and feel the anxiety and frustration rolling off of you in waves." I sighed, finally turning to face Jasper. I laid my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes, breathing him in. "Edward and Bella," I told him, my voice low. I couldn't risk Edward overhearing us even if he was 3 suites away. I just don't know what to do. And that was a first. I always knew what to do. I was the psychic. Things came to me like missing puzzle pieces. I would find the place they're supposed to be in a second. But Edward's determination to stay away from her was too strong. He would waver, that much I knew. The on of Edward and Bella together hasn't changed. They would still be dancing when she's 16. They would still be kissing when she's 17. And Bella would still be a vampire when she's 18. But my brother was still staying away. I couldn't see yet how that was going to change. I hoped it happened in the near future. I tried to ease my tense muscles. I was going to look into the future again, to see if anything's changed. It wouldn't be a help if I felt like a spring coil, ready to bounce off the bed and attack an invisible force at any given moment. I felt Jasper's gift working its magic. The serenity that came with his presence alone was enough to calm me, but his gift was definitely an added bonus. "Thank you," I whispered, leaning up to kiss his jaw. I closed my eyes again and focused. My eyes flew open and I gasped. Jasper looked at me worriedly. "What is it?" he asked, his tone wary. I knew from the look on his face that he was worried about what Edward would do. I shook my head, and climbed over him to get off the bed. I darted around the suite, grabbing my clothes and shrugging them on. "I have to go," I shouted at him, too excited to care if I'd just woken up the entire Ritz. Bella was going to be surprised beyond belief when she wakes up tomorrow. At the door, I turned around and stalked back to Jasper. Grabbing his chin in my hand, I looked into his confused eyes and said, "You have to hunt tonight. Trust me, take Emmett and Edward, by force if you have to, and hunt. Don't ask why, I'll tell you when I get back." I crushed my lips to his, yelled out, "I love you," and dashed out the door. This was going to be fun. Bella's pav. I snorted a little as I shifted to my side as I slept. My eyes snapped open groggily and I stared at the wall I was facing blearily. Why did everything felt so odd? And why does my stomach hurt so much? My thighs. Something felt wrong. I tried to move but I flopped back down on the bed with a groan. My stomach hurt too much. I felt sick. The door burst open and Alice bounded in, her face split into a wide smile. I stared at her suspiciously. Why on earth was she in my room? And why was she so happy? "Wow, it even smells stronger in here," she mused, her nose in the air as she sniffed. "Thank God I told the boys to hunt last night. Jazz would have had a lot of trouble if they hadn't. Was I in some sort of twisted dream? What on earth was Alice talking about?" I opened my mouth to ask her just that, but she held up her hand. "I've got something for you," she sang out mischievously. "Don't embarrass her, Alice, just give it to her already." I heard Rosalie's chiding voice from the living room in my suite. I felt my eyebrows draw together. Rosalie was here. Why? What was going on? Alice sighed, and her face fell slightly as if she had been denied something she coveted dearly. Then she started to smile again as her left hand came out from behind her back and she handed me a box. I studied it as she let it fall on my side. Tampons. My eyes grew wide. Tampons. I started hyperventilating as I shot out of the bed. Sure enough, there was a small pool of blood on the bed sheets. I gave a small shriek of surprise and horror. Alice didn't seem to gauge my reaction the right way. In fact, she was thrilled. She wrapped her arms around my shoulders and gave me a squeeze. Congratulations, she squealed. You're a woman now. I couldn't have been more mortified. Alice started talking about how now I could start dating boys, and being involved, and how Esme and Carlisle would have to give me the talk. I shuddered. I didn't even want to think about that. I had once asked Emmett, of all people, where babies came from. I had been 7 at the time. My parents wouldn't tell me the first 100 times I asked them. I would have asked Esme, but she had been out in the garden. Emmett had been sitting right next to me, so I made the mistake of asking him. Emmett had always told me everything I needed to know, so I asked. He started chuckling and opened his mouth to tell me. It had involved birds and bees, which I didn't understand at the time. I asked him to clarify, but when he had started to, Edward had cut in. He'd said that Abbeys actually fell from heaven and that they go to only nice people. Of course, when I found out the truth, I became furious at Edward. He'd lied to me. Babies didn't come from heaven. They came from, you know. Then again, I couldn't stay mad at him for long. I couldn't imagine having Edward tell me how babies really come to exist. It was too embarrassing and painful, according to the diagrams. Oh, if the talk was anything like that, then I would rather crawl inside a pit of snakes than endure it with Esme and Carlisle, of all people. Alice, let her shower and change first, I heard Esme's motherly voice float into the room, cutting off Alice's excited chatter. She must feel uncomfortable. Another icy block of dread shot down my spine. They were all vampires. They could smell the blood 100 miles away. It was stronger, no doubt, because I was technically bleeding. Alice had gotten a vision of this. She'd asked the boys to hunt. Had she told them? Did they know before I did? Oh, God, just let the earth open up and swallow me whole. I still had 4 years of this left. Alice pushed me in the direction of the bathroom, box of tampons in my hand. She said something about taking care of the bloody sheets. And not to worry about my outfit because she'd lain it all out for me. I barely listened to her. This was undoubtedly the first time in my life that I regretted living with vampires. I stared at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I'd already showered, scrubbing every possible inch of me to rid of the smell of blood. I might not be a vampire, but I could still smell the rusty smell of it coming off of me. It made me dizzy and nauseated. Alice had given me a black skirt that went all the way to just above my knees, and a midnight blue top. The tampon made me feel uncomfortable and self-conscious. It felt strange wearing it. I sighed, deciding that I couldn't put off coming out of the bathroom long enough. I stepped out and walked into the bedroom. The sheets have been exchanged for clean ones. My face instantly flushed as I remembered how I woke up. I thought of Alice and how she'd had to change the sheets quickly before the smell of the blood got to any of us. Them because of their bloodlust and me because of my aversion to blood. I blushed even more. I hesitated before I walked out of my bedroom. Alice, Esme and Rosalie were watching the television, sitting on the couch. Well, Esme and Rosalie were. Alice was too busy bouncing in her seat to really see anything. When she saw me come out of my room, she squealed again and ran to hug me. I winced. Now definitely wasn't the time for one of Alice's hugs. I swallowed, hoping the nausea and the pain in my stomach would fade. Alice seemed to know what the problem was because she darted around the room at lightning speed. Before I could even blink, she was right back at my side with a glass of water and 2 pills in her hand. I looked at her questioningly. It'll help with the pain, she grinned. I smiled at her gratefully, and swallowed the pills, gulping down the water. Rosalie and Esme knew that we didn't discuss this, so they stood up simultaneously. They smiled at me, though, and I think I gave them a grimace in return. Ready to go for breakfast? Esme asked me gently. I stared at her, horrified. Alice giggled next to me, and I turned to glare at her. I can't go out, I spluttered. Esme frowned, not understanding. Why not, dear? She asked patiently. I didn't know how to say it exactly. I felt my skin turn a ridiculous shade of red. I was blushing so hard I could practically feel the heat coming off my skin. Alice laughed harder, her tinkling voice echoing around the room. I can't, my condition, I muttered, too mortified to say it louder than a whisper. When Esme and Osily realized that I was ashamed to go out when the entire family could clearly smell my blood, they laughed. Bella, Rosalie shook her head, still giggling along with Esme and Alice. That's nothing to be embarrassed about. They already know. This didn't comfort me at all. I felt the tears starting to well up behind my eyes at my newfound humiliation. I'm going back to my room, I muttered angrily. Alice stopped me, steering me towards the front door. Now, you have to have breakfast. Room service. I snapped at her, clawing my hardest at her marble skin to get away. But of course, that had absolutely no effect on her whatsoever. I was not going to face my father, my brothers and Edward like this. I couldn't. It was I just can't. Really, Bella, Esme said once she'd controlled her laughter. You've got at least 4 years of this left. You can't go into hiding every month. Alice had already opened the door and was pushing me through it. I grabbed hold of both sides of the doorway and held onto the doorframe. Watch me, I snapped at them. Rosalie and Alice shared another look and burst into giggles. I scowled at them. What on earth was so hilarious to them this time? Talk about PMS, sis. Alice chuckled. Alice was stronger, after all, and she would have sent me out the door with chunks of wood in my hands if she had to. So I lost my fight. I rolled my eyes at them. This was what they found funny. The fact that I was uncomfortable, in pain which was, admittedly, ebbing away slowly and angry at everything and everyone for no apparent reason. Great, what a day to have vampires as a family. I met Jasper down the hall, and Alice immediately left my side to go to his side, smiling widely. He stiffened a little as he drew closer to me, then he relaxed, his eyes the color of light gold almost yellow, even. Jasper smiled wickedly at me, winking. I pouted at him, crossed my arms across my chest and looked away, sniffing slightly. What's this? Came Emmett's booming laughter from behind us. As usual, his loud voice that came out of nowhere startled me and I stumbled a little. Esme caught me before I could crack my head against the floor. Our little rebel. I was miffed. They all knew. I threw my hands up in the air and glared at Alice. Why don't you just hire a skywriter and broadcast this to the entire world? I hissed, turning around to go back to my room. Instead, I bumped into Carlyle. You know, Rosalie wanted me to give you a talk, he pondered amusedly, almost to himself. I was pretty sure my face was beet red by now. Dad, I called his attention. His golden eyes shifted back to me. Gross, I said firmly. The entire family burst out laughing, which only intensified my embarrassment. After 5 minutes of rolling around in the hallway laughing, Jasper took ity on me and sent out waves of calmness around the room, and waves of confidence at me. Edward wouldn't show up for breakfast, for which I was eternally glad for. Maybe he'd avoid me long enough until my period was over. I bumped into someone the minute I stepped out of the elevator. Great, clumsy Bella at it again. I guess womanhood didn't come with grace. I blushed as the other son held out both hands and steadied me by the shoulders. I looked up into the most startling blue eyes I'd ever seen. It was electric, almost dark. The owner of these midnight blue eyes was a 15-year-old boy. With light brown hair and the most enchanting smile I'd ever seen. Désolé, I said, using my French. I'd studied French for 3 years now, something Alice had insisted on. And living in a house full of vampires. Your accent starts getting stronger. The boy with the electric blue eyes smiled wider. Ce n'est pas grave, he replied. It's no problem. I blushed harder, while hoping to achieve powers out there that I didn't look like a tomato or anything. I'm Gabriel, he introduced himself. I was so nervous, I was surprised I even remembered my name, let alone say it out loud. Bella, I took his hand. The moment our hands touched, I felt the electricity zing between us. I dropped his hand immediately. Well, I peered over his shoulder to see that my family had disappeared. I frowned. Where had they gone? Gabriel turned to look in my direction and smiled. Have your family left? He asked, turning back to raise an eyebrow at me. It was so hard to talk to him or hear him talk without blushing. Good God, something was wrong with me. I guess so, I'll go find them, I said, backing out of his proximity and going in the direction of the hotel restaurant. Maybe they were in there, waiting for me for breakfast. Ridiculous, since I was the only one who ate breakfast. Bella, Gabriel called me back. I turned around to look at him. What could he want? Will I see you around? He asked, his blue eyes piercing. His voice hopeful. I started. He wanted to see me around. Me, plain old Bella, I would think that I would be even less desirable in a place like Paris. Wasn't this one of the most romantic cities in the world? Just look around, girls my age look like they could be walking down the catwalk. If you want to, I replied. Gabriel broke out into the most stunning smile I'd ever seen. Then I will see you around. A bientôt. See you soon. I smiled at him, and turned to walk away. I didn't trip once on the way to the restaurant. A miracle, no less. I found my family minus Edward. Of course sitting at our usual table. They were each engrossed in their significant other, so I thought I would get away with it. But the moment I sat down, their topaz eyes turned to me. So, Alice squealed. So what? I asked, blushing, looking down at the tabletop. Alice begun squealing. God knows what her words were, too fast and high-pitched. I looked around the room anxiously, to see almost everyone looking at us. Alice, please, a little quieter, I said, waving at her to calm her. When she didn't heed, I gave Jasper a pleading look. He chuckled, and leaned forward to kiss Alice on the cheek. I could feel the calming waves he sent out not only to her, but to me, as well. Are you going to see him again? Alice asked, leaning forward. Her brilliant eyes gleamed with excitement. He looked almost out of breath and way too excited. She looked flushed, even. I rolled my eyes. Leave it to Alice to be even more excited about a boy than I was. I don't know, Alice, I said irritably. My bad mood was back. He's just someone I bumped into, okay. Literally, Emmett chortled. I shot him a dark look. I heard footsteps approaching, but I didn't think anything of it. Who's someone you bumped into? The musical voice. The sweet scent that washed over me the moment he sat. I turned a little to glance at Edward's composed face. He was here, sitting next to me, for breakfast. What are you doing here? I blurted out. I was too shocked to see him. I'd barely caught a glimpse of him throughout the vacation. The only times we were in the same room was at the airport and when Carlisle and Esme forced him to come with us. But that was in New York. I haven't seen him since we checked into the Hotel Ritz. Edward shrugged, not meeting my gaze. Breakfast, was all he said. My shocked expression turned into a hardened glare. I didn't know what his problem was, but he was getting on my nerves. One moment he was saying we would be best friends no matter what, and the next he was avoiding me like the plague. I was having PMS. And my mood swings couldn't keep up with his. What does that tell you? I turned back to my breakfast. Probably Rosalie had gotten it for me. I downed the orange juice in one gulp and picked up my fork. I hoped no one would tell him about Gabriel. That was my own little, well, not secret. It was insignificant, I was sure. But I still didn't want Edward to know. But he said he'll see you soon, right? Alice finally blurted out, after bouncing about in her seat for 5 minutes. I dropped my fork. Alice, I hissed, glaring daggers at her. How do you even know about that? She rolled her eyes at me. And tapped her forehead. I groaned, squeezing my eyes shut. At times like these I wonder what it's like to be a part of a normal family, I said through clenched teeth. This only made them laugh. Who said they'll see you? I turned to look at Edward. For once, his face wasn't blank of all emotions. He looked confused, and he wasn't laughing like the others. None of your business, I said firmly. It wasn't, not his, not Alice's, not any of theirs. It was just one little encounter by the elevator. Nothing that should elicit a humiliating conversation about. Edward's gaze hardened and he shifted it to Alice. His golden eyes turned black almost instantly. A boy? He asked through clenched teeth. I noticed his hands were curled into fists. I shot Alice a wounded look. You weren't supposed to tell. I snapped. She merely shrugged, not even having the decency to look abashed or repentant. He's a mind reader, sis. Nothing I could do about that, she giggled. I took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Today was probably the worst day of my life, not counting the day Edward started ignoring me. And it was only 8:30 in the morning. What do you know about this boy? Edward asked quietly. I could hear the strain behind the calm facade he put on, though. Like I said, I knew him. I knew him better than anyone did. The only thing that was a complete mystery to me was why he suddenly decided to avoid me. I didn't answer him. It wasn't my obligation to. He wasn't Carlisle or Esme or Rosalie. He didn't hold authority over me. He was simply my best friend W. Ho didn't even want to be near me anymore. What's his name? Why was he talking to you? I couldn't hold it in any longer. For weeks he had ignored me, and made me feel like I'd done something wrong by him. He wouldn't even sit next to me. He wouldn't talk to me or look at me. The most he'd said to me was, "Hello," when I greeted him in the morning. And now all of a sudden he wanted to take interest in what I do. Who I talk to? Who did he think he was? I turned around in my chair and glared at him, pouring out all my anger in that one look. Edward stopped talking altogether, and stared at me, shocked. "You have no right to go snooping into what I do. You've been avoiding me, not giving a damn for weeks. So excuse me if I decided not to mope around forever, and decided to have a life. So, yes, I met a boy. And no, I won't say anything. It's none of your business who I talk to. Why don't you just go do whatever the hell you were doing these past few weeks and just leave me alone?" I scraped my chair back, causing him to wince because of his super hearing. I stood up and stalked off. Thankfully I was out of the restaurant when I stumbled. I caught hold of the wall and steadied myself before I could do any damage. I felt like crying, felt like screaming. But I didn't have it in me. Why on earth was Edward ignoring me? It hurt me that he did. I knew Jasper felt it, and he had probably told the others. But they never brought it up, and I was grateful for that. I didn't want to talk about it, or how I was feeling. I just wanted it all to fade away. And if avoiding me was a phase, I'd like it to be over soon. The elevator doors opened and Gabriel was standing there. This was the second time I'd met Gabriel near the elevator. Interesting. I raised an eyebrow and he smiled. "Bella," he said, stepping out. "Hey, Gabriel." I blushed. He looked around as if he was looking for someone. Of course he was. He was probably looking for his beautiful European girlfriend. A wave of dejection hit me, surprising me. Dejected. Over Gabriel. Why? I studied his features. Maybe I was attracted to him. He was a beautiful boy. But then again, Europe was filled with beautiful boys. You just had to step out into the street to know that. No wonder this was one of the most romantic places on earth. With people as beautiful as them, they must fall in love left and right. "Where are your family?" he asked me, turning his gaze back to me. He was looking for my family. Huh, I shrugged. "They're at breakfast," I said. Which wasn't a complete lie, they were at breakfast. They were just not eating anything. "And you?" I sighed, shuffling my feet. "I wasn't all that hungry," I mumbled. Gabriel surprised me by taking my hand in his. He felt so warm, it was so different from the cold hands I've gotten used to. "Why don't you come with me, then?" he asked, smiling. "I was just going to Jardin du Luxembourg. The Luxembourg Gardens. I haven't been there yet." But did Gabriel know where he was going? What if we got lost? I suppose Alice would see it. My reluctance must have shown on my face, because Gabriel chuckled. "Don't worry, I live in Paris. I've been there all the time," he assured me. I considered, what was the harm in going? It was better than being cooped up in my room all day. I gave him a smile and nodded my head. Alan's why? Edward's pav. Esme had asked demanded, more likely me to join the others for breakfast. She had come up to my suite last night and had practically yelled at me for being so distant with the family over the past few weeks. "Do you have any idea how hurt we all are? You're a part of the family, Edward. So start acting like it. I want you downstairs at 8:30 tomorrow. Be with us for breakfast," she had said. It was ridiculous that I even had to be there for breakfast. "We don't eat." I sighed as I grabbed my iPod and headed out the door. Esme would be doubly mad if I didn't go, and I didn't want that. I knew the others were critical of my decision, but there was no other way. I didn't want to harm Bella any more than I had. Because of me, she was going to be damned to this life. Because of me, she was going to be damned with someone like me falling for her. Me, the monster with no soul. How could this even happen? How could Alice let it happen? Of course, it wasn't her fault. It wasn't anyone's but mine. And fate. I could blame fate for this. I stepped into the elevator and pressed the button. When I reached the lobby, the usual rush of voices greeted me. I'd gotten so used to it by now that it didn't bother me. It was just funny that the voices were mostly in French now instead of English. "Bella." My head snapped up as I heard her name. I looked around but I couldn't identify the person who had thought it. My family weren't around either, so I knew couldn't be the more someone they were talking to. I caught myself and shook my head. What was wrong with me? It could have been any Bella, not the Bella I knew. I was going crazy. That was the only explanation I could think of. I stepped into the restaurant to hear my family talking. "Are you going to see him again?" Alice was asking. "Him? Who was Him, and was she addressing Bella? My curiosity mad. Amy, slow down so I could hear more of this conversation. I don't know, Alice, Bella was saying. He's just someone I bumped into. Emmett started laughing, as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Literally, he quipped. Bella simply glared at me. I had already reached the table, so there was no point in ignoring the subject. Who's someone you bumped into? I asked, taking the empty seat next to Bella. About damn time, Rosalie thought irritably. Dude, you're joining us. Emmett thought, his inner voice almost in awe. Maybe I should move my food around and see if I could make it look as if I ate something, Jasper thought. I raised an eyebrow. Of course, Alice must have told him last night that I was joining them for breakfast. I know what you are, baby. Womanizer, womanizer. You're a womanizer. Oh, womanizer. Good God. Alice was either out to kill me with horrendous choice of songs, or she was planning something. It was hard to decide which. Thank you for joining us, Esme shot at me. I inclined my head in her direction. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Only my woman could persuade Edward to join us today, Carlyle thought smugly, the arm around Esme's shoulders tightening slightly. What are you doing here? Bella asked. Her mouth was agape, and her eyes were wide as she stared at me. Her eyes. The big brown inquisitive eyes I'd missed. I almost sighed out loud. Then I caught myself. What on earth are you doing, Edward? I asked myself. I shrugged. Breakfast. I couldn't even look at Bella as I answered her. She was just a child. Just a few months shy of 14. This was just wrong. My one-word answer seemed to make her angry. Her shocked expression vanished, only to be replaced by a glare. She turned away from me, not answering my question. She too caved a glass of orange juice in front of her and chugged the contents down at one go. I stared. Was this some sort of girl thing? Alice had warned me of today's issue. I could smell the blood coming off of her. It was stronger, more potent. I was clenching and unclenching my fist as we spoke, but it was bearable. Even Jasper was coping. I was right, the scent of her blood didn't get to us as much when we were desensitized from it. It had been 7 years of being surrounded by her scent. It almost didn't bother me at all. Almost. Alice was still singing that dreadful song in her head as she bounced impatiently in her seat. But he said he'll see you soon, right? She blurted out, unable to wait any longer. Bella's eyes widened and her heartbeat grew faster. Alice, she cried, outraged. How do you even know about that? Alice rolled her eyes and tapped her forehead. Bella groaned, and shut her eyes. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At times like these, she spat out through clenched teeth. I wonder what it's like to be a part of a normal family. She placed emphasis on normal, because we weren't close to it. Vampires, a mind reader, an empath and a psychic. What was normal about that? Alice and the others laughed. But I was too distracted with the him that wanted to see Bella again. Was it the same person that had thought her name at the elevator? Who was he? What was his name? Who said they'll see you? I asked, confused. When had all this happened? Had I been gone that long? None of your business. Bella snapped at me. I glared at her, then turned to look at Alice expectantly. None of the others' thoughts showed me what I wanted to know. I mentally urged Alice to show me. Her smile grew more prominent, and her mind opened just the slightest. I saw a boy, 15 years of age probably. He was talking to Bella by the elevators. I couldn't catch what he said, or what she replied. But I knew the look of adoration on his face. I saw the blush on her cheeks as they shook hands. Alice closed her mind right after. And I scowled, turning back to face Bella. My Bella, this 14-year-old girl. With a boy. I was shocked. How could Carlyle and Esme allow it? For that matter, how did Rosalie allow it? A boy, I asked her. I didn't know if it came out shocked or disgusted. I thought of Bella with a boy. The Bella that I had gone to all costs to protect. With a boy. Doing things. My hands instinctively curled into fists. Bella gasped, then turned to Alice. You weren't supposed to tell. She exclaimed, angry that her privacy had been denied. Alice shrugged. He's a mind reader, sis, she said. As if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Nothing I could do about that. Alice giggled because she had done something about that. She had blocked her mind from me, but shown me that particular information specifically. I ignored that, and their exchange. I focused instead on this boy I knew nothing about. What do you know about this boy? I asked. When neither Bella nor the others answered me, I grew agitated. What's his name? Why was he talking to you? Bella turned to me, and the anger in her eyes was so evident, it burned into me. I stopped talking altogether and stared at her open-mouthed. I was a vampire, so I wasn't afraid. But if I had been human, that look would have been enough to send me into a panic attack at the very least. You have no right to go snooping into what I do. You've been avoiding me, not giving a damn for weeks. So excuse me if I decided not to mope around forever, and decided to have a life. So, yes, I met a boy. And no, I won't say anything. It's none of your business who I talk to. Why don't you just go do whatever the hell you were doing these past few weeks and just leave me alone? She growled at me. Yes, she growled at me. What were the odds of that? Bella scraped the chair on the floor. Due to my sensitive hearing, it was magnified 1,000 times. I winced, but she ignored that. She stood up and stalked off, not even tripping once. I stared at the direction she had left, mouth agape. Then I slowly turned back to my family who were somewhere between shocked and amused. What was that? I asked, my voice strangled. That, my brother, Rosalie said, leaning back into her chair smugly, was the wrath of a woman experiencing PMS. I raised an eyebrow. That was not what I expected to hear. Suddenly Alice squealed. They're going out, she said breathlessly. I felt the familiar feeling of dread shot through me. Oh, that's so sweet. She placed a hand over her chest as her smile widened. Who's going out? Emmett asked, confused. Gabriel and Bella. For the life of me, I couldn't understand why I felt so angry. Bella's pav. It has been 12 days since I met Gabriel. And 12 days since he'd more or less made me forget about Edward. Gabriel, as it turned out, was staying at the hotel for his sister's wedding. He had been bored out of his mind because everyone had been too busy preparing for the big day to take note of him. That first day, he took me out to Luxembourg Gardens. We sat in front of the palace, and just hung out and talked. I hadn't done that with a boy my age. Ever. Even with my friends back home. Or in London, I never talked this much. With Gabriel, it was easier. I think it was because he was virtually a stranger. They said you could reveal more about yourself to a stranger. Gabriel and I were also not going to see each other again soon, so it wouldn't matter that he knew so much. I told him about going to school in Alaska. I told him about being best friends with Edward. I told him about Tanya. I told him about Alice and her shopping obsession. And I told him about being adopted. In turn, Gabriel told me all about himself. He was the youngest of 3 siblings. His brother was already married. His sister was next. Gabriel was an artist, he drew everything. He loved drawing landscapes, though, so I made a joke about Monet. He was 15, and he had lived in Paris all his life. He had never been out of Paris. And while he loved the city, and would never dream of living anywhere else, he would love to see the world. He wanted to travel and draw everything he saw. He said, the world must be an interesting place to see so many people, so many different cultures. Gabriel invited me to his sister's wedding, something that Alice wouldn't let me pass up. She had dragged me out again the moment I stepped into my suite, just to get me my dress. Needless to say, we had spent our entire afternoon going from one boutique to another looking for the perfect dress. I thought I was going to burst. And my feet were so sore by the end of the day. I felt like an old woman. Alice had stepped into a store, swept her gaze through the store when she was standing just at the door, yelled out nope. And hopped right back out. This went on for several stores, before she pulled me into Chanel. We didn't find anything in there, but according to Alice, there had been some possibilities. Damn psychic. We finally found my dress 20 minutes before the store closed. Of course, when we had gotten back to the hotel, she had also rang up room service and ordered just about everything and the menu in an attempt at girl bonding time. She had wanted to know everything about Gabriel. I had snorted with laughter and said, like you hadn't already seen everything, Alice. Gabriel stayed at the hotel for the next 4 days. His sister's wedding was on that last day. It was held in the hotel itself. The ceremony was held in the garden, and the reception held inside. I wore a blue strapless dress that Alice had picked out. Since it was in the hotel, no one, and by that I meant Edward, could object to it. The next few days passed by quickly. Too quickly for my liking. I spent almost every minute with Gabriel. After the wedding, he had moved back to his own house in the city limits, but he came to get me every day. He had been nothing but pleasant to Edward, but Edward didn't seem to like him. He might be bipolar. Gabriel even showed me some of his sketches. They were amazing. I never knew he could draw like that. I liked Gabriel a lot. I knew it was a futile thing considering we would be going home soon. Today, in fact, In just a few hours, I'd be on my flight back to Denali. Denali. I groaned internally. Where Tanya lived, Tanya or Gabriel, it was really a no-brainer. He Arda knocked at my door and turned around to see Alice, smiling at me. She was less exuberant than her usual self. I raised an eyebrow at her, and she must have known what I wanted to ask. I'm sorry you have to say goodbye to Gabriel today, she said softly, coming up to me to give me a hug. I tried shrugging, but her arms were too heavy and felt like iron. It's all right, I said. But even I wasn't convinced with my lie. We stayed like that for a little while, before Alice stepped back. Is everything packed? She asked, sweeping her gaze around the room. I nodded my head, scowling a little. Instead of the 5 suitcases that I had with me when we left, I now had 11. All thanks to Alice, the shopping maniac. Alice, I have 11 suitcases, I groaned, dropping my head and shaking it in disbelief. Alice nodded her head, and started bouncing again. Yes, I have 18. What's your point? My head shot up and I stared at her. 18, I couldn't even speak. Alice was truly insane. She D out for Jasper to bring out the suitcases into the living room. The bellboy would get it and put it out front. I sighed as I stared at the luggage. Some things would never change, I suppose. I head out the door to get back to a world where Tanya came around every day just to annoy me and Edward ignored me for God only knows what reason. When I got to the lobby, Carlisle and Esme were already there. Rosalie was sitting on Emmett's lap. I smirked. All right, some things really never changed. Alice and Jasper walked over to Carlisle. Edward was sitting alone, listening to his iPod. I was about to sit next to Jasper when I heard my name being called out. I turned around and blushed. There was Gabriel, coming in through the front doors of the hotel. Hey, Gabriel, I greeted him, blushing hard. When I realized that the entire family could hear me. Gabriel smiled as he came closer. I wanted to say goodbye, Bella, he said sadly. I knew how he felt. If I could, I would stay longer with him. He had shown me almost all of Paris. He'd taken me to the Eiffel Tower somewhere Edward insisted the rest of the family went along to and to the Luxembourg Gardens and to the Seine River. He'd taken me to museums and parks. I'd had the best time in Paris because of him. He'd saved me from Edward's ignorance and Alice's shopping sprees. I had never had this much fun in my entire life before, and it was all because of a human boy. It felt so strange but so wonderful at the same time. I wish you could stay, he said. I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. I wish I could, too, I whispered. Gab. Riel handed me something and I stared at the brown folder curiously. My eyes widened as I realized that it was his art folder. Your art, Gabriel? I asked, my surprised gaze searching his eyes. He laughed, and nodded his head. You're very special, Bella, he smiled softly. I'd like you to have this. I shook my head. No, Gabriel, that's yours. I can't take that, I protested. He had some of his best works in there. I couldn't just snatch that away. Gabriel took my hands and pressed the folder into them. I drew Paris, he said. I can draw it again. But I drew you, too, he said, the mischievous grin he always wore lighting up his face. My eyebrows drew together. What do you mean? I asked innocently. Look inside. I opened the flap of the folder and my gaze landed on the first drawing. It was of me, by the Seine River. He'd told me he was drawing his surrounding, but it was really just me. He had drawn me. Of all the things he chose to see, he chose me. Gabriel reached out and turned the drawing to the side. I gasped as I realized it was the drawing of us we had gotten from the street artist a few days ago. I wanted you to have it, he said, shrugging. I have pictures of you, but you don't have any of me. I smiled, closing the folder carefully so none of the drawings would fall out. I reached forward and pulled Gabriel into a hug. When I pulled back, Gabriel leaned down and pressed a kiss to my cheek. I instantly felt myself blushing. Bella, I turned to find the rest of the family staring at me. Carlisle smiled. We have to go. I nodded my head, unable to help feeling the sadness in my heart again. I turned back to Gabriel. Je dois y aller, I said sadly. He lifted a finger and brushed my cheek gently. I'll miss you. Au revoir. Au revoir. I watched Gabriel leave the hotel first. Then followed my family into the rental cars. I refused to sit with Edward. He had ignored me for 5 entire weeks. He had shown no sign of apologizing to me, or wanting to return to the way we were. I wouldn't spend my last hours in Paris, even if I'd be cooped up in the airport, being miserable. Gabriel had taught me to be happy always and that was what I was going to do. Finally, it was time to board the plane. I sat next to Emmett again, but this time I insisted instead of Edward. I watched Paris disappear before my very eyes as I looked out the window, and sighed. It was time to go back to Denali. Edward's Pav. 16 months has passed since we'd come back from Paris. 16 months has passed since I'd talked to Bella. We hadn't even stayed within the same proximity for so long. I'd, conveniently, forgotten about our piano lessons. She'd never even asked for them. We hadn't done anything together, like watching movies or going ice skating. I used to teach her because she was so clumsy on her own. We were in Alaska after all. Ice skating seemed like a good enough pastime. Now we hardly spoke to each other. We didn't acknowledge each other even when we stayed in the same room. I did it for her own good. She and I aren't meant to be. She's meant to be with someone just like her. Someone who was willing to do anything for her. Someone who could keep her soul intact. But Bella ignored me, too. Mostly, it was because she was angry. Jasper told me this, subconsciously. I delved into his mind when he wasn't so guarded, and I read what he thought of Bella's reaction to me. He was angry at me for abandoning her when I'd told her so plainly that I would always be her best friend. She was angry at me for breaking my promises of always being there for her. She was angry I was acting so cold all of a sudden without even telling her why. The last time I had spent more than 5 minutes in the same room with her was in September last year, during her birthday. Alice H. had thrown her a party in an intimate setting, surprisingly. She had invited Bella's close friends, and us obviously. She even asked Kate and Carmen to come. Eleazar was away on a trip to China. Tanya INVITED herself Rosalie almost ripped her head off her shoulders the moment she entered through the door. Esme had to remind her of the humans in the room. Halfway through the party and Alice's 50th comment on how it was all so great and intimate and wonderful to have everyone Bella loves around, I realized her motive. She had wanted me to reconcile with Bella, to put behind my efforts of trying to keep her safe and just continue being with her like nothing happened. The moment the humans were out the door, I had shot out of the house like a bullet to go hunting. Thankfully, no one, and by that I meant Tanya, had followed me. I had an inkling Rosalie had something to do with that. I made it seem as if I didn't attend Bella's party this year. I told the others I would be in Canada, hunting. They didn't even ask me to stay. Bella never asked me to stay. I placed my present with the rest of theirs, but she never opened it. I watched through the window. The thing was, I missed Bella. How could I not? The last 8 years of my life had revolved around her. I'd spent almost every waking moment with her. And that was saying a lot since I couldn't sleep. I missed catching her when she fell. I missed teaching her how to play the piano because she had me in hysterics every time she messes up the notes. It was the only time I wasn't so serious when I played the piano, and I loved it. I missed seeing her reactions to Emmett's jokes because more often than not, they were incredibly inappropriate. I missed watching her kitten temper, as us Cullen boys called it, whenever she was mad about something. We called it that because she was hardly as scary as Rosalie or Alice or even Esme when she was angry, but it was still there. She threw temper tantrums, too. I missed watching her eat, watching her blush, watching her with the family because she would look so happy. The only thing I still did was watch her sleep. It was the only thing I still managed to do with her. I had tried to stay away from her completely. I had even contemplated going to live somewhere in Scotland, maybe. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't even bring myself to set it in action. So I ended up just avoiding her. But I couldn't give up listening to Bella sleep talk, or watch her sleep so peacefully. It had just become my routine. The first few nights we were back in Denali, she dreamt of Gabriel. She would whisper his name, talk about his art, even mention their kiss. It was an innocent kiss. A chaste one on the cheek, no less. But it still made me angry to think of it, to have her think of it. She was too young. How could the others support this? Alice actually made plans to send Bella to a boarding school in Paris until Rosalie put a stop to it. She was just so excited for Bella. How ludicrous. Bella was 14 years old. She was much too young to be involved with boys. And Carlisle and Esme, her parents. They were happy for her. They smiled when she talked of Gabriel in Paris. They encouraged her to attend his sister's wedding with him as her date. They told her it was fine to go out with Gabriel to explore Paris. How could they? We didn't know Gabriel, we didn't understand the inner workings of his mind. Of course, Alice had asked me what I heard in his mind. And I had to grudgingly admit that I heard nothing dangerous. All he thought about was how beautiful Bella was, and how amazing it was to have her with him. He thought of how it would be upsetting when Bella left for America. He wondered if they would be able to keep in contact. Alice had smiled smugly at me and told me that it was safe for Bella to be around Gabriel. After all, wouldn't she see it if something horrible were to happen? But I still couldn't help the anger. And another emotion I couldn't quite identify. It surged through me every time the name, Gabriel, came up. It burned me alive every time I heard her murmur his name in her sleep. And then, like a tourniquet I didn't deserve, she stopped talking of him. Her dreams of Alice's horrifying shopping sprees and of her friends and tests returned. But it was still there. The memory of Gabriel's kiss. It was etched into my mind, along with his thoughts. He had wanted to give her a real kiss. He had wanted a last memory of her. But our entire family had been watching. He hadn't wanted to kiss her in front of her parents and her siblings. He hadn't wanted to embarrass her. He had wanted her. And suddenly, the unidentified emotion revealed itself to me so clearly. Jealousy. I was jealous. I had been ever since Gabriel had been introduced. Even before I knew his name. I had been jealous of him. The boy who had managed to somehow stumble into her life and make her forget about me. During her days with him, she was hardly around the family. I started joining them in their activities. Just to see if Bella would be around. We went all around Paris but Bella was hardly there. Whenever I looked into their minds to see where she was, that one name popped up. Gabriel. I had felt like he had taken her away from me. Which was ridiculous since I was the one who had been ignoring her. Was I jealous because I was accepting the fact that Bella and I were going to be together? According to Alice's vision, was I jealous that someone had managed to make her forget about me, even for a few days? Was I jealous because I wanted Alice's visions to come true? Or was it something else entirely? A sudden thought occurred to me. If I'd been jealous, then Jasper would have felt it. I might have been confused as to what it was, but Jasper knew. He was the empath after all. I groaned and let my head fall into my hands. What a disaster. I don't even know how to act anymore. This mess with Bella has gone out of control. Maybe I'd gotten too attached to her. How on earth was I going to keep doing this for eternity? 16 months, and I was ready to give it all up. I was ready to just beg her for forgiveness and ask her to forget anything ever happened. I was ready to ask her to give me another chance at being her best friend. Yes, I heard Alice's triumphant yell. But then again, I still had a chance here. I could still help Bella avoid the fate of becoming a monster like I was. I was researching the loopholes in Arrow's deal. I couldn't find one so far, but I wasn't ready to give it up. I wanted to make sure Bella had a perfectly happy, normal life. Look at her time with Gabriel. As much as I hated him, Bella thought him pleasant. She had wanted to be his friend, maybe even more. She had wanted to stay with him, and have a pleasant time with him. What if there were other boys like Gabriel out there? What if there was a boy like him who would turn out to be the man Bella could love and marry and be happily human with? I couldn't take that away from her. I couldn't let her sacrifice herself for me and my family. It was my mistake, my weakness, that had gotten her a limit on her human life. It was my weakness that would take her away from the human world. Would I let myself succumb to the same weakness that would take away her last chance at happiness? No, she deserved it. Bella deserved a normal life, and a normal man, and a normal happiness. I wouldn't be the one taking it away from her. In fact, I would make sure no one and nothing took that away from her. No, Alice's yell reverberated throughout the house. I rolled my eyes. Honestly, you would think a pixie like her wouldn't have such a loud voice. I sighed as I looked down at my sleeping angel. She had always been my angel, ever since the very first day I saw her. I had wanted her safe even though she had been coated with blood. It didn't bother me, didn't deter me from getting her to safety. She had been my best friend all these years. I didn't know what would happen in the future. But I was going to try my hardest to make sure that she would have the most wonderful life possible. I stood up, ready to continue my research on Arrow's deal. But Bella shifted in her bed, her fists curling around something invisible on the bed as if she was grabbing onto something. Her lip quivered as if she was about to cry. Her mouth turned into a frown. Her eyebrows drew together. I frowned. Was she having a nightmare? Should I call Rosalie in here to wake her from it? Before I could make a decision, though, Bella opened her mouth and whimpered. Edward, she whispered. My eyebrows shot up in surprise. She was dreaming of me. Well, she had done it before, but it was always accompanied by the strangest words like dancing tacos and Pocahontas. But this felt different somehow. I couldn't quite put a finger to it. Don't go. My heart broke and healed at the same time, if that was possible. It healed because she wanted me to stay, even if it was only in her dreams. It shattered because I couldn't stay and I haven't stayed. Not for a long time. I turned to go, aware that I would be crying if it were possible. Don't go, she pleaded again. My hand froze on the doorknob. She might simply be dreaming. But it was her desire that I stayed. And I wanted to, didn't I? To watch over her, protect her, be with her. So I backed away from the door and went back to her. I brushed my lips against her forehead, breathing in the scent of her. Immediately, her frown disappeared and the creases on her forehead smoothed out. Her labored breathing lightened and soon she was off to a peaceful slumber. Amazed by the effect I had on her even while she was so deeply asleep, I went to sit in the rocking chair she had beside her window and watched her for the rest of the night. Jasper's Pav, Esme and I were halfway through our plans when Bella came home from school. It was a sunny day today, so none of us went out of the house. Of course, the only people still in high school in this family were Bella, Edward and Alice. She normally refused to accept a ride from Alice. Edward never offered. She would say something about keeping Danielle company on the way back home. I just think it reminded her a little too much of Edward. Idiotic vampire. She had looked curiously at the blueprints in front of us and gazed warily from Esme to me. I grinned. She had every reason to be wary, of course. Blueprints usually meant we're either moving or renovating. In this case, it's the latter. Emmett and I had been mud wrestling the other day when an idea had struck us. We weren't going to be in Denali much longer. But why not make the most of it? Besides, who knew when we would come back, right? It could be not for another 100 years, it could be within the next decade. Though I highly doubt Edward nor Bella would appreciate it that much. We had decided to build a pool for the house. With our vampire speed, it could be done in less than a day. It would be fun, and Bella still hasn't learned how to swim properly yet. All she knew was how to get in the water and float. I think it's time she learned. You know, the best ideas come to you when you're mud wrestling. What's going on? She asked curiously, albeit cautiously. I could practically taste the dread rolling off of her. We're putting in a pool for the house, I said proudly. It had been partly my idea, after all. In Alaska, Bella asked, aghast. Her brown eyes widened considerably. I could just picture her saying, "That's crazy." I laughed with Esme. I should have specified. Indoor pool, Bella. We've got heaters and everything. No worries, human, I teased. Esme smacked me on the arm and Bella scowled at me, but I saw the little quirk of her lips as if she was fighting her smile. Her emotions gave away nothing but humor, that is. Until a certain someone walked in the door. "Hello, Cullens," said the voice of a very pesky, very annoying vampire. Edward was the only one to answer her. "Hi, Tanya, what are you doing here?" His voice wasn't annoyed or irked. It was pleasant, and you didn't need to be a vampire to realize that. But you did need to be an empath to feel what he felt. He was using Tanya, trying to tweak the situation so that Bella would think Edward was choosing Tanya over her. Her fears of losing her best friend was coming to life. I felt Bella's anger and sadness hitting me hard. I almost cried out in pain. I had felt the same thing with Edward. He missed her terribly. He hated the distance he had placed between them. He wanted more than anything to be close to Bella again. After all, they were best friends. And when Gabriel had showed up in her life, Edward had felt nothing but jealousy and resentment. He himself was too confused as to the reason. I think he partially blocked out Alice's vision. As if he was mentally chanting, "It's not possible," over and over again. But it was there. The jealousy. The desire to be where Alice's vision had led. He saw it. Saw the future and he had wanted it. He still did. No wonder it was so hard for him. I didn't really blame him for wanting to keep his distance from Bella. I knew it must be hard to do so. And I knew it was his instincts that drove him to protect her. And I knew that while he was a little overwhelmed by the idea of falling in love with his best friend, with Bella, the most prominent reason why he was rejecting the idea so hard was because he hated the fact that Bella would be a vampire. He had wanted to save her from this life. In his mind, being a vampire would be damning her. He didn't want to do that. She might have made a deal with Arrow. But he was determined to go against the odds and find a loophole. If he were to fall in love with her, and she were to reciprocate like in Alice's visions, then eternity would be a part of Bella. She would want it desperately. And he would want it back. His plans of finding a loophole for Bella would go to waste, and she would still be damned in the end. But he had to accept the reality that there was no escaping it. There was no escaping Bella being a vampire. She was going to be one of us, and soon. Rosalie had somewhat accepted it. Now it was Edward's turn. Before Esme and I could say anything to her, anything comforting, Tanya pranced into the room. She smiled widely at Esme, then reached forward to hug Bella. She considerably stiffened. Either Tanya didn't notice it, or she chose to ignore it. I could feel the hostility in Bella, just waiting for a chance to come out and rear its ugly head. But I couldn't let that happen. Bella would most likely be embarrassed by it later on. Or she'd just start crying in the middle of her rant. She has what she called angry tears. Every time she's angry, she would start to cry. It frustrated her to no end. Bella, Tanya squealed, we have to go shopping. Or maybe we could go to the movies. Oh, that sounds wonderful, don't you think? Let me go find Edward and tell him. And with that, she was out the kitchen door again. I knew the only reason she was so intent on bonding with Bella was because she thought Edward and Bella were still as close as ever. And Bella was important to the family. I knew Edward has tried many times to discourage Tanya from speaking to Bella or making her uncomfortable. He had the insane notion that everything would be fine if Bella didn't have to endure Tanya. He thought that she wouldn't be so upset if she were left alone. I don't know how he managed to get medical degrees. Tanya really wasn't making any progress with Edward. I guess she thought if Bella approved, Edward would make his move. Boy, was she wrong. Excuse me, Bella muttered, and I knew from the look on her face that she was trying to stop herself from crying. Esme exchanged a worried glance with me. Bella, she called, but Bella never looked back. In fact, she walked faster towards the direction of the stairs leading down to the basement. I glanced warily in the direction of the living room, where Edward was trying to shake off Tanya now that he knew Bella was out of earshot. Like I said, idiotic vampire. Emmett's Pav. I can't believe we still have to go to school. I sighed as I started my game. I'd just gotten back, but I had a night class tonight. Maybe I should skip it. It was my 100th time in college. I wasn't going to finish it this time, it was just to pass the time before we moved on to another country. Carlisle had mentioned maybe returning to Forks for Bella's last human years. I knew Rose was particularly touchy about the subject. She was torn between loving the idea of Bella being with us forever and hating that Bella would never have the things Rose wanted her to have. A child, a husband, a family. Rosalie had missed out on all those things, and she had somewhat gotten a second chance when Bella came into our lives. But it still wasn't the same. As much as she loved Bella fiercely, it wasn't the same as getting pregnant and giving birth to your own child. She had wanted Bella to have that. But then Arrow showed up and destroyed it all. Rosalie never once blamed Bella for it. All Bella had done was protect her and the rest of the family. We all owed it to her. She had made the ultimate sacrifice, her life. Her humanity, just so Arrow wouldn't kill us and display our heads on sticks on his mantelpiece. But it still sucked that Bella wouldn't have it all. All things considered, though, I think it turned out pretty well. Sure, it would have been better if we hadn't gotten our butts whipped by the Volturi, but Bella had wanted to be a vampire. She had pestered Edward about it for God knows how long before that deal. She hadn't wanted to be left by herself and never seeing us again. I have to admit that wouldn't have transpired well. Edward and Rose would have gone looking for her anyway. And the rest of us would have missed her too much to act maturely about it. So, yeah, Bella deserved a happy life, but who said she wasn't going to be happy with us? I think she would be very happy spending eternity with us, that is, if Edward ever stopped being an idiot and just accept the fact that he and Bella and meant to be mates. And she could really make use of her time as a human left, you know. Like that guy she met in Paris. Gabriel. At first I thought they were just going to be friends. Then Alice started going all crazy, and Jasper told us that Gabriel had romantic feelings about Bella. That really blew me. Bella, the girl who played Men in Black with us, the girl who forced us into ridiculous outfits and couldn't stop watching Peter Pan. This girl was being attracted to a boy. I just couldn't wrap my head around it, you know. My little sister all grown up. Damn, it was so weird thinking of it like that. Alice pointed out that soon she would have boyfriends and go to parties and all. Edward left the room after that. He's just too stupid to realize that he's going to fall in love with her, if he hasn't already. What's so bad about that? Sure, it's a little strang. When you remember a 6-year-old Bella hiding behind Edward's legs because she was shy. But they had been strongly connected even then. I think it's natural, and she was going to be one of us soon. She's going to be around for eternity. She was going to be frozen at 17. Just like Edward. So who better to be her mate than Edward? I heard the basement door open and slam shut a moment later. We had soundproofed the door so that meaning I would not be disturbed during our R&R time. I caught a whiff of Bella's freesia scent and smiled even though I didn't look away from the plasma screen. Hey, Bells, I greeted her. She grumbled wordlessly and plopped down next to me on the couch. I caught something else mixed in with her usual scent, and tried to distinguish it. When I did identify it, I burst into raucous laughter. So that's what she's doing here, hiding. Hiding from Tanya, huh? I chuckled, shaking my head as my thumbs worked the controller in my hands furiously. Bella gave me a surprised glance. How did you know? She asked. Amazing that after all these years, she still had to ask. I can smell her on you, I said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Bella groaned and fell back on the sofa. She swung her legs up and rested it on my lap. Great, now I'm going to have to shower, she complained. That just set me off into another fit of laughter. She just had to hug me. I shot her a look. She had closed her eyes and was resting her head. If I couldn't hear her heartbeat and her uneven breaths, I would have said she'd fallen asleep. You okay? I asked softly. I knew she hated it whenever Tanya came around, we all did. She could be annoying when she wanted to be. And more often than not, she was annoying even when she didn't want to be. But now it was different. She didn't have her best friend Edward around to help her get through it. She didn't have Edward to turn to when she has problems, or when she's upset, or when she needed a shoulder to lean on. She didn't have him to be there for her. And that just made it harder. Bella cracked her eyes open and with a start I realized that they were rimmed red. No tears fell from behind her eyes, though. Don't, okay, she said bitterly, her voice cracking. You've always been the funny guy, Em. You start being all sensitive and it's just. She shuddered, like she couldn't finish the sentence. I paused my game, and placed the controller on the table in front of me. Then I took her at vampire speed, sitting her upright and holding her to my side. But it's okay to be upset, Angel, I whispered, kissing her hair. It's okay to let it all out. So she did. She sat there in my arms for 15 minutes, crying. She sobbed so hard I thought my world had cracked open. I could literally kill Edward for doing this to her. Rosalie thought of her as her daughter, and I guess that made her mine, too. We've never acknowledged that part of our relationship. I was more of a brother to her than anything. But I liked it. I liked my role in her life. I protected her from the bad guys. I kept her safe, but I would also be there to make jokes and get her laughing. Bella had always been the quiet martyr. She once sprained her ankle and tried to hide it, which didn't really work since Alice saw it happen and Jasper felt her pain. But she didn't want her feelings broadcast to the world. If she was in pain, she'd rather deal with it on her own. She was stronger than I'd ever been. And that was saying something. So yeah, these past few weeks, she'd hidden her pain from us. And if Jasper felt it, he never let it show. He never told us anything. Because he knew as well as I did that Bella hated it when others pitied her or acted sympathetic towards her. We still knew. Edward and Bella had been inseparable the past 8 years. They did everything together, depended on each other, loved each other. It might not have been the love Alice predicted them having, but it was one of the strongest connections I'd ever seen. To lose someone like that must have been hard. I didn't know what it felt like, and I could only hope to God that I never will, as selfish as that sounded. Finally, she stopped crying. But her pain was still there. So my heart was still broken. Sorry, she sniffed, attempting to get away from me. But I never let her. I held her closer until she met my gaze. It'll be okay, I assured her. I promise. Edward, she flinched at the mention of his name. He's just being stupid. He'll come around, Bella. I promise you that. I could promise her that without breaking it. Alice said that the visions haven't disappeared. Edward and Bella were still going to be together when she's 17. He's just being stubborn right now. Why? Bella asked, her voice breaking yet again. I didn't know what she was asking. But she elaborated before I could ask. Why is he doing this? What did I do wrong? I shook my head, cutting her off. You never did anything wrong, Bella. You know Edward, he'll come around, and the two of you will be okay. Even better than okay. You just have to be patient, I smiled. Bella nodded her head, then laughed. You're giving me advice on being patient, Emmett. Who would have thought? I chuckled along with her and tickled her sides until she was crying out of joy. Then inspiration struck me so hard it was like walking into a brick wall and leaving a dent in it, of course. But still, I turned to Bella and grinned at her deviously. Bella eyes me suspiciously. Bella, I said slowly. How would you like a little payback? Bella's pav. Emmett had that mischievous glint in his eyes, the one that always got me into trouble. The last time he got that glint and smiled, that smile was last month when he thought it would be fun to mess up one of Alice's new outfits. I didn't dare go near that one. But I was known for being involved in some of his nefarious plots. Bella, he had said. How would you like a little payback? Come now, what girl could say no to something as tempting as that? So we had discussed the plot. Emmett was almost as annoyed with Tanya as I was. We wanted to get her back. So Emmett had snuck into the garage and borrowed Rosalie's toolbox. I wasn't so sure that was a good idea. Rosalie was as protective of her tools and her cars as much as Alice was protective of her clothes. I didn't want to incur Rosalie's wrath. But Emmett assured me it would be fine, so I went along with it. Even if we did get caught, I'd just pin the blame on Emmett for this one. If it involved Rosalie being angry, I didn't want to get in the middle. An hour later, we had a contraption made especially for Tanya. Emmett knew she would come into the kitchen at exactly 4:20 in the afternoon. She did it every afternoon. It was when she would try to get Esme to like her when Esme cooked me dinner. And if I was in the kitchen, she'd try to get me to like her, too. It was like a sick rerun of a really bad 70s sitcom. Emmett sat at the kitchen table, pretending to read his comic book. Why he still read it was beyond me while I helped Esme cook my dinner. She had been obsessed with Jamie Oliver recently, so everything she cooked came out from his cookbooks and his TV shows. I found this too amusing to be annoyed by it. As predicted, Tanya came into the kitchen. Her fake, bright smile was plastered on her face as usual. Esme and I exchanged a look and scoffed silently. The only reason she hadn't been kicked out of here yet was because she was the leader of the Denali Coven. Esme and Carlisle didn't want to offend the clan just because their leader couldn't see that she wasn't welcomed here. That, and also because Edward liked her. That thought alone sent ripples of pain shooting through me. Tanya's words were cut off as she slipped on the grease oil on the floor. We had kept Esme from that area the whole time. She ended up crashing into the opposite wall, with chunks of wood and plaster in her hands when she had tried to grab onto something to stop sliding forward. Of course, she destroyed everything in her path. From the kitchen table to the wall that now had a Tanya-shaped hole in it. Emmett and I snickered while Esme shot us both disapproving looks. But she didn't rush forward to help Tanya. She was a vampire. Something like this wouldn't deter her at all. When Tanya managed to extract herself from the wall, she glared around the room before her gaze landed on Emmett and I. Did you do this? She snarled. Emmett was quick to jump to our defense, even though we were guilty. Hey, it's not our fault you didn't see where you were going, he rolled his eyes nonchalantly. Tanya turned around to look at Esme, who put on her best, chiding mother look. Now, I'm sure whomever did this was sorry. But you have to understand, Tanya. The children in this family are fond of pranks. They do this to each other all the time, she explained, shrugging a little. But Tanya wasn't pleased with this answer. She swiveled back to glare at Emmett and I and said, "Wait, till Edward hears about this." She snapped. Promptly, she stormed out of the kitchen, yelling his name. I didn't particularly want to see her complaining to Edward, or seeing him comfort her. In fact, I'd rather just go into the basement where I couldn't hear anything at all. Pathetic, right, that I would want to hide in the basement. I sounded like a lunatic. Esme, however, were giving us both a death glare. Kids, she chided, how could you do that? She's the leader of the Denali Coven. She sounded appalled, but I saw the hint of a smile on her lips. Apparently, Emmett did, too. Because he put on his puppy dog look. Mom, I hid a smirk. He only called her Mom when he wanted to get something his way. I saw Esme's scowl lessened. It was only for fun, we do it all the time. How should we know she'd take it so badly? Esme sighed heavily, shaking her head. One hand went up to her eyes. I'll have to talk to your dad about controlling you kids, she muttered. Tanya's screams were still audible. Let's go to the living room. We have some damage control to do. I opened my mouth to protest but Esme shook her head. No, Bella, I know you're a part of this as much as Emmett. Come on, let's go. I pouted as I followed Esme and Emmett out into the living room. What I saw shocked me. Rosalie was sitting on the recliner, flipping through a magazine. She didn't look as if she cared at all. She probably didn't. The only other person aside from me who hated Tanya this much was her. Rosalie was used to being the most beautiful one. The one who got all the attention. She didn't mind sharing with me because firstly, I'm her daughter, and secondly, the attention I get is different than the one she usually gets. But Tanya tended to try and steal Rosalie's spotlight. That was never a good thing in Rose's book. To put it simply, Rose hated Tanya. Despised her with every bone in her body. Alice was curled up next to Jasper on the love seat, though I don't think either of them were paying attention to Tanya. Either. Alice was kissing up Jasper's neck and he looked just as lost as she was. I wrinkled my nose in their direction. Even after all these years, I'd never get used to seeing that. Jasper must have sensed my disgust and turned to look at me. He winked, grinning like a fool. I rolled my eyes at him. Tanya was in the middle of the room, covered in plaster, eyes bulging out. She was also screaming at Edward, arms flailing as she over-exaggerated what happened. As usual, thank God Carlisle wasn't home to see this. He was the most compassionate person I'd ever met. But whenever we crossed the line, he tended to revert to strict father mode. As if reading my mind, Esme turned to give me a glare. "Don't you think your father won't hear about this, young lady?" she warned. I gulped, and shot Emmett a scared look. But he only laughed. He had been in trouble one too many times to actually be afraid of Esme's warning. This riled her up, and she turned to give him a glare. "And I'll make you eat human food for a whole week, Emmett McCarty Cullen." Now he looked scared. I bit back my laughter as Esme, Emmett and I approached Edward and her. It wasn't all that hard to start scowling again. As I was saying, what surprised me was Edward trying to convince Tanya that Emmett and I meant no harm. He was defending me. Well, he was defending Emmett and I both, but it was still there. After all this time, he was defending me. I didn't know if I should throw a vase at his head, break down and cry or hug him as hard as I humanly could. I decided to just keep still and let the adults talk. "It was horrible, Eddie." Tanya was complaining, pouting her lips in what I supposed was meant to be sexy. It just looked like she ate a sour lemon to me. I choked back, another fit of giggles at her nickname for him. Edward hated being called Eddie. I hated it, too. It didn't suit him. He wasn't plain, ordinary, commonplace Eddie. He was gentlemanly, old-fashioned. Straight out of the 19th century Edward. "Tanya, you have to understand," he said, looking pained. It was probably because she called him Eddie. They do this all the time. Emmett and Bella have been the pranksters of this family since she came into our lives. It didn't help that he gave her a journal full of pranks, Esme added under her breath, but we all heard it, even human me. Emmett and I exchanged grins. That journal has come to be one of my prized possessions. It was like a war and we were the winning team. Pulling pranks on the family was almost as fun as Truth and Dare Cullen style. Esme had lost all of her senses and was now clasping Tanya's plaster-covered hands in her own, clean, ones. "Tanya, I apologize for my children's behavior," she said, sounding so genuine that I almost believed her. But I knew my mother. I knew when she was pretending and when she was being sincere. Right now was more of the former. There was still disappointment in her voice, though. I knew she wanted to honor the Denali clan because they had been nothing but kind to us. Tanya could be on the more annoying note now and again, but the others were good friends. By Esme wanting to honor their friendship, she expected us to do the same as well. And I had let her down. My own mother and I'd disappointed her. I felt the guilt and shame washing over me, and I looked down at my feet, shuffling them embarrassedly. Immediately, a wave of calmness, happiness and assurance came over me, but I pushed them back. Jasper wanting to make me feel better only made me feel guiltier. I didn't deserve it. What was I thinking going along with this plan? I knew Emmett was only trying to cheer me up and I just agreed to it. I should have thought before I acted. Pulling pranks on the family was one thing, but on Tanya. "Esme, stop," Alice shrieked. Every pair of eyes turned to look at her, confused. After a moment, though, Alice gasped and Edward growled low in his throat. I looked back and forth between them, bewildered. Emmett must have sensed it because he looked down at me knowingly. "Yeah, I feel the same way when they have one of their private conversations," he said. "We have visitors," Alice said, as she snapped out of her trance-like state that usually meant she was having a vision. I shuddered involuntarily. The last time we had visitors, the Volturi showed up. And before that it was Matt, Haley and Connor. I hadn't minded Connor's friendship. I even understood why he had tried to bite me. He was a vampire, with vampire instincts and desires. I just wished it hadn't happened so that he could still be around. I might not necessarily want him around me, but he was still a pretty good guy. Unless you counted the attack. So what sort of evil fiends were visiting us this time? Judging the horror on Alice's face and Edward's constant growling, I couldn't imagine that we would be the best of friends with whomever was coming. Who? Esme's motherly voice rang with alarm and concern for her family. Underneath it all, I could hear the undertones of the fierceness she held within her. The lengths a mother would go to protect her children. Alice turned away from our prying eyes, and locked gazes with Jasper. His eyes widened, as if he were the one reading her mind. His mouth hung open, his face so shocked it was almost comical if the situation wasn't so frightening. Maria. And then the strangest, most unimaginable thing happened. Edward hugged me. Edward's paw. I was practicing on the piano the same song that had been stuck in my head for years. I still couldn't finish it. I didn't understand why, of course. But it had been running around in my mind for so long, it was driving me completely insane, if everything else hasn't already. Speaking of insane, Tanya barged into the living room, screaming. She was livid, from her bulging eyes to her clenched jaw to her blazing eyes. She saw me, and stormed right over to me. I winced slightly, hopefully unnoticeably, and stood up, making my way towards her. That was when I noticed her clothes. She was covered in plaster, from head to toe. Even her hair was covered in it. Alice was giggling as she took it in from the loveseat. Even better than the vision I had. You'll remind me to thank Emmett and Bella, won't you, Edward? I ignored her, then did a double take. Emmett and Bella. Bella did this. I sighed inwardly. I really Holt have burned the silly prank journal Emmett had given her all those years ago. His influence has been nothing but trouble for her, and us. She had turned into quite a devious little devil. It had started out simple enough. Nair and Jasper's shampoo which Alice had prevented, of course, since vampires can't grow their hair back and Alice wouldn't want a bald husband for the rest of eternity. Messing with Rosalie's toolbox. Hiding the keys to my brand new Volvo which I didn't appreciate, thank you very much. Then it had gotten devious. Contraptions, elaborate plans, scaring 6 vampires, she became the little mistress of pranks and jokes. Emmett couldn't have been more thrilled. The rest of us were slightly less enthusiastic. For the record, though, if I didn't have Tanya yelling into my ear, I would have enjoyed this particular prank. Tanya was starting to drive me crazy and I don't mean in a good way, either. I had to keep up pretenses in front of Bella, to drive her to think that I was getting closer to Tanya. I didn't actually want to use Tanya, so I refrained from forging a false relationship with her. Besides, this would no doubt only hurt Bella. A lot. I didn't want that. I just wanted her safe. So I distanced myself from her and made it look like her worst nightmare had come to life. She had lost her best friend to another. It saddened me, but it had to be done. Tanya stopped right in front of me and glared. She gave me a look that said she would cry if she could. Only, it wasn't a genuine expression. She was just putting it on for show. Eddie, she screeched, whining for me to take action, I supposed. I flinched. I hated that nickname. What bothered me, though, was that she was making Bella into a bad person. Sure, she had her childish moments, and she loved pulling pranks on people. But it was mostly to bond with her big brother Emmett. And when you're a part of a family that never dies, never sleeps, never need to do anything other than hunt, you get bored sometimes. We have all gotten used to this, just as we have gotten used to Jasper sometimes manipulating our emotions for the fun of it when Alice was hunting without him. It could get annoying when you start dry sobbing when you're watching a sitcom or when you feel the sudden urge to yell at everyone for no apparent reason, but in the end, it's all in good fun. I didn't understand why Tanya was making such a big deal over this. Maybe it was a female thing. Esme came out of the kitchen, Emmett and Bella tagging along behind her. She began apologizing for their behavior. I noticed that Bella looked increasingly guilty. As if she had committed the biggest crime. I fought the urge to laugh and to comfort her. It was only a joke. We all knew that. From Jasper's mind, I knew that he was sending her assuring waves. And that she was rejecting them because she felt she didn't deserve it. I was about to just forget the fact that I wasn't supposed to speak to her and comfort her when Alice screamed. Stop. At first I thought she was yelling at Tanya, who had opened her mouth to complain to Esme now about how unfair the situation was. But then I saw the vision she was having in her mind. A vampire, walking through the dense mist in the surrounding. She was flanked by 3 vampires on each side of her. They all looked crazed with thirst but there was no human around to feed on. Newborns. As she came closer, her face became more visible. Heart-shaped, with long dark hair, eyes the color of fresh blood. Her grin was more of a grimace, though it did nothing to hide her beauty. Her wild eyes darted around until she found something. Suddenly the mist disappeared, only to be replaced by the interiors of the house. She looked straight at Jasper and smiled wickedly. Jasper. Her voice was adoring, yet it dripped with venom. Maria, he said stiffly, drawing Alice at his side closer to him. Maria's eyes flickered to her disapprovingly, but neither mate backed down. This made Maria laugh. Then she stopped. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. A wide smile flitted across her face. Her eyes fluttered open and she looked around. The crimson of her eyes had darkened. They found Bella. Did you know I was coming, Jasper? She asked, making her way closer to Bella. Did you bring me a tasty little snack before we leave? Alice's vision ended there. She stared at me, horrified. I, on the other hand, growled in my throat. Bella. She would be after Bella. I'd heard Jasper's stories on Maria, in his head and out loud. She wasn't a kind being. She was also persistent. If she wanted something, she would go to any lengths to get it. Which was why, when Alice turned to Jasper with horror in her eyes, Jasper's eyes widened. He knew the fear that only Maria could strike in someone's heart. And when Alice spoke, it only confirmed his suspicion. Maria, she whispered, her voice wavering. This was enough for me to abandon all my efforts at keeping Bella at a safe distance. I strode over to her and pulled her into my arms, hoping to God I never had to let go. Jasper's Pav. I met Maria 2 years after I joined the Confederate Army. I was still at war, still battling. When I saw her, I thought I was having a nightmare. Sure, she was beautiful. You couldn't deny that, but she looked crazed, and her eyes were crimson. Her smooth voice didn't captivate me, it terrified me. I remembered the day I met her clear as day. And when she bit me, I wanted nothing more than to die. 2 years of being in the army. 2 years of shooting people, being near bombs, and seeing my comrades die. Years of being so close to death I could taste it. And all she had to do was show up and smile, and I wanted to die. For 3 days, I begged for it. I couldn't stand the fire, the burn. It killed me from the inside. I was practically sobbing through it. I wasn't proud of acting so cowardly. But the fire, it was like I was being burned at the stake alive. When I woke up, Maria told me all about vampires. She brought me my meal. A terrified girl one of the soldiers had snatched up from the village nearby. She was so beyond afraid of what would befall her. All she wanted was to home. I could feel the blinding terror in her. But I was so thirsty, so thirsty. So I grabbed her and I sank my teeth into her neck. I ignored her screams, and I ignored how she clawed at my marble skin. Her nails didn't even hurt. I drank until she was dry of blood. I drank until I believed that I had turned into a monster. And when her dead body hit the ground, I wasn't sure which I wanted more, to grab every human I saw and drank them dry. Or to sink to my knees and cry like there was no tomorrow. Maria discovered my power. For me, I was an empath. She didn't particularly thought that was a useful gift, but T came in handy when she wanted to know which human to turn for her newborn army. She wanted to know which human was afraid, and which human wasn't, in the face of death. She wanted the best, and that was what she got. For 100 years, I was her pet. She changed the humans, turned them into bloodthirsty newborns, and I was to train them. It wasn't easy doing that. Newborns were so powerful, so rebellious. They weren't willing to listen or to fight or follow orders. All they wanted was more blood. But I had trained with Maria. She turned me into a ruthless vampire. A ruthless killer. The newborns were tough to handle. But I was able to do it. My entire upper body was attacked mercilessly as they bit and tore at me. That was why I had so many scars on my chest. But I still managed to train them. When their newborn strength started to fade, about a year after their transformation, Maria would see them as useless. She would make me kill them. So that was my job. Train and kill. I did had for a century before I met Peter again. He had a new companion, Charlotte. They didn't want to be a part of Maria's plan. And neither did I, anymore. I was sick of it. A waging war with newborns on our side. It became a little too tedious after 100 years. I left with Peter and Charlotte, but Maria was never happy about that. In her eyes, I was the prize. I had been the one capable of doing what many vampires couldn't. I was able to handle and train tens of hundreds of newborns. Others would be lucky if they could survive one. When you're changed into a vampire, you're strong. Stronger than most vampires, in fact. Your newborn strength would last for a year, but during that time, you would be almost impossible to handle. But I could, and I did. Maria looked for me before. Once. I'd already met Alice. Maria wasn't too pleased about that. She had told me that when I was ready to stop pretending, my place at her side would still be there. She would still be waiting for my return. I never wanted to return. After Alice, there was nothing more than I could need. Now Maria was going to be in Denali. She was going to find me. And she was going to set her sights on Bella. And Maria always got what she wanted. I have never been more scared, including those 3 days of endless fire, in my life. Bella was a part of this family. She was human, and warm, and lovely. She was my sister. And in just a year or two, if Edward decided he has been stupid long enough, she was going to join the family in a different way altogether. She would be Edward's mate. Bella has made this family complete, a feat I didn't think any being on Earth could have accomplished. She had just 2 years of humanity left. And now she was going to lose it all. I meant it when I said it. Maria has never been denied something she wanted. With the exception of me, of course. Bella, she was an insignificant human to someone like Maria. Her scent was indescribable. I should know. Every time Bella has her female human time of the month. Alice has to warn me beforehand so I could come back more than fully fed. It was hard to remember my choice of lifestyle when I catch a whiff of her scent. It was why we weren't as close as we were before. I didn't hug her as often. Her scent has gotten stronger throughout the years. She understood, though, much more than I did. She would know that I was upset over it, and she'd just smile and say 2 years now, big brother. She, too, was waiting until we could be like we were before. Even so, I looked out for her. She meant too much. I was so ashamed of acting the way I did. I was ashamed that there was a part of me that wanted to taste her blood, and just satisfy the ache in my throat. But I couldn't do it. Bella was my sister, like I said. She deserved the 2 years of humanity. So we begun to formulate a plan. Alice could see when Maria would make an appearance with her newborn army. Esme called Carlisle home, then proceeded to ring up Kate, Carmen, Eleazar and Irina. We were going to need as much help as possible. When Tanya whined about going after a strong vampire in clothes covered in plaster, Rosalie offered, sarcastically I might add, to bring her outside and hose her down. That shut Tanya up. We simply didn't have the time to worry about these trivial matters. Edward wanted to hide Bella. He wanted to take her someplace else and hide until Maria was gone. He wanted to go someplace sunny where Maria and her newborn army couldn't go to, like Arizona or California. But Alice had shook her head. It was too late. Maria was already on her way. There wasn't a lot of time left. If Edward and Bella were to leave now, they would meet Maria along the way. She would kill him and bite her. Without anyone to help them, it was a lost battle. So he had stayed put, pacing around, mumbling incoherent words to himself. Truthfully, I have never seen him so riled up. I knew it was because of Bella's scent as well. He felt the pull stronger than I did. Carlisle had a theory about that. He had said that Bella was Edward's, la tua cantante. She was his singer. Her blood called out to him stronger than any other. I had never gone through that, personally. But Emmett had, twice. He had adopted our lifestyle from the moment he opened his newborn eyes, but he still took those 2 people. He couldn't help himself. The pull was too strong. It was harder for Edward than it was for me to be around Bella. I think that helped him stay away from her, as well. But we were all pretty much desensitized since we'd been surrounded by her scent for 8 years. Her scent and her blood has gotten more potent over the years, but it was bearable. He, like I, couldn't even fathom the idea of killing Bella. He was in control, but Maria wouldn't be. Once she'd caught a whiff of Bella's scent, she would want to kill her, taste her blood. I wasn't so sure if we'd manage to make it out alive. I wasn't sure if Bella would. Edward snarled in my direction. I sighed. You know I want Bella to survive, Edward. I'm just thinking of my worries. You'll excuse me for not concealing my thoughts from the nosy mind reader. He glared at me and continued pacing. Bella was sitting nervously on the couch, wedged between Esme and Rosalie, who both had their arms around her. I hoped they didn't squeeze the breath out of her. The door burst open, and all of us were on our guard. We turned towards the newcomer, anxious. It was Carlisle. I rolled my eyes at my own stupidity. I was a military man before I was changed. I was a military man after I was changed. LD have known better than to act upon my fears. Carlisle's scent was familiar to me. I should have caught that. He hurried into the room, frazzled. He had heard about Alice's vision over the phone with Esme. Needless to say, He'd forego everything at the hospital and came running back home. Bella, he exclaimed, rushing forward and grabbing her face in his hands. He kissed the top of her head tenderly and smiled a little at her. She smiled half-heartedly back. Carlisle took his place next to Esme, clutching her hand. We continued with our plan of defense. Soon after, Kate, Carmen, Eleazar and Irina came by. Irina looked like she would rather be anywhere but here. The others must have forced her to come. I'd rather she had stayed away. We needed everyone to do their very best, not a half-heart job that would get everyone else killed. How much longer, till they reach here? I asked Alice. She blanked for a minute, then she turned to me. Less than a day. They'll reach Denali by midnight tonight. They plan on feeding then coming to find you, she said. I flinched internally. Coming to find you. This wouldn't be happening if it weren't for me. As if sensing the reason for my further distress, Alice placed a hand on my arm and squeezed gently, reassuringly. I shot her a grateful smile, thankful for her support. I turned back to the others. Here's how I think it should go. I want to try catching them off guard. Kate, Tanya, Eleazar, you go with Emmett, Rose and Edward. Before I could say anything else, Bella had shot out of her seat and flung herself at Edward. No, she cried. You can't send him. She was sobbing by now. And he had gotten over his shock at her sudden outburst. Edward wrapped his arms around her and held her close, rubbing her back gently as her body wrecked with sobs. Bella, it's the best plan there is. Rose said softly. Bella shook her head, still clinging on to Edward as if she was afraid he would disappear before her very eyes. I don't care, she said bitterly. I know the stories. I know about newborns. They're dangerous. And now there's 6 of them. I can't, she sobbed, too frantic to continue. Edward closed his eyes as if he was in pain. Pulling her down, he sat on the armchair and sat her on his lap. Bella, it's going to be all right, I heard him whisper. She was still crying, and I wasn't sure what to do. Edward heard this in my thoughts, and gestured with his hand for me to continue. I begun speaking again reluctantly, but it was easy for me to revert back to my army major role. Catch them when they come at midnight. I taught you how to out newborns before, so kill as many as you can. Alice said there'll be 6 of them. Do the best you can. Maria won't be as easy. We would have to spend the next few hours discussing tactics. Knowing Maria, these newborns would be skilled in fighting. She didn't have me to train them, but she would have found someone else to do her dirty work. Esme, Carlisle, Carmen, Irina, Alice and I would have to stay behind to watch over Bella and guard her. It wasn't safe. It was just like Maria to pull a last-minute stunt and have her newborn army come straight here and attack. She might not know about Bella yet, and we wouldn't be dangling her in front of Maria's face, but it was just a matter of time. Finally, it was 11:15. Edward and the others had to leave to make it in time. They needed to catch Maria and her army off guard. Edward led Bella back to her room, where she would be staying. Carmen and Esme would be keeping a watch on her, even after Maria arrives. We let them say their goodbyes. I knew this wasn't supposed to be the end. I knew there was still time for them to be together. I knew that once this was all over, everything would be perfect again. Yet, I couldn't help the feeling of dread from overtaking me. Edward's pav. I barely listened to Jasper's strategies. I would get it all from his mind, or someone else's, later on anyway. All I could concentrate on was Bella. Here she was, sitting on my lap, curled into my arms, sobbing her heart out because she was afraid for me. Ironically, I would do the same if I could. I'd cry for her. We had less than 15 minutes left before I had to go with Emmett, Rose, Tanya, Kate and Eleazar. Emmett and Rose were going because they were strong, aggressive fighters. Emmett especially. Tanya was going because she was skilled in combat. Kate because she could electrocute them. And Eleazar because he was extraordinary in combat due to his Volturi past and because he could tell us if any of the newborns have any new powers. I stood up, carrying Bella as I went, and headed up the stairs. It was time for me to put her in bed. I knew she hated being treated like a child. I had overheard this conversation multiple times in the past few years. She had even asked me to treat her like an adult once. Before I started ignoring her, of course. But she was too exhausted from crying so hard to actually care. When we reached her room, I gently placed her on the bed. She crawled under the covers and hugged herself as if she was keeping herself from falling apart. It killed me to see her this way. I reached out and brushed her pale, warm cheek with my cold fingers. Don't worry, Bella, I said reassuringly. I promise everything would be okay. I promise I won't let her touch you. I promise you'll be safe. I would make that promise every day. And I have. I'd promised to myself to keep her safe no matter what. Bella sniffed and shook her head. What if you got hurt? She whispered. I won't. But the newborns, aren't they stronger than you? What if they have powers, too? What if one of them zaps you or something? Despite myself, I laughed. Zaps me, I teased, chuckling. Bella scowled at me, her puffy, red-tinged eyes glaring at me. I stopped laughing, and drew her to me. You'll be all right, Bella, and so will I. Bella started to panic again. I could hear her heartbeat starting to accelerate and her breath coming in short, quick gasps. I rubbed her back soothingly, hoping that she would calm down. This can't be good for her health. What if you won't be all right? She asked, her wild eyes seeking mine desperately. What if it goes badly? What if? Bella, I said sternly, I would not let her put this on her shoulders. The weight of the world isn't her responsibility. Her safety is my responsibility, my job. I had vowed to protect her. Since the very first day I met her. Whatever it was, be it Alice's crazy shopping sprees, or Emmett's too strong hugs when she was still too little, be it Connor, the Volturi or Maria, I would always keep her safe. I brushed her hair back with my fingers so I could look into her chocolate eyes fully. I had missed looking into them, especially for a longer time than 5 seconds. I had missed the closeness of our relationship, no matter how platonic it might be. Don't talk like that, I chided her. We will be all right. You will have a chance to be human for a few years. You will be happy, and safe and protected. Bella sniffed again, then climbed onto my lap. She placed her head on my shoulder, and wrapped her arms around my neck. Away from the prying eyes of my family, I hugged her closer. Burying my face into her hair, I took in a deep breath, taking in the sweet strawberry scent I'd missed. Somewhere in the house, Alice squealed. Bella's warm body trembled against my cold, iron one as she said her goodbye. She knew I would have to leave soon. And she knew, as well as I did despite my words, that there was every chance this would be my last time with her. Being what we are, every day is a constant danger. Either from exposure or from something like this happening. I wished beyond anything that I could protect her from that harsh truth. I heard Jasper calling my name from downstairs. He was using a normal tone so that Bella wouldn't hear. Anything might set her in hysterics. I knew how she felt. I wished I could break down just like her. The emotions Roggy, Ing in me was so strong I was surprised Jasper wasn't curled up in a ball in the corner, tearing his hair out of his scalp. I have to go, I whispered, pressing my lips to the top of her head. Bella's arms tightened around me. If I were human, I would be choking due to the lack of oxygen. Of course, I could break her grip in a second if I wanted to. Bella pressed her forehead to the side of my neck. I felt the warm trickle of her tears as they slid down her cheeks. Don't go, she pleaded. I sighed as I ran my hands through her hair. I have to. You know that. I promise I'll come back, I said gently. You have to, okay, she said, pulling back slightly to look me in the eyes. I just got you back. I flinched as Bella's voice cracked. Oh, what a fool I had been. I kept her at arm's length to protect her. But I should have stayed by her side. I shouldn't have wasted the time I had left with human Bella. I should have done everything she had wanted to do with me. We had an entire list of things to do. I had suggested we created one after I got over the shock of Arrow's deal. We were going to travel to Australia, go deep sea diving, something I only let her write because I knew no matter what, I would never allow it. She was too accident prone. She would also probably attract a shark in the middle of the ocean. It would be just like Bella. Emmett wrote down, bungee jumping, just for the fun of it. Unfortunately, she took it seriously. I still had yet to discourage her from it. I should have spent my time doing everything on that list with her. She only had so little time left to be human. There was a deadline. I couldn't find anything to stop it from happening. What else could I do but make the most out of it? And even then, I hadn't done so. Emmett and Jasper were calling me again, telling me that we really had to go. I hugged Bella tightly once more before shifting her so that she was laying on the bed, the covers tucked around her. Once I get back, I said solemnly. We're going to do everything on that list. Together. Bella smiled slightly as she understood my meaning. Promise, she whispered, refusing to release me from her fragile, human grip. I promise, I said, leaning down to kiss her forehead. My lips lingered on her overheated skin. I could hear her heart going in overdrive, and I could feel the flush of her skin against my lips. I smiled, pulling back. Gently, I ached around my neck and took her arms away. Be safe, I whispered, watching Bella's eyes fluttered close as she succumbed to slumber. I ran with Kate by my side as we reached the intended destination of Maria and her newborn army. When they arrived, it was a more deserted location. Of course, most of where we lived was deserted. You probably couldn't find a single human soul other than Bella for 50 miles. Tanya had tried to tag along near us, but Rosalie had called her to the front with her and Emmett. I had told her to go. I wanted to talk to Kate alone. Aside from my family, Kate was one of the few people I could honestly talk to. She was compassionate in everything, but she still had that edge to her that reminded me of Rosalie and Bella put together. I could talk to my family, but I already knew what their answer would be. They had been telling me what they thought since I first found out about Alice's visions. The ones she'd kept from me for 6 years. I didn't hold it against her or any of my family. For that matter, if they had told me sooner, I would have ran. I wouldn't have all those wonderful years of being with Bella. In this case, I truly believed that ignorance was bliss. Now that I knew, though, I was confused. I wasn't sure what to do or how to act. I knew I loved her. I knew I would do anything for her. I knew I couldn't imagine my life without her. So that constitutes the kind of love mates have for each other. Would we have the kind of relationship Carlisle and Esme, Emmett and Rosalie, Alice and Jasper have for each other? I didn't know. I couldn't picture it all that well. But could I fall in love with someone else? Could I picture myself with another vampire? Could I picture myself tied to someone else for the rest of eternity? Absolutely not. Once the others were separated from us to go to their own battleground, and I was alone with Kate, I looked at her sideways. To my surprise, she laughed. Just tell me what's bothering you, Edward. We both know you want to talk about it. Perceptive, just like Bella. I laughed nervously as we waited for Maria and her newborn army to show up in the snowy plains. It's about Bella, I started. I kept my voice low, in a whisper. None of the others would be able to hear me. You have to promise you won't say anything, Kate. No one can know. Her eyes widened as she took in my solemn tone and my serious expression. She nodded her head after a while, and gave me a small, reassuring smile. You have my word. I told her about Alice's visions, and about ignoring Bella for her own sake. I told her everything from my own perspective. I told her how it killed me inside being without Bella. And I told her how confused I was. Kate sighed, and bit her lip, looking away for a moment. When she looked back at me, she gave me a look that said she had it all figured out. The good thing about talking to Kate was that she always knew the answer in the end. If you love her, Edward, then what's the problem? It's not about the visions or about making your family happy, it's about you. The visions are only predictions of what's going to happen. No one would force you to fall in love with her. No one would put the two of you under a magic spell. It's just love, Edward. You get a warning beforehand. Take it, embrace it. You've spent a century without love. It's presented itself to you, pure, unadulterated, wonderful. What's the problem? I considered her words. It was true. They were predictions of what's to come. And if being with Bella as her best friend made me so happy, imagine what it'll be like to be with her as her mate. She was already so beautiful. She had been the most adorable child I'd ever seen. And when she grew up, she just became more and more beautiful. She rivaled Rosalie, Irene, Beard how she looked like in Alice's vision. A year from now, 2 years from now, she would be absolutely stunning. In those visions, I had to admit, she took my breath away. Didn't it kill me to be away from her? Didn't it torture me not to hear her voice, or be the reason for her laughter, or see the sadness in her eyes? I looked sheepishly at Kate. I just never knew what to do. It was like a huge pressure on me. I love Bella, I truly do. I always thought it was platonic love. All of a sudden, Alice came right out and showed me that I was to fall in love with her. I've seen her at age 6, Kate. I've seen her grow up. I don't know, I finished lamely. I can understand that. It must have taken you a while to get used to the idea. I don't know if you already are used to the idea. Just remember, Edward, this isn't some job for you to fulfill. It's your happiness, and Bella's. Just let the pieces fall into place. Let everything work out on their own. I just have to say that your friendship with Bella is way too strong for you to just go about throwing it away. I remember the first time I saw the two of you together. She was already so attached to you. Be honest with me, Edward. Was it really a surprise to you that she would turn out to be your mate? The connection you have with her, it's unprecedented. So it was a little shocking and a little scary. Love normally is. I cracked a smile at her. Thanks, Kate, I just needed time. I hope it all works out. Bella's going to be a part of your family forever. It'll be really wonderful if the two of you could be that way like that. She's a great girl. I heard a high-pitched sound coming from the north of us. I shared a grim look with Kate and tilted my head to the side. We took off running in the direction. We found Emmett tackling a particularly huge newborn. He was snapping his jaws at Emmett, who shoved him headfirst into the snow. Where's Rosalie and Tanya? I shouted at him over the screams of the newborn. Rose took off after a newborn attacking Eliezer. Headed south, I think, he yelled back. I could see the frenzy he was in. His thoughts weren't even coherent. Tanya went north. Stay with Emmett, help him, I ordered Kate. She nodded, snarled at the newborn once and lunged. I didn't stay to watch. Rose already had Eliezer with her. Tanya was alone, so I needed to help. She could be surrounded by newborns for all I knew. I ran south as fast as I could, trying to catch her scent. When I found it, I dashed in her direction. Sure enough, two newborns were circling her as she posed, ready to strike. Fear was evident in her eyes. The newborns would be able to catch my scent by now, but I was fast. I snapped the head of one of them and threw it to the side. The other newborn wasn't even fazed. He continued circling us. Where's Maria? I didn't know if my question was directed at Tanya or the newborn. I just wanted the question answered. It was the newborn who answered me, in his mind. Maria wanted his boy. Distract. Kill. His thoughts came in a jumbled mess. Those were the only things I could make out. His bloodlust was too strong. He was crazed for blood, only there wasn't any human nearby. We had to take out all the newborns before they could reach the house. Bella was the only human in a 50-mile radius, like I said. They wouldn't even blink once before attacking. Maria or no Maria, Bella was in danger. Emmett and Kate had taken care of one newborn, and I had just killed another. If Alice's vision was right, there was 4 of them left. Including the one snapping its jaws at me at the moment. I had to strike fast. Tanya, watch my back, I yelled. I had to go in for the kill. The newborn would be harder to kill once it knows I was there. I lunged forward the same time the newborn did. I mana G to secure one hand around its neck and push it back to the snow. He kicked me off of him and jumped to his feet. He snarled at me, and I growled back. He wasn't going to faze me. I swiped my feet under his, tripping him. I punched him several times in the face to distract him, then pinned his body under mine using my knees. Grabbing his head by the ears, I tugged at his head. He let out a high-pitched wail that was suddenly, sickeningly, cut off when his neck was ripped off his body. I threw it aside, careful not to throw it too far off so that we could burn the bodies completely. As I begun to stood up, a fresh, ripping pain hit me from the side, and I howled, blacking out for a second as I was blinded by the pain. Bella's pav. I couldn't sleep, not even when Esme turned on Claire de Lune on my stereo. When Edward had left, I'd drifted off for a few minutes, but that was only because I was so tired after crying so much. Now I was just a bundle of nerves. Seconds seemed like hours to me. I was so worried. The people who went to greet Maria and the newborns were people I cared about. With the exception of Tanya, of course. Even then, I wouldn't wish for her to die. I had just gotten Edward back. I didn't know why his sudden change. I didn't know if it was going to last. I hoped that he wouldn't go back to ignoring me when he gets back. All I knew was that he hugged me, and comforted me. And promised me that he'd be safe and that we'd go through our list when he gets back. I couldn't lose that now. He had been gone for 2 hours and 42 minutes, according to my radio alarm. Every now and again, panic would overtake me and I'd start sobbing. Jasper would use his gift all the way from the living room. Whenever I started to cry, Esme would hug me like a mother would. Of course, this just reminded me that Rosalie was out there as well, and I'd start to cry all over again. If this Maria wanted me, then why couldn't she just have me? Instead of sending the people I love to fight for me, why not just let her have me? I was going to be a vampire soon anyway. What does it matter? I felt like running outside, jumping up and down while screaming, "I'm here. Do you see me? Come and get it." To make it worse, I kept having a terrible feeling in my guts. It was as if I was sure something horrible was going to happen. Of course, this was Alice's thing, not mine. I just couldn't help it. I felt nauseous and jittery. When I said this out loud, Esme and Carmen said it was because I was worried for the others. I was worried, and I had been worried before. With the Volturi, I had never been as terrified in my life as I was when they arrived. I had seen my entire family being tortured right in front of me. But never have I felt like this. Something horrible was going to happen. I knew it. Can I talk to Alice? I whispered, rocking back and forth on the bed as I brought my knees up to my chest and wrapped my arms around my legs. Esme and Carmen exchanged a silent look full of meaning. I knew they were worried for my sanity, as well as for the safety of the others. Esme sat next to me and wrapped her arms around my shoulders. "What's wrong, dear?" she asked softly, bringing a hand up to brush my hair back. Edward had done the same just a few hours ago. Another ripple of pain shot through me at the thought of him. I gasped as if I was in pain, new tears forming behind my eyes. I hoped to God he was all right. He was a skilled fighter, Jasper had told me this. But newborns were stronger. Jasper himself, the military man in the family, had been injured by them. And he trained them. He killed them. Jasper was more equipped to handle the newborns than Edward. I knew why Jasper had to stay. Maria might come here instead. Jasper needed to be here for that. She might bring newborns with her. He needed to be here for that, too. But Edward, why Edward? I just couldn't shake this dreadful feeling. I need to talk to her, I managed to choke out. Please. I hated how vulnerable, how small I sounded. In the midst of the war, I was the only one who didn't belong. Even Esme could be violent. I hadn't seen her in battle, but I'd seen her with Emmett. Trust me, she could handle herself. Alice appeared at the doorway of my bedroom without anyone calling her. She must have heard me asking for her. Or seen me. Either way, my frazzled, exhausted mind didn't care. I only wanted to know. She saw the question I was going to ask, and shook her head. "Nothing, Bella," she said gently, coming to sit by me as well. "I didn't see anything bad happen. Don't worry, all right, don't worry." How could she ask that of me? How could Edward? I wasn't a little kid anymore, I knew when something bad was happening. They didn't have to baby me all the time, and keep things from me like this. I glared at her, and her frown deepened. She seemed to know the outburst she would be enduring. "I can't not worry, Alice," I yelled. My voice cracked, though, so I sounded rather pathetic. "Edward's out there. Rose and Emmett are out there. Kate's out there. What if something horrible happens? What then?" I collapsed back on the bed, turning my head so that it was pressed against one of the throw pillows. I couldn't lose them, any of them. Edward was my best friend. Rosalie was my mother. Emmett was my buddy. I needed all of them to survive. Even Kate, even Eliezer, even Tanya. Alice laid down next to me and kissed my hair. "I know, Angel," she whispered. "But you have to understand they'll protect each other. They won't be harmed. Trust the psychic," she joked. Her voice was tinged with sadness. And I immediately felt bad. I reached out and took her cold hand. "I'm sorry," I mumbled into the pillow. I knew she could hear me. "Sakay," she said. I know her sentence stopped altogether out of nowhere. I lifted my head from the pillows to look at her. She had that distant, faraway look in her eyes. I knew immediately that she was having a vision. She snapped out of it as quickly as she had the vision. She looked around frantically. "Esme, Carmen, look after Bella. Do not leave this room," she said through clenched teeth. She ran out the door screaming Jasper's name. Jasper's pav. Bella kept panicking every few minutes. I felt exhausted just sending out calming waves to her. I knew why she was so upset, though. Edward was out there. Despite his behavior towards her in the past year, she loved him dearly. It hurt her to think that he might be harmed or injured out there. It was necessary, though. I had more experience with newborns, but I couldn't leave the house. Maria might just come here. I didn't need Alice's gift to know that. She didn't stick to her original plans all the time. That was me, the military guy who followed protocols. She, on the other hand, was a spur-of-the-moment vampire. I heard Bella asking for Alice. She sounded so broken, so helpless. It was exactly how I felt. Maybe it was her influence, but it still made me anxious to feel this way. Alice went up to her. And I heard the conversation they had. She was worried something bad might have happened. I could feel the anxiety and dread coming off of her in waves. She really believed something horrible either has or will happen. Alice was comforting her when her voice was cut off. I glanced in the direction of the stairs warily. Carlisle and Irina were standing guard, making rounds in the perimeters. Esme and Carlisle were guarding Bella. Alice and I were waiting for Maria. Was something wrong up there? My question was answered when Alice screamed my name. Before I had a chance to react, she was already by my side. Maria, she said breathlessly, though she really didn't need to breathe. My jaw clenched, I spoke through gritted teeth. When I heard a commotion outside, something like a high keening sound and angry yells. Something else caught my attention, the maniacal laughter of a crazed vampire. Alice and I rushed outside only to be greeted by an ugly sight. Carlisle and Irina were surrounded by 5 newborns. Maria was standing slightly to the left, watching in amusement. When she saw me, she brightened up, a devious grin spreading on her face. Jasper, she greeted me, how nice of you to come out of hiding. I growled, making sure Alice was behind me. She didn't need to be attacked. I knew Alice could handle herself, though. She was strong, fast and ruthless when needed. I would just prefer it to be me who killed the newborns, and Maria if I had to. Not her. Call off the newborns, Maria, I said, glancing around at them. 5 newborns. The others weren't back yet, so T meant that Maria had more newborns with her than we'd realized. This wasn't good at all. Maria chuckled, shaking her head, as she came closer. Alice growled, and stepped from behind me. She stood next to me in a protective stance. Maria laughed, throwing her head back, her dark hair flying wildly about her. Still with the little thing, she mused as she strolled closer. You know, I've always pictured you with a blonde. Or maybe a redhead. She's tiny, jazzy, she cooed mockingly, as if she was talking about a little girl. I refused to be deterred. Call off the newborns, I said again, unable to keep the anger from my voice. Maria dropped her act and rivaled my tone. Only if you leave with me, she said, crimson eyes flashing to Alice once. Train newborns for me. It's time, Jasper, for another war. I'm going to head to Europe. Come with me, she said. Alice snarled at her, taking a step forward. I stopped her. Maria wouldn't hesitate to kill Alice. She didn't even need a reason to. I wasn't about to let anything happen to Alice. No, Maria, my time with you is up. I left. I'm never going back, I said. I needed to reason with her. I needed her to see that. And then I needed her to leave. You're coming with me, Jasper. Maria said. You're the best. I want the best in war. So you're coming, whether you like it or not. And with that, all hell broke loose. The newborns lunged forward and Carlisle and Irina went into defense. Alice jumped onto Maria, but she easily flung Alice off. Alice got back on her feet, then crouched into a defensive stance. I growled at Maria, leave her alone. Maria ignored me and circled the 2 of us. 3 high keening sounds later, we were still battling. Maria was as good as I was when it came to battle. She taught me everything I knew before she wed me to train the newborns when we were still together. She had learned some new tricks since then. But so have I. I lunged at her from the side, knocking her to the ground before she could attack Alice again. I wrapped one hand around her neck, my knees pinning her to the ground by the waist. My other hand held down her arm. I heard a scream from in the house. Bella. Something was happening inside the house. Maria realized this the same time I did. She laughed, though it sounded scratchy and muffled because I was strangling her. Looks like the family you're still hiding isn't as safe anymore, she said cockily. I was caught off guard by the sudden smell of Bella's blood. She was bleeding. Maria caught it, too, and growled, thrashing against me. Alice came forward and helped me pin her down. Carlisle and Irina were still taking care of the other 2 newborns. I was right, Maria had trained them in combat. I heard footsteps and immediately stiffened, on guard. I relaxed a little when I caught the familiar scent of Kate, Tanya, Emmett and Rosalie. Bella, Rosalie asked, panicking. She, too, could smell Bella's blood. Inside. Go. I barked at her. She nodded once and ran in, followed by Emmett. Kate and Tanya helped Carlisle and Irina with the newborns. I looked down at Maria disgustedly. They took care of your army, I told her. You have to leave, or I'll take care of you, too, I told her, my voice ominous. She might be stupid enough to come looking for me. But she knew me well enough to know that I meant what I said. Fine, she choked out. Alice and I slowly got off of her. The truth was, we couldn't kill Maria. The rest of her newborn army, the one that she didn't bring with her, would come looking for us if we did. It would mean war against us. We couldn't risk that, but Maria knew that there was no way I was going to leave with her. And staying behind would only mean her destruction. Not only would we take care of it, but the Volturi would become involved as well because she would no doubt, at one point, Become very close to exposing our kind. Maria backed off slowly, her red eyes taking in everyone as she cautiously moved away. Then she smirked at me, laughing. You should know, you're down by 2 men, she licked her lips, then turned and fled. Alice and I exchanged a startled glance. We were down by 2 men. Edward and Eleazar were still gone. I turned to Alice and looked back at the house. Alice, stay here and help out. If Bella's all right, once she's all right, I amended quickly. Help collect the bodies and burn them. Kate, Tanya, Irina, collect the bodies left behind. We can't risk anyone finding them, or putting them back together. Carlisle and I will go find Edward and Eleazar. Alice nodded her head and rushed into the house. Everyone else followed my orders as well. I ran with Carlisle, he headed north while I went south. I had to find Edward. I hoped he was all right. He had to be. It would devastate us if he weren't. It would devastate Bella. I ran around the snow, looking for him. Finally I found him, lying face down in the cold. As I drew closer, I saw the condition he was in. Oh, God, I whispered, horrified. Edward's paw. I didn't remember how I got here. All I remembered was lunging at that newborn. Tanya was supposed to be watching my back. I couldn't help wondering if she was attacked, too. And then the pain came. The drawback of my telepathic power was that I couldn't really use it when it came down to hunting. And killing newborns was pretty close to hunting. I had let my animalistic instincts take over. I think it was a newborn. Maybe a newborn came at me from behind. I couldn't be sure. All I knew was right now, it felt as if I was floating somewhere, not feeling, not seeing, not being. I was remembering, instead. I remembered the last few days of my human life. I remembered the time when Carlisle took me out of the hospital to save me. I remembered waking up to a whole new life, hunting for the first time, my rebellious period. Going home to Carlisle only to find he had found Esme. I remembered how I met the rest of my family, our times together. I remembered Bella. Bella, if I didn't make it, she would be crushed. I knew that. All I wanted was to keep her safe. I promised her I would be back. I promised her I would be with her again. How could I do this? I couldn't let go. Not now. I had to stay strong and just hold on. But then, I had promised her a lot of things. I had broken all of my promises lately, it seemed. The pain was excruciating. Every time I decided to stay strong and hold on, I came back down to earth and I felt the pain. It ripped through me. My mouth was opened in a silent scream. I heard a voice, and all I thought was that Maria or one of her newborns had come back to finish the job. I felt myself being lifted, and someone saying something. They never stopped talking. I struggled to hear it but I only caught snippets. Bella. Okay. Blood. Maria. More. Eleazar. Bella. Her name became a mantra in my head. I had to get back to her. But wait, didn't this person say something about blood? And Maria, what if something had happened? What if Bella had been hurt? I had all my strength to speak just that one word, to ask a million questions with her name. I gasped from all the effort it took just to say it. Bella, I wheezed finally, my eyes snapping open in pain. My blurry sight caught a tuft of blonde hair. The southern accent that came at me soothed me slightly. Jasper. He was here. Where was everyone else? Where was Bella? My senses were coming back to me. But that meant the pain was becoming more pronounced now. Jasper trembled as he carried me back to the house. He was feeling my pain as well. He had to endure it and carry me. I wanted to stop feeling it, but I couldn't really. It wasn't up to me. Some of the pain abated a little. That was because of Jasper. I had to remember to thank him later. I understood now. He was telling me that everything was going to be all right. He was telling me that everyone was all right, as well. That I had nothing to be worried about. But he never mentioned Bella. Why? Was she all right? Did he not know? I couldn't understand this. Other voices started to become audible. I could smell the different scents now, too. I heard someone screaming my name. It sounded a lot like Bella. No, she couldn't see me like this. I wasn't even sure how I looked like, but it couldn't be good. There was a dull thud in the background and I wondered briefly if Bella had fallen down again. It would be very typical of her. Carlisle's voice drew closer, and then I screamed, Bella's paw. Once Alice had gone out of the room, Esme and Carmen had gotten frantic. I didn't think they meant to show it. They were normally incredibly subtle about how they felt, especially in the middle of a crisis. But Alice had stopped screaming Jasper's name, so my guess was she had told him what was going on. Being vampires, Esme and Carmen had probably heard it and panicked. They had locked the windows, drawn the curtains and barricaded the door. As if that would stop a vampire. I should know. Once, during the summer when I was 8 years old, I had gotten angry at Emmett. He had taken Lily somewhere, hidden her from me and made up stories about how he'd accidentally ate her. Edward was gone on a hunting trip so he couldn't stop Emmett. Alice found it too funny. Carlisle was at the hospital. That meant that no one was there to help me find Lily. I got so mad at Emmett, I wouldn't talk to him even after he'd given Lily back to me. He had started following me around, apologizing. I usually found it adorable. Then, I just found it annoying. Lily had still been a little kitty back then. She could have been hurt unintentionally. Besides, he had me believing that he actually ate her. So, tired of hearing his half-apologies, I had locked myself in my room, refusing to come out. Emmett had finally had enough and burst through the door. It flew open, hanging off the hinges. I had found it funny, and couldn't stop laughing after I'd gotten over the shock. Esme and Rosalie on the other hand. Esme made him redo the door at human speed. Rosalie refused to kiss him for a week. Edward, rationalizing that I could have gotten hurt if I'd been in the way, had chased Emmett all the way to Canada. Just like with Emmett, if Maria decided to come crashing through the door, my dresser probably wouldn't stop her. Esme told me to stay under the covers. Lily kept me company. She nuzzled her nose into my side, her tail swishing around under the covers. I reached under the cover to pat Lily but my finger snagged on her teeth. I yelped in pain as my finger throbbed, and started to bleed. Carmen and Esme stiffened, and turned to look at me. Carmen's eyes were almost completely pitch black, but Esme's were still golden though it was a darker shade. Both of them kept their cool, though. I heard a scream. I thought it was part of the commotion I could hear downstairs. Then the scream became a little clearer, a little louder. Something crashed through my window, causing shards of glass to fly everywhere. I screamed in pain as some of the broken glass hit me in the face, the neck, and the arms. I could feel the terrible sting, and I could practically smell the salty smell of blood in the air. I hardly had time to register what had crashed through the window. Carmen had picked me up and thrown me off the bed. Then she had lifted the bed easily with one hand and placed it as a shield in front of me. I stayed back, crouching behind the bed as I held my bleeding arms to myself, without being told to. I heard the growls from the other side of the bed, though, and I couldn't resist peeking. A vampire was gripping Esme by the throat as she leaned over her on the floor. I watched as, with some difficulty, Esme managed to roll them over so that she was the one on top. Carmen rushed over to help Esme pin down the vampire with the dirty blonde hair. As she struggled, the vampire arched its neck, its head thrown back in desperation. That was when her bright crimson eyes met my brown ones. She snarled, jaws snapping, and struggled harder. She wanted me. She wanted my blood. The scent of my blood when I had accidentally hurt myself on Lily's teeth had drawn this newborn to crash through the window, crazed for a taste of it. "Keep down, Bella," Esme shouted over the snarls of the newborn. I quickly ducked back down behind the bed. I heard the high-pitched wail of the vampire and then, nothing. I wasn't allowed to look. But Esme said that the vampire was dead. I had to stay behind the bed and close my eyes until Carmen had brought the body out of the room. She didn't come back into the room because the scent of my blood was too much for her. Esme, on the other hand, had been around my blood for a lot longer than she has. She had also been around my constant accidents. The scent of my blood was nothing new to her. So she came around behind the bed, her eyes still a beautiful topaz color, albeit a slightly darker tone, and looked at me concernedly. She grazed my open wounds with a feather-light touch so that I didn't feel anything. "Are you all right, Angel?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. The pain made me want to cry out and sob, but I didn't want to put Esme through that. So I bit my lip to keep from making any sound. And nodded my head. Esme didn't believe it. She examined my wounds with a critical eye and told me to stay put while she went to get the first aid kit. Once she was gone, I remembered Lily. Where was she? Had she escaped from the room, terrified of what was happening? Had she been hurt during the few minutes mishap had happened in this room? "Lily," I called out, but my voice was barely a whisper. I cleared my throat, and tried again. "Lily, Lily." I hadn't noticed Esme had gotten back into the room until she was right next to me, Lily cradled on one side, while her other hand held the first aid kit. "She has a slightly crooked tail, I'll be able to help her feel better. Other than that, there's no damage," she told me, placing Lily on my lap. Lily nipped at my palm playfully, curling up to me. I smiled at Esme. Thank you, I said, my voice back to being a whisper. Not that it mattered. Esme probably heard it as loudly as if I'd just screamed it from the other side of the room. Esme started to tend to my wounds. Her face was troubled, as if something was bothering her. The commotion outside slowly started to subside, but I could still hear people yelling. Times the voices were loud enough that I could distinguish who was speaking. Tanya, Kate, Rose. Speaking of Rosalie, she had just come rushing in through the door, looking around wildly. I wondered what she was so panicked about. When she saw me, she gasped, and came rushing forward. Esme looked at her, alarmed. Rose, are you sure you can handle it? Rosalie glared at Esme, pursing her lips. Aunt think I could refrain myself from killing my own daughter, Esme? She asked defensively. Esme relented, giving her a small apologetic smile, and went back to cleaning my wounds. Rosalie cupped my face in her hands tenderly. Careful not to touch my cuts. Baby, are you okay? She asked, looking at me from all over to see if there had been any more damage. I shook my head. Mom, I'm fine, I assured her. A newborn crashed through the window. I was kinda in the way. I'm okay. She didn't look as if she believed me. Maybe we should get Carlisle to look at her, she murmured to Esme. Esme shook her head. I'm almost done. Carlisle would have to look at Edward and Eliezer once they're back, she said. I started hyperventilating. Edward, what was wrong with Edward? Why did Carlisle have to look at him when he gets back? When would he get back? Why wasn't he already here when the others clearly were? You don't think he could put his daughter first? Rosalie shot back, unaware of my sudden panic attack. Esme sighed and turned to give Rosalie a reproving look. Rose, I love Bella as if she was my own daughter, too. You're not the only one who cares about her. I'm concerned, too, and I don't care to be treated as if I could care less. Rosalie bowed her head, looking repentant. I'm sorry, where's Edward? I finally managed to gasp out. Both Rosalie and Esme turned to look at me, then, and started to worry. Breathe, baby, Rosalie said. I shook my head. No, where's Edward? I started to cry. I didn't know why exactly. All I knew was that I had had a horrible feeling since Edward left. And now he wasn't back yet. And Carlisle would have to look at him. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Someone called for Esme and Rosalie. Esme finished up with my last wound and smiled reassuringly at me. I was far from that. Just stay up here, Bella, all right. You don't need to see everything downstairs. She kissed me on the forehead and turned to go. Rosalie did the same. You'll be fine, baby. I waited for all of 2 seconds after they had left. I went out of my room and went to the landing, staying hidden from sight so that no one could hear me. I didn't think they would notice that I was there since they were so busy with everything that was happening. I smelled something like burnt flesh coming from outside and gagged slightly. I had smelled the same thing when Connor had been killed. People were rushing about everywhere. Eliezer came limping into the room, his leg in a bad shape. I stared at him. Weren't vampires meant to be indestructible? How could he get hurt? And the more important question, was Edward hurt? Too. I heard someone saying Edward's name, and my head snapped towards the door. Jasper came through the doorway, his face grim. In his arms was Edward. I didn't think he was conscious. His arm was almost torn off completely from his shoulder. His perfect face was pulled into a painful grimace. I gasped, clutching at the spot right where my heart was beating wildly. Edward, I screamed, before I fell into the darkness. Carlisle's pav. As with every war, there had to be casualties. For this particular war, it came in the form of my son and Eliezer. Eliezer's leg had been almost ripped from the knee down. A chunk of flesh had been bitten from his throat, and there were scars along his arms. From what I could tell, more than one newborn had gotten to him. There was no one at the site when I found him. My guess was, Maria had called them off when she escaped. Jasper had come in a few minutes after I had started tending to Eliezer. He had carried Edward for miles. I could tell he was glad to reach home. It had to be painful for him to feel the pain Edward was in. Edward's arm had been almost completely ripped off his shoulder. From behind me, I heard Bella scream. I spun around only to see her horrified gaze on Edward. She stumbled forward, her eyelids drooping. Before I could even make a move, Rosalie was right in front of her, catching her as she fell. Without a word, Rose carried her back up the stairs. I sighed, shaking my head. It was such a shame that Bella had to see Edward like that. From what I could saw, Edward would make a full recovery. I would have to reattach his arm by the use of stitches. Usually, when a vampire had been injured like this, their flesh is a lot more tender than usual. It would be almost as soft as a human's around the wound. In Edward's case, it would be the shoulder and the disjointed arm. That would make giving him stitches all the more easier. But Bella had no way of knowing that. She had seen Edward at his most vulnerable so far, lying on the floor, broken and injured. For all she knew, he was dead, well, more so than usual. I stopped the inappropriate chuckle threatening to escape my mouth. Now is not the time, Carlyle. I chided myself. I immediately got to work on Edward, yelling over my shoulder at Jasper, giving him instructions on aiding Eleazar. The others were still taking care of what remained of Maria's newborn army. If this had been the smallest part of her army she could spare to lose, I shuddered to think just how plentiful and how strong her actual army was. Once I was done fixing Edward's arm, I carried him to his room and laid him down on the black couch. He still had to rest. Having his arm ripped off like that took a lot out of him. He would be drifting in and out of consciousness for the next few hours. I sighed as I stared at his supposedly sleeping form. His pale face looked even paler now, as if he were sick. I wondered how Bella would react to this once she saw him. I'd imagine that she would be incredibly happy to find that he was still alive, more or less. I'd also imagine that she would be upset that he had been injured. Edward and Bella were soulmates. Whether they realized it or accepted it or not. I knew Edward now knew, I just didn't know if he had accepted it yet. I had to wonder when Bella would find out. It would be a little difficult to tell her. She had, after all, been with this family since she was 6 years old. If Edward had reacted like that, I couldn't even imagine how Bella would react. But then again, she wasn't as prone to overreacting as Edward was. I took one last look at my son and rushed out the door. I had to check on Eleazar, and to see if all the newborns had been burnt. I passed by Bella's room, and decided to enter. I had to check on my daughter. First and foremost, she was of more importance. Bella was already tucked in bed, her head lolled to the side. Rosalie was sitting on the bed next to her, brushing her hair. A worried expression was etched onto her otherwise flawless features. "Carlyle, would you check on her?" Rosalie asked in a whisper. She was hurt before, and then she fainted. I nodded my head and smiled reassuringly at Rosalie. Between Esme and Rosalie, Bella didn't lack maternal love and attention. I stepped forward and begun to examine Bella. Her cuts and wounds had been cleaned and tended to. Carmen had no previous knowledge in medicine, so I would have to assume Esme had done it. Bella's heartbeat was steady, and her vitals were good. "She's all right," I told Rosalie, whose eyes flickered to me in disbelief. I chuckled gently. "No, really, Rose. She's fine. The cuts will heal, and she just fainted from shock. Be sure to tell her Edward's fine when she wakes up." Rosalie nodded, and went back to watching Bella like a hawk, her lithe fingers moving through Bella's hair gently. There was no doubt that she wouldn't leave Bella's side until she woke up. When I entered the living room, I saw that Eleazar was laying on the couch, Carmen sitting near his arm as she brushed his hair back tenderly. I didn't need to be an empath like Jasper to know she was worried about him, and alarmed that she had almost lost her mate. Esme was cleaning up the mess we had made when Eleazar and Edward had been brought into the house. I gave her a kiss on the cheek, held her to me for a brief second, then headed out the door. I could already see the smoke wafting about 3 miles away. I rushed towards the smoke and found a huge fire. Jasper, Alice, Emmett, Tanya, Kate and Irina were surrounding the fire, their faces grim. "Are all of the newborns left behind burnt?" I asked quietly as I stood next to Jasper. He nodded his head without looking at me. "How are Edward and Eleazar?" he asked. "Better. They'll recover in a few hours," I said. I could see the relief on all of their faces as I said this. "And Bella?" Emmett asked, his big brother's side kicking into full gear. He, too, had seen Bella fall as she fainted. At his question, we all turned to Alice. I would have been able to give them a clinical evaluation, but what we really wanted to know was when she would wake up. She closed her yes for a fraction of a second before opening them again. "In a few minutes," she said hurriedly. "We should head back. She'll, want to talk," Alice stressed on the word. I winced a little. I knew that meant that Bella would throw one of her infamous tantrums. It was only understandable she had gone through something quite traumatic. And seeing Edward like that mustn't have been good for her. But why on earth was Alice smiling smugly? Why was she looking so gleeful? I opened my mouth to ask her, but she shook her head before a single word escaped my mouth. You'll just have to see, Carlisle, she sang out, grabbing Jasper's hand and dancing forward faster than the rest of us. I sighed again and shook my head. Why did I have the feeling that I was going to have a very terrible imaginary vampire headache? Jasper's pav. We were all crowded in Bella's room, well, as Cullens were. Kate, Irina and Carmen were waiting on Eleazar. Tanya was in Edward's room. Esme had been reluctant about leaving. Her there alone, it was bad enough that her first son had had to endure such pain of having his arm ripped off his shoulder. He didn't need to have a vampire heart attack the moment he woke up, as well. But we were worried for Bella. And none of the Denali clan other than Tanya wanted to leave Eleazar's side. Besides, according to Alice, Bella would be awake in a few minutes, and Edward would still be unconscious for several more hours. And who were we to bet against Alice? The thing about people was that even when they were unconscious, their feelings didn't take a break. So I could feel the apprehension, anxiety, concern and fear flashing through Bella over and over again. I kept sending calming waves to her in vain hopes, but nothing worked. I was in danger of being on emotion overload. Lice had said that we would want to be here when Bella woke up. Why? She wouldn't say a word. She was incredibly excited about it, though, so I went along with it. I just wished Bella would open her yes soon so we could tell her Edward's alright. Maybe then some of the fear would vanish and I wouldn't feel like getting nauseous every few seconds. I nearly groaned in relief when Bella whimpered a little, shifting on the bed. Her eyes fluttered open and she blinked a few times to adjust to the light. When she saw us all, she was slightly taken aback. Her gaze swept from one face to another. Her eyes filled up with tears all of a sudden, and I wondered why. The grief rolled off of her like a tsunami, and I realized why she was crying. No, Bella, Edward's fine, I said quickly. The others quick. Kaylee realized that this was why she was upset, and smiled at her, too. Emmett's booming laugh echoed around the room. Come on, Bella, you can't hurt a vampire. He chuckled, slapping a huge hand on her back as she sat up on the bed. All of us, including Bella, turned to look at him, eyebrows raised. He shrugged. Well, not easily, anyway, he amended. Bella looked around. Where is he? She asked, the panic in her voice evident. Resting. In his room. I wondered if I should tell her that Tanya was in his room, too. Well, not with his permission, but that was another point altogether. Faster than she normally moved, Bella threw off the comforter and was out of the bedroom door. She was still slow compared to our vampire speed, but she had never moved this fast before. That threw us off for a moment. We shared a look, but Alice was already bouncing up and down. Come on, she said giddily, you're going to miss all the fun. Curious, we followed Alice at vampire speed. Bella was already in Edward's room. She took in his gaunt expression, and the almost glaringly red scar where his shoulder and arm connected. She knelt next to his head, ignoring Tanya who was sitting on the couch next to Edward. Tanya wasn't as good at ignoring Bella, though, and opened her mouth. Rosalie shot her a withering glare. I'd suggest you keep your mouth shut, Tanya, if you know what's best for you, she snapped. Ya looked ready to argue or kill, whichever was more deadly. Bella either missed this exchange or chose to disregard it. She carefully traced a finger close to where the scar is, making sure that I didn't actually touch it for fear of hurting Edward. Is that going to be there forever? She asked softly. Carlisle stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. I didn't think she even took notice of it. No, Bella, it'll fade in time, faster than scars a human would receive, actually. He'd have a faint pink line, but that'll be it, he assured her. And he's all right. Yes, he'll wake up in a few hours, technically. He's not really even asleep. Vampires can't do that, remember? I chuckled. Bella didn't seem to find this very funny. I stopped and continued. He's just physically drained. The pain was a lot to handle, so. Rosalie jabbed my ribs with her elbow and I stopped talking, noticing that a huge flare of pain shot through Bella. Bella sighed, her breath haggard, and rested her head on Edward's other shoulder, closing her eyes. Her arm came down to his waist, hugging him awkwardly from her position. Why was he attacked? Bella asked, eyes still closed. Was he caught off guard? I frowned. I had paired off everyone. They were supposed to have someone with them at all times. It was war, we had to be prepared. I hadn't wanted to take chances and risk someone's life. Who was it that Edward had been paired off with? Kate. Kate was partnered with him, I said softly, running over the pairings. Why hadn't Kate searched for him? She had come back with everyone else, hadn't she? Emmett spoke up. Edward and Kate found me after Rose and I had been separated, he said, his voice grim. He told her to help me with a newborn and went looking for Tanya. She had been separated from Eliezer. At this, we all turned to Tanya. I felt embarrassment and regret washing over her, and realized that she had abandoned Edward. She had deliberately left him there. My eyes turned cold. Alice, too, had stopped jumping around in excitement. The grin on her face had vanished. She had seen what Tanya was going to say next. A newborn came at me, she whispered, eyes flicking guiltily at Edward. I fought him, but I got distracted. Edward was too caught up in the newborn he was fighting. I hadn't realized it, but I had gone a little way away from where Edward was. When I got back, he was already lying there. I kicked the newborn off of him and gave chase. But I thought more would come and finish him off. I met Rose, Emmett and Kate after I finished off the newborn and we left. We stayed still for a moment. I could hear the rest of the Denali clan downstairs. They, too, were silent, but their emotions betrayed them. They were shocked that Tanya hadn't even gone to check on Edward. She had assumed he was going to die, and left him there. She hadn't even gone back to look for him. Before any of us could say anything, Bella was already on her feet, her normally kind brown eyes blazing with anger. Tanya actually stepped back. If I weren't so angry, I would have laughed. A vampire, afraid of a human girl. You left him there to die? She asked slowly, her voice laced with anger and disbelief. Each word dripped in venom. Tanya shook her head, biting her lip. She looked around at all of us, her gaze pleading. But Edward was our family. Her stupidity in the face of war could have cost us a family member. What if Maria hadn't called off her army? What if some newborn had gotten to him first? What if he hadn't just been injured, but killed? Rosalie left Eliezer, too. She shouted in desperation. Rosalie's eyes widened and she growled. Eliezer told me to go, she snarled. We'd taken down 2 newborns, and he'd told me to go while he burned their bodies. He wanted me to go to Emmett. I didn't know he was in danger. I wouldn't have left if I knew. You, on the other hand. Bella had gone right up to Tanya, hands on her hips, eyes narrowed into angry slits, tears dripping down her cheeks. I felt the grief, resentment and disgust rolling off of her in waves. Bella, Esme tried to say, but Bella was beyond comfort. Are you insane? She snapped at Tanya. What kind of a lowlife are you? He would have never just left anyone like that. But you followed him around like a sick puppy claiming to be his love, and when the time came for you to step through you actually just left him to die. You vile, disgusting, worthless creature, she screamed. Tanya's shocked expression gave way to anger. Listen here, you mortal. Don't you dare talk to me. Don't you dare pretend like you care. Leave. Bella pointed to the door. As she shouted, tears still rolled down her cheeks ceaselessly. Tanya scowled. I'm not going to take the orders of a human, she spat out the word, crossing her arms across her chest. Bella pursed her lips and spoke in a low, cool voice. Her words had an undertone of anger to it, and I knew she was going to snap very soon. Even I, the military-trained vampire, had chills running down my spine when she spoke. Your stupidity has left much to be desired, Tanya. Because you couldn't use your brain to function, Edward could have died. Something else could have happened to him. The fact is, you left him to die. Do you honestly think there is one single person in this house that wants you here? Leave, and don't come back. And don't even think of coming anywhere near him. I might not be able to cause you physical harm yet, Tanya, but they can. That's a promise, Emmett boomed, backing up Bella. Tanya looked around her dejectedly. She had been defeated, and she knew it. I'm going to say it one last time. Leave, Bella said, her cold eyes daring Tanya to argue with her. Esme stepped forward, her voice equally hard. Tanya, the family has gone through a very difficult time. We appreciate what help you have given us. But Bella's right, your mistake could have been fatal to one of our own. And you're upsetting my daughter. Please, leave, if you insist on staying behind to be with your family. I won't object, but please refrain from coming into this room or anywhere near my son and daughter, she waved at Bella and Edward. Tanya bit her lip and nodded her head curtly once. She left the room so fast I barely saw it. Her scent grew fainter by the second and I knew she had left the house. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then Emmett broke the silence, clapping a hand on Bella's back. Bella, he said, in awe. You just dissed a vampire. He looked around at the rest of us who looked equally amazed and proud. That was just cool. Yeah, about time someone told her off, Rosalie muttered. Though she had a big grin on her face. Good going, Angel, Alice squealed, jumping around to hug Bella. Bella broke out of Alice's embrace after a moment, and went back to her original position on the floor, hugging Edward by the waist with an arm, her head on his shoulder. The rest of us left the room and went down to the living room. Eliezer was still unconscious on the couch. Carmen and Kate looked at us as we came down. Carmen looked abashed and Kate looked repentant. Carmen stood up to greet us. "I'm sorry, he's still out of it, and I didn't want to interrupt his healing process," she said in a rush. "We'll leave if you insist." Carlisle shook his head. "Don't be silly, Carmen. None of us are angry at you. We're just in a sore spot with Tanya at the moment." Rosalie snorted and Esme shot her a glare. Kate laughed, "Though, I know what you mean. Tanya's always been a spoilt brat. I just can't believe she would do that." She shook her head in disbelief. Then she shot us a grin. "But kudos to Bella, huh?" We laughed, and sat around. Eliezer soon stirred, and woke. We knew Edward was going to do the same soon. But Bella would want some time with him alone first. E'd just stay in the living room for a while. I looked at Carmen in the eyes. "I'm sorry, Carmen," I nodded in Eliezer's direction. "This wouldn't have happened if it weren't for me." I had expected her to yell at me, and tell me that I was right. What I didn't expect her to do was laugh. And laugh she did. "It wasn't your fault who changed you. She was a part of your past, Jasper. And we are friends. It was our responsibility as friends to help you. You would have done the same for us." She smiled warmly at me, then at the rest of us. "Thank you for helping save Eliezer," she said, directing this at Carlisle and I. We waved away her gratitude. No matter what she said, it was because of me that Eliezer had been hurt. It was because of me that Edward had been hurt. And it was because of me that Bella nearly had a panic attack. I sighed and closed my eyes, resting my head against the back of the loveseat I was sitting on. Alice curled up closer next to me, planting kisses along my jaw every now and then. I was glad everything was all right again. And I was glad that Edward seemed to finally come around. I just hoped that things would be for the better now. Edward's paw. I couldn't have moved if I tried. My body was still numb from the pain. The good news was that I could somewhat feel my arm attached to my shoulder again. Carlisle had fixed me. In a few hours, I'd wake up, good as new. I had heard Carlisle and Jasper explaining to Bella my condition. I wanted more than anything to tell her I was fine. I could hear it in the way her voice wavered, thick with tears, that she was extremely worried for me. My dead heart just about swelled with emotion at this. I hoped Jasper didn't sense that. He'd tease me about it endlessly if he did. I felt Bella's warm head on my good shoulder, her hand reached across my chest and hugging me by the waist. If I could have moved or made a sound, my breath would have hitched from the sensation. Her warm hand felt so incredibly amazing against my cold skin. I wondered what it would be like between us now. I knew I had to explain to her why I had been so distant. It had been 16 months, after all. It couldn't just go by without an explanation. And knowing Bella, she would force it out of me. I would have to tell her the truth. But did I really want to go so far as to tell her that she was my love? Yes, I seemed to have accepted the fact that she would be my future mate. I found myself thinking of being with her, holding her to me, making her laugh and smile. I still wished she didn't have to sacrifice her humanity, but it would shatter this family if she were to leave. It would shatter me, so that was what I'd tell her. I wouldn't want to tell her so soon, not when Alice had said that she would be mine by the time she was 17. I would have to wait, till then. A year and a half. I could wait for that long. What was 18 months compared to an eternity? The pain became more and more focused on my arm. The dull throb became increasingly insistent. I waited with bated breath for it to fade, for my arm to heal. Because I was a vampire, I healed faster. The venom in my body acted as a catalyst for my body to repair itself. Ironic how the venom was deadly to any other being but was actually beneficial to me. Finally, the searing pain lessened until I was able to open my eyes. I gasped, moving slightly. This alerted Bella that I was awake. Her head shot up from my shoulder and I instantly missed her warmth. Her hands flew to either side of my face and she hovered over me, careful not to touch me or my arm. "Edward," she cried, her eyes searching my face and body for any sign of injury. I chuckled slightly. The pain was almost gone. I was nearly as good as new. "Are you all right?" she asked. I nodded my head, shifting slightly again. Her hands dropped from my face and rested on my chest. If I had been human, I would be blushing red right about now. Yes, I'm fine, I managed to croak out, my brain focused on the feel of her soft, warm hands on my marble chest. One hand came up to brush at my hair. You don't sound fine, she said critically, eyeing me like a hawk. It was as if she was waiting for some undeniable proof that I wasn't fine to pop out of nowhere. But I am, Bella, I said firmly. Reaching out with my good arm, I wrapped her in an embrace and pulled her on top of me. Bella giggled a little, then raised herself off of me. Edward, your arm, she gasped, biting her lip as she looked at it. I laughed, then raised my previously injured arm. It stung a little, but other than that, it was fine. Bella's eyes widened at this. And she looked back into my eyes with her chocolate orbs. I told you I was fine, I teased, wrapping both my arms around her now and holding her to me. She was now lying on top of me, her head resting in the crook of my neck. I eyed her arms, her neck, and her face in alarm. Bella, I gasped. What happened to you? There were cuts covering her skin everywhere. Had she been attacked, as well? Are you all right? Do you need medical help? Where's Carlisle? Carlisle, I yelled. Bella waved her hand at me to calm me. She clamped a hand over my mouth and glared. I'm fine, Edward, she said. You didn't have to start panicking. Sheesh, Edward. Carlisle, I'm okay, she said in a normal tone. When she finally took her hand away from my mouth, I glared right back and gestured to the cuts. What happened? I asked through gritted teeth. Bella blushed, and bit her lip. She looked hesitant to tell me. I rolled my eyes. Bella, I said impatiently. She sighed and shrugged. A newborn attacked in my room, she said finally. I tensed, my jaw clenching in anger. I had left her here to be safe, to be kept away from the madness of the battle. And she had been attacked instead. Bella saw the subtle changes in me, and raised a hand to caress my jaw. I blinked down at her, and gradually relaxed, my jaw unclenching. Bella smiled, and dropped her hand. I almost sighed aloud at that. Was it wrong of me to want her touch? It's fine, Edward, she said. For a brief, panic-filled moment, I thought she had answered my unspoken question. Then I realized that she was assuring me of the attack. I nodded, waiting for her to go on. Esme and Carmen took care of her. I gently brushed my cold fingers along her bare arms, lightly grazing her cuts. She winced slightly and I retracted. Then why the cuts? I asked quietly. She broke through the window and I got hit by glass, she said nonchalantly. I stared in horror. She was making it sound like it was something casual that had happened. Had been. Gee whiz jeopardized her life so much that she had started getting used to it. Bella laughed at my expression. Really, Edward, Lily's worse than me. Her tail's all crooked now. I rolled my eyes. Leave it to Bella to care more about the cat than her own safety. Bella sighed again, and wrapped an arm around my neck. She rested her head in the crook of my neck, careful not to touch my injured arm. It didn't even hurt anymore. But she didn't know that. It felt nice to be cared for like that. I had been indestructible for so long that I had forgotten what it was like to be treated like a breakable doll. If it had been anyone else, I would have felt insulted. With Bella, I just felt loved. I knew I should say something about how I had been acting around her, and how I was sorry. But I couldn't do it. I was too ashamed, and too afraid that she wouldn't forgive me and take me back. I remembered us hugging and making plans before I had to leave for the ambush, but that was in the face of danger. Bella might have been influenced by it all. So I took the cowardly way out. So Tanya's a worthless, disgusting creature, huh? I asked, shifting us so that I was sitting instead of lying down, and Bella was seated on my lap. She pulled back and looked at me, blushing. You heard that, huh? She whispered, her gaze dropping to her lap, her free hand picking at the fabric of her clothes. I chuckled, nodding my head. Just like my emotions, my thoughts, my hearing, my senses all didn't halt either. Only my body was too numb to move. Bella was still averting her gaze, and I frowned. Why was this? I'm sorry I went off on her, she said. A gentle finger tracing intricate patterns on her thigh. I imagined taking that gentle hand in mine and caressing her soft skin. I'm not, I said sincerely. Tanya really did deserve it. Not only for turning her back on me during the battle, but also for being so insolent to Bella. I had only been pleasant to her in the past year to give Bella a misinterpretation. Now that I had realized my mistake, I shuddered to even think of her anywhere near me. Bella looked up at me, her beautiful brown eyes wide in shock. You don't, she asked, puzzled. I laughed again, at the incredulous tone she had said that, and leaned forward, burying my face in her strawberry-scented hair. I had missed that. I had missed being with her. The pain, the fear, the dread I had felt during the brief battle, it had been enough to set my priorities straight. Yes, I was terrified of what was to come. I was terrified that Bella would wake up to her new life having forgotten me, or if she'd remember but hate me for what I would do to her. I would be taking away her life, her humanity. I was afraid, but I was in love with her. Already, love didn't have some sort of timeline. I realized she was only 15. But Romeo and Juliet had an age difference, too, didn't they? I winced internally. Alright, the star-crossed lovers might not be such a good example. All I meant was that I loved her. I couldn't survive without her. If she were to leave me, or if I were torn from her somehow, I'd never recover. I'd go straight to the Volturi and ask for my death. I was terrified, but I wasn't going to run anymore. I would be right here, waiting until the time was right for us to be together. I would be right here waiting for my Bella, my love. I didn't answer her question. It was obvious that I wasn't upset by her outburst. I felt strangely happy that she had stood up for me. I had to admit, even her little kitten temper was impressive when she had lashed out like that. "I've missed you," I mumbled into her hair, my arms wrapping tightly around her. Bella gasped as she was pressed further into me. I pulled back ever so slightly, not allowing her to escape my embrace. I searched her face. Was she reluctant to be with me? Did she want to be away from me? Her face only registered surprise, and a little hint of bashfulness. I smiled, reaching up to stroke her cheek with the back of a gentle finger. She stopped breathing for a moment, her eyelids fluttering close. "I'm so sorry, Bella," I whispered. At this, her eyes snapped open again. She stared at me, head tilted to the side, a curious look on her face. I realized that she had no idea what I was referring to. I sighed. It was time to tell her the truth, half of it, anyway. I was just obsessed with finding a way to change the outcome of the deal with Arrow. I didn't want you to be damned to an existence like mine. I thought you'd hate me once it happened, I admitted. Bella stared at me as if I had grown another head. "How could you even think that, Edward?" she asked. I could detect the anger behind her words. "You mean to tell me you spent a year avoiding me because of this?" I nodded my head slowly, biting my bottom lip. It was a habit I had picked up from Bella. She did this whenever she was anxious or worried about something. Exactly how I felt at the moment. "Edward," she exclaimed, shaking her head. "This was my choice. Even if Arrow hadn't decided to show up, I would have pestered you until you gave in," she told me matter-of-factly. "I wouldn't have given in if you had pestered me for a millennia," I retorted back. She gazed at me with such intensity, her brown eyes seemed almost black to me for a second. I stayed still, captivated. "Are you saying you'd rather have me die?" she asked bluntly, "than have to spend eternity with me around?" My hold on her tightened. "Bella," I gasped, shocked that she would even say such a thing. "How could you even think that?" I repeated her earlier question. She shrugged. "It's one or the other, Edward. You either want me around or you don't. You can't have both," she told me. And she was right, I couldn't have it both ways. But how was I supposed to choose? Was I supposed to give in to my more selfish side? Or was I supposed to put her first? I sighed, closing my eyes momentarily. Immediately, I ached to see her, so my eyes fluttered open to gaze into her brown orbs. "Bella," I sighed her name. I don't know what to say, which to choose. If I were to be selfish, I'd say I want you around for forever. I never want you to leave. I never want to see the day when we'd have to say our goodbyes. This family would crumble if you were gone. I would lose my reason for living. For years, Bella, you have been the one to keep all of us together. You may not realize it, but you're the reason. How could you even say that I don't want you around? Of course I do. The selfish side of me can't wait until you become one of us finally," I said. Then I pulled her closer again, and buried my face in her neck, breathing in her scent freesia and strawberries deeply. "But," I mumbled, speaking with my lips against her neck, "I have to put you first. I have to think of your wants, and your needs. I can't just give in like that. You deserve every happiness in the world, Bella," my voice cracked. Every happiness in the world. Would that include a different man? Would that include a different life? Would she really want that? Did she? Bella pulled back so she could look into my eyes. "Edward," she said, wrapping both her arms around my neck now. "If you really want to put me first, then let go of the idea of my staying human," she said. I stared at her, surprised. "I don't want it. Staying human would mean that I'd have to give you up." It would mean that I wouldn't have you guys as my family. I would never want that. She smiled warmly at me. Do you think you're the only one who would lose a reason to live if I wasn't a part of the family anymore? I couldn't even imagine it, Edward. I don't ever want it to become a reality. Bella frowned suddenly, her eyes sad. Promise me, she whispered. Promise me you'll never leave me. Promise me you'll never abandon me. I can't do it again, Edward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pain. I could only assume that she was talking about the time we had spent apart. Even though we'd lived in the same house, I had been so distant. In a way, she had lost me for a year. It had hurt her, too, I knew. I gripped her tighter, one hand coming up to tangle in her hair. I promise, I whispered back. I'm so sorry, Bella, it pained me to be away from you. I just thought it was necessary. I'm sorry I'd been so stupid about this. Will you ever forgive me? I wouldn't be surprised if she told me no. I had caused her so much pain. I had seen her in pain. And yet I had continued with my charade just because I had been too stubborn to accept the truth. How could she even begin to forgive me and take me back? Bella surprised me by ducking her head against my shoulder, and blushing. Only if you forgive me for messing up your Volvo, she squeaked, her voice coming out muffled because her mouth was pressed into my hard shoulder. I stared down at her in shock. A few days ago, my Volvo had started going all wrong. The engine didn't go faster than 60. The radio stations were all in Chinese. Every time I pressed down on the brake, the windscreen wipers would start moving back and forth and the horn wouldn't stop blaring unless I turned off the engine. You did that? I asked, still in shock. Bella nodded her head weakly. How? I managed to splutter. Rosalie was teaching me about cars. She said she wanted me to learn how to take care of my own car when I get my driver's license, she explained in a rush. She was still blushing hard. I just got mad at you and decided to take it out on your stupid Volvo. I was silent for a few moments and Bella never looked up. When I was finally able to wrap my head around the fact that my sweet, innocent, angelic Bella had actually done that to my car, I burst out laughing. Her head shot up, as if she hadn't expected it at all. Of course, if it had been anyone else, I would have roared like a hungry lion by now and chased them all the way to Quebec. I suppose I deserved that, I said, once I had calmed down enough to speak. Bella broke into the most glorious smile I'd ever seen. So I'm forgiven. I nodded my head, leaning forward to press my cool lips against her warm forehead. I'm just glad I have my best friend back. I sighed against her skin, and pulled back. She was still smiling at me. How I'd missed seeing her smile like that. And because of me, too. I couldn't be happier. And then Emmett had to interrupt. Well, if you're done, he cracked with laughter, bursting into the room. He was followed by 5 abashed vampires. Well, 4. Alice really couldn't contain her excitement enough to be repentant. Gee, Bella, you didn't need to give him a lap dance, you know. He joked. Belle flushed a deep crimson and crawled off my lap, settling instead next to me. She was blushing so hard I could still feel the heat coming off her face. I glared at Emmett, but he was still grinning too widely to be bothered. So, she sang out. How's everybody? I rolled my eyes. We're fine, Alice. You're in love with her. You're in love with her. Oh, this is wonderful. We have to go shopping to commemorate this special occasion. I disguised my laughter, pretending I was coughing instead. No one bought that, but they decided to let it go. I had been known to react to the silly thoughts of my family before. Bella wouldn't be too happy about having to go shopping, but Alice was right. This was a special occasion. Bella might not know how I felt about her yet, and she might not even feel the same way yet, but it was still a special event, anyway. And maybe there was something we could do together to celebrate. I'd just tell her it was to celebrate our victory and the reinstatement of our friendship. I knew it wasn't time to tell Bella. No one should actually reveal it to her. She had to find out in her own time so she could accept the idea. I would be there when she realized it, just like in Alice's vision. Right now, though, I was content being her best friend, her protector, her secret love. Edward's Pav. It has been 5 days since Maria's visit. Carlyle had contacted Arrow, against Esme's wishes might I add, to inform him of Maria, plans of war in Europe. Arrow would be very interested in that. I had to agree with Carlyle even though we wanted as little contact with the Volturi as possible. They would probably eliminate Maria for us. Her plan was too risky. They had learned that the first time she began a war. I was already as good as new, of course. My strength had returned to me fully. especially after my 2 days hunting trip with Emmett and Jasper. I had been reluctant to leave Bella's side after all that has happened, but she urged me to go. She had told me that she wanted me to get better soon. It was strange, really, being fussed about by someone other than my mother, human or otherwise. Bella would come to see me the first thing every morning, and right before she went to bed. She kept asking if I was doing all right. And even after I had assured her, she would sneak looks at me whenever she thought I wasn't aware of it. The first 24 hours after I woke up, she wouldn't even let me walk. I found it amusing and endearing at the same time. Like I said, it has been 5 days. I had not only walked, but hunted and even wrestled with Emmett. I was better than fully healed. In my book, that meant that it was the perfect time to bring Bella to my surprise. I had wanted to have one special day with her, just to show her how much I missed her and cared for her. I couldn't really tell her how much I loved her yet. I had asked Alice, and she'd told me now wasn't the right time. Bella would be upset and confused if it came out now. So I would set TLE for being her best friend only for now. I wanted to take her to the reflection pond at MT McKinley. I always sat there after a hunt, just to think. Ironic, considering the name. My point was, the thought of Bella there with me had always crossed my mind. I wanted her to see the beauty of the place, especially near sunset. She would love it. And now that it was spring was here, the wildflowers were starting to bloom. I had to take her there. Alice was blocking her thoughts from me again. My fingers stopped working on the piano keys, and I stood up from the bench. As I turned around to go up the stairs, I heard Alice singing a Britney Spears song. Of all the things in the world, I'm like the ringleader, I call the shots. I'm like a firecracker, I make it hot. When I put on a show, I threw her a dirty glare, but she only smiled widely at me. Her innocent look didn't fool me for a second. Just go, Edward, she said, laughing. She turned her head away and leaned into Jasper on the couch as they watched the TV. Softer. For my ears only, she said, she'll love it. I smiled to myself as I made a mad dash up the stairs. I stopped outside Bella's room, took in a deep breath and knocked. I heard Bella's muffled voice calling me to come in. I turned the knob in my hand and stepped inside. Bella was on her bed, her hand flying across the pages of the papers in front of her. I could only assume that she was doing her homework. She had been extremely busy lately with her schoolwork. It was nearing March, and the school semester was going to be over in a few months. That meant that examinations were on the horizon. While that didn't bother me nor my siblings since we had gone through school a million times, it was different for Bella. This would, also, be the first time she would sit for finals in high school. I smiled at her as I went to sit by the bed. She looked up at me, her eyes wide and concerned. I knew what she was going to ask before she even opened her mouth. Bella, I'm fine, I laughed. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I wished she would worry about me. I liked it that she cared for me like that. I loved that she wanted to take care of me. Bella smiled slightly, and closed her book. Pushing it away, it fell off the bed and landed on the floor with a loud thud, but Bella didn't even flinch. She stretched and flipped over so that she was lying on her back. She looked at me upside down. And I grinned. Would you like to go for a walk with me? I asked. Bella's eyebrows drew together in confusion. A walk? She asked. I nodded my head. Where? She had flipped over again. And was cradling her face in her hands as she looked at me curiously. I shook my head. I had fallen for her angelic looks one too many times. I think Alice taught her how to use it to her advantage. That little pixie. But this was going to be a surprise. I wanted her to be amazed by the panoramic view, and I wasn't going to ruin it for her now. It's a surprise, I teased, saying the very words Bella detested. As predicted, she groaned and dropped her head. I laughed. Edward, she said, her voice muffled because she was speaking directly into the mattress. You know you can't say that to me, now I have to know. She looked up and gave me a pleading look with her beautiful eyes. The depth of her brown eyes shocked me even after all these years. I wanted nothing more than to just look at them all night and figure out everything there was to know about her. She might be my best friend, but sometimes I felt like she was such a mystery to me. I shook myself out of my stupor and smiled wickedly, leaning forward. Then you'll just have to come with me, I whispered. For a moment, Bella looked strange. Her eyes glazed over, her mouth hung open and her breathing quickened. She blinked a few times, blushed and looked away. Then she looked back at me, cheeks still painted red, bit her lip and nodded. I smiled, standing up and taking her hand in mine. Let's go, Bella. She didn't hesitate for even a single second as she stood up. I swung her on my back and she gasped, her arms tightening around my neck. We hadn't done this in a very long time. A year and a half to be exact. I rushed to the window, flung it open and was racing towards Mount McKinley before she could even blink or catch her breath. Bella pressed her cheek to mine. I felt her smile, and saw that her eyes were wide open in my peripheral vision. I chuckled to myself. Bella used to squeeze her eyes shut and wished for the ride to be over when she was younger. Over time, she had gotten used to riding on my back as I ran. If I didn't know any better, I would say that she enjoyed it now. I had to admit that running like this made me feel free. If Bella could feel the same thing, if she enjoyed the freedom as much as I did, then it made me all the more happier. Finally, we reached Reflection Pond. I reached around and untangled Bella from my back. The one thing that hasn't changed was how shaky she felt after a run like that. I watched with amusement as she grasped at my arms to keep herself steady. When she was done, I reluctantly let go of her and lowered myself to the ground. Bella followed suit and settled on the grass next to me. We had a panoramic view of the mountain behind us, and the pond in front of us. A smile flitted across her soft features, and I grinned. "Do you like it here?" I asked her quietly. Bella drew her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. She rested her chin on top of her folded arms and turned to look at me. Her smile widened and she nodded her head. "It's beautiful here," she whispered. "Thank you for bringing me." I shrugged. She was thanking me. What for? I felt so wonderfully calm for the first time in a long time, and it was all because she was right next to me. All this time, I had felt like a part of me was missing, as if it had been ripped off of me. This place had always been my place to think. Alone. Even Emmett didn't try and bother me if I was here. I had never brought anyone here with me before. If I had known that bringing Bella here would have made me so happy, I would have done so a long time ago. Bella let a sigh escape her lips. I merely stared at her. And those strawberry lips. I caught myself and looked away. Could you be any more ungentlemanly, Edward? I berated myself silently. Are you sure we won't run into anyone here? She asked me, raising an eyebrow at me. I turned to look at her, confused. Bella chuckled, and took my hand, tracing circles on the inside of my wrist. I was so caught up with the action, with her soft, warm fingers on my own cold, hard skin that I forgot her question. Then I realized it my skin. The sun was almost setting now, but there was still a faint glimmer on my skin. I wasn't sparkling brightly like I would have during a clear day. But if a human were to stumble across us, I would still be somewhat glowing. I smiled and shook my head. I would hear their thoughts within 100 miles, I told her. All I hear is silence. So we're perfectly alone. Why does that send shivers down my spine? Bella looked out into the horizon, her fingers absent-mindedly playing with my hand she had placed on her lap. Do you come here often, Edward? She murmured, smiling as a gentle breeze blew across her face. I watched her, entranced. Yes, I stuttered. I took a deep breath and continued smoothly. I come here after a hunt, normally. Just to think. It's very peaceful here. Bella nodded in agreement, her curious eyes taking in the entire place. She peeked over her shoulder at the mountain behind us. Why did you bring me here? She asked. I frowned. Did she wish I hadn't? Seeing my confused frown, she added quickly, I'm glad you did. I smiled in relief. I just want to know why. I was silent for a moment as I contemplated this. Why had I brought her here? Because I love you. I struggled to find the right words. I just wanted to show you this place. It's quite special to me, like the meadow back in Forks. You're my best friend, Bella, I said. It hurt not to say, you're mine. You're my lover, my mate, my everything, when that was all that I could think of. I know I acted like an idiot for a long time. I just wanted to make it up to you, and to tell you I'm sorry, and make up for lost time, I finished. I couldn't look at her now. I wondered if she saw right through me. I wondered if she knew there was more to the story that meets the eye. I felt something soft on my cheek. It lingered there for a few seconds. The most breathtaking scent I had ever smelled in my life overtook me. Freesia and strawberries. I turned to look at Bella, who was blushing hard. She had kissed me on the cheek. I fought the urge to touch the warm spot on my cheek. And the urge to pull her to me, and kiss her properly on the lips. I didn't think I could really do that, despite Alice's vision. Not even when she was 17. She was human. My venom would kill her if she accidentally got a taste of it. I could hurt her simply by kissing her. I wanted to say something. Maybe ask her why she kissed me on the cheek. Or thank her. Or tell her I loved her. Instead, I smiled, my fingers intertwining with hers on its own accord. Bella was still blushing, so I looked away to give her space to calm down. I looked out at the glittering water. Sunset was 35 minutes away, more or less. I wanted her to watch it. I doubted that I would be able to do this with her in Forks. At least not in the open like this. I remembered wanting to take Bella swimming in the pond. She had become quite fond of swimming. Emmett was the one who started teaching her back in London. She had been infatuated with it ever since. I pulled my hand from Bella's and stood up. She frowned up at me. "Are we leaving already?" she asked sadly, pouting at me. I chuckled because I knew this was merely a way for her to get what she wanted. She used it on me, and everyone else for that matter, constantly. Rosalie and Alice had been an influence on her. Good or bad, I had no clue. But I didn't say anything because this meant that she wanted to stay here longer. The fact that she loved it here made me feel incredible exuberant. I shook my head. "No, Bella," I smiled. "I thought we could go for a swim." Bella's eyes widened, and she smiled. Behind the excited glimmer in her eyes, I detected a hint of wariness. "Do you not want to?" I asked, concerned that I might be forcing her to do something she didn't want to do. She nodded her head, and stood up as well. "No, I want to," she said quickly. I don't have a bathing suit with me," she mumbled. Blushing again, I laughed, shrugging off my jacket. "It's all right. You could change into my shirt and jacket once we're done. I won't get cold, and the house is only a few minutes from here with our transportation," I winked. Bella laughed, relaxing. I reached for the buttons of my shirt and shrugged it off as well. When I looked up, Bella's eyes were fixed on my pale chest. She blinked rapidly, her mouth hanging open. I felt a smirk pulling at the corners of my lips. "Did you see something you liked?" I couldn't help but tease. Bella's head shot up and her eyes met mine. She turned so red, it was almost purple. I laughed, and tilted my head towards the water. "Let's dive in." Bella's paw. Edward pulled me towards the glittering water. I tried my best to keep my eyes on the water, the grass, the mountain behind us, anything but on him. Had it always been this weird to see him shirtless? Well, I'd only seen it a few times, and that was a long time ago. I saw it the first time Emmett took me swimming. I was 7, another time when he wanted to show me how he glittered. I was still 7, I'd never seen him like this when I was nearly 16. I caught myself. What did it matter how old I was? Edward was still Edward, my sarcastic vampire best friend. Nothing else. I was just caught up in being with him again. That must be it. I had missed him a lot during the time we were apart. I could understand why he avoided me now, but I still couldn't help but think that it was uncalled for. The decision had been made. Truthfully, scared as I was when I thought of he first year of being a vampire when the thirst for blood would be unbearable, I was happy that I would get to spend eternity with Edward and the others. I knew that the Cullens would never allow me to harm a human, or go out of control. If I had them with me, I would have absolutely nothing to worry about. Edward should have seen that. He should have understood that I wanted nothing more than my best friend to be with me through it all. But I didn't blame him. Edward was very protective of me, ever since we first met. I would have been surprised if he hadn't tried to protect me from this, too. He viewed himself a monster. He couldn't fool me, I knew he still felt that way. He wouldn't have wanted me to go through the same thing, I supposed. I just wanted him to see himself clearly, a wonderful man with a beautiful family and a great life. He saved me. He wasn't a monster. He was a hero. He was my hero. I hoped someday I would get through to him. When we neared the water, Edward scooped me up into his arms in blinding speed. I shrieked, surprised, and he laughed, running at vampire speed towards the pond. He swiftly proceeded to jump in. As I broke the surface, I gasped, shaking water from my face as I brushed my wet hair from my eyes. Edward surfaced next to me, grinning widely. I smacked him on the arm. "Edward," I yelled. He only chuckled at me before ducking back under the water. I followed suit, giving chase to him in the water. Sometimes he used vampire speed, frustrating me when he would suddenly appear in front of me only to materialize behind me a second later. Times he used human speed and allowed me to catch him. Finally, exhausted, I swam back to dry land. Edward followed me, and I collapsed on the grass. I closed my eyes for a moment, feeling the evening breeze on my face. I opened my eyes to find Edward standing over me, his mouth hanging open. I lifted myself slightly, resting my weight on my elbows. Edward, I called out worriedly, are you all right? He cleared his throat, and dropped down next to me. He handed me his jacket. Do you want to put this on? He asked, not looking in my direction. I frowned, taking his jacket confusedly. Was there something wrong? I looked down at myself and blushed. My clothes were completely soaked through. My jeans were a darker color now and I could see grass in certain places. My shirt, however, was another matter. It clung to my body wetly. Though it certainly didn't look alluring in any way. It just looked messy and rumpled. I slipped on his jacket and wrapped it tightly around myself, noticing a sudden chill. I sat up and wriggled into a more comfortable position. Bella, Edward called out. I turned to look at him, to find that he was still shirtless. I blushed and looked down at my lap. Are you you don't want to change into my shirt? He asked. Yours must be too cold for comfort. I nodded my head. It was fine like this. I didn't mind it that much. We lived in Alaska, for God's sake. I could stand the cold just fine. When I looked back up, Edward had already put on his shirt and buttoned it up. He turned to me and smiled. Another reason I brought you here was to watch the sunset, he said, nodding towards the horizon. I turned my head and watched in silence, as did Edward. Sunset over the reflection pond was beautiful. It glowed the softest orange, and for a moment I thought a rainbow had come out. The sky darkened further until the sun completely disappeared. I wasn't bothered, though. I love the night sky in Alaska. Do you want to go home? Edward asked. He, too, was comfortable where he was. I could tell, so I shook my head and continued to gaze out at the landscape. I turned to look at Edward and smiled at him. This was really nice, I told him. I'm glad we spent today together. He smiled widely at me and for a moment, my heart stopped beating. Was this a natural reaction? I'd seen him dazzle women before: flight attendants, hotel managers, hostesses at the restaurants we went to. It seemed like dazzling people was a family trait in the Cullen household. So was being dazzled by Edward something that came naturally to someone over the age of 15? I shook my head imperceptibly. Dazzling? What on earth was wrong with me? This was Edward. Get a grip, Bella. He leaned forward and bumped into my shoulder with his own. Me, too, he whispered. I blinked, breathing in the sweet scent of him. I would never get enough of that. Again, there I go. I felt like screaming at myself. I really was going insane, wasn't I? I sighed, moving closer to Edward and laying my head on his shoulder. I felt him stiffen momentarily before his arm encircled my waist. Why did my heart started fluttering around like crazy? I saw the faded pink scar on his other shoulder, running aloe ing the entire joint where his shoulder met his arm. I winced internally as I thought of how he had been hurt. I hated that he had been injured in the first place, that he's had to suffer through the pain. I reached forward and ran a light finger along the faint pink line. It contrasted against his pale marble skin. I felt him shudder at my touch and looked up to gaze at him right in the eyes. Are you sure it doesn't hurt anymore? I asked, biting my lower lip. I was so worried that he might not be fully healed. According to Carlisle and Jasper and Edward and Esme, he shouldn't feel a single thing from it. He couldn't even rip the stitches because his venom had not only healed him completely, it had also dissolved the thread. I still couldn't help being concerned over him. Edward smiled right back at me. But I saw the mischievous glint in his eyes. Of course it doesn't, Bella, he said innocently. Too innocently. I narrowed my eyes at him. What was he up to? If it still hurt, how could I do this? He yelled out the last word, and reached forward to tickle my side. I gasped with laughter, falling behind to lie flat on the grass, wriggling as his fingers moved up and down my sides and along my stomach. I really shouldn't have told him I was ticklish. Who knew he would still use it against me after all this time? Edward, I gasped out, grasping at the front of his shirt. He ignored me, and chuckled as he continued his torment. Edward, stop, I giggled, rolling around on the grass, my eyes snapping close. My stomach ached from laughing too hard. I opened my eyes when he finally stopped tickling me. He was directly over me, holding himself up by the elbows as he smiled down at me. He was 2 inches away from me, water from his marble chest dripping onto the jacket he had given me, water from his hair falling onto my forehead and my hair. Do you believe me now? He teased. His cool, sweet breath hit me like a ton of breath. I sucked in a huge breath, taking in his scent like an addict. My eyes fell on his scar one last time. I didn't know what possessed me to do it. I didn't know if it was merely because I had missed him so much. I didn't know if it was because of all the horrible things that had happened recently. I didn't know if I was just plain crazy. I reached up slightly, and brushed my lips against the pink scar. His chest stopped heaving as he ceased to breathe. His eyes had darkened considerably. At first I thought it was because he was thirsty, or it was the trick of my eyes. My head fell back to the soft ground. Edward lifted a finger and wiped off a droplet of water that had fallen onto my cheek. His fingers left a burning trail. I closed my eyes at his touch, sighing slightly. My body reacted before my mind did, and I blushed in embarrassment. When my eyes fluttered open once more, Edward was much closer than he had been before. His eyes were barely an inch from mine. I gazed into the deep pools of topaz, piercing me so strongly I felt shivers running down my body. "Edward," I whispered, shaking fingers gripping the front of his shirt tighter. I might actually rip it from the sheer strength I held onto it. Our lips were too close. If he or I moved, our lips would collide. I didn't think either one of us realized it was happening until it actually happened. I felt his hard lips over my own, and my eyes widened. What was I doing? Kissing Edward? Edward, this was wrong. This was a terrible thing. This was just wrong. But it felt good. It felt wonderful. It felt like home. His wonderful, addicting scent was in my mouth now. I tasted it, swallowed it, inhaled it. Edward froze for a fraction of a second, but he unfroze before I could scramble away. I felt his hand coming up to tangle in my hair, the way it had 5 days ago when we made up. For the briefest moment, I felt a gentle pressure against my lips. I tore my lips away from his and scrambled away, gasping. It had felt so amazing to kiss him, and it felt so empty without his mouth moving against mine. But honestly, what was I thinking? Edward, he was beautiful. He was gifted, and perfect, and everything every single girl in the world would want in their ideal man. And he wasn't mine. This was a mistake. He would see that. I already saw the confusion and sadness in his eyes. The regret. He hated the fact that we had kissed. He didn't want me like that. I shouldn't be surprised. What on earth was I saying? I sounded upset that he didn't want me or like me like that. I shouldn't be upset. I didn't have feelings for Edward like that. He was my best friend, my everything. But he was still Edward. I was still Bella. We were nothing more. For some unknown reason, I felt a strange kind of sadness surge through me at the absence of his lips, at the regret in his eyes. "I'm sorry," I blurted out. I didn't know if it was his fault or mine, or if it was both. I just needed to apologize for it. That was wrong. Edward turned away for a moment, closing his eyes. I noticed that his hands had been curled up into fists and his chest was heaving as he breathed heavily. I watched in concern and made to move forward. He held up one hand, palm out, to stop me. I halted, a little hurt. But maybe I had crossed the boundaries in more ways than one. He was, after all, a vampire. I couldn't just kiss him like that. I knew about venom in the mouth, the sharp teeth that could hurt a human, kill them. Maybe I had gone too far. I bit my lip anxiously and waited. Finally, his chest stopped moving so much and his fingers relaxed. He turned back to look at me, his face a composed mask. "Yes," he agreed. "It was my fault." I opened my mouth to argue, but he was already on his feet. "Come on, let's go," he said, swinging me over his shoulder and setting off. I tried to contain the tears welling up in my eyes. I couldn't let him see them. I had to be strong. I had done a terrible thing. I had done something wrong. All this was so confusing, I barely even knew where to begin or how to wrap my head around it. I didn't even know what it was. He scaled the side of the house and I closed my eyes. That was one part of his vampire nature I would never get used to. When he stopped moving, I opened my eyes and realized that we were back in my room. Edward didn't help me get off his back this time, so I slowly slid down to the ground. The moment my feet touched the ground, Edward moved towards the door. I bit my trembling lower lip, willing my tears to disappear. At least until Edward was out of the room. I hated that he was angry at me, so soon after we had made up. I wanted to be with him like before all this happened. I wanted everything to be all right again. Edward must have smelled the salt of my tears, though, because he froze at the door. His shoulders slumped and he sighed, turning back to me. He walked towards me and enveloped me in a hug. I swallowed the lump in my throat and hugged him back tightly. If he had been human, he would have been choking from my grip. He pulled back and gently wiped at the corners of my eyes with his thumbs. He smiled softly at me. "Best friends, right?" he asked, almost uncertainly. I smiled back in relief. Yes, I agreed. Best friends. He leaned down and pressed his lips to me forehead briefly, gave me a smile and walked out the door. The memory of our kiss back at the pond came back at me full force. Edward might not be angry with me at least. He wasn't angry enough to stop talking to me. But I was still beyond confused. The emotions in me were too strong and they frustrated me, puzzled me. I couldn't understand anything. I shrugged out of Edward's semi-wet jacket, and draped it over the rocking chair by the window to let it dry. I changed out of my wet clothes and into my pajamas. Climbing into bed, I wrapped the blankets around me and bit into a pillow to muffle my sobs. I succumbed to the irrational tears that had been threatening to fall ever since he agreed our kiss was a mistake. Edward's paw. Once I had left Bella's room, I stormed into my own room and changed into some dry clothes. Alice's thoughts screamed at me to come down to the living room. I ignored her, not intending on following her orders, when she threatened to come up and start yelling at me in my room. Bella would definitely hear us because she was right next door. I sighed, raising myself off the couch and went downstairs. Emmett and Jasper were playing video games. Esme and Carlisle were curled up on the loveseat. Only Alice was bouncing around excitedly, a grin plastered on her face. I scowled at her. It was obvious she hadn't told anyone. But didn't she see the outcome of the kiss I shared with Bella? Why on earth was she so blatantly happy about it? Oh, don't be like that, Edward, Alice teased. You have to admit it was wonderful. She started squealing. Rosalie, draped around Emmett like a vine, raised an eyebrow at us. What is she talking about? She asked suspiciously. I guessed she had reason to be. Bella and I were the only ones not in the room. I groaned. Not only had Bella dubbed our kiss a mistake, I was going to have to tell her father and both her mothers about it. How wonderful. Alice smiled wider. Edward and Bella sitting in a tree, she sang out. Alice, I growled. By this time, she had captured everyone's attention. Kissing. She half sang, half squealed. The family stared at me, open-mouthed. Are you serious? Emmett asked, shocked. Alice was bouncing around the room in a blur of black and white. Yes, she shrieked. I shushed her, afraid that she'd wake Bella. Well, they were lying on the grass, no. T sitting in a tree, but it's the general idea. Rosalie growled. She's 15, she gasped, glaring at me. I threw my hands up in the air. Look, I didn't plan on it. I snapped back. It just happened. Emmett laughed, throwing the video game controller on the ground as he grinned at me. Congratulations, man, he boomed. Do you mind? I snarled at him. Bella's upstairs. She might hear us. Emmett frowned at my sour mood. And Jasper raised an eyebrow. Why on earth are you so glum? He asked me, surprised. I would think you would be happy this happened. Before I had a chance to reply, Alice came to sit beside Jasper, shrugging. She said it was a mistake, she said casually, examining her nails. Rose, we really have to go for a manicure soon. I gaped at her. She had just revealed to everyone the most heart-wrenching moment of my existence. And then acted as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, Edward, Esme's soft voice greeted my ears. Their thoughts attacked me all at once. Sympathy, confusion, understanding, sorrow, none of which I wanted. Not even from Rosalie. I turned away from them to head up the stairs. Alice called me back and I froze at the foot of the stairs. She just needs time, Edward, she said quietly. It's confusing, you know, falling in love with your own best friend. Especially when he's a vampire who doesn't age and has seen you grow up since the age of 6. Jasper, too, say. Meant to think Bella didn't mean it when she said it was a mistake. You had time to get used to the idea. You avoided her for 16 months, Edward. She needs the time, too, he said, reminding me of the dark time in our lives. I sighed, and turned back to face them. I needed to know something. Alice, you saw this right? I asked her, before we even went out. That's why you were blocking your thoughts. She nodded her head, excitement still pouring out of her. Then why the hell didn't you say anything? Alice laughed. Because, she squealed, now you're her first kiss. She bounced up from her seat to give me a huge hug. Isn't it great? Great, that wouldn't be a word I'd use. But thinking about it, yes, it was wonderful to know that Bella's first kiss had gone to me, as mine to her. I wouldn't to think another boy would get the privilege of it. It was too painful to think of it. Banishing the smile on my face so as not to encourage the smug, knowing look on Alice's face, I begun to talk again. Look, I said exasperatedly. I know this family has no secrets, but could you at least pretend not to know about this? I asked. We promised we would continue being best friends, and I'd like to rectify my mistake of avoiding her for so long. Just, no jokes, Emmett, okay. And no cryptic messages, either. I shot a pointed glare at Alice. Rosalie laughed, and shook her head. Fine, Edward, just don't hurt her. She said that last part with every ounce of menace she could muster. And for Rosalie, that was a lot. I went up the stairs, eager to escape their thoughts. I went back to my room, wondering what Bella was doing at the moment. I'd have to go back to her room when she was soundly asleep to catch the few words she would mumble in her sleep. In the meanwhile, I laid down on my black couch, slipping my hands under my head, and closed my eyes. Almost immediately, I was back at Reflection Pond, Bella locked in my embrace as our mouths moved in sync. It had been 5 seconds. Who would have thought that 5 seconds could mean so much? I imagined her wide brown eyes gazing at me, her soft strawberry lips grazing my scar. She had shocked me when she did that. Her lips were so soft against mine, her scent intoxicating. I had barely been sane when our lips met. I kept reliving our kiss over and over again, imagining a different ending than the one that had transpired just minutes before. Instead of her backing away, saying it was a mistake, and my agreement to it, I had kissed her longer. I hadn't hurt her. I held her in my embrace and brushed away her hair so I could look into her perfect, dark eyes. And every time my fantasy ended, it always ended with her saying, I love you. Edward's paw. Summer was already here. Bella had said her goodbyes to Danielle and her other friends from school. We were going to Forks in a week or so. Carlisle wanted us to settle back in while he started his job at the hospital. I still didn't know where things stand with Bella and I. For the first few days after the kiss, things were a little odd. Bella was hardly at home, but Alice merely said that it was because she was too busy studying for finals and spending her last days with her friends. It probably didn't help that I kept thinking of our kiss. She might not be able to read my mind, but if Emmett could have noticed it, Bella certainly would have. I couldn't possibly know for sure if Bella thought of our kiss at all. But I knew she dreamt of it. Every night since then, I had heard her sleep talking about it. Words like kiss, cold, perfect, and love accompanied my name. Sometimes they gave me hope. Sometimes they confused me. Even with her sweet ramblings, I couldn't be sure what exactly was happening in her dreams. I wanted nothing more to finally get to the point of her life where I would be able to kiss her whenever I liked, hold her in my arms, whisper sweet nothings in her ear. She needed time, though, just like Alice and Jasper had told me. I could understand that. I had to. After all, I had taken to avoiding her like the plague when I first found out. I had needed time to comprehend my feelings for her. She might not have heard about the visions, but I had kissed her. She needed time for that. Thankfully, though, we had slowly gotten back to our usual dynamic. After her finals were over, Bella started asking for piano lessons again. She had become a little rusty at it considering she hadn't played for over a year. I had been more than happy to oblige. Right now, Bella was outside swimming with Rosalie, Alice and Emmett. She had really gotten attached to the indoor pool. I wondered if we would be able to do the same with our house in Forks. It would be hard for her to actually go swimming in the ocean there considering it was so cold, nothing compared to Alaska. But it would still probably give her pneumonia, I'd suppose. I heard her laughter drew closer to me, and momentarily, my fingers slipped on the piano. She sounded so happy, so wonderful, so beautiful. She entered the living room, a long shirt over her bathing suit. Her long, creamy legs glistened with water from the pool. Her wet hair dripped onto her shirt, causing streaks of water to dampen her shirt. I gulped, trying to pry my eyes from her. Unsuccessfully. Emmett, Rosalie and Alice came into the living room. Needless to say, Emmett and Alice were laughing silently, making sure Bella couldn't see them. Rosalie was shooting me warning looks. I knew she didn't want me to hurt Bella or scare her off in any way. I fought to control myself. I was acting like a human male. What was wrong with me? Bella saw me by the piano and smiled at me. Hey, Edward, she said, stopping at the piano. Do you mind waiting for a few minutes while I change? She gestured to her outfit with a laugh. I wouldn't want you to kill me for getting water all over your precious piano. Actually, I didn't mind her outfit. I mentally smacked myself for thinking that, swallowed and nodded my head. Sure, I tried to sound like everything was normal but truthfully, I think I squeaked it out. Bella didn't seem to notice the difference, though, and smiled that breathtaking smile of hers one last time before going up the stairs. She walked up the steps slowly and I knew it was because she didn't want to trip and fall over. Her movements, however, made her hips sway enticingly. I groaned, bangin', my head on the piano and squeezing my eyes shut. Where were all these thoughts coming from? Had I been poisoned with Emmett's and Rosalie's thoughts for too long? Was I finally going insane? I knew I was in love with Bella. But did loving her like that meant thinking of her in that way? Alice and Jasper were right. I already knew I was in love with her and thinking about her like that was scaring me senseless. Bella definitely needed time to think it through. I heard Emmett's trademark laughter behind me, but I didn't lift my head off of the piano nor acknowledged him. He chose to ignore the fact that I clearly wanted to be left alone, and started to tease me. As always. "Ah, you know it's about time, Eddie," he joked. "It's a whole lot of fun seeing a sexually repressed vampire finally feeling." I growled and swiveled around to glare at him. "Don't even start," I warned him, shaking my head. He merely laughed again and turned to Rosalie. "Come on, babe, let's go upstairs and torture him a little bit more with our, thoughts." He chuckled. Rosalie laughed, too, but her thoughts warned me not to try anything inappropriate. Future mate or no future mate, Bella was still her daughter. I winced. How awkward would that turn out to be? Wooing Bella in front of her own parents. In the same house. Not to mention the fact that they were vampires, they would be able to hear everything we said, or did. Before my thoughts could drift off, I quickly focused on the piano. I had started getting inspirations for the song I had been writing. The funny thing was, I kept getting inspirations on it whenever I was watching Bella sleep. Letting my fingers work on their own accord, I listened to the song as I played. It sounded so soothing, I could just imagine it, this song playing in the background. And as Bella slept so soundly in her bed. It suited her. With a sudden jolt, I realized that I had written this song for her. Whenever I'd played it, the image of Bella sleeping peacefully would enter my mind. How had I not seen this? How had I not realized? One thing that bothered me, though, was why on earth it had taken so long to complete the song. It was still unfinished. I was almost there. I just needed a little push. Bella's freesia's scent grew stronger, as did her heartbeat. I heard the pitter-patter of her footsteps as she approached me. I felt her sit next to me, listening to the song. "It sounds like a lullaby," she whispered. I smiled to myself. Yes, it did sound like a lullaby. It was her lullaby. Amazingly, as she sat next to me, listening to me play, I finished the song. I hadn't even thought about it. It was almost an instinct. Once I was done, my fingers stilled and I stared at the piano in amazement. My surprised eyes turned to look at Bella. She was frowning a little at the expression on my face. "Edward, are you all right?" she asked, placing a soft, warm hand on my arm. I could feel the warmth radiating off of her even through the material of my shirt. I nodded, smilin' wider as I realized the reason for the delay of the completion of the song. It was Bella's lullaby. I had been closed off from admitting the love I had for her, closed off from feeling it. Now that I did, the lullaby was complete. "You inspired it," I whispered. She was sitting close enough to hear me, and her eyes widened in shock. "I did," she whispered back, puzzled. I nodded my head, my fingers twitching on the keys. I wanted to reach out and stroke her hair, pull her close to me. Instead, I merely just smiled and looked down at my lap. Bella was silent, but her heart pounded faster. I could smell the adrenaline that was making her blood pump faster through her veins. She might have stopped breathing. I looked up at her worriedly, only to see a shy smile on her face. "Thank you, Edward," she said, eyes twinkling. I felt my heart swell up in love. She was thanking me for her own lullaby. I liked this. The feeling that came with doing something for Bella without having been asked or told. The feeling of making her happy. I felt like I was on cloud 9. I beamed at her, then begun our piano lesson. Alice's POV. I was doing some online shopping for Bella. She wouldn't follow me to mall because she didn't want to ruin her last week in Denali. I rolled my eyes. Almost 10 years, and I still couldn't get through to her. I was beginning to think there was something incredibly wrong with her. The point was, I needed to get her a whole new wardrobe for Forks, whether she liked it or not. I had already covered my wardrobe, as well as everyone else's. Forks was cold, but not as cold as Alaska. Her clothes wouldn't do. I had already gone through her wardrobe and pulled out the few items that would make it to Forks. The rest I had thrown away, leaving just enough to last Bella through the week. At least she had partially given in to the inevitable fact that I was the one who controlled what she wore. I controlled the wardrobe of every single Cullen in the family. She just had to accept it. Jasper was out hunting with Emmett and Carlisle. Only Edward remained in the house, infatuated with Bella. He really didn't like leaving her side. He only went hunting when she was asleep. Always careful to be back when she was awake. He rarely went on weekend hunting trips anymore. He'd always return when daylight breaks. I could hear their piano lesson going on downstairs. She was actually getting really good at it. Not nearly as good as Edward, since he was the musical prodigy. But she rivaled Rosalie's talent, and that was saying something because Rosalie was the second best musician in the family. Just then, a vision struck me and I gasped. A huge smile spread across my face and I let out an ear-splitting squeal I knew even Bella could hear from downstairs. I couldn't help it. It was just too exciting. I dashed downstairs, abandoning the laptop. Shopping could be done later. This was more important. And you know it's big when Alice Cullen, was the one to say that. I stopped at the piano, jumping up and down excitedly. "Bella," I shouted. She flinched at my volume, and I grinned sheepishly. I forgot for a moment how loud I could be to a human. "Bella," I said again, softer. "I have the greatest news in the world." She raised her eyes and grinned a little devious smile at me. All the malls in the world had been closed down. She teased. Edward chuckled next to her and I glared at her. Whipped, I thought to him, wanting to rile him up. Instead he just continued smiling and shrugged. I huffed, rolling my eyes, and placed my hands on my hips. "Don't even joke about something like that." I glared at Bella. She watched me amusedly. All right, I supposed she had gotten used to my outbursts on how important shopping was. I considered not telling Bella the good news for a moment, but I was too excited to hold out on her. So I broke out into a huge grin and grabbed her by the shoulders. Lifting her off the bench, I crushed her in a huge hug without a single problem. "Carlisle is going to allow you to sit for your driver's test," I squealed, putting her down on her feet. Bella's eyes widened, and I heard her heart started to beat faster. "Are you sure?" she asked in a whisper. I nodded my head. I knew why she was skeptical. The last time Bella had asked Carlisle if she could take her driver's test, he'd flat out said no. He thought she was enough of a klutz on her own 2 feet and didn't want her to get into an accident somewhere. Bella had sulked, of course. All of her friends had taken driver's ed. They had already gotten their driver's license. She was the only one without one. I empathized with her, but Carlisle had been tough to sway. But this time, Esme had broken him down. Of course she had. We Cullen women had ways to get our men to do what we want them to. I couldn't wait to see Bella do the same thing with Edward. Not that she hadn't already done so since we'd first met her. "Are you sure that's wise?" Edward asked, frowning. Bella and I both turned to him and glared. "Don't ruin the moment, Edward," I chided him, but he ignored me, that frown ever present. Bella sighed and sat down next to him on the bench. "Edward," she called out to him. When he didn't answer her, too caught up in his own thoughts, Bella pouted. She grabbed a fistful of his shirt and tugged, gaining his attention. "Would you please stop worrying about this?" she asked softly. "I promise I'll learn everything there is to know. I'll be careful on the road. I can't be driven around forever, you know," she reminded him. "I'm a grown woman," I snickered in my head. As if he didn't already know that. Edward growled low in his throat, shooting me death glares, but I merely leaned on the piano and looked at him coolly. His anger didn't faze me one bit. Finally, he sighed at the puppy dog look Bella was giving him and gave in. "With one condition," he said quickly. Bella groaned, squeezing her eyes shut and shaking her head. "Isn't there anything we could agree on without having to compromise on something?" She complained, but he ignored that. "I want to be the one to teach you how to drive," he said. Bella's eyes flew open and she stared at him, surprised. "I'm the best driver in the family," I snorted. "So it only makes sense. I want to make sure you know everything there is to know about driving safe." He studied her expression for a moment. "Do we have a deal?" Bella was quick to agree. She knew that Edward would only get harder to agree with the more she stalled. And Edward teaching Bella how to drive, what could possibly go wrong? I flinched. Famous last words. Bella's pav. I was just so excited. When Carlisle got home yesterday, I pounced on him, hugging him for a full 10 minutes before I could let go. He'd laughed and told me all the rules of learning how to drive. I couldn't drive anywhere on my own until I received my driver's license. Edward felt the need to add maybe she shouldn't drive alone at all, to which I glared at him. I had to have a responsible teacher. And I had to follow instructions. I was going to start my first ever driving lesson today. Edward was already in the passenger seat of his Volvo. He looked so nervous it was comical. As worried that he would go out of his mind before we even pulled out of the driveway. We were in his precious Volvo, after all. I glanced at him. Are you sure you don't want me to take Alice's offer to use her Mercedes? I asked again. He shook his head, swallowing visibly. Let's just start, he said weakly. I rolled my eyes, snapping in my seatbelt and checking the mirrors. Then I started the engine. Wait, Edward hollered. I think I heard glass cracking. One hand flew up to my chest, to attempt calming down my heart which was pounding like crazy. I looked at Edward, too stunned to glare. We should switch, he said, nodding his head. I was about to point out that if we did switch, I wouldn't actually be able to learn how to drive. But it seemed like he was having an argument with himself. No, you should drive, you could get into an accident, but then again, I'm here. I sighed heavily. Edward, I took the theory, you know. I reminded him. I had taken the theory and the written test. I'd gotten almost a full score. The only thing I didn't do was take the driver's test because Carlisle wouldn't allow me. Even though I wouldn't tell anyone, I suspected Edward had something to do with that. He hung his head, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yes, I remember, he muttered. I waited for him to say something. Anything, but he just kept his eyes closed and his face turned from me. I bit my lip. Maybe someone else should teach me, I suggested. His eyes snapped open and he turned back to face me. No, I'm fine, he said quickly. We've already agreed on this, Bella, he said, returning to his usual self. I know, but you're all nervous. I gestured to his tense posture. His shoulders were so stiff, his hands clenched into fists. His mouth was in that hard line I was so used to whenever Emmett and I pulled a prank on him. He shook his head. Let's just go, Bella, he said, nodding towards the road. I nodded my head and stepped on the gas. Stop, he yelled almost immediately. I retracted my foot and stepped on the brake. The car halted to a stop. I threw my hands up in the air. Edward, I cried out, frustrated. He gave me a sheepish grin. Sorry, he mumbled. Habit. I glared at him, doing my best Rosalie impression. Then whipped out my cell phone. He stared at me curiously. What are you doing? I'm calling Jasper, I told him without looking at him. If we were going to do this all day, we were never going to get anything done. Why? The door to the backseat opened and Jasper slid in. He grinned at me. Alice, he said, by way of explanation. I nodded my head and said, do your magic, Jazz. I saw the effect on Edward almost instantly. His shoulders relaxed, and his mouth formed a goofy smile. His topaz eyes glimmered as the tension left his body. I couldn't help but be struck by his beauty. His bronze hair flopped over his eyes a little in its messy state. His smile was wide and enchanting. His scent reminded me of our kiss. Our kiss. The one that I had successfully blocked from my mind. Most of the time, I kept dreaming of it. Then he snapped out of his euphoric state. Jasper, he growled. Jasper only laughed, and leaned back in the car, putting his hands behind his head. I rolled my eyes and turned back to Edward. I wanted him to do that, I told him. You can't relax on your own. You look as if I'm about to drive us over the edge of a cliff. Edward fumed. You didn't need to do that, Bella, he said bitingly. I'm perfectly capable of controlling myself. And I do not look like you're about to drive us over the edge of a cliff. I'm merely concerned, he corrected me, folding his arms across his chest. We've been here for 25 minutes and we haven't even backed out of the driveway yet, I said exasperatedly. He didn't look fazed by this, still glaring openly at the road in front of us. Things take time, Bella. I clenched the wheel with both hands until my hands hurt. I breathed slowly through my teeth. Edward, we can't just sit here all day, I said finally, when I was able to keep most of the anger from my voice. He relented. Fine, but you have to promise not to use Jasper on me, he looked at me pointedly. I shrugged. As long as you behave, I teased. He chuckled, as we were off. I slowly backed out of the driveway after Edward asked me to check the mirrors 3 more times, and checked for himself that my seatbelt wasn't broken and was driving down the road. Jasper had to control my excitement. How could I not be excited? I was driving, for God's sake. Driving. I have never felt more like Alice in my entire life. Jasper kept manipulating our emotions for fun, though. I have been the brunt of his little games for one too many times to notice when he was doing it. He kept playing up Edward's anxiety and concern, and putting panic in me for no particular reason. Tired of it, I pulled over the side of the road so I could yell at him properly without having to worry about crashing into a tree or something. Jasper, I turned to scowl at him. Stop that, I asked you to come so that you could help. He shrugged, grinning. I was bored. Well, don't, Edward sighed bitingly, also glaring at him. See, he turned to me. I told you we shouldn't have brought him along. Now he was going to say, I told you so. How mature. Jasper laughed. Sure, deny a guy his fun, he complained playfully. I tried a different tack. Yes, fun, I said mockingly. And after you've had all this fun, will you be the one to tell Alice that she can't shop for my new car, or shall I? His phone started ringing the moment I said this, and Jasper visibly panicked. All right, he gave in. Just drive already. I shared an amused look with Edward and started the engine again. Jasper muttered spoil sport in the backseat. Rosalie's Pav, my baby, all grown up. She had been taking driving lessons from Edward for 2.5 months now. I couldn't believe it. Just a few weeks and she would be 16 years old. Before you know it, she'd be with Edward as his mate and then she'd be changed into one of us. Not that I wasn't looking forward to spending eternity with my daughter. I was just afraid that once she became a vampire, she wouldn't need me anymore. She would be able to handle everything on her own. She would be strong and fearless. She wouldn't be the fragile girl I would hold in my arms. I sighed as I stared out the window. We were waiting for Bella to wake up from her human sleep. Edward, Alice and I had gotten Bella her very own car. Emmett had wanted to get her a Viper, that is, until Edward has wrestled him and chased the idea out of his head. We had said through about hundreds of cars until we settled on a silver Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren 722 edition. It was faster, but Alice was sure then Bella wouldn't crash, so we had taken her word for it. Well, I had, but Edward was outnumbered. I couldn't wait to show this to Bella. Ever since I had started teaching her about cars, she had gotten really excited about them. She knew pretty much everything I knew about them. She was an incredibly fast learner. We had already made our move to Olympia, just a little outside of Forks. School was going to start in 2 weeks' time. Bella was nervous about school, even more so than her driving test. This was going to be her last time going to school as a human. I knew it bothered her more than she cared to admit. I just didn't want to pester her into telling me what was wrong. I didn't even know if she would confide in me. She normally went to Edward to talk heart to heart. I didn't blame him. He held a very important, very large, piece of her heart. I just wished I had more time and more place in her life as well. Alice jumped up from her seat next to Jasper. She had already seen how Bella was going to react to the car that had arrived last night. Yet, she was still excited to see the real thing. I rolled my eyes. Some things I would never understand. She's going to wake up in 4.2 seconds, she said giddily. I'm going to get her in. To an appropriate, meet your first car ever, outfit, she dashed up the stairs. Of course only Alice would have ever thought of something like that. I turned to look at Carlisle. Do you have it? I asked, my eyes lighting up. Wait, till Bella gets a hold of this. He nodded his head, patting his shirt pocket and smiling. I heard Bella groaning and protesting as Alice insisted that she dressed her up today. I chuckled to myself. Same old Bella. Alice had high hopes that she would grow to love shopping, clothes and Bella Barbie time, but that had never happened. It was pretty obvious and should have been more so to a psychic. But I supposed Alice was just too excited that she had a new girlfriend to do all these things with. Finally, Alice and Bella came down the stairs. Alice was practically glowing as she bounced over to her place next to Jasper. Bella came down the stairs, biting her lip as she watched her step before she moved very carefully. She tripped on the last step anyway, but EDW. Art was there to catch her before she could do any damage. As expected, Bella blushed as Edward placed her on her feet. Thanks, she mumbled, looking shyly at her feet. She moved towards the kitchen. I rushed forward and grabbed her hand. Breakfast later, I said firmly. I have something to show you. Bella looked at me, confused. Did you, of all people, tell me to skip breakfast? She asked incredulously, looking at me like I'd grown another head. Is this some sort of joke? Do you have a vampire fever? I rolled my eyes at her. It was entertaining, sometimes, the naivety of her simple comments. No, silly Bella, I laughed. I'm just real excited to show you something. And I'm not telling you to skip breakfast, you can eat in a few minutes. I tugged at her hand and pulled her easily out the door. The rest of the family followed close by. Bella kept shooting me questions the whole way. Why are we going to the garage? What do you mean, something? Why is everyone coming with us? Sometimes the girl was just too inquisitive. We went into the garage, past my new M3, past Alice's Mercedes, past Emmett's Jeep. And there, right next to Edward's newest Volvo, really, the guy was obsessed, was Bella's new McLaren. Alice had insisted on putting a blue bow on the front. I swore Bella's heart stopped beating for about a second. Her mouth hung open at the sight of the car. What is that? She asked slowly, turning to me. Her face flushed. You don't even know what car that is. I teased her, bumping into her side intentionally. I'm disappointed, Bella. I thought you'd memorized every issue of Car and Driver. She placed her hands on her hips. Now's not the time for jokes, Mom, she said, eyes flashing with annoyance and excitement. I pretended to pout. All right, you're so bossy. Happy early birthday, sweetie. I leaned forward and kissed her cheek. Bella started hyperventilating. I looked at her in concern. Before I had a chance to voice my worries, though, she had launched herself at my neck and hugged me tighter than she had ever done. It's mine, she shrieked, in a very Alice-like manner. I laughed, hugging her back as fiercely as I could without breaking her bones. Ray LLY doubted she wanted her first day in a new school stuck with a neck brace. Yes, Bella, do you like it? I already knew the answer, of course, but it didn't hurt to want to hear it, nonetheless. Yes, she screamed. Are you kidding? Of course I love it. I could see the amusement in my family's eyes as she hugged the car from the front, practically laying down face first on the hood. I laughed. The truth was, we loved spoiling her and making her happy. She didn't always appreciate having money spent on her, so I was glad that she was accepting the gift so openly and without a fuss. I handed her the keys to the car while Alice said, "Now you can drive us to the mall, Bella." Bella couldn't even find it in herself to frown at that. She was too excited at the prospect of driving somewhere. Then she said, "Thanks, guys. I really love it." She hugged me one more time. Edward cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Do you want to go for a ride?" he asked, grinning at her. I heard Bella's heart did a stutter, then beat wildly as she gazed at Edward. I raised an eyebrow. Was she already feeling what a lover would feel with Edward? One thing I had noticed throughout the years was that no matter how old she was, her heart had always stuttered for a quick second every time she was with Edward. Even when she was 6. Even when he wasn't talking to her. But her heart had never beat so crazily like that before. It was as if it was trying to claw itself out of her chest. I listened to it beat in fascination, as did the rest of us. Bella blushed but frowned, blinking at Edward innocently. "I don't have my license," she pointed out. Carlyle stepped forward, as well. "That's not exactly true," he smiled. Bella raised an eyebrow questioningly at him. Carlyle whipped out the driver's license from his shirt pocket and handed it to her. She took it and her jaw dropped open in surprise. "I never took my test," she stuttered. Alice laughed her tinkling laugh. "Yes, silly Bella, and I'm not really 16 years old, nor was I born in Seattle. We have ways to get legal documents such as driver's license, you know," she said, dancing over to Bella and giving her a huge hug and a kiss on the cheek. "Isn't that illegal?" She frowned. Edward laughed, placing an arm around her shoulders. Again, her heart beat wildly. "Don't worry, you won't get sent to jail," he joked. Bella slapped him lightly on the shoulder, though she smiled widely. "So how about that ride?" he asked, smiling because he knew her answer would be a yes. But I stepped forward. No way was I going to let my baby drive her car on an empty stomach. What if she felt faint later on? She could easily crash and get herself killed. Knowing my danger magnet of a daughter, it was entirely probable. "Nah," I said, pulling Bella away from the car and back towards the house. "Breakfast first." Bella's face fell. "Mom," she protested, "you can't just." "But my baby." She turned her head to look longingly at her McLaren. I chuckled as I dragged her towards the kitchen. If anything, her protests proved that she was a true Cullen. Bella's pav. I had taken my McLaren out every single day since I'd gotten it. Every single person in the family had ridden it with me, in the passenger seat. I finally understood how Edward could get so protective of his Volvo. I wouldn't let anyone drive my car, not even Edward, Alice and Rosalie, who had bought it for me. Tomorrow school was starting. I wouldn't be driving my McLaren. Edward had said that I could, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. Not to mention something could happen to my McLaren. So I would be taking Edward's Volvo with him while the others took Rosalie's M3. I was nervous about school. This was the last time I was going to school as a human. I felt so strange, packing my bag, helping Alice pick out my school outfit, thinking about tomorrow. I didn't want to make any friends because I wouldn't be able to stay close after I was changed. I would have to drop off the face of the earth. I didn't want anyone to remember me as Bella Swan because I was Bella Hale now. I didn't even remember being Bella Swan to anyone other than my parents. Even then, my memories weren't so strong. I remembered a girl I used to play with at preschool and kindergarten. She had dark hair and a kind face. I couldn't quite remember her name. Maybe if I tried hard enough. If she still lived there, she would be at the high school. Forks was an incredibly small town. They had only one high school. And there were only a few hundred students in it. If the girl attended it, chances are, she and I would meet again. A part of me was excited to see the part of my life I left behind when I became a Hale. A part of me wanted absolutely nothing to do with it because it still hurt to think of my parents. They were amazing people, that much I could remember. I loved them dearly. I didn't know if heaven really existed. I believed in it, but I didn't have actual proof that it was there. But if it did exist, and my parents were really watching over me, I owed it to them to make them proud of my last years as a human. I sighed as I stared at Wuthering Heights in front of me. I had been staring at the same page for the past 40 minutes, lost in thought, not taking in a single word. I wanted to talk to someone, but who? I couldn't talk to Edward about this. Even though he had more or less accepted the fact that I was going to be just like him one day, soon, he was still a little edgy when it came to the sore topic. I could talk to Jasper, but he'd panic as the protective big brother. Emmett would just joke around. Alice would tell me she had already seen everything and I had nothing to worry about. Esme would worry too much, and so would Carlisle. Rosalie, that was who I could talk to. My other mother. I loved her, too. And sometimes she gave the best advice. I smacked myself mentally for not thinking of her sooner. She had just the right amount of sarcasm to keep me from panic. Too much and she would always be there for me. I thanked God that Edward and the boys had gone hunting tonight. I did not want to have this conversation when he could easily hear me. I swung my legs off the edge of the bed and stood up. Walking to Rose's room, I stumbled a little in the hallway, but otherwise nothing major happened. I knocked on her bedroom door tentatively. She called me in. I was greeted with the smell of nail polish as soon as I stepped inside. Rosalie was sitting on her bed, painting her toenails red, the same color as her nails, and the same color as her M3. I smiled to myself. Leave it to Rose to be ostentatious. Hey, Mom, do you mind if we talk? I asked. Rosalie looked up at me and smiled. Not at all, sweetie, she said, patting the bed next to her. I climbed in and slip-weaved an arm with hers, resting my head on her shoulder. What's up? I sighed. I don't know, I admitted. I just feel nervous, I guess, about tomorrow. Rose put away her nail polish and brushed at my hair. Baby, you don't have to be nervous, she said, looking at me in the eyes. We're all going to be there for you. I nodded my head. I know that. It's just that Forks, I used to live there. What if people remember me? I asked. What if they did remember me? Had they seen Edward and the others? What if they remembered them as teenagers? What if they suspected something since the Cullen kids didn't age? What if something horrible happened? Rosalie sensed that I was going into a panic attack, and shushed me, hugging me to her. I breathed in her familiar scent and closed my eyes. What if people remember you? I mumbled into her hair. Rose shook her head. The last time we were in Olympia, we never went to high school in Forks. We were just waiting it out until our London home was finished, she told me. Running her hands through my hair the way she always did every time she calmed me. I snuggled deeper into her, hugging her tighter. I loved the mother-daughter moments we shared. It was different with Esme. And it was different with her. I loved them both the same, but it was nice just the same to be with Rosalie. We hadn't had enough time together recently. I vowed to myself to change that. I had missed her deeply. And is it so bad if people remember you? Rosalie asked, pulling back to look me in the eyes. Wouldn't you want a connection to your past? I shrugged, not meeting her eyes. But Rosalie wouldn't have that. She nudged me gently to get me to talk to her. I don't want to remember them, I whispered. She looked confused for a moment, so I continued. It still hurts, you know. I mean, I love you and Esme as my mothers. And Carlisle's a great father. But they were my parents, too. I just don't want anyone reminding me of them. I sighed. I must have sounded like a total maniac. But Rose only hugged me, and said, I know it hurts. But baby, trying to forget them won't take away the pain. You have to deal with it. You were too young to grieve properly. Look at it this way. This is an opportunity to get to know your parents and your life before us. Remember, because it's not right to forget. She kissed the top of my head. I smiled slightly at her. When did you get so wise? I teased slightly. She laughed and pulled her to me. We just sat there for a long while until Alice burst into the room, demanding to let her do my nails for tomorrow. I sighed. Some things never changed. I was sleeping very peacefully when Alice bounced into my room. She jumped on the bed and shook me by the shoulders. I could hear her calling out to me, telling me to wake up. I groaned. Go way, Alice. I mumbled into my pillow, rolling over to catch more shut-eye. I gave a slight scream as I tumbled from my bed and ended up on the floor. My eyes flew open and landed on Alice as she grinned at me from the bed. I glared at her, my eyes searching for my radio alarm. I had set it to wake me up. Why had it been so silent? Had I slept through it? Was it broken? My eyes bulged out as I found the time. It was 2 hours before we had to leave for school. It wasn't even light out. Alice, I yelled, why on earth did you wake me up so early? She shrugged. It's the first day of school, she chirped, jumping off the bed excitedly. We have to get you ready. I thought we had already picked out my outfit. When I voiced this, Alice snorted. If I were to pick out your outfit today, Bella, you would have been awake hours ago. The scary thing was, she wasn't exaggerating. Alice shoved me into the shower and then dragged me all the way to her own bathroom where she could do my hair and makeup properly. I saw Jasper lying on their bed, flipping through channels on their flat screen. When he saw me, he chuckled. Bella Barbie time, he asked sympathetically. I pouted and nodded my head. Alice rolled her eyes and pushed me into the bathroom. As it turned out, she had changed her mind about my outfit. I was now going to wear a blue knee-length baby doll dress with leggings. I sighed, sitting in front of her vanity in my robe and waiting for her to start on my hair. There really was no use fighting Alice. She'd win in the end, anyway. An hour and 53 minutes later, she was done. She had curled my hair into loose ringlets at the end, and she had done my makeup, but it looked natural enough to look as if I wasn't wearing any. I had slipped into my outfit and had taken my designer bag and was waiting for Edward to come out of his room so that we could leave. I remembered something and dashed up to my room. I went to my vanity and opened the heart-shaped jewelry box I had gotten from Alice for my 7th birthday. I found what I was looking for in a millisecond. Edward's charm bracelet. I loved it very much, but I always had the fear of losing it, so I only wore it when I needed luck on my side. I wore it the first time I went for ballet class, the time we moved to London, every time the Denali clan came to visit, when Edward stopped talking to me. Today warranted a burst of luck, as well. I slipped on the bracelet and fastened it around my wrist. I held it up in front of my eyes and studied the charms. There was my very first charm, Edward's diamond heart, of course. I loved it to death. Then there was Carlisle's cross. Edward had given me a charm for every occasion he would think of. There was a candy cane for the very first time I spent Christmas as a Hale. There was a little silver purse he'd given me as a joke because he knew I hated shopping sprees with Alice. There was a cupcake with emeralds as the topping for the first time I baked something with Esme. A gold baseball glove because he'd taught me how to play, a tropical postcard for the time we went to the Bahamas, a golden heart with a lucky shamrock because I told him I only wore the bracelet for luck. A silver genie in a bottle charm because he'd told me once that anything I wished for was his command, a silver lion because I had wanted to see him hunt and he'd said I couldn't, a book because I loved to read. An Eiffel Tower for the trip to Paris. And finally, a crystal angel he'd placed himself during the time he was avoiding me. I smiled at the charm bracelet. I heard Edward calling my name, and turned around. He was leaning against the doorway, arms crossed over his chest. He smiled at me as I blushed, realizing he had been there the whole time I was admiring my bracelet. "Do you wish for a little bit of luck today, Bella?" he asked, strolling into the room. As it had been doing lately, my heart went into overdrive. I frowned slightly at it. I couldn't understand why I reacted that way. My only guess was because we had kissed several months ago. But that couldn't be it. We had both agreed that it was a mistake. We'd never talked about it or mentioned it, and neither had anyone else. We'd continued being best friends without any problems. I couldn't be thinking of our kiss. This was probably just a hallucination. Maybe I was just startled. He did have a tendency to sneak up on me. I grinned sheepishly at him. Yes, I bit my lip. I'm nervous, I suppose. He touched the bracelet briefly, and when he pulled away, I noticed a new charm hanging next to the angel. It was a diamond 4-leaf clover. I smiled at him warmly. Thank you. Edward wrapped an arm around my shoulder and led me out of the room. Trust me, Bella, there's nothing for you to be nervous about, he assured me. He leaned closer and kissed my hair. I blushed again. Esme and Carlisle wished me good luck for school because they, too, could see that I was anxious. Rosalie, Emmett, Alice and Jasper were already in her M3. The engine running. They weren't pulling out of the garage, though, and I knew it was because Edward and I weren't in the Volvo yet. We tended to move together. Edward let go of me as soon as he pulled open the passenger door. I glared at him and climbed in. I was perfectly capable of opening my own door, thank you very much. He was sitting next to me in the blink of an eye, chuckling. I fastened my seatbelt as he turned on the engine. I smiled at the familiar purr of the engine. Within seconds, we were pulling out of the driveway and driving away from the comfort of home. Once we pulled into the school parking lot, I immediately felt self-conscious. Every pair of eyes were on us, the new kids. Not only that, I realized that Edward's Volvo and Rosalie's M3 were the most luxurious cars in the lot. Most just had trucks or vans or Hondas. Nothing as ostentatious as our cars. I shuddered to think if I had driven my McLaren. Edward sensed my discomfort and wrapped his arm around my shoulder again. I sunk into his side, relieved that I had my best friend to hold onto, and followed the others into the office. Hi, Alice chirped sweetly to the woman behind the desk. She raised her head and looked at all of us, her eyes widening instantly. I smiled slightly. It must be slightly disconcerting to see 5 vampires all at once. She might not know what they were, but their beauty was blinding. I looked incredibly plain next to them, but I didn't resent it at all. After all, I knew for a fact that I would someday look just like them. I would someday look like I belonged standing amongst them. There was no point in being upset about it so soon to the supposed date. The woman, Mrs. Cope, according to her name tag, cleared her throat as she raked her eyes over us. Hello, she squeaked, as her eyes found Edward. I turned my head slightly and pressed my mouth into his shoulder. She looked to be in her 40s, and she was crushing on him. Poor Edward looked pained. He could, after all, read her mind. I fought the urge to laugh at his discomfort. Instead, I grabbed his hand and squeezed reassuringly. Rosalie leaned forward to get her attention. We're the new students, she announced unnecessarily. Mrs. Cope regained herself and gave us our schedules, slips of papers to have each teacher sign and maps of the school ground. When we got out of the office, Edward breathed out in relief. I giggled at his behavior and he scowled playfully at me. You didn't have a 40-year-old woman arguing with herself about how attractive you were in her mind, he said defensively. I smirked. It would be incredibly strange if I did, Edward, I laughed. Edward, Alice and I compared schedules. I would have English and biology with Edward, homeroom with Alice and Spanish with both Edward and Jasper. Thank God none of them had gym with me. It would be humiliating enough on my own. I got to spend lunch with them all, though, so I was content. Alice and I waved goodbye to Edward as we headed off to homeroom. I sat next to her and pulled out the newest journal Jasper had given me. I started doodling on the side of a fresh page while I waited for the announcements to begin. Hi, someone said. I looked up to see an overeager boy. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and his face was very boyish. Hello, I said warily, sharing a look with Alice. She smiled brightly at me, and I rolled my eyes slightly. I'm Mike Newton, he said proudly. I furrowed my brows in confusion. Why did he sound so proud of his own name? I shrugged it off, and shook his extended hand. Bella Hale. He held onto my hand a little too long for my liking, so I yanked it away, blushing furiously. I ducked my head and continued to doodle. Apparently, Mike Newton had different plans. So, you're new here? He said, nodding his head at his own question. I held back my laughter. Wasn't it obvious? Everyone knew everyone in this school. Of course I was new. Yes, I said politely. As is my sister, I added quickly, trying to divert his attention. Mike's eyes flashed to Alice, who shook his hand as well and introduced herself. And then he went right back to look at me. I sighed inwardly. T.S. was going to be the longest class of my life. Do you need any help around the school? Mike asked eagerly. I could always show you around, help you with homework and stuff. I noticed that his eyes shish. Oh, the lust that I had seen plenty of men shown whenever they looked at Rosalie. I shuddered involuntarily. I shook my head. Thanks for the offer, Mike, but The teacher started calling out names to check for attendance, saving me from actually turning him down. God only knew I was terrible at it. Not that I had all that much of a practice before. I gave Mike a, "What can you do?" look and shrugged. I focused on the teacher, pretending like I was really intrigued with what he had to say. Eventually, Mike turned back to face the front and left me alone. I breathed a sigh of relief. I might not be able to read his mind, but I still had a smidgen of an idea how Edward felt in the office. By the end of the period, I had learned more about Mike than I had ever wanted to know. I knew why he was so proud of his name. His family owned a sporting goods store, the names of his brothers, why he had a scrape on his knee, and the funny incident that happened to him as a child in preschool. Mike wouldn't let go of me, sticking to my side throughout the entire homeroom class. After homeroom, Alice went for French class, so I was left alone to look for history class. As it turned out, Mike had the same class as well. It wasn't all that surprising since the student population was so small. I had to have some classes with the same people. Mike, however, became overly excited over that. I waved at Alice goodbye sadly and she gave me a reassuring smile. Kissing me on the cheek, she whispered, "Good luck. You're going to need it." As soon as we stepped into history class, I knew what she meant. Every single person in the room looked at me as I walked in. Mike simply looked smug about something. I sighed and went over to the teacher's desk. She signed the slip of paper and sent me to my seat. Class hadn't officially begun yet, so Mike followed me. To my extreme irritation, he sat on the edge of my desk and kept talking nonstop about God knows what. I stopped listening when he started talking about the gossip mill. I didn't know guys liked to talk about that. A tall guy came over to my desk. He smiled widely at me. "Hi," he said. "I'm Tyler Crowley. You're Isabella Hale, right?" "Bella," I corrected instantly. Eric opened his mouth to say something when a nasal voice interrupted him. "Weren't you Isabella Swan?" I flinched slightly and turned to find a silver blonde girl striding over to me. She draped an arm over one of Tyler's shoulder, her fishy eyes studying me critically. I swallowed back the bile at being recognized as Bella Swan, already. I shrugged, trying to be nonchalant. "Not anymore," I said as politely as I could. "I'm Lauren Mallory," she said, her voice hard. I didn't understand this. She looked and acted as if she hated me. How could she when she had seen me for all of 20 seconds? I didn't bother giving her my name since she already knew it. "So, what, like, you're adopted?" She wrinkled her nose at me. She made it sound offensive that I was adopted. Yes," I said. Why on earth did that just come out like a question? I heard another female voice and prayed to God that this wasn't some sort of mean girls moment. "Oh, back off, Lauren." A girl with curly brown hair came up to my table and smiled at me. "Jessica," she shook my hand. "For the 1000th time today," I said, "Bella." The teacher begun talking once the second bell rung. I made a mental thank you to WH. Achiever higher power was out there and took down my notes. When the bell finally rung, I slipped into Spanish class, and saw Edward and Jasper sitting in the back. I slipped into the empty seat next to Edward in relief. Jasper noted this, and laughed. "Horrible first day so far," he teased. I shook my head, groaning and focused on Edward instead. He looked like he was ready to murder someone. "Edward, are you okay?" I raised an eyebrow. Edward's jaw was clenched so tightly, he wasn't even able to respond. I shifted my gaze to Jasper, who answered for him. He gets like this every first few days in a new school. The thoughts of hormonally-charged teenagers get to him. A lot, he explained, chuckling. Edward scowled at Jasper, annoyed, and continued to stare at the front of the class, eyes narrowed into slits. I poked his arm and he turned to look at me. "At least you don't have 3 guys following you around everywhere and a girl who hates your guts," I whispered conspiratorially. Edward snorted in laughter, then smiled at me. "At least we have lunch next." Edward's paw. Bella was incredibly nervous for her first day in Forks High. Not only was she going to be in high school as a human for the last time, she was also going back to the little town where she was born. I had seen the conversation she'd had with Rosalie in her mind, and I could hear Jasper's thoughts on her raging emotions in his. To calm her down slightly, I had gotten her a new charm for today. The others were already in Rose's M3, waiting for Bella and I. She had dashed up the stairs, tripping 3 times along the way, to her room. Alice had seen that she was getting her charm bracelet. The one that I had given her. I knew she only wore that whenever she felt she needed luck. I smiled, fingering the charm I had gotten for her in my pocket. I caught up with Bella too easily. She was in her room, her jewelry box open. She had already worn her bracelet, and was holding it in front of her eyes, staring at it. I love the soft smile that made its way on her lips as she scrutinized every charm. Her eyes finally fell on the crystal angel I'd given her. It was the last charm on the bracelet. I'd put it on the bracelet when she was asleep. When we were apart, I shoved away the negative memory and called out her name. Bella jumped and turned around. When she saw me, her heart sputtered and went wild. I smiled wider and stepped into the room. Bella blushed, looking down shyly. I wondered if she knew that I could hear her heartbeat. I'd never told her that I could, that I found it soothing. I didn't think the OT. Hers told her they could hear it as well. I probably should, but it would only embarrass her, I knew. Do you wish for a little luck today, Bella? I asked, stopping directly in front of her. She looked up and smiled a little at me. She looked slightly abashed. Why was that? Was she embarrassed at blushing when I entered? Or at being caught looking for her bracelet? Yes, she replied, biting her lip. She always did that whenever she was nervous. What was she nervous about? I'm nervous, I suppose. I smiled, pulling the charm out of my pocket and placing it on her bracelet. My movements were too faint for her human eye to catch, so I supposed it would have looked as though I had merely touched the bracelet and nothing more. When I pulled away, though, Bella could see the new charm I'd gotten for her. She raised her arm so that she could have a better look at the charm. It was a 4-leaf clover I had bought for her. It was made entirely of diamonds. A beautiful blush crept back to her cheeks and I stared at it. Amazed by her beauty. Thank you, she whispered. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and led her out of the room. Trust me, Bella, I said softly. There's nothing for you to be nervous about. I leaned in and pressed my lips to her hair. I inhaled the sweet, intoxicating scent of Bella. Strawberries in her shampoo and freesia. Bella blushed a deeper shade of scarlet and I smirked to myself. It was good to know I could cause this reaction from her, even if she couldn't fathom why. We met Esme and Carlisle in the living room. Carlisle was getting his things ready for his trip to the hospital. Esme hugged Bella and kissed her good luck. Carlisle did, too. When we went to the garage, Rose's M3 was still present. The engine was running, but the car was stationary. They were waiting for us. I reluctantly let Bella go, and pulled open the passenger door. She glared at me, pouting her lips in that adorable way of hers, then slid inside. I chuckled to myself and moved at vampire speed. She had gotten so used to us moving this quickly that it took a lot to scare her. Even Emmett couldn't startle her anymore. Finally, we pulled away from the garage and made our way to Forks. Due to our driving, or as Bella said, maniacal speeding down the road, not caring if you hit a squirrel or create a trail of fire behind, we arrived at Forks High in a few meager minutes. Alice and Jasper led the pack. Jasper's arm slung protectively around Alice's shoulder. Emmett and Rosalie were in the middle, hands entwined. Bella and I walked behind them. I sensed that Bella was anxious and wary about people looking at us. It was probably because of the cars and because of, well, our beauty. I didn't want to sound vain, but it was true. By being a vampire, our features were changed slightly. We became beautiful to lure our victims easily, to captivate them enough to draw them in and kill them, ultimately. And then there was Bella. She was so beautiful, so pure. How could they not stare at her? Her mahogany hair, her warm brown eyes, her strawberry lips, her creamy skin, if that didn't draw you in, I didn't know what could. She was, dare I say, even more enticing than the most beautiful siren in the world. She was enchanting, and that was why, along with the usual thoughts on my siblings and I heard the lurid thoughts on Bella. Bella sidled closer to me, almost as if she, too, was uncomfortable with the thoughts around us. I knew she couldn't hear the minds of these incompetent children, but she had always been perceptive. We stepped into the office, which was much warmer than I had anticipated. There were pots of plants in every corner of the room. A woman in her 40s, maybe, was sitting behind the desk. We stepped closer to her. Alice leaned both her elbows on the desk and greeted her. The woman looked up, startled by Alice's chiming voice and her sweet scent. I would have laughed, but it would have just seemed inappropriate. I watched in amusement as her eyes took in the sight of us. 6 beautiful teenagers. Her eyes were wide as she took in the sight. Then she saw me, and her heartbeat quickened. Emmett stifled his laughter, but I could hear the rumbling in his chest. Too low for a human to hear. He nudged me in the ribs, cracking a silly smile at me, as if to say, "Your admirer." I ignored him. "Hello, Mrs. Cope," the receptionist stuttered out. "Oh, God, so beautiful, how is that even possible? He has to be a model or something. Unless I'm dreaming again. My God, this is so unreal. Who's that girl he's got his arm around? Oh, my, are they together? Dear, take a hold of yourself. He's 17 years old, for crying out loud. Your own son is older than him. But he's so," I grimaced, tuning out her thoughts. It wasn't so easy considering. She was practically screaming them in her head. Bella didn't need to be a mind reader to know what was going on in Mrs. Cope's mind. She turned her head and pressed her full lips to my shoulder. I held back a gasp, looking down at her. She was so beautiful, so warm, her lips were pressed against my shoulder. I hadn't felt that since that night at the pond. I knew she was only doing it now to keep herself from laughing out loud. But I couldn't help but want to lift her up and kiss her soundly. I took in shallow breaths, focusing on the wall in front of me. I should think of things that weren't alluring in any way. How about mud wrestling with Jasper and Emmett? One of Alice's crazy shopping sprees during Christmas time when she would drag us all out to the mall so we could be a part of the madness. Or Emmett's endless teasing about my being a sexually repressed male. No, go back to Alice's crazy shopping sprees. Bella saw my discomfort and reached out to take my hand. Her soft warm fingers gripped my cold hand and squeezed softly. I was just about driven insane by now. Jasper could feel the emotions raging in me and laughed in his mind. "Control yourself, man. You're acting like an actual human boy overcome by hormones," he teased. I growled low in my throat, but he merely ignored me, and used his gift to calm me down. I tipped my head slightly in his direction to thank him. "You're welcome." Rosalie cleared her throat, interrupting Mrs. Cope's ogling, and told her that we were the new students. Wouldn't that have been obvious? In a school so small, surely she knew practically every student that attended Forks High. Apparently, our beauty had rendered her speechless. Out loud and in her own mind. So much so that she had forgotten the new students were arriving today. She handed us our schedules, maps of the school ground and slips of papers for the teachers to sign. "Honestly, he's too young, Isabella Hale. I wonder, wasn't there an Isabella Swan who was adopted? I'd have to check with Daisy and see if she remembers. Oh, poor thing, I wonder if he's her brother. Then, maybe, too young." We finally stepped out of the office, and I sighed in relief. Bella noticed and giggled, an amused expression on her face. My annoyance at Mrs. Cope immediately vanished, only to be replaced by the desire to make Bella as happy as humanly, and inhumanly, in my case, as possible. So I scowled at her playfully. "You didn't have a 40-year-old woman arguing with herself about how attractive you were in her mind," I said, crossing my arms across my chest, as if I were being defensive. Bella smiled mischievously at me. "It would be incredibly strange if I did, Edward," she said sweetly, and laughed. I rolled my eyes and shot Emmett a look. "I hope you know that you're to blame for that smart mouth of hers," I said to him, in a voice too low and in a pace too fast for Bella's human ears to catch. He smirked at me. "I'll take it as a compliment. Bella and Alice were sophomores, like me. Rosalie, Emmett and Jasper were juniors." I compared my schedules to Bella to see if I had any classes with her. I had English, biology and Spanish with her. I would have to try and get Mrs. Cope to change my schedule so that it was identical to Bella's. I could always get what I want, of course, simply by charming my way through lies. It was a part of being what I was. But the thought of flirting with Mrs. Cope was incredibly disconcerting. I had first period calculus and Bella had homeroom with Alice, so I waved them off sadly. I decided to keep an eye on Bella throughout the day. Who knew what sort of dangerous thoughts would come out of the human males in the school? It was bad enough with Rosalie and Alice, but I knew those two could handle themselves. Emmett and Jasper always scared the children, anyway. But Bella was so fragile, so weakly human. I needed to ensure that she was safe. I followed her with Alice's mind as I made my way to calculus, not really seeing where I was going. I walked quickly and slid into my seat 5 minutes before class. I saw the lustful looks the boys were giving Bella, and clenched my jaw angrily. How dare they look at her like that? I could only imagine what it was like in their heads. "Hi," I heard someone greet Bella. Alice looked up and saw the stranger. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked like a little boy to me. His features were too boyish. Hello, Bella replied hesitantly. I saw her exchange a look with Alice, worried. I quickly peeked into the boy's head, growling quietly as I did so. Luckily no one around me noticed. Wow, she's just so pretty. I bet I could get her to go out with me. Yeah, I mean I've got looks. I'm Newton, for God's sake. Just step up to the game, man. I can do this. I am a hunky dude. I'm a badass hunky dude. I rolled my eyes at his inane thoughts, but my fists clenched involuntarily at the idea of someone else asking out my Bella. Would she accept? What if this was the kind of boy she'd prefer? What if she liked his blonde hair and his blue eyes and the way his eyes were looking at her? I really needed to stop myself from jumping out of my seat, barging to Bella's homeroom class and snapping the boy's neck. How dare Newton think of her that way? How dare he place her in one of his vile fantasies? I'm Mike Newton, he introduced himself to Bella. My brows furrowed in confusion. Was that a hint of pride in his voice as he said his name? A moment later, his thoughts informed me of why he felt so prideful. His parents owned a sporting goods store in town. Apparently, that was a big thing in Forks. He was, also, quite popular in school. I supposed he thought his popularity would gain some attention from Bella. I noticed from the way Bella looked that she, too, didn't understand why he was so proud of his name. But she didn't question it. Instead, she shook his outstretched hand and said her name. Mike Newton held onto her hand longer than a casual handshake would require, and Bella pulled her hand back. Blushing, someone I hadn't noticed walked up to me and leaned forward. I blinked up at her. It was a blonde girl, smiling at me in what I supposed was a coy manner. I fought the urge to run out of the classroom and duck for cover. Hi, she said, her voice low. I raised an eyebrow. My name is Lauren Mallory. Oh, my God, he's so totally hot. Edward Cullen, I said curtly. Not bothering to show any politeness, nor hide the annoyance that she had interrupted my spying time on Bella and this Newton kid. She smiled wider, as if getting my name in return was some sort of accomplishment for her. Do you play sports? She asked, her beady eyes running up and down my upper body. You look like you play sports. If I snag him first, Jess would be totally, mad. Ha, as if she stands a chance when I'm here. He wants me. I shrugged. I don't, I answered, to her question and to her unspoken thought. Not that she could know that, of course. She started asking me something else, but I tuned her out. I didn't want to listen to her voice, nor did I want to listen to her thoughts. They were too disturbing for me. I started the connection again, and saw that Bella had hid her face with her curtain of hair. And had begun doodling. Even through this child's mind, I could see her red forehead. She must have felt extremely grateful that Alice had let her wear her hair down to school today. Newton wasn't done talking to her, though. So, you're new here? I rolled my eyes. Of course she was new here. Had he ever seen her before? In a school this small, surely even an twit like him would have noticed that she was new. Bella looked uncomfortable as she answered, though I caught the amusement in her eyes. As is my sister, I heard her blurt out, nodding to Alice. I knew she hated the attention. If she had hated it when Carmen, someone she knew dearly, wanted to draw her portrait, what more when people she didn't know suddenly decided to pay attention to her? Old hate that aspect of being a vampire. Everywhere we went, people would stare. Questions, admiration, lust, it was all a factor. I'd heard it all in their thoughts. Bella was already exquisitely beautiful as a human. I couldn't even begin to think how amazing she would look when she was one of us. I controlled my unneeded breathing, which had gotten heavy and labored all of a sudden, and got back to listening in. Newton looked at Alice for a brief second. His eyes showed his admiration for her, as did his mind. Whoa, she's hot. She's so pale, though, paler than Bella, even. Alice chose this moment to smile widely at him, showing him her white, sharp teeth at the same time. I could practically feel the fear running through his veins. I laughed silently to myself. I would have found it all more amusing, had he not focused on Bella again. Do you need any help around the school? Newton asked eagerly. I could always show you around, help you with homework and stuff. Oh, yeah, baby. I can definitely tutor her, privately. Maybe if I offer her to come back home with me to study. Bella looked horrified, but Newton was too caught up in his lust and his horrid fantasies to notice. Thanks for the offer, Mike, I heard her said shakily. But the teacher in Bella's class interrupted her declination of his offer. She shrugged at him, and turned to focus much too intently on the teacher. Newton turned back in his seat some time later, but he was still a little stunned. But, did she say, but, damn the teacher, why did they always have to have bad timing? Maybe she just has some other plan. She just moved her after all. But I didn't even tell her when. I hate this. I wish I could just read her mind and tell if she likes me or not. I smirked to myself. Then I realized that Ren had taken a seat next to me and was desperately trying to catch my attention. It was easy to ignore at first, but then her hand was running down my arm. My head turned to her, and my eyes flashed. Lauren retracted her arm and settled back in her seat, alarmed. I turned away from her and stared absent-mindedly at the clock. Just a few hours and I'd be with Bella again. The day was pure torture. Bella went from homeroom to world history, Newton tagging along. Apparently, he had the same class as her. Alice had French class, so she couldn't keep an eye on Bella like I wanted her to. I ambled to my next class without really paying attention. I was too busy staying connected to Newton's mind. The child annoys me to no end, but I couldn't just stop listening in. I had to know if was planning on trying anything inappropriate. His fantasies were too explicit for my liking, though. I kept jumping to other people's minds whenever I could. It was hard enough to keep up with the thoughts surrounding Bella. But the teenage girls around me were making it harder still. Their thoughts made me incredibly uncomfortable. Oh, my God, I can't believe how hot he is. I'll take a picture on my cell and post it online. I can't wait to talk to Lauren about him. I know she has the inside scoop. Maybe if I ask him out. Bella had sat herself down in world history, but class hadn't started yet. To my extreme irritation, Mike Newton was still with her. He had sat himself at the edge of her desk boldly. Out of nowhere, a tall, dark-skinned boy came up to Bella and smiled at her. "Hi," he greeted. "I'm Tyler Crowley. You're Isabella Hale, right, Bella?" she corrected. I smiled gently. I knew she hated being called Isabella. It was too formal. It, also, reminded her of when Esme, Rosalie or Carlisle were angry with her. They used her full name whenever she pulled pranks with Emmett and ended up getting into a lot of trouble. This Tyler boy opened his mouth to say something but a nasal voice spoke first. My brows furrowed. I recognized that nasal voice. "Weren't you Isabella Swan?" Bella flinched visibly, and turned to see a blonde girl. I gritted my teeth. Lauren Mallory. Why did I have to be so mean to her? She was probably doing this because she hated that I hadn't paid attention to her. I quickly jumped into her thoughts to sneak a peek. She's ordinary compared to Edward Cullen. Well, they're not related. So, but talking to my Tyler. Unacceptable. I sighed, frustrated. Her Tyler. Wasn't it her who had been more than willing to go out with me just less than an hour ago? Lauren stopped at Bella's desk and draped an arm possessively around Tyler's shoulder. She looked Bella over as if she were some disgusting piece of meat. I growled low in my throat, and the guy next to me shot me a wary look. Tyler, on the other hand, wasn't so appreciative of Lauren all over him. He shrugged her off gently, which only angered Lauren more. God, I hope Bella doesn't think Lauren and I are together. That'll just ruin my chances with her. Not anymore, Bella said. Her voice might have sounded polite to anyone, but I knew the anger and sadness behind them. I gripped the edge of my desk tightly. I wanted to go to Bella and wrap my arms around her, comfort her and just be there for her. Lauren introduced herself, her voice cold. Bella looked confused as to why Lauren was acting so angry towards her. Look at her. She's so ordinary. But all everyone's talking about is her and her siblings. They're taking my spotlight. So vain. She would hate Rosalie, too, no doubt. So, what, like, you're adopted? Lauren asked Bella, her voice dismissive. Yes. Bella looked as if she wanted to be anywhere but where Lauren was. I heard another voice, also familiar, and realized that it was that Jessica girl. Oh, back off, Lauren. Jessica said, standing next to Mike Newton. I didn't miss how she leaned in closer to him, and how he leaned slightly back. Jessica, she introduced herself. She's only been here for a few hours. But all everyone's talk about is her siblings and the Cullens. I wonder if she'll become friends with me. I'll outrun Lauren in the spotlight for sure if she does. I huffed. Was there anyone in the entire school who wasn't out to get something from Bella? The second bell rung, and Newton, Jessica, Tyler and Lauren all went back to their seats. Once second period was over, a girl with curly brown hair came up to me. She had an excited look on her face, but it was nothing compared to Alice's whenever there was a shoe sale at the mall. Shoe sale. I mentally smacked myself. I really should start hanging around my brothers instead of my sisters. But Bella's alright, I wanted to be with her all the time if I could. Which brought me back to my schedule and how I want to change it to match Bella's identically. Hi, she greeted me. I looked down at her and forced myself to smile politely. I'm Jessica. I wondered for a brief, uninterested moment if this was the Jess Lauren Mallory had talked about. Edward Cullen. So, you're, like, totally new here, right? Well, I could see the similarities between her and Lauren. Yes, I was kinda wondering if. Oh, Edward. I turned towards this new voice in relief. It was Jasper, standing by the door, looking amused. From his thoughts, I saw that Alice had sent him. Apparently, Jessica would have stuck to my side chattering NCES sonly until I would most likely kill her if Jasper hadn't shown up. I made a face but pulled it back into my composed mask before Jessica or any other human could see. I mentally thanked Jasper, knowing he could feel my gratitude. Hey, Jasper, I said coolly. Well, it was nice meeting you, Jessica, I said politely, and made my way out of the classroom with him as quickly as I humanly could. You alright, man? Jasper laughed, clapping me on the back. There's a lot more disgust coming from you today than any other first day of high school. Fine, I snapped. Bella was now currently being introduced to yet another boy, Eric Yorkie. By Jessica. He was a tall, lanky boy with greasy black hair and an unhealthy complexion. His thoughts were only on how incredibly pretty Bella was, and how he wanted to date her, and do things that boys did to girls on dates. I groaned, shaking my head. Seriously, are you okay? I opened my eyes just as I was about to crash into a freshman. She looked stunned, and absolutely love-struck. I gave her a small, apologetic smile and continued walking, ignoring her thoughts altogether. Bella's got boys surrounding her, I said through gritted teeth. Jasper was still confused. So what? Boys who want to, I thought of a more appropriate way to say it. Date her, I finished. It was a very huge understatement to say that all they wanted to do was take her out someplace nice. Jasper laughed. Edward, relax. You know she won't fall for their human tricks. She's too smart for that, he said. When his words didn't work, he started to use his gift on me. I snarled at him low enough only for him to hear and shook off the calming waves he was sending at me. Jasper shrugged, and we went into the Spanish classroom. We sat down at the back. The thoughts of the students and, dare I even say, the teacher hit me like a ton of bricks. I was sure Jasper wasn't doing all that well with all the lust and admiration coming off of them. Man, I wish Alice is here. I rolled my eyes and slapped him on the head to shake him out of his fantasies. He grinned sheepishly at me, apologetic. Not long after, Bella rushed into the classroom. The thoughts coming from the students were even worse when they saw us. There was envy from the girls, and lust from the boys. Bella slipped into the empty seat next to me. I was too busy trying to control my temper so I wouldn't kill anyone, but Jasper noticed her expression. Horrible first day so far. He teased her. I had already seen her first day so far, so I knew it hadn't gone smoothly at all. Bella shook her head, refusing to answer. She raised an eyebrow at the look on my face. Edward, her soft, melodic voice brought me back. Are you okay? I was still too angry to answer. If I unclenched my jaw, the only thing that would come out of my mouth was an outraged roar. The thoughts of the boys in the room were filled with sexual fantasies about Bella. Jasper, too, was irked that people were thinking like that about his baby sister. He was hiding his anger much better than me, though. He gets like this every first day in a new school, I heard Jasper said. I realized that Bella must have asked him why I was acting so strangely. The thoughts of hormonal-charged teenagers get to him. A lot. Jasper was chuckling by now. Well, that wasn't a complete lie. They did get to me, and I normally was uptight in a new school. But this was different. This was magnified about 1,000,000 times. I scowled at Jasper, annoyed. I tried to focus my breathing, and control my temper. My eyes were narrowed into angry slits. The humans who looked at me now only felt fear. I felt something poke my arm, and realized that it was Bella. At least you don't have 3 guys following you around everywhere, and a girl who hates your guts, she whispered conspiratorially. Her voice was so comical, as was her face, that I couldn't help but burst into laughter. I smiled at her, my anger vanishing. Jasper was snickering in his mind, amused by my reaction to Bella, but I ignored him. At least we have lunch next, I said. When we stepped out into the hallway for lunch, Alice appeared at Jasper's side. Their fingers entwined with each other's and they smiled at one another. leading the way to the cafeteria. I grinned a little at the love between my siblings. I used to hate being the odd one out in a family full of lovebirds, but knowing that Bella and I would be together so soon made me feel a lot happier about it. Bella wanted to put some things into her locker, and Alice insisted I went along with her and Jasper to the cafeteria. I couldn't understand why, and Jasper didn't know either. Alice was translating her French textbook into Korean in her mind, so I had no idea what vision she had had. Alice, if she's in trouble, I growled. Alice rolled her eyes and glared at me. Do you really think I'd let my own sister deal with trouble on her own? She snapped at me. Just relax, Edward, you're killing my happy mood. We waited for Bella outside the cafeteria. While I anxiously checked the minds of whomever was near Bella, Jessica was right next to her, chatting away about some girl neither Bella nor I knew or were interested in knowing. I saw Eric Yorkie going up to her, and leaning against the locker next to her as she slipped some books out of her backpack and into her locker. He completely ignored Jessica, so I was thinking if you wanted to go out with me sometime. Hey Bella, hey, Eric, hey Jess, Mike Newton said, as he approached the three. Yorkie's making his move on Bella. No way, this is my girl, my opportunity. Not his. Eric stood up a little straighter and grinned at Newton. Hey, Mikey, you met my home girl, Bella? He asked smugly. Newton's thoughts were plagued by jealousy as he answered. Oh, your home girl? He teased, but his mind was red with anger. Before either Eric could answer, or Bella could blush, Tyler ran up from nowhere and kissed Bella on the cheek. My girl, he said, grinning. He leaned away from a shocked Bella, and pushed Newton into Eric before running past them into the cafeteria. Jessica recovered from her shock first and said, oh my god. It's like the first grade all over again and you're the shiny new toy. It took both Emmett and Jasper to restrain me from going after them, especially Tyler. They didn't understand why I was so angry, of course, until Alice told them. By then, all three of us were angry, as was Rosalie. Bella came around the corner and saw us. Jessica's eyes widened at the sight of the five of us, and she giggled as she passed me. Emmett and Jasper shot me amused looks. But my eyes were only fixed on Bella. She was still blushing red from the encounter with Tyler. Jessica waved goodbye to Bella, and went inside the cafeteria. Once she was out of earshot, Rosalie shot to Bella. She cradled Bella's face in her hands. Oh, my baby, she cried. If possible, Bella's face reddened even more. Alice saw, she mumbled. I cleared my throat, deciding not to give myself away. I highly doubted Bella would appreciate the fact that I had been spying on her the whole morning. Yes, I answered quickly. Are you all right? Rosalie asked, concern evident in her voice and her actions as she smoothed back Bella's hair. Bella rolled her eyes and attempted to push Rosalie away. Mom, she cried, embarrassed. Stop it, it was a harmless kiss. It wasn't like he tried to kill me or anything. Rose, a little discretion, Alice giggled. Rosalie composed herself, but couldn't help from smoothing Bella's hair once more and kissing her on the forehead. Emmett and Rosalie held on to each other's hands as they led us into the cafeteria. Alice and Jasper went next. I went up to Bella and wrapped my arm around her. She sighed and rested her head on my shoulder. Are you all right? I asked her, worried. Bella nodded and smiled tiredly. Yeah, it's just weird. I've never been to Forks High before, obviously, but just being back in Forks, I can't remember all that much, but it still feels weird, she said, biting her lip. I rubbed my hand up and down her shoulder soothingly. It'll be all right, Bella, I said gently. It'll get easier. She nodded, walking with me in silence. I saw Met and Rosalie making a beeline for the lunch line. Alice and Jasper followed suit. While walking, Jasper twirled Alice around once, making her giggle. I rolled my eyes, sharing a smile with Bella, and walked behind them. Isn't this a total waste of food? She asked, as all of us got trays of food. Emmett snickered as we headed to an empty table. Well, almost empty. There was a small boy who was reading a comic book at the end. But that wasn't a problem. He was wearing glasses and a tweed jacket. He looked even easier to scare than the rest of the humans, and I didn't think that was possible. Well, now we've got you to finish it, he said, smiling at her. Bella rolled her eyes. I don't eat that much, she reminded him. Why not? When I was human, I ate a lot more than this. Of course you did. What's that supposed to mean? Emmett frowned. We reached the table, and the small boy looked up at us. He was clearly intimidated, pushing his glasses up his nose with shaking hands. Emmett bared his teeth at him, making him shake more. Move, he growled. It was the fastest I had ever seen a human run. I snorted uncharacteristically, but Bella frowned at Emmett. Did you have to be so mean? She chided. Emmett shrugged. It's fun. We took out seats next to our respective mates. In my case, next to my future mate. She hadn't gotten a tray of her own since I'd gotten one. She hated wasting food. She reached over and took the lemonade from my tray, twisting the cap and sipping from the bottle. So how's today been? Rosalie asked. From her thoughts, I saw that she was concerned Bella had been reminded of who she had been. I winced, knowing that it was true. Bella shrugged, not answering as she traced lines on the faux wood grain printed on the tabletop. Okay, she answered softly. Rosalie didn't buy it for a second, and reached out to clasp Bella's small hand in hers. Bella, she said seriously. Remember what we talked about? Bella swallowed and nodded her head. I know, Lauren made you feel bad. I guessed. My eyes widened as I realized my mistake. Bella's head snapped to me, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. How could you possibly know that? Alice saw it, I said quickly. But Bella could see through my lies any day. No, she didn't, Bella glared. Were you listening in? I bit my lip and looked away from her. My family were amused. Emmett was laughing in his mind. Busted, dude. Alice was planning a shopping trip to make Bella feel better. Rosalie was trying to see how far I could go before telling Bella the truth. Jasper was betting with Rosalie. Edward, Bella called out angrily. I turned to look into her frustrated eyes and sighed. I supposed Jasper would win the bet. Yes, all right, I said, defeated. I was listening in. Bella looked outraged. Edward, she gasped. How could you do something like that? I shrugged. I just wanted to make sure you had a good day, I said sheepishly. I smiled at her, knowing that her resolve would melt the moment that I did. Shish, E might have learned how to get me to do anything for her by pouting her lips, or giving me an innocent look, or just by being her. But I knew how to get my way, too. Bella covered her eyes. Don't even try the smile, Edward. I'm not forgiving you that easily, she said, turning away from me. You know, you might not know the meaning of privacy, but I like it. I can't believe you just went around today. I took her by the shoulders and spun her around slightly so that she was facing me again. Before she had the chance to cover her eyes, I held her hands and spoke lest she shut them on her own accord. I'm sorry, all right, I said quietly. I really just wanted to make sure you were having a good day. I wanted to know if there was anything I could do to make it better if you weren't. I knew it was hard for you to come back here. I explained. Bella sighed, looking down. According to Jasper, her anger was ebbing, leaving nearly no trace of it whatsoever. Am I forgiven? Bella thought about it, her nose wrinkling in that way it did whenever she was seriously considering a question. Yes, she said finally. If you follow me to the mall for Alice's crazy shopping trips for a month, she finished, cracking an evil smile. And you stop listening in, of course. I groaned, shaking my head. You've spent too much time with Emmett, I told her, smiling back. It was too infectious not to. She shrugged, but narrowed her eyes at me while she smiled. Do we have a deal? She asked, raising her eyebrows. I considered. How about if I just follow you to the mall? I bargained. She glared at me, her bottom lip jutting out in a pout. Please, you know I can't help listening in, it's my nature, I grinned. Bella rolled her eyes at me. Fine, mall, 2 months. She threw her hands up in the air. I nodded my head. It's fine by me, I said quickly. Rosalie was huffing impatiently. Now that that's all cleared up, she interrupted us. What exactly did this Lauren do? Bella shrank back into me, and I wrapped my arm around her shoulder. She turned to me, and laid her head in the crook of my neck. Nothing, Mom, she whispered. Don't worry about it, Bella, really. I felt bad for about 2 seconds, then everything's fine. Really, she said again. One hand coming up to rest at my torso, gripping my shirt in her fist. Rose, just drop it, I said, meeting her angry glare coolly. She is fine about it, I assured her. Bella was much too mature to let things like that bother her. And even if they did bother her, she would talk to me about it later on when she was ready. I didn't want to push her to talk, especially not in a cafeteria full of students. Hey, Bella, I heard someone call. Bella's head moved about a fraction of an inch, but she didn't move away from my embrace. I smiled, wrapping my arms around her tighter and kissed the top of her hair. 2 people approached our table. I recognized them as Mike Newton and Jessica Stanley. Mike was eyeing me with envy and Jessica was eyeing Bella with envy. I shared a knowing look with Jasper and smirked. Hey, guys, Bella smiled at them, her head still rested on my shoulder. I supposed she felt so comfortable doing this because we had been in each other's embraces for years. But did she feel the difference? Was it why her heart fluttered so wildly in her chest? Or was it for another reason? So, Bella, Jessica said, smiling at the rest of the table. Her eyes came back to me, though. Aren't you going to introduce us to your family? Bella nodded her head slightly. Sure, that's Alice and Jasper, Rosalie, Jasper's twin, and Emmett. And this is Edward, she lifted her head up slightly from my shoulder to smile at me. I smiled back at her, captivated by her sparkling brown eyes. When her head dropped back to my shoulder, I turned my head slightly to rest my chin on the top of her head. That's nice, you're all from Alaska, right? Newton asked, his eyes flicking to our pale faces. That's right, Alice chirped, her tinkling laugh followed shortly. Jasper pulled her closer to him, kissing her full on the mouth. Jessica's eyes widened at that, and even Newton stopped staring at Bella long enough to gape. Bella cleared her throat, interrupting Jasper's and Alice's make-out session. I sighed. Leave it to my siblings to start showing too much affections around one another in public. Emmett and Rosalie were already looking at each other like they usually do before the action behind the scenes took place. Alice giggled, batting her lashes at Jasper. Ooh, I love my southern man, she sighed in her thoughts. You're, like, together? Jessica asked rudely. Bella nodded her head. Yeah, Jazz and Alice are together, and Em and Rose are, too, she waved her hand in Emmett's and Rosalie's direction. Rosalie grinned and draped her arm around Emmett's shoulder, kissing him on the cheek. Emmett turned towards her with a predatory look in his eyes. Bella sighed and smiled at Jessica and Newton. You'll have to excuse them. Their control is pretty much non-existent, she joked, trying to divert the humans' attention. Is that even legal? Jessica asked, eyes still glued to the two couples. Rosalie and Alice aren't related to Emmett and Jasper. Only Rose and Jazz are related, so it's okay. Bella explained. It's still weird. Wait, is she with Edward Cullen, then? I mean, at first I thought it's like a sister hugs a brother. I mean, it looks like more, but they're all adopted by the Cullens. Right, but if Rosalie and Alice are with Emmett and Jasper, I'll ask her. Before she had a chance to, Newton sat in the empty chair next to Bella and smiled at her. Let's see how she resists the Newton charm. So, Bella, he said in what I supposed was his attempt at being seductive. Bella looked at him in alarm and shot me a, help me, look. I chuckled quietly, as sadistic as it was. I was glad Bella was suffering instead of enjoying being in Newton's company. I hated that he was around her at all. Newton didn't catch on to her obvious discomfort. Think we could maybe go to the movies this weekend. Lauren. Bella winced slightly at Lauren's name. Also has a party this Friday, maybe you want to come and. Are you hitting on my sister? Emmett boomed. Half the cafeteria turned to look at us. Emmett, Bella hissed, her face turning red. Jasper, do something, she said, pleading, as Emmett started to stand. To her surprise, Jasper helped Emmett. I was the one who pushed Emmett back into his chair. I think you should walk away, kid, Jasper growled. Newton looked intimidated by them, but his thoughts were spurred on by the fact that Bella had protested her brother's behavior towards him. He placed a hand on Bella's arm and leaned forward. I growled, shoving his arm away and glared at him. He recoiled and stood up so quickly, I thought he was going to have a head rush. Do not touch her, I snarled. He nodded his head, turning to walk away as quickly as he could without embarrassing himself by tripping or wetting his pants. Jessica smiled at Bella, waving, before walking away. Wow, look at his reaction to Mike asking her out, they're definitely into each other. I'd have to ask her and Jim. Guys, Bella groaned, shaking her head. Why did you do that? I looked at her, shocked and hurt at the same time. Don't tell me you actually wanted to go on a date with him. I asked, scowling. Bella shook her head. Of course I don't, but you've got to let me handle it. You were yelling and growling. It's not even normal, she glared at the three of us. Bella, Rosalie said seriously. You're lucky Edward didn't kill the boy, you know. Bella shot a look at me. Yes, what was that, Edward? She asked, bewildered. You looked so angry. And why are your eyes black? Didn't you go hunting yesterday? I sighed, closing my eyes and forcing myself to relax. I agree. PPED. Bella to me tighter and focused on her scent. Jasper, sensing my anger, sent me calming waves. I felt the anger ebbing away and opened my eyes. Bella looked into my topaz eyes and smiled a little, satisfied. I'm sorry, I smiled at her. I just feel very protective of you. I frowned, thinking of the boys in gym, and any other class one wasn't taking with her. Bella laughed. No kidding, she teased. With sparkling eyes, she leaned forward and kissed me on the cheek. If I could have blushed, I would be redder than Bella was at the moment. Thank you, she smiled. Bella stood up and walked over to the lunch line to get a pudding. She had gotten a sweet tooth because of Esme's constant baking, but Rosalie had forbidden us all to get the pudding to satisfy Bella's craving. She had flinched at the idea of Bella devouring 5 puddings. I had laughed at it. Rosalie might be concerned about Bella eating healthy, but I wanted her to be able to enjoy every human thing possible before it all ended for her. I heard her bump into someone accidentally. Oh, sorry, they both said at the same time. All 5 of us looked up to see who it was. It was a girl with brown hair and kind brown eyes. She smiled brightly at Bella, who returned the smile. I'm Angela Weber, she introduced herself. Bella shook her extended hand. Bella Hale. Hey, I know you might not remember me at all, 'cause it was a long time ago and all. But we went to the same preschool when, well, you know, Angela said, shifting uncomfortably. Her kind smile was still in place, though. For the first time, the mention of her past didn't lead Bella to flinch. Instead, she looked curiously at Angela. Oh, well, I think I remember a little, but nothing significant, though. I'm sorry, Bella said. She really did sound sorry, too. I peeked inside Angela's mind to see what she was thinking. Poor Bella, but she looks happy, though. Her new family must be really nice. They all look really beautiful. Bella fits in with them. I hope we get to spend some time together. It has to be hard being back here, after all that has happened. I should ask her if she needs any help or anything. I smiled at her kindness. She reminded me of Bella a little. It didn't surprise me if she and Bella had been friends before, even at a young age. It would only make sense that 2 people so alike would be friends with one another. Yeah, me neither. I just remembered your name. My mom remembered more, so she mentioned it at dinner. I guess your arrival was kind of the gossip of the week, Angela laughed. Bella grinned a little. How'd your mom know we were coming? She asked, tilting her head to one side. My mom works at the hospital. She's a nurse. Your dad works there, right? Dr. Cullen. Bella nodded her head. Yes, that's him, she confirmed. Someone called Angela's name and she turned around to wave at them. Listen, if you need anything, you could always, you know, ask me, Angela said awkwardly. Bella blushed and smiled at Angela. Thanks. It was nice seeing you, Angela, she said, waving as she came back to the table with a cup of pudding. Rosalie smiled at Bella as she sat down. Feel better? She asked. Bella nodded and peeled open her pudding cup. Yes, actually, I do. She smiled at me. Bella's pav. Mike was in my biology class, as well, but since Edward was in it and sat next to me the whole time, he didn't dare come up to me. Angela, too, was in biology, and walked together with Edward and I. I kept remembering bits and pieces of my time with her. I remembered playing with her, holding hands with her on a class field trip due to that buddy program. Going to her house to play while our mothers chatted. She was the dark-haired girl I remembered. I was glad that she was a kind person. I remembered being friends with her a little, but people changed in time. I was glad Angela was still a friendly girl. I sat next to Edward, naturally. Mr. Banner didn't force us to stand up and recite our names in a mini introduction to ourselves, so it was fine. Because Carlisle was my father, I had learned a lot about biology growing up. Due to this, I had been in an advanced placement program back in Alaska. As I flipped through the textbook, I realized that I knew most of the things. What I didn't know, I could understand quite easily. I exhaled. This would be quite a boring year for biology. Edward noticed my expression and leaned closer towards me. What's wrong? He asked. I turned my head slightly to answer him, and was immediately caught in the intensity of his topaz gaze. His sweet breath washed over me like a tidal wave. I stopped breathing, my heart pounding faster. I broke out in a cold sweat, and my eyes blurred. Bella, he asked, worried and confused. I gasped, breathing in and out again. I looked away for a moment, then looked back at him. Great, now he would think that I was insane or demented, or both. I'm fine, I said quickly. Sorry, I was just thinking of something. He didn't seem to buy that, but he let it go. Thank God. I nodded towards my biology book. I was just thinking that I already know most of the stuff in there. It would be boring to do everything all over again, I sighed, leaning my elbow on the counter and cupping my hand around the side of my throat. Edward laughed, though I thought I saw his eyes flash momentarily towards my throat. Try having taken the class 53 times, he whispered, leaning closer to me. I grinned, still lightheaded from his scent. I wondered why that was. I knew that vampires have a sweet scent that drew humans in for the kill. I was familiar with the scents of my entire family, but none of theirs compared to Edward's, not even by a little. He smelled so heavenly. And when he leaned in like that, I shook my head. I was clearly going insane. This was not the way to think about my best friend, who had seen me grow up since I was 6. I could only be thankful that he hadn't found me sooner when I was still in diapers. Mr. Banner started the class. It was the first day of school, so he only went through certain things and let us watch a video. Nothing productive whatsoever. After biology, it was time for gym. I could see Mike coming towards me to ask me if I would walk with him. Maybe he had gym, too. Edward must have read something in his mind that he didn't like, so he draped an arm around my shoulder and growled. "I'll walk you to gym, Bella," he said to me. I nodded my head, grateful that I wouldn't have to endure Mike's puppy dog eyes. I really had no idea what to say to him. He seemed like a nice enough guy, but he seemed too friendly for my liking. Too soon, we were in front of the gym. Edward smiled at me reassuringly and squeezed my shoulders once. I turned to look at him seriously. "Edward, I know it's your nature and all," I said sarcastically. "But could you not peek during gym?" I pleaded. "Bella, I know I'm going to get hurt. We both know how clumsy I am. I'd just prefer it if you wouldn't see it, please," I asked, pouting my lips at him. He stared into my eyes. Considering. "Yes, fine," he agreed before I could say anything else. Not that I could actually form a coherent sentence the way his eyes were penetrating me. But he called out, before I could go through the doors in victory. I groaned and turned back to look at him. "Just tell me if you're hurt later on, all right?" he pleaded. I sighed, and nodded my head. "Fine, no peeking." I tapped his nose playfully, and smiled. Edward chuckled, then leaned down to kiss my forehead lightly. I felt my heart pound faster and the heat rushing to my face. This seemed to amuse Edward and I scowled at him. Going through the door. Why was I reacting like that? I sighed, shaking my head. This was just too confusing. It was raining today. Shocker. Forks was the rainiest town in America, probably. I remembered it raining day in and day out when I lived here. Coach Clapp wanted us to play volleyball in the court. I winced. Someone, excluding myself, would get seriously injured if they stood too close to me. I changed quickly and got out onto the court. "Hey, Bella," I heard Mike greeting me. I sighed and turned to look at him. He was already in his shirt and shorts. "You excited?" He nodded towards the volleyball net. I shook my head, laughing. "Most definitely not," I replied. He looked confused, so I explained, "I'm not very graceful. Just a warning, stay very far away from me during the game unless you want to get hit." Mike grinned. "Ah, come on, it can't be that bad." Of course, 20 minutes later, he found out that it was that bad. He still stuck by my side, though, refusing to go anywhere. Not that I wasn't grateful for his friendship, I just wished he only had friendship on his mind. I went through gym like the klutz that I was. I managed to hit 3 people 4 times, and myself 5 times. I was limping when coach finally blew the whistle. I went into the changing room to change back into my clothes. I had mussed up my hair and I knew Alice would freak out, but who cared? I wanted to go home and soak myself in the tub, filled to the brim with ice. "Hey, Bella," Jessica greeted me as she came in. I had just finished changing clothes and was getting a scrunchie out of my bag to tie my hair up. "Hey, Jess." She opened her locker and got out her bag and clothes. She turned to me, a curious look on her face. "Are you dating Edward?" I felt the familiar blush creeping on my face. "What?" I spluttered. "And no. What gave you that idea?" Jessica shrugged, a disbelieving look on her face. "Just the way you guys are with each other. I mean, I thought he was like your brother. He's not, right?" I considered this. "Edward, my brother? No, we'd never had a brother-sister relationship, not even when I was 6. I'd always considered him as my best friend. He was, like my other half, to be honest. Nothing romantic about it, considering I was 6 years old. He just knew me better than I knew myself. And I understood him. I didn't go through any of the things he did, hunting, feeling like a monster, his past. But I understood his feelings, his reasons, his ways. It was just the way it was. And would a brother really have kissed his sister on the mouth? And would a sis Tear have responded so eagerly before pulling back? I shook my head at Jessica to answer her question before I got too caught up trying to explain my relationship with Edward to myself. No, he's not my brother. Jasper and Emmett are, though. He's more, my best friend, I finished. Jessica nodded her head. So, does he have a girlfriend? She asked slyly. A shot of jealousy went through me and I was more than glad that Jasper wasn't here. Our little conversation had drew the attention of the other girls in the locker room. Whether they were discreet or crowded around us, it still made me uncomfortable. Did Edward always attract this much attention from girls? Not that it bothered me. No, not at all, retorted the sarcastic voice in my head. I pushed it back and stood up, slinging my bag over my shoulder. I really didn't want to be a part of the conversation. No, he doesn't, I answered. I have to go. Edward's waiting, I said, adding the last part as a small gratification. For what? I didn't know. I could already see Jessica's attraction to Edward. I could already see the plan forming in her head, to get Edward now that she knew for certain he was single. It annoyed me. Before I could step out of the locker room, though, a girl I recognized as Monique Fisher stopped me. She was blushing as she asked, "Is Jasper single?" I shook my head. I thought Jessica would have spread the rumors by now. No, he's with Alice, I said. Monique's face fell slightly. Well, could you just tell him I like him? I fought back my laughter. Sure, it must be hard to look at the Cullens, in human beauty and not fall for them, I realized. But did they really have to fall for Edward, of all people? I shook that thought out of my head, and went out of the locker room. I wanted to leave before Mike saw me. Someone called my name and groaned inwardly. Too late, Bella, he huffed, as he caught up to me. Do you want a ride home? He asked eagerly. I shook my head quickly and threw him a small smile. That only spurred him on. I already have a ride, I said, hoping to dissuade his attempts. Well, ditch your ride. I'd really like to. We had reached the gym doors and I burst through it. Edward was leaning against the wall, an annoyed look on his face. Emmett, Rosalie, Alice and Jasper were also standing there, but they merely looked amused. Edward, I exclaimed, trying not to sound too enthusiastic. Ma, YBE he could growl a little more and scare Mike off. He was really starting to get on my nerves with his insistence. How was math? Edward cracked a smile at my obvious discomfort at Mike's flirting and I scowled a little at him. Here I was hoping he would distract Mike and he was laughing at me. Great, just great. Edward reached forward and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. Boring, he replied smoothly, his velvet voice causing shivers to run down my spine. How was gym? Painful, I winced as I rubbed a tender spot on my forehead. Edward laughed, his eyes sparkling with amusement. I realized he could probably read the events that transpired in Mike's head. Bye, Mike. See you tomorrow. I waved at him, tugging at Edward's hand to move faster. Edward was still chuckling. Just so you know, I didn't do it on purpose. He told me, smiling. When I asked about Jim, your boyfriend there just thought about it and... He's not my boyfriend, I said, irritated. Was it just me or did Edward just smile triumphantly for a second? I remembered Monique's request and turned to Jasper, who was walking next to me. Monique Fisher has a crush on you, I told him dutifully. He raised an eyebrow at me, confused. Who's that? He asked blankly. Alice giggled next to him, kissing his cheek possessively. I rolled my eyes. I'm not going to tell her you said that, I said under my breath. They, of course, heard me and burst into laughter. As we reached the parking lot, we saw a group of students standing around Rosalie's M3 and Edward's Volvo, admiring both cars. They parted slightly as they saw us approaching, to give us room to our cars. I supposed. One guy, a senior from the looks of it, leaned against Rosalie's M3 and grinned cockily at her. Hey, babe, he nodded at her. How about you and I go for a ride? Emmett wrapped an arm around Rosalie's waist and growled at the kid. What did you say? He snarled. I thought he was going to have a heart attack. I shook my head. Run, I advised him. And run he did. I shuddered as the students surrounding the car thinned and disappeared. Wow, that was so disconcerting, I said. What? Jasper asked, frowning as he sensed my discomfort. Watching my mother TTING hit on by boys my own age. That was weird, I said, shivering again. They laughed, obviously amused. Rosalie flipped her blonde hair and winked at me over her shoulder. "You'd better get used to it, baby," she purred, drawing Emmett to her for a kiss. Well, a kiss might be too PG-13 for what they were doing. I covered my eyes. "Mom," I hissed. She laughed, letting Emmett go and sliding into the driver's seat of her M3. "Let's go." Edward smiled at me, nodding to the Volvo. I sighed as the soft purr of the engine started up. I thought about Esme's sweet face, Carlisle's concerned demeanor, and comfort of my own room. It was good to be going home. Bella's pav. Every day I went to school, my jealousy raged whenever a girl paid attention to Edward. That happened every second. I wasn't kidding. Did these people have nothing better to do than ogle? Not that I minded. At all. Why should I mind? The fact that Edward was on my mind pretty much every single second of the day didn't mean anything. And the fact that I had been dreaming about him every night also didn't mean anything. Let's look at the facts. My heart beat faster when he's around. It once beat so fast, I thought I was going to go into cardiac arrest. I broke out into cold sweat when he's near me. All coherent thoughts left my brain when he said my name. Sometimes, when he would smile that heartbreaking crooked smile, I would forget how to breathe. We kissed. What the hell did all these mean? If it were anyone else, I would say attraction. But this was Edward. He was my best friend. I don't even know what he was classified as. Best friend, was right. But it seemed too insignificant. Like it didn't define our relationship too well. What else was there? I sighed, rolling off the bed. This was going to be a really difficult time for me. Especially since now, Edward and I were on speaking terms again. I didn't want it any other way, I just found it confusing. Tomorrow was my 16th birthday. Alice was throwing a huge party. I hadn't wanted her to. In fact, I had begged and pleaded. But she had ignored my pleas and said that everyone wanted to know where the Cullens live. It would be a perfect opportunity for us to show them, make friends. And get me to go through another human experience. Partying was not a human experience I wanted. Especially when Emmett's trying to figure out ways to bring in alcohol without Edward or Alice knowing. Rosalie. I shuddered, thinking of what Rose would say, or do, to him if she found out about the keg. Anyway, because of the party, pretty much everyone was going hunting. Jasper had already hunted, and he was staying behind to watch over me. I rolled my eyes. I was almost 16 years old and they were treating me like I was 6. Jasper was my babysitter. How annoying. As if I couldn't stay in an empty house all alone. What was the worst that could happen? But I needed someone to talk to, though. I didn't know if I should talk to Jasper, but chances were. He knew more about what I felt than I did. After all, he was the empath. He would be able to make sense of my feelings while I just run around in circles aimlessly. I knocked on the door to his study. And his voice called out for me to come in. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, smiling at the blonde-haired southern vampire sitting in the armchair by the window. It was still sunny outside, so his skin was glittering. I remembered the first time I had ever seen a vampire's skin glitter. It had been Edward, of course. He'd always taken me outside when it wasn't sunny. Even when we went to his meadow. Or some other beautiful, secluded place he would find wherever we went. Honestly, the man went around looking for those places. Once, when I was 9, he brought me to his Al place, in London when it was bright outside. We had stayed there for hours because I had been too entranced by the diamonds on his skin. Only one thought came to mind, beautiful. He was beautiful, but they all were. It wasn't different just because I considered him my best friend instead of my brother. But even now, as I looked at Jasper, I realized that he didn't hold 1,000th of the beauty Edward did. I shook my head to clear it. I was slowly going crazy. "What's up, Bella?" Jasper asked, putting down the book on his lap. His smile turned into a frown as he sensed my emotions. "You're all confused and embarrassed." I was confused because of these strange feelings. I was embarrassed because I had to talk about it with my own brother. I sat on one of the empty armchairs in the room. I brought my legs up to sit Indian style. I sighed, cupping the sides of my face with my palms. "I need to talk to you, brother to sister," I announced. Jasper nodded his head solemnly, and went to sit by the chair opposite mine so that we were closer. I saw his eyes turning darker for a moment before he controlled my bloodlust. Just another reason I wanted my change to come faster. I hated not being with Jasper the way we used to. He was my brother, after all. I missed hugging him. "All right," he agreed, telling me to go on. I looked him straight in his golden eyes. "You can't repeat this to anyone. Out loud or in your head? I said firmly. Jasper chuckled as he realized who I was talking about. Edward won't know a thing, he promised. I raised an eyebrow. Emmett won't find out, either, he added. Good. I didn't need Emmett making fun of me about this. I took in a deep breath, Jasper helping to calm me no doubt, and begun. I've been feeling very strange, I said, unable to accurately define how I felt. Jasper nodded for me to continue. I don't understand it one bit. I was hoping you could. Tell me, I blushed. It felt stupid now that I thought about it. For all I knew, Jasper hadn't noticed a single thing. But he only smiled knowingly. Does it have anything to do with a certain sulky, brooding vampire? He teased, winking. I blushed a deeper shade of crimson, but I giggled nonetheless. Sulky, brooding vampire. That fit Edward perfectly. I snorted, thinking of how he would react if he knew Jasper called him that. I sighed, shaking my head. I don't understand it. He's my best friend one second. And the next, I don't even know what the hell we are anymore, I admitted. If this is some sort of weird hormones thing, could you just tell me so I could stop driving myself crazy? I pleaded. Jasper shook with laughter. You think you're driving yourself crazy? Try being the empath, he said, throwing his hands up in the air in mock frustration. I grinned. So do you know what I feel? Why I feel that? Why? As I said this, Jasper bit his pale, marble lip and looked away from me. He always did that whenever he was hiding something from me. Just like my surprise 11th birthday party. That didn't go so well. I almost fainted from the shock, and then I spent an hour yelling at Alice, after all the guests had left, of course. I wouldn't stop screaming until Alice got bored and asked Jasper to use his gift and send me a shot of drowsiness. Which was completely unfair, to say the least. Jasper, I growled, living with vampires really rubbed off on you. Just tell me already. He must have sensed the frustration coming off of me, because he sighed and looked back at me. I'm going to try and explain it to my very best, but you're going to have to promise me to keep an open mind, he warned. I nodded my head eagerly. Anything that would help make this confusion stop. It was giving me migraines every day and it wasn't pleasant. Jasper stared at me for a few seconds, as if he was sitting whether I would be able to handle it or not, then he begun. Do you anything about soulmates? I froze. Soulmates. Why on earth were we on this topic now? Weren't we talking about Edward? Jay. Jasper laughed at the expression on my face and I scowled. A soulmate is basically someone you have deep feelings for. It could be anything, the kind of affection lovers have for each other. I started to panic. The kind of affection a parent has for a child, the kind of love twins sometimes share for one another, best friends, anything, Jasper shrugged. This is mostly just a theory, but some people believe that a soulmate is someone you are meant to be with. In what manner is dependent on the situation. For example, a pair of twins could reincarnate and find each other again in the form of best friends, or siblings. Or parent and child in another life, simply because they're soulmates. Everyone supposedly has one, Jasper explained. I bit my lip. What about your soulmate? Alice. Do you believe that you've known her in another life? Jasper shrugged again, smiling. I could hardly remember my human life, let alone a past life. But if I were to really think about it, then yes. I believe that. I can't imagine a point in time when Alice and I weren't together. I smiled at the dreamy look on his face. It was incredibly sweet, the love they have for each other. That was, until they started making out in front of me. I shuddered, and Jasper snorted. He had probably sensed my emotions. I frowned again as I remembered the subject we were talking about. So, what you're saying is, you believe that Edward is my soulmate? I asked him, baffled. Think about it, you both know each other inside and out. You know him better than all of us combined. And that's saying something since we've known him for decades. While you've only been in his life for 10 years, he said. Leaning forward in his seat, he gazed at me intently as if he were saying something with extreme importance and wanted me to pay attention. You both think alike. You have a very deep, spiritual connection to one another. It all fits, he pointed out, ticking off the points with his fingers as he spoke. I was still unconvinced. Jasper sighed. He opened his mouth and recited, a soulmate is someone who has locks that fits our keys, and keys to fit our locks. When we feel safe enough to open the locks, our truest selves step out and we can be completely and honestly who we are. We can be loved for who we are and not for who we're pretending to be. Each unveils the best part of the other. No matter what else goes wrong around us. With that one person we're safe in our own paradise. Our soulmate is someone who shares our deepest longings, our sense of direction. When we're two balloons, and together our direction is up, chances are we've found the right person. Our soulmate is the one who makes life come to life. I stared at Jasper, eyebrows raised. He smiled gently. Richard Bach, he said, by way of explanation. I already knew this, of course. How could I not, when Jasper and I had been scouring through every single one of his books in his library? I was as much of a bookworm as he was. The only difference was, he was a few decades ahead of me. I'd catch up, though. I shook my head, standing up. Bringing both my hands to the sides of my throbbing head, I glared at Jasper. You know what? This didn't help at all. You should stop reading sappy stories and watch more ESPN, I snapped, though my devious grin gave me away. Jasper scowled at me, then turned away to continue reading his book. Chuckling slightly, I went downstairs to get aspirin. The next time I felt like having a serious talk, I should just watch Oprah instead. Jasper's paw. I listened to Bella as she clanked around downstairs in the kitchen. I had learned a long time ago that she was incredibly clumsy. Her accidents these days were a lot less bloody, though, thank God. I thought back to what we had talked about. I wasn't sure if Alice had seen Bella asking me, or if she'd seen my answer. I hoped not. Edward would be close by to Alice and I was pretty sure Bella didn't want Edward to know about her questions. The good thing about all of this was that Bella was coming to realize that her feelings for Edward weren't merely platonic. She was realizing this slowly, but it was to be expected. She didn't have Alice's visions to help her, and she had gotten used to thinking of Edward as her best friend. It would take time. Even impatient Edward had come to terms with that. The bad thing about it all was the fact that she was so confused it was driving me insane. Edward's impatience and his desires weren't helping me, either. And the jealousy, my God, I thought I was going to break down every day in school. A boy would have simply looked in her direction and it was enough to send him into frenzy. Of course, that was probably because of the thoughts in their heads. I could sense their lust, so it bothered me as much as well. The lust coming off from the boys in school certainly didn't help at all. I was somewhere in the middle of, kill them all, and, calm Edward down. I was disgusted that they thought of my baby sister that way. It was different with Rosalie because firstly, although I considered her my family and I would protect her if the need arose, she could pretty much handle herself. She was meant to attract attention. She liked it, and she wasn't a little girl. I never raised her. I didn't feel the same amount of protectiveness as I did with Bella. I'd seen Bella running around, falling on her little tush, and wearing Winnie the Pooh pajamas for the love of God. How was I supposed to get used to that sweet little innocent 6-year-old with her rosy cheeks and her bright brown eyes, clinging to my legs and asking for a hug before bed, suddenly transforming into the beautiful woman these mortal boys lusted for? I sighed, chucking my book aside. I didn't think I helped Bella any by saying that I thought Edward was her soulmate. That was what I really thought, and it wasn't just because of Alice's visions all those years ago, either. All you had to do was look at them together. Even at the age of 6. Bella's heart would skip a beat whenever Edward entered the room. She would blush whenever he said her name or smiled at her. It wasn't as drastic as it was now, of course. Now instead of skipping a beat, her heart would beat so fast it was as if she had just run a marathon. She depended on him to protect her, to be there for her. Even though she wanted to be independent, and she hated it whenever he babied her. Claiming that she wanted to be treated like an adult, she loved that he cared for her. He loved being there for her. I had never seen anything like it. Whenever he moved, she would, too. Whenever he felt something, so would she. That day when Maria came, she sensed the danger from the minute I said Edward had to leave. I thought it was just fear, but it was instinct. I guess. It worked the same way as maternal instinct did. When a mother would feel terrible the whole day, feeling as though something was wrong, only to go home and realize that her child had died. She would go to the end of the world for him. And he her. They took so long to realize their love for one another, and I suppose that was a good thing. It would have been strange for them to fall in love when she was 10. Now she was 16 years old. Or, she would be, in just a few hours. Technically, she was a year younger than Edward. In human years, anyway. I smiled as I stood up to stand near the window. The last of the sun's rays glowed on my skin, the sparkles dimming. I watched as the night sky slowly appeared. It would be strange for my baby sister to fall in love with Edward. I knew he would take care of her well, and that they would both be happy. I also knew that he understood that I would pummel him to death if he ever hurt her. If this was what was going to make my baby sister happy, then so be it. I was just a tiny bit anxious to see how it would all play out. Esme's pav, my poor son was in hysterics. I knew it killed him to be away from Bella. It wasn't just because he loved her, either. It wasn't just the sweet affections he had for her. It was because he was worried about her safety. She was incredibly accident-prone. Not to mention a danger magnet. He was worried what she could have gotten herself into tonight. Edward, don't worry. Alice would have seen something and warned us if there was any danger around Bella. Jasper's watching her. She's safe, I tried to soothe him. He merely nodded curtly at me. His lips pulled into a grimace. He ran off to the north, following the scent of a mountain lion nearby. Hell, yeah, baby. Grizzly, 0. Emmett, 1. I heard my other son yell excitedly from nearby. Emmett, you're getting grizzly fur all over my outfit. Rosalie screeched. I smiled to myself as I swiftly took down an elk. My family, I sighed contentedly. As he elk's blood ran warmly down my throat, I thought about tomorrow. Bella would be 16 years old in just a few short hours. We had all made the most of our day today, wanting to return before night fell. I couldn't believe it. My baby, 16 years old. It seemed just like yesterday when I'd first laid eyes on her in the hospital. She was such a beautiful child. I could still remember how she had looked at me shyly with her big, inquisitive brown eyes. I had fallen in love with her at first sight. I think Carlisle saw that. It was why he hadn't objected much to my wanting to bring Bella home with us. He had fallen for her, too. I knew. She was our second chance at having a child. She was Rosalie's second chance. I was worried about Bella's change. She had less than 2 years to be mortal. I felt sad that she would have to leave it all behind. I wondered if she would regret her decision once it was too late. But, selfish as it was, I wanted my daughter with me for eternity. The fact that she was all grown up and that she would fall in love with Edward didn't change a thing. In my eyes, Bella would always be my little angel, my baby girl. I knew Carlisle, Rosalie and Emmett felt the same way. Jasper would be thrilled that he would no longer have to hold back from Bella, and Alice would simply be happy that she would have a companion to shop with for all eternity. Now that I felt bad for Bella, I wondered how things would be like once Edward and Bella declared their love for one another. I knew it would be slightly uncomfortable for a while, considering that he would have to be with her under the same roof as her parents. She, too, would no doubt notice that. She was incredibly self-conscious. This would only make it harder. If Edward planned on asking her to marry him, I could always build them a house. Not far from us, obviously. Just enough space to give them privacy. Maybe. Esme, you're going ahead of yourself, Edward sighed, chuckling as he appeared next to me. I stood up, smiling as I brushed myself off. I can't help it, Edward. I'm just happy for you. But, really, do you think you'll ask her? Once she's realized her feelings for you, of course. I would love it if you did. Alice would be so pleased to plan your wedding. Wedding, Rosalie yelled, outraged, as she stormed over to us. What the hell is this? She asked angrily, looking from Edward to me and back again in 1 second. Rosalie, calm down. Do not tell me to calm down, Edward Cullen, when you're sitting around planning on asking my 15-year-old daughter to marry you. She screamed, towering over him, hands on her hips. I laughed gently, and pulled her back from him. For once, Edward looked scared of Rosalie. Reading my thoughts, he scowled at me with a defiant look on his face as if to say, I was not children. I shook my head. I was merely asking, Rosalie. For the future. Not now, obviously. She's going to be 16 in tomorrow, Edward sighed under his breath. Rosalie heard this, of course, and growled at him. Best not to push your luck, Edward, I said sternly. What's this I hear about a wedding? Emmett asked, his booming voice echoing through the thick trees around us. ISMI, led at his huge figure as he approached us, a dancing Alice at his side. Not going to happen for a few years now. Alice sang out. Edward's face lit up as he looked at her. You mean she'll say yes? He asked excitedly. Edward, Rosalie growled warningly. Rosalie was even more protective of Bella than I was. She really did consider Bella as her own child. I knew how she felt. It was easy to pretend Bella was really our own. And even when the reality that she wasn't kicked in, it still felt right because she was simply our daughter, and we were simply her family. Edward ignored Rosalie, which didn't do well for her anger. Emmett, sensing this, came over to her and wrapped his huge arms around her waist. To comfort her or restrain her, I wasn't sure. Alice shook her head, grinning. I can only tell you that you will ask her, she said smugly. I won't tell you what her answer would be. Alice, I hope she says no, Rosalie muttered. Rose. Alice shook her head furiously, both her and Edward ignoring Rosalie. Nah, it'll ruin the whole thing. You just have to wait and see. She smiled. Edward groaned, shaking his head. I laughed. Let's find Carlisle and head home, shall we? I asked pleasantly. Bella and Jasper would be expecting us. Alice's pav. Edward was going to ask Bella to marry him. And she was going to say yes, obviously. My brother could be so dense sometimes. Either that or he's just too damn insecure. Which isn't all that better. She was going to say no, for a few times first, though. I frowned. I'd have to ask her why. In a few years, of course. We reached home a few minutes after finding Carlisle. He had been getting rid of the carcass of a deer he'd just drank dry. I ran straight into Jasper's arms and sat on his lap on the couch. He chuckled, wrapping his arms around me and pressing his lips to my neck. I smiled happily at him. My southern man. Bella was sitting on the loveseat, her laptop on her lap as she typed away furiously, a small smile on her lips. She wasn't even paying attention to the movie playing. I glanced at it. Pride and Prejudice. She wasn't paying attention to this. She was obsessed with it. What was going on? I raised an eyebrow at Jasper, and he shrugged, still kissing my throat. I giggled and swatted him away. Bella. Rosalie's panicked voice drifted to me. I tore my gaze away from Jasper and glanced over at Bella. Rosalie was holding up a bottle of aspirin. I bit my lip, but my vision assured me. She had just gotten a mild headache. Are you sick? Rose asked, overreacting, as usual. She rushed over to place her cold hands all over Bella's face, checking to see if she had a fever. When Edward saw this, and heard Rose's mind, he overreacted, too. I giggled at the sight of two vampires poking and prodding at Bella to see if she was fine. Annoyed, Bella yelled for them to step back. I'm fine, she insisted. I just had a headache. It's gone now. Edward relaxed a little after Carlisle and Jasper confirmed that she wasn't feeling any pain. Bella rolled her eyes at his overprotective nature and went back to whatever she was doing on the computer. Edward raised an eyebrow at her. What are you doing, Bella? The moment he had decided to ask her, I had already seen her answer. I laughed, keeping my mind blocked from Edward. This was going to be fun. Chatting with Gabriel online, she answered in a distracted murmur. We all heard her, anyway. Gabriel, Edward growled. Bella didn't notice his anger. She looked up and smiled brightly, nodding her head. Yes, he's moving to a new place soon. But he won't tell me where, she frowned. Anyway, he's all excited because it's outside of Paris. He's always wanted to travel, so I guess this is his chance. She smiled fondly. He's really excited. I bit back my laughter, as did the others, as they noticed Edward's reaction to Gabriel's news. How? He choked. He took a few moments to control himself. How on earth did you keep in contact with him after all these years? Bella shrugged. We exchanged emails before we left Paris. She explained, going back to her chat with Gabriel. Edward sulked for the rest of the night. He grew tired of watching Bella's smiles to whatever Gabriel was saying, so he went up to his room. We heard the loud sound of music blaring, and Bella's head shot up. Is he all right? She asked worriedly. Yes, I smiled. Just insanely jealous of you and your romantic French boyfriend. Why, are you starting to notice the jealousy? Bella bit her lip and looked in the direction of the stairs. He's listening to Muse. He never listens to Muse after a hunt. Normally, it's classical music. Debussy, mostly, and she trailed off when Jasper started to snicker. I watched as something dawned on her face, and she scowled, her face darkening. Shut up, Jasper, she snapped, ing her laptop shut and carrying it upstairs. Being Bella, she stumbled 3 times before making it to her room. The others were looking at the empty spot where Bella had just vacated with a confused look on their faces. What the hell was that all about? Emmett asked, bewildered. Rosalie went up to him and sat on his lap, draping her arm over his shoulder. I traced a finger down Jasper's smooth cheek. Did it have anything to do with that little talk of yours with her, Jazz? I asked knowingly. Jasper grinned at me sheepishly. You saw, huh? I nodded my head. Of course I did, Jazz. I'm Alice, remember? I tapped my forehead with a pale finger. You're just lucky Edward wasn't anywhere near me to have seen it, too. Seen what? Rosalie asked, annoyed that she wasn't in the loop. Jasper regaled to them the story of his talk with Bella. He had to speak in hushed tones so that Edward's sensitive ears wouldn't pick it up. Whoa, Emmett chuckled. Esme looked half disapproving, half amused. You told her she and Edward were soulmates? She asked incredulously. Jasper shrugged. Well, it's true. I just didn't outright say that they're meant to be mates, he said indignantly. Carlisle laughed, shaking his head. No wonder she had a headache, he joked. I would have laughed, but another vision hit me so strongly, I didn't even had to look into Bella's future. I shrieked, excited, and jumped off of Jasper's lap. Esme, Carlisle, Rose and Emmett looked concerned, but Jasper, sensing my excitement, merely looked curious. Happy vision, I yelled out, blocking my thoughts so Edward wouldn't see. I kiss, said Jasper swiftly before running up the stairs. Bursting into Bella's room, I jumped up and down on her bed. She was lying on her stomach, still typing away on her laptop. Bella looked sick as she yelled for me to stop. I giggled, plopping down next to her and wrapping my arms around her shoulders. After tomorrow, Bella, I said happily. You and I and Rose will have to go shopping. Bella groaned, dropping her head on the laptop in front of her. Isn't it enough that you're torturing me with the party? I heard her groan. Edward's pav. This was it, her 16th birthday. The sun had been up for 2 seconds. And all of us were already crowding outside Bella's room. Should we knock or burst in unannounced? Jasper asked. What if she sleeps in her birthday suit? Emmett asked, worried. A resoundy. Ing-thwack was heard and I rolled my eyes. Ow, Rosie. Emmett, I watch her sleep every night, I reminded him, annoyed. I know. There's got to be a perk, isn't there? Another thwack. Alice laughed. She's going to wake up in 3 seconds. She whispered. With that, all 7 of us hurried in and took our place around her bed. Bella's eyes fluttered open. She blinked once, twice, before her eyes focused on all of us. A wide smile spread across her face as she gazed at us. Hello, she said pleasantly. Emmett's face fell considerably. What, no screaming? He asked, disappointed. Bella laughed, shaking her head as she sat up. After going through it for 10 years, Emmett, I think I've gotten used to it, she teased him. He still looked upset, then his face lit up. Well, next year we'll scare you. We won. Just sit around waiting for you to open your eyes, he promised, a mischievous smile on his lips. Emmett, Esme warned. He gave her an innocent look. What, we only have one more time left to do that. He defended himself. Ignoring the sadness that pulsed through me at that statement, I leaned forward and kissed Bella on the cheek. A delicious pink blush colored her creamy skin. Happy birthday, Bella, I whispered. She smiled up at me, and reached around to hug me around the neck. Thanks, Edward. Edward, Jasper asked, placing a hand over his still heart, as if he was offended. What about the rest of us? Bella laughed and took turns hugging everyone. I'll need a human minute, guys, she smiled. We agreed, and left her to it. The others went down to the living room to wait for her, but I stayed in her room. I sat in the rocking chair by the window, and waited for her to finish with her shower. Finally, she came back, looking harassed. I laughed, noting her outfit. She wouldn't have picked out a dress like that on her own. She looked beautiful, of course. Alice had dressed her up in a midnight blue halter dress, with ruffles at the bottom, that reached up to her knees. Her hair had been curled, and her skin practically glowed. Alice, I asked sympathetically. Bella pouted and nodded her head, batting her lashes at me. I heard my own breath hitch as I stared into the depths of her brown eyes. Shaking my head to clear it, I watched as she went over to her jewelry box and took out her charm bracelet. Turning around to grin at me, she dangled the bracelet in front of her. Do you have something for me, Edward? She asked sweetly. I laughed. How could anyone deny her anything? I slipped my hand into my pocket and pulled out her latest charm. It was a white gold cupid. Her wings were made of diamonds. Her bow and arrow were made of topaz. The heart she clutched to her chest was made of rubies. I didn't know if it would be a good gift, but I wanted her to have it. I might not be able to say in so many words how much I loved her, but I hoped these little things would say enough for the moment. Bella came closer to me, and sat on my lap. Her eyes widened when she saw the cupid. It's so pretty, she breathed. I smiled, glad that she liked it, and placed the new charm on the bracelet. I then proceeded to fasten it around her wrist. It was funny how Bella would throw a fit before accepting a gift from anyone, including me, but charms for her bracelet were a must. She expected it. I didn't mind it at all. In fact, I enjoyed it. I was just surprised. Maybe it was because she had grown so attached to the bracelet. Bella sighed as she leaned her head against my shoulder. Is there any way we could cancel the party and send everyone away? She asked in a whisper. Alice, of course, had seen it in her vision anyway. And screamed, "Don't you even think about it, Isabella Marie Hale." Bella and I burst out into silent laughter. I'm sorry, Bella, I whispered back. I don't think that's possible. She pouted. I knew she hated the attention. At least this time wasn't a surprise party. Her 11th birthday had nearly ended with her going into shock. Bella sighed again and stood up, taking my hand in hers. Well, let's go. The others are waiting, she said, faking enthusiasm. I smiled at her effort. Tugging her back to me as I stood, I wrapped my arms around her waist and gave her a gentle hug. You look beautiful, Bella, I whispered, pressing my lips to her cheek once more before letting her go. Bella flushed, her sweet scent becoming even more potent as she blushed, and mumbled a shy thank you. Come on, Eddie, we want to spend time with our sister. I know you're too busy drooling over your new girlfriend. I growled at Emmett's thoughts. Come on, Lo Bella, I said quickly. I shook my head. I had almost called Bella, love. I really had to be more careful around her. My feelings for her were growing by the second. Hers was barely there. I had to be more patient. The others are getting quite impatient for you to show up. We had gone through the usual routine of giving Bella presents. She had pretty much blushed her way through it, which Emmett and Jasper found hilarious. Jasper even made her even more embarrassed by using his gift until I stopped him. When Renesmee found out, she grounded him for a week. Rosalie had fine-tuned Bella's new car, adding a few appropriate touches here and there. It was slightly more faster than it used to be, and I hadn't liked that. Bella was human. The car was fast enough to begin with. But Rosalie would never harm Bella in any way, so I had let it go with a glare. Emmett had gotten her what seemed to be everything in the new joke shop he had found a few weeks ago. Of course, that was for the both of them. Renesmee had gotten Bella an entire new collection of art supplies, from charcoal pencils to a new paint set. Jasper had tracked down the original Charles Dickens collection for her. It had 48 volumes and had cost him a fortune which, of course, hadn't bode well with Bella at all. She accepted it when Jasper manipulated her into calming down. Alice had gotten her 4 tickets to New York. The girls were going on an all-girl vacation for a week. Bella had been ecstatic. I had the opposite reaction. New York, for a week. Was Alice trying to kill me? Carlisle had gotten Bella a new camera for her recent love of photography. That she had been excited about, after moaning about how expensive it was, of course. I had gotten her a new guitar. She had expressed interest in learning how to play that, as well. Her talent in playing the piano had become almost as good as mine. And that was saying something. She had composed some songs, even. I'd been more than impressed. It was time for her to move on and learn a new musical instrument. I could teach her the guitar, as well. Soon enough, it was time for us to prepare for the party. Alice and Rosalie dragged Bella upstairs to freshen up her makeup. I rolled my eyes. That was ridiculous. Bella was beautiful naturally, she didn't need makeup. But Alice had insisted, and Alice always got her way. The rest of us prepared the food table outside. Emmett had suggested the barbecue. Renesmee had agreed quickly considering the barbecue would be held outside. She hadn't been too happy about teenagers bumbling about in her house. While Carlisle and I started the grill, Renesmee took out the food and drinks and Emmett and Jasper prepared the food table. We were done just in time, as predicted by Alice. The guests arrived slowly in packs. They came in from the front door, and came out to the back with odd expressions on their faces. If it was from the interior or the decorations Alice had hung all over the backyard, I couldn't be sure. Well, I could. It was both, but that wasn't the point. Bella came out eventually, and her friends greeted her with smiles and cheers. Bella, typically, blushed. I heard the thoughts of vile Mike Newton, and growled in his direction. What? Bella's sweet voice asked. As she approached me, I shook my head, setting my mouth into a thin line. She didn't need to know that a repulsive human boy was mentally undressing her in his mind. Bella, concerned at the pinched look on my face, placed a warm, gentle hand on my arm. I smiled slightly at the jealousy erupting from the thoughts of every male and every female in the vicinity. The boys wondered if Bella and I really were together, despite her protests. The females wondered the same thing and we sure that Bella had lied. Are you all right? She asked, stepping closer to me. I nodded my head. There are just some disgusting thoughts coming from some of our peers, I told her through gritted teeth. The image of Newton's vile fantasies were still burned into my mind. Bella laughed, realizing the problem. Would you like Emma to punch whomever it is? She teased. I scowled at her and scooped her up playfully with one arm. I swung her around in a circle once, and she shrieked in surprise, giggling. I placed her down on her feet, but my arm stayed around her waist. I can handle these weak humans, I scoffed. I don't need Emma to do it for me. Ah, sure you do, his booming laughter erupted from behind me. I turned around slightly, just enough to scowl at him. Don't hog Bella, man, the rest of us want to spend time with the birthday girl, too. Shish, Bella hissed at Emmett. He laughed. Bella, they're all here to celebrate your birthday. A little late to keep it a secret, don't you think? I wonder if her and Cullen are together. Nah, Jessica said they weren't. Well, here's your chance. Just ask her to dance. I'm sure she'll say yes. Then I'll amaze her with my dancing skills and she'll leave Cullen and come to me. Ha, see how you take that, Cullen. Alright, now I'm talking to myself. I've gone insane. I laughed quietly, then leaned down to whisper in Bella's ear. Newton is debating with himself whether or not he should ask you to dance, I said softly. I felt a shiver run down her spine as I held her to me. Was she cold? He's positive you would say yes. Bella looked a little horrified. Edward, I can't dance. Not with him, not with anyone, she whispered frantically, both her hands gripping onto my arms tightly. I chuckled. Well, don't worry, I've got you, I assured her. It's a slow song. Yes, it's like fate wants us to get together. I glanced over at the DJ stand, where Rosalie was winking at me. I grinned at her and mouthed my gratitude. She might not be so happy that I was thinking so far ahead into the future relationship Bella and I would share, but shish. E was grateful that I was making her daughter happy. Would you like to dance with me? I asked Bella, smiling at her. Her heartbeat fluttered wildly, but that might simply be because of her fear of dancing. Edward, she whispered urgently. I already told you I couldn't dance. I smiled, taking both her hands in mine as I led her away towards the wooden dance floor Alice had specifically put in for the party. Don't worry, I whispered, as I pulled her close. It's all in the letting. And with that, I lifted her gently off her feet and placed her on mine. I danced easily with her weight on mine. Soon, her anxiety vanished and she laughed freely as we danced together. I watched the smile on her lips, the way her brown eyes lit up, and the steady thump of her heart. Her brown hair swayed gently and the breeze as I swiftly twirled us around. She had never been a graceful dancer. I wondered if that would change once she became one of us. It would be wonderful to see her dance. If it was anything like how she was acting now, she and I both would love it. She looked so wonderfully carefree. It was like she had forgotten her reservations, her shyness. She had just given herself to the moment, feeling the music and being content. I was aware of the thoughts of the people around us. I wish he'd pick me up and dance like that. Bella's lucky. Man, he's so hot. Why did she have to pick Cullen of all people? They live together. Won't that be weird? Or really easy if they wanna? Bella looks so damn hot. Come on, Cullen, finish already so I can ask Bella to dance with me. Jess was sure they weren't going out. Maybe I should ask him out later. Oh, just look at them. They're totally into one another. Damn, that's so sweet. Bella's a nice girl. Edward seems to really like her. I'm happy for them. This last thought surprised me. I looked around to find the owner of these thoughts. Angela. I smiled, looking back down at my Bella. Bella was lucky to have a friend like Angela. Among the vain and envious people who seemed to either hate her for her spotlight or use her to get their own, Angela was the one person who truly cared for Bella. I knew that Bella was hesitant to delve into her past, but she had become quick friends with Angela these past few weeks in school. Angela had even come over to the house once to do their homework. It was ironic that Bella helped Angela with French homework considering Bella took Spanish. But she was fluent in the language. I winced as I remembered our trip to Paris. I had practically spent the entire trip ignoring her. And when she finally met a friend, I had acted like the jealous boyfriend. She had every right to be angry with me. But she had been so forgiving. Without any explanations, she had accepted me back. And when I had given her half of the truth to explain why I had abandoned her for so long, she had waved it all aside and accepted me back with open arms. She truly was an angel. I couldn't have described her better than that. Why on earth the universe had decided that Bella and I would be together, I didn't know. If Alice hadn't had the visions, I would still be in denial over my feelings for her. I would have ran from it and from her as well. I just still couldn't believe it. She was so beautiful, so pure, it was heartbreaking, her beauty. Inside and out. The song ended, and I placed Bella back on the ground. She smiled widely at me. "Thank you for that," she whispered. "It was my pleasure," I answered honestly. I leaned down and brushed my lips against her forehead. Whoa, a kiss. But it was just the forehead, right? Nothing romantic about that at all. Yeah, just ask her, man. What was it again? Left step forward, right step back. Or was it the other way around? Does that even matter? Just ask her. Newton was approaching Bella again, and I looked around for a way to prevent having Bella dance with him. It was merely a precautionary method. Bella was already clumsy enough on her own, and Newton didn't seem like he could dance very well. I would just neglect to tell Bella that he had taken dance lessons for her, lest she found it sweet. The thought alone made me nauseous. "Time for cake," Alice hollered, her high-pitched voice carrying throughout the crowd. Damn, Esme and Carlisle wheeled out the 3-tier cake Alice's doing, of course, while everyone sang happy birthday to Bella. She sank into my chest, her face almost purple as she blushed hard. I thought I heard her mumble, "Please let it be over," over and over again. I smirked. Bella hated the attention, of course. Anyone else would have loved it. She found it embarrassing to have every single person's eyes directed at her. I ran my hand down the sides of her arms as I hugged her from behind, reassuring her. I, too, was singing. "Edward, stop singing," she whispered harshly. I chuckled, ignoring her. When the song finally ended, it was greeted with applause, an abashed smile and a, "Thank you God," from Bella and flashes as Alice, Esme and Rosalie took pictures. Bella cut the cake and I helped her hand them out to guests. Angela came over and gave Bella a one-armed hug as she held her slice of cake in the other hand. "Happy birthday, Bella," Angela said warmly. Bella smiled back. "Ange, I'm glad you could make it," she said, hugging her back. "Of course. I brought you a present. My brothers insisted on wrapping it, so it's not very pleasant looking on the outside." "Sorry," Angela smiled sheepishly. From her thoughts, I could see that she was fond of her twin brothers, and hadn't really been upset with them for wanting to wrap Bella's gift. Bella blushed. "Ange, you really shouldn't have gotten me anything," she said, flustered. Angela laughed. "It's a party, Bells, and it's your birthday. Believe me, I really should have," she teased. I left Bella and Angela to talk a little to one another. I was glad that Bella had a connection to her past that wasn't bitter. It hurt her to think about her parents. I knew she felt guilty for surviving the accident when they didn't. She had confided that in me once. I, in turn, had confided how I'd felt guilty for surviving the Spanish influenza when my parents hadn't. She only had 2 years left to be human. I wanted her to be happy all the way. And if Angela was the last happy memory of Forks she had, I was happy for her. I was still handing out slices of cakes on paper plates. Alice had already come to my side to help me out. She had a huge smile plastered on her face and was singing the Macarena in her head. I frowned at her. "That's getting annoying, Alice," I muttered under my breath. "Then stop peeking, Edward," she sang back cheerfully. I glowered at her, then went back to cutting and passing cakes. I passed the newest slice to someone without even looking to see who it was. "Hello, Edward," I heard someone said. "I hope he likes my dress. I picked it out just for him." I flinched internally. "Jessica, how lovely." I lifted my head up a little and gave her a half-hearted smile. It was enough to spur her on. Unfortunately. "Hello, Jessica," I said warily. Someone pushed Jessica aside slightly as they waved their hand for a slice of cake. I hid a smile and went back to my cake-cutting duty. "So, I was just wondering," Jessica said, coming over to stand by my side. Well, that didn't work out in my favor. Now she was standing closer to me. I fought the urge to run away from her and hide behind Bella or Emmett. Or maybe Rosalie could do one of her patented, slap and throw drink in face, moves. Then I caught myself running and hiding. I was extremely glad I was the only mind reader in the family. Jessica continued her advances while I continued to ignore her. "Do you think maybe you'd want to go out with me sometime?" Jessica asked, placing her hand on my arm. It didn't feel nice at all. It didn't feel at all the way it did when Bella touched me. I recoiled from her touch, but it didn't faze her. Jessica," I begun, taking a step back. "Are you afraid of the little human girl?" Alice was giggling in her mind. I glared in her direction before turning back to Jessica. She had stepped closer and had placed a hand on my chest. I'm not interested, Jessica, I said firmly, removing her hand from my chest. Her face fell for a fraction of a second. Edward, she whined. I shook my head. I'm really sorry, but I'm not going to give in. I'm not interested in dating right now, I told her, trying to gentle my tone. Unless it's Bella, of course, Alice thought. I smiled at that. Of course. If Bella were ready to be with me, I'd sweep her off her feet this instant. Jessica opened her mouth. From her thoughts, I discovered that she was still going to insist on going out with me on a date. I sighed inwardly. Edward, Bella's angelic voice called out. I lifted my head to see her heading in our direction. I smiled at her as she came closer. She leaned up and kissed my cheek. Just low enough for my ears to catch, she whispered, Jasper sent me. I had to remind myself to thank him later. Hi, Jess. Bella smiled at her friend. Jessica smiled back. Happy birthday, Bella. Bella slipped her wonderfully warm hand in my cold one, and squeezed, her other hand latching on. Oh, my upper arm as she hugged me from the side. Thanks, Jess, she said. Did you bring a date? Jessica's head snapped up a little and she straightened her shoulders. Yes, I did, actually, she said smugly. Mike took me. Bella nodded her head. That's nice. I hope the two of you are having fun, she said sincerely. Of course, only she would say something as sweet as that. Then again, she had no idea what went through Newton's mind. Bella turned to me and said in a normal tone, Emmett and Jasper are getting out of hand by the indoor pool. Esme wants you to break them up. She looked back at Jessica with wide, innocent eyes and said. I hope I'm not interrupting or anything. Yes, you were. He was just about to say yes to me. Jessica's thoughts screamed. I grinned at Bella. Of course not, Bella, I said sweetly. I'll handle it right away. When I get back, will you dance with me again? Bella blushed and nodded her head. Yes. You'd better go before they end up making a mess. Mom won't like that, she grimaced. Probably thinking of when Emmett and Jasper had cracked the bottom of the pool and Esme had had to repair it. I laughed, nodding. I leaned down and repeated her earlier gesture of kissing her cheek. She blushed and I chuckled. Walking away. It might not be her lips yet, but we were getting there slowly. I couldn't have asked for more. Video ends here. See you soon. Take care of yourself. Be hydrated. Have a beautiful day.